I didn't think towns like this existed. Ones towered over by trees and drowning in blues and greens. Ones that make your hairs stand up. Ones that have pathways through the forest that lead nowhere. Ones that have a bizarre history bubbling under its surface. I thought such places existed exclusively on television screens and in the pages of my angsty young adult novels. But as I watch it all grow in front of our car, the trees and the dull colors and the heavy clouds, I know that those creators got their inspiration from real places and not just their heads. I can't help but press my hand against the window and wish to be exploring. My eyes bounce from the dark pockets of moss and rocks and brush to the glimpses of water just beyond the forest. The chilled coast reminds me of those many little rocks. When we would visit Grandma over the summer, I would flock to the beach, but hate the pebbles. I never understood why it wasn't golden sand, as it is at home. Its emptiness did excite me, though. At home, I would never have the beach to myself. It's been so long. Mom said 10 years. Taking it all in now, I can't help but scold young me for not begging to come back. Yes, California is the dreamland, but not for me. Wren, look, my mom says from the front seat. My eyes flock to her window. Do you remember it at all? My grandmother's house sits between two monstrous fir trees. There's a rope hanging from one of the branches, and my mind clicks to when we built my swing together. I suppose the many years haven't tolerated it. Yeah, little. The backyard has the clothesline, right? The one with the white poles. I used to climb it. Oh, right, I remember that. She glances at me. You fell and scraped up your knees. The rest of the trip you complained about your knees and wouldn't go in the water. My mom turns onto the driveway and parks next to my grandma's car, an old Corolla. All right, she says. We made it. I sit back and breathe. Finally. You want to go in, say hi, then grab the stuff? She's dying to see you. We get out of the car and ring the doorbell. The brick flower bed along the house entertains me until the door opens. Oh my goodness, look at you. Her voice sounds like my childhood. The screen door releases her and suddenly her soft arms are wrapped around me. Hi, Grandma, I sing as she pulls back and studies my face. Her cool hands rest on my shoulders. Wrenley, you're so big now. Last time you were, what? This big. She holds out her hand near my chest. What happened? 10 years happened, Mom, my mother says and receives a tight hug as well. Aren't you too cold? Grandma asks. Come on. I can put on the fireplace. You used to love the fireplace, Wrenley. We sit in the living room as Grandma turns on the fireplace and grabs a plate of the lemon cookies I used to love. I take one and bite. Soft, thick, addictive, just as I remember. Are you ready for school, dear? Grandma asks and sits. I mean, yeah, it's all very sudden, but I'm sure I'll be just fine. That's good. You know it's the high school your mother went to. I look to my mom and she smiles. Oh yes, how can I forget Waindale High School? Why didn't you tell me? I ask. It's not like there's another school I could have gone to, kid. Grandma says, well, no, there's the private school a few minutes away, but you went to the high school just around the corner. You can walk to school, Wrenley. It's just a, 5-6 minute walk. Back home, I drive her 15 minutes to school, my mom tells Grandma. This is a nice change then, right? You don't have to leave early with me anymore, Wren. I smile and take another cookie. After getting our boxes and bags out of the car, I unpack my things in my new bedroom. My mother will be across the hall while Grandma's room is sat at the end. Being in a house with no men won't be anything new, but living with Grandma will surely have its differences compared to living with just Mom. I've already been told to be quiet past 10 o'clock when Grandma goes to bed. It's not anything catastrophic. Thankfully, as of now, I have my bedding and clothes and necessities such as toiletries and school supplies. Everything else will be arriving next week. When I finish stuffing pillows into my pillowcases, I look out the window as it starts to rain. I'll have to get rain boots and an umbrella, things I've never had before. It's crazy thinking that on Monday I'll be at a whole new school with new people and teachers and rules. There's something refreshing about it, though. They're changes I'm welcoming with open arms. It's not like I left much in California anyway. A friend or two at most. Charisma isn't something I have in abundance. Instead, I specialize in being quiet and getting lost in my thoughts. My mom says it's because I'm all her and none of my dad. Don't worry, I'm not damaged. Dad left when I was just a baby. It's like getting my ears pierced as an infant. There's no pain that I can remember. The next morning, I wake up to my grandma watching TV as she drinks her coffee. Old game shows play on repeat. "Where's Mom?" I ask. "Oh, she's just on the porch. She's on the computer, working on her writing." I nod and slip outside. I find my mom sitting under a blanket with her laptop on her lap. There's a mug of coffee on the wicker table in front of her, steaming into the crisp morning air. "Hi," I say. She peers up and pats the spot beside her on the patio furniture. I sit and she shares her blanket. "Are you working on the novel?" "Yeah," she says. "Being in Waindale with the trees and the creepiness, it's helping." My mom has been writing her second book for a few months while working a regular office job. Now that we've moved, she's left the office job and is focusing primarily on her novel. It makes for plenty of silent mornings and evenings, but I suppose I have Grandma to talk to now. "I think I'm going to go for a walk. Explore this town," I say. "Sure, just be careful. Stick to the paths because you can get lost, trust me. And don't go too far. I'll be here with Grandma." I quickly get dressed in warm clothes. My old hoodie and a pair of jeans is the best I can do for now. After assuring Grandma that I'll eat when I get back, I slip on my shoes and hope that it doesn't start to rain. "Here, Wrenley." I turn and see Granda with an umbrella. "Take this just in case, okay?" "Okay, thanks." It's a little cold and the ground is damp, but nothing ugly enough to stop me. I can finally walk through these giant trees and hopefully check out the beach as well. Everything is a little wet. The concrete sidewalk is cracked and lush with weeds, and if I had rain boots, I definitely wouldn't be avoiding the puddles. A car will drive by every now and then, but such sounds grow distant as I turn onto one of the forest trails. The ground is spongy, sinking underneath my feet. My eyes roam over the protruding roots, some large enough to sit on. The people that live here must be tired of the rain and the cold and the darkness, but the smile that hit my face in the car yesterday hasn't left. My fingers press into the moss that coats an ancient tree as I near the water. I can see speckles of deep blue through the green, and thankfully the path is taking me there. Just as the trees begin to thin out, something to my right catches my attention. Something coated in fur. Leaving the path only a little, I step over roots and weave through bushes as I hear the delicate noises of what I'm hoping is a rabbit. I catch sight of the gray thing again and move slower. It has to be a rabbit. The ground seems to get wetter the further I venture into the trees. Just as I am about to give up, the little rabbit shows itself down a dip in the forest. The path is just behind me, so I attempt to hike down the dip but end up sliding on my butt. My jeans soak up the dew and dirt as I let out a yelp. I mutter a few curses on the forest floor and try to wipe the dirt from my hands onto tree bark. Of course, the rabbit is nowhere in sight. "Just perfect," I murmur and rub my hands on my swamped pants. The mud weighs me down and makes my face scrunch up in disgust. I never had to deal with anything like this in California. As I turn to somehow get up the hill, a noise makes my heart jolt. I look back and try to assume that it's the rabbit, but the twisted branches and gray clouds are making it hard. The sound comes again like snapping twigs and rustling bushes and howling winds all in one. I suck in a sharp breath as a dark thing lurks in the distance, only visible for a second. Spinning around, I claw my way up the hill and dash for the path. My shoes seem to cake on more and more mud the more steps I take. I try to kick it off, but it's like cement. The dark thing flashes in the distance again, in front of me. My throat dries. I run in the direction of the road. When the sound of cars reaches my ears, a spark of hope ignites. I carry on through the trees and soon hop over the wooden fence and trample onto the sidewalk. Scraping off the dirt from my shoe on the curb, once I'm free, I hurry home. The clouds break and sunlight seeps through. In a few minutes, I'm charging up the porch steps and crashing into the kitchen where my mom and Grandma are. They're up at the sight of me. "There was a bear," I shout and frantically shed my layers. "What?" My mother leaves the table and comes to me. "A bear? Where?" "I was walking on the path to the beach and there was this big dark thing. I think it was a black bear. Are there black bears?" My grandma, flushed, says, "Why? There are black bears here." I should call the town hall. Usually they don't get so close. They need to put out a warning. Did it get close to you? My mom asks. It was close enough to know that I'm there. I think it was stalking me. It was behind me, then in front of me. I can feel the sweat on my face. I ran back to the street, then here. I could have died out there. My grandma grabs the phone and heads into the other room to report the sighting. I mean, thank God you're okay. They need to be aware of such things. There could be other people out there with that bear around. I take a breath. I need to shower. I fell in the mud. Okay, give me your clothes. Don't put them on the floor. Hopefully they have a warning out in a few minutes. Just let's be cautious from now on, okay? I nod and hug her before really calming down in my steaming shower. As I scrub the dirt from under my nails, I can't help but contemplate all the possible outcomes of my stupidity. I have a new rule to live by. Stay on the trail. Things lurk in the darkness. I walk to Waindale High School on Monday morning. Well, I briskly walk and avoid the trees at all costs. The bear warning was put out, but Grandma said this morning that there wasn't another sighting. It must have run off, is her reasoning. Waindale High School seems like an okay place to be. The outside is wet-looking like everything else, but like most high schools is a bunch of bricks and doors and windows and cars. The people in the front office are nice and walk me to my first class. It's like ripping off a Band-Aid every time I enter a classroom and say that I'm new. I suppose this is what happens when you change schools when the year has already begun. Some students are kind enough to introduce themselves, but most are too preoccupied with their own lives to notice my existence, which is just fine with me. It's hard coming up with things to say. At lunchtime, a girl with red hair hurries up to me and grabs my arm. I spill a sound of confusion as she takes me to a table. Gripping the strap of my bag, I stand awkwardly when she releases me. Hi, I'm Vivian, but most people call me Viv. I saw you standing over there alone, so I thought I would invite you to my table since you're new. How do you know? Your name is Wrenley, right? Right? Word travels fast around here. That's a pretty name, though. Please sit. The others should be coming soon. I glance back and make another noise of confusion. Vivian takes it upon herself to grab my hand and pull me down. You don't have to be shy, really. I hope we can be friends. I sit and place my bag on the table. Sorry, you're very straightforward. I know. Some people like it, others don't. Does it bother you? Oh, no. I'm just surprised. Her pale skin looks so delicate under her pretty blouse. Vivian smiles, and something about it makes my heart warm. So, how are you acclimating to the weather? I actually like it. It's really different than what I'm used to. Oh, she says and turns to a boy who's settling down at the table. His eyes don't leave me. Wrenley, this is my friend Eli. Eli smiles a little, nods his head, then glares at Vivian. My insides grow heavy and I wonder if I should excuse myself. What are you doing, Viv? He asks slowly. She turns away from him. So, Wrenley, do you play any sports, or are you more of a club person? I'm in the student body government as the secretary. We already had our elections for the year, though. I would suggest you join if there were still spots. Oh, that's okay. It's not really my thing. Her head tilts. So what is your thing? I like to read and watch TV. Oh, well, that's cute. A girl sits down beside Eli and seems shocked by my presence as well. Vivian perks up. Wrenley, this is my other friend, Alara. Eli and Alara are together. Isn't that cute that their names are so similar? Hi, Wrenley, Alara says, then turns to Eli. They face away from us as they talk. Beginning to feel unwelcome, I grip my bag. It was nice meeting you guys. I actually have to go to the office about schedule stuff. Vivian frowns. Oh, okay, we'll see you later then? Yeah, see you guys later. As I walk to the cafeteria doors, I peer back and watch them argue. Relief washes over me in the hallway, although I have to hide somewhere so they don't see me. Outside, there is an area with picnic tables. I take a seat even though most people are inside. My eyes are occupied by the trees anyway. The clouds aren't as dark as yesterday, so I don't have to worry about it raining when I walk home. The rest of lunch, I think about the bizarre conversation with Vivian and how her friends didn't seem to want me there. If I could, I would walk home now. When school is over, I head back and Grandma asks about my first day. It was okay. People were nice, I say. That's good. What about your classes? Do you like them? I shrug. Yeah, they're okay too. The teachers are nice. The work doesn't seem too hard. Oh, I got a call. There still aren't any other sightings. I think it went home, right? At least it's gone. I nod. Yeah, at least it's gone. That night I have the strangest dream. I'm laying on the cold, damp ground without any clothes on, buried deep in the forest at night. Laying on my side, I curl up into a ball and shake as noises become louder and louder. Leaves and dirt cling to my body, and I stay still, hearing something heavy approaching. Holding my breath, the dark thing towers over me, its electric eyes burning my skin. I squeeze my eyes shut. The dark thing licks from my hip to my shoulder, the streak of warmth jarring me awake. I can't fall back asleep. The night pours through my window and watches me. In the morning, my ghost looks back at me in the mirror, her pale skin and gray eyes startling me. Grandma made waffles and gives me an extra one, believing my sickliness to be from a lack of food. I pass my mom on the porch as I leave. This seems to be her new spot. Back home, it was the recliner in our living room. It rains on my way to school. I close my umbrella before entering the building. Just as I look up, Vivian appears. I step back as my hand slaps my chest. Oh, Vivian, hi. You scared me. Was she waiting for me? Sorry, I just saw you come in. Thought I would say hi. I realized that I may have scared you away yesterday, so I wanted to apologize if I came on too strong. I clear my hair from my face and say, No, it's okay. At least I can say I know someone here. She smiles. Great. Actually, I should tell you that my mother used to be friends with your mother. That's why I was so eager to meet you. They were close in high school. Wow, I didn't know. She hasn't told me about her old friends, so... what's your last name? I'll tell her when I get home. It's Smith. My mom's name is Talisa, but she goes by Tali. Your mom would know her by Tali. Okay, well, I'll let her know. When the day is over and I'm turning onto Grandma's property, I see my mom outside. Have you been there all day? I call to her. I'm on a roll, kid, she says while finishing up a sentence or two. I climb the steps and sit across from her. Tali Smith. She immediately looks up at me. What? What did you say? I'm friends with Tali Smith's daughter, I guess. My mom sets down her laptop and runs a hand through her hair. Oh my God, Tali Smith, she's still here? In Waindale? I guess so. Her daughter found me at school and told me. How would she know who you are? I haven't talked to Tali since I left, long before you were born. I shrug. Don't know. Just thought you would be interested. Yeah, definitely. Maybe I should reach out to her. I wonder if she's still on Moncton. Let me go ask Grandma. She gets up and disappears inside. Alone, I turn around and look over the rail. With my arms resting on top of it, I watch the empty street. There's no one across it, no house or anything, just an overgrown lot and the forest behind it. I think about my dream and that dark thing that haunts me. When I expected it to tear me apart, it licked me, which is less frightening and more puzzling. It is also weird, very weird. Thinking about the sensation makes my limbs twitch. Tonight, when I've finished getting ready for bed, I dance around the idea of sleeping and wander my dark bedroom. I settle at the window and stare out into the night until it lightens up. My mind plays tricks with me and paints an image of the dark thing against the forest. My eyes squeeze shut, shoot open, and it's gone. When it starts to come back, I repeat, squeeze shut, shoot open, it's gone. Squeeze shut, shoot open, it's gone. Then the painting becomes more detailed, limbs like a large dog, electric yellow eyes, its mouth starts to open, and I squeeze my eyes shut. Open them, it's there. Squeeze shut, open. Why won't it leave? White teeth shaped like a monster's appear, and I duck under my window. I reach up and yank the curtains closed. Not daring to look again, I crawl into bed and decide to sleep. Tossing and turning results in an hour or two of shut-eye here and there before the sun begins to rise. No, 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 I whisper to myself. Sleep, Wren, sleep. An hour later, my alarm sounds. Grandma gives me an extra bowl of cereal. What's going on with you? She asks. I told you. I'm having a hard time sleeping. My mom comes out from the bathroom and sits across from me at the table with her coffee and laptop ready to go. Still not sleeping? I shake my head. Maybe we can get you melatonin or something, she suggests. Grandma nods in agreement. Here, I'll give you money and you can stop on your way from school. She gets up and retrieves her purse, handing me a $20 bill. There's a drugstore down the street from the school on the corner, okay? After school, I make my way down the street, further than I've ever been. The drugstore is there, and on the third corner is a gas station. The fourth is a diner. I cross the street and enter the building, my $20 tucked in my pocket. It's smaller than the regular CVS or Walgreens that I'm used to, but I find the vitamin section, and luckily there are bottles of melatonin. I take one, buy it, keep the change, and cross the second street, the third, then enter the diner. A man is sat at the bar while an elderly couple is comfortable in a booth. I sit down in a booth myself and place my bag beside me. A woman with thin, blonde hair hands me a menu. I order a strawberry milkshake. As I sip and work on homework, 3 guys around my age come through the door. They're dressed in the same outfit, and I realize that they must be from the private school. All 3 sit at the bar and order sodas and burgers and fries. When one glances my way, I swiftly turn back and sip the rest of my shake. I pack up my stuff and head home, catching a glimpse of the school's crest on their shirts. A wolf? I take 2 melatonin gummies before climbing into bed. As usual, it takes a few hours for me to fall asleep, but once I am, I'm suddenly awake again. Stumbling, I grab at a near tree and stabilize myself. My vision is a little blurry, but it's night again, and I can assume what's coming. Not wanting to face the dark thing, I turn and hurry toward what must be salvation. An owl coos above me, and crickets sing below me, and the distant sound of pounding steps grows from behind. Roots pull up from the ground and tangle around my ankles. I yank my feet free and tread on. When I grab onto trees, the bark sticks to my hands. Dirt is like glue caked on my feet. The air weighs down on me. The pounding steps are louder, closer, just behind me. I fall to the ground and cry out in frustration. Everything is holding me down. Everything is on its side. Its breathing sounds in my ear. Restless, I try to jerk my limbs free and heave forward, but I'm not strong enough. Just when I expect its teeth to dig into my neck, a hand touches my back. I wake suddenly, feeling the thing's touch lingering on my skin. It was a human hand. Someone touched me. Grandma takes one look at me in the morning and shakes her head. "You still look tired, dear." I think the melatonin helped a little. Maybe I just have to get used to sleeping here. She gives me an extra pancake, but I can't eat it. I feel sick. At school, Vivian asks me to sit with them at lunch again. When the time comes around, I go back and forth in my mind, but ultimately decide to be nice to Vivian. Unlike last time, there's another person there. I walk up to the table and Vivian turns right away. "Wrenley, sit." I settle down and give everyone a small smile, not wanting to look too ambitious. The stranger, a girl with black hair, looks to Vivian, then Eli, then Alara. "You've got to be kidding me," she says, clearly upset. "Don't look at us," Eli says. Vivian matches the girl's stare and mouths something I can't make out. "Wrenley, this is Imogen." "Hi," I say. Imogen rolls her eyes and leaves the table. Feeling the anxiety swallow me whole, I turn to Vivian. "Don't worry about her," she says. "She's just in a bad mood. Oh, you know what? You should come with us after school. We're going to the private school just up the way to meet some other people." "No, Viv?" Eli interrupts. "You're going too far." "I'm sorry, Wrenley. You seem like a nice girl, but Viv is overstepping a boundary." "It's fine, really," I say before Vivian starts an argument. "I'm actually going somewhere with my mom." My walk home feels longer today. My feet drag along the sidewalk as my body reaches a new level of exhaustion. I can't help but try to take a nap when I get back, but my mind won't shut off. At this point, it's torture. I can't sleep, and when I do, I'm tormented with nightmares. My body can't take it anymore. I lied. I have no plans with my mom, and I can't help but wonder what Vivian's plans were. They know people that go to the private school, the school with the wolf crest. I'm sure they were meeting up and going somewhere together. Eli said she was crossing a boundary by inviting me. I wonder what boundary that is. Everyone here is much different than the people back home. Teens my age only cared about their looks and the opposite gender and social media, while teens here are wrapped up in other things, it seems. I shouldn't care what they're doing without me, but I'm no perfect person. Nighttime comes again, and I can't bear it. I double my dose of melatonin and take a nice bath before bed. Grandma sprays a lavender mist in my room after telling me that it helps her sleep. My mom gets me a glass of water and even tucks me in. "Just don't think about it, Wren. Don't think about anything, okay?" she says softly before shutting my light and leaving the door cracked open. Don't think about anything. I didn't think my thoughts were the problem. The issue is my body. Something is wrong with it. After hours of restlessness, I spring from my bed and storm out the front door. My bare feet hate the cold ground but continue on toward the trees. The dark thing is in there. Maybe this is what it wants. Rain sprinkles down as I step over tree roots and around rocks. The frigid air slips up my shirt and rubs its icy hands all over my skin. There's a cozy spot on the ground where moss has grown like a bed just for me. I lay down on it and shut my eyes, finally feeling at peace. As my body winds down and as my eyes are too heavy to open, someone lifts me up and carries me to dreamland. I grip at their warmth and bury myself in their essence. I wake in my bed as the sun shines through the closed curtains. I stretch out like a cat and roll over. My alarm is set to ring in a few minutes. I slept through the night. Finally, I've slept, and my dream was hardly a nightmare at all. When my grandma sees me, she smiles. The weekend is slow, but my nights have been filled with the best nights of sleep I've ever had. The rest are things are delivered a few days early, so I help bring it all inside. Some stuff is stored in the garage, but I take what I need to my bedroom to unpack. All of my little nothings are organized around my room. My mom helps me carry in my desk. There's just enough room for it. I set up my desk lamp, and my books are slid into the shelves. My computer is placed right in the center of the table, and I drop my beanbag chair in the corner of the room. It's finally starting to feel like my own space. I fill my suitcases with summer clothes and push them under the bed, but feel something in the way. Pulling it back out, I lift the bed skirt and see an article of clothing. I reach under and grab it. Holding it up, the first thing my eyes notice is the wolf crest on the upper left. It's a shirt, part of the uniform for that private school. I smell it and smell it again. It drops to the floor as my hands cover my face. Something isn't right. Why is it here? Before leaving my bedroom, I hide it under my pillow, not willing to get rid of it. At school on Monday, I sit with Vivian and her friends again. The conversation feels more regulated than usual as she asks about my interests and where I'm from. I don't hear much about her, though, and even less about her friends. Instead of walking straight home, I walk up the street, past the drugstore, and to the private school. This is my attempt at sleuthing. I'm not sure how that shirt got under my bed, and I'm not sure what I'm going to figure out by being here, but there's no point in turning back now. Walking through the parking lot, I avoid students as they leave for the day. No one seems to notice me as they talk to one another in their polo shirts and navy sweaters. I sneak around the building and find a track surrounding a field along with tennis courts. So far, the only thing I've discovered is that this place is officially called Waindale Academy. It isn't anything groundbreaking. On my way out, I catch a hint of something in the air. That smell. The one from the shirt. I wonder if they all smell like this. As I walk by the diner, I notice Vivian going inside with Eli, Alara, and Imogen. They must be meeting with their private school friends again. No wonder the conversation was so structured today. Maybe Vivian got in trouble for inviting me. The house is empty when I get home. Mom and Grandma must have left to get groceries as they mentioned this morning. I don't like being here alone. The eeriness of the woods lately has my mind wandering. Waindale isn't the same. It's changed since I was a child, and I'm not sure why. There must be a difference between visiting this town and living in it. Things lurk in the darkness and the people aren't normal. Why does Vivian reach out to me then keep me behind a wall? Something is going on with her and her friends and those private school students. I can't help but think it's drugs. Maybe they all meet up and go into the woods and do whatever drugs they do. It would explain why I'm not supposed to know. I drop my school bag on my bed and lift up my pillow. The white polo shirt and its school crest is still there, the scent diffusing off of it. The inside of Waindale Academy might smell like this, a dark and woodsy scent that reminds me of men's cologne. I need to get inside that school. The only issue is how. Everyone wears the same thing, and I may be able to disguise myself with this shirt, but that's only half of the uniform. Looking at the tag, I learn that it's a men's large. That won't help my disguise, but tells me more about its owner. There's no reason Grandma would have this shirt, so someone must have left it here, someone who wears a men's large. I swallow. Was some guy in my bedroom? I catch Vivian at school the next day as she makes her way down the hall. She seems surprised to see me. Wrenley, hi, how are you? I'm fine. I was just wondering about the private school. I found... Vivian stops me. Sorry, really, but I wouldn't know. Find me at lunch, though. You know our table. She turns and walks away, her head falling down as her eyes watch the floor. I walk to the diner after school and sit in the same booth as last time. When the familiar woman comes by with a menu for me, I ask, is there a chance that you're hiring? Her eyebrows rise. You looking for a job? I nod, and she shrugs. I can ask Paul. He's just in the back. When I get home, I find my mom as she's going through boxed things in her bedroom. Before she can ask about school, I say, "IGOB, a job?" "Where?" "At the diner across from the drugstore." She sits down on her bed. I mean, okay, I didn't know you wanted to get a job. It doesn't conflict with school, right? No. They were very accommodating to my schedule. You know, weekends, after school some days, nothing excessive. Okay. And what will you be doing? I smile. I'm a waitress, and before you say it, Laura's going to train me. Laura? She questions. Laura is the waitress there. She said she's happy to have more help around since Pat left. My mom nods and clasps her hands together. It's all right with me. Just remember that school's your priority, okay? Feeling more devious than I ever have, I promise to keep school as my number one. Many things will hopefully be uncovered through my new job. It seems the diner is somewhat of a town favorite. Between the private school students and Vivian and her friends, Waindale is about to have its secrets revealed. Monday after school, I start my first shift. I shadow Laura the entire time and leave disappointed when Vivian and her friends don't come in, let alone anyone from the private school. The next day is my only chance before waiting until my weekend shifts, so I nearly run to the diner after the bell rings. Laura sends me on my own to a few customers. Hi, welcome in, I say in my brave voice as I hand the menu. Can I get you started with anything to drink? As Laura teaches me how to make coffee again, I hear the door chime. Peering over my shoulder, I watch Vivian and Imogen walk in. A gasp escapes me and Laura turns as well. What is it? She asks. I know them. Okay, we'll give them some menus, she says, releasing me. I snatch 2 laminated menus and hurry around the bar. My face is toned down to half of the excitement as I approach the booth. Imogen sees me coming and immediately says something to Vivian. Vivian turns my way. Hi, guys, I say, and place down the menus. Wrenley? What are you doing here? Vivian asks quickly. I got a job here. I'm a waitress. Do you guys come here a lot? Vivian peers through the blinds out into the small parking lot before saying, You work here now? Well, we stopped in to grab a napkin. Your nose was running, right, Imogen? Imogen grabs a few napkins from the metal dispenser on the table and stuffs them in her pocket. Sorry, we aren't staying. Eli and Alara are waiting for us, Vivian hurriedly explains. I watch as they get up. We'll see you at school, though. Good luck with the job. And just like that, the 2 girls are slipping out the door and out of my grasp. I take the 2 menus back and Laura says, Are they supposed to be your friends? I don't know, I murmur. The door chimes again and I perk up, thinking that they may have come back in. Instead, a boy and girl in those Waindale Academy uniforms enter and sit at the bar together. I look over their uniforms before tending to them. Back at home, I watch Grandma as she looks through her closet. One moment, dear. They're in here somewhere. Oh, is this what you mean? She holds up a pair of brown chino pants. Yeah, that will work fine. They might be a little big. Here, let me get you a belt. I hold them up to my waist and hope that a belt works. Thanks again, Grandma. I just hope they fit for your presentation. That's a fun idea. You have to dress like President Kennedy. I'm sure the kids will love it. The next morning passes slowly, and the afternoon even slower. Once my teacher lets us leave for the day, instead of heading to the doors, I find a bathroom. In the stall, I change into my grandma's chino pants and the academy shirt. The polo is too baggy, so I tie it back and slip on my mother's navy sweater over top. I leave through the back door of the school as to not grab too much attention. When I reach the academy, I look to the ground and hold my school bag in front of my disguise. A few people pass me on my way toward the main doors. They merely glance my way, if anything. As I had hoped, the inside of the school begins as a large hallway, dim and pretty much empty. I take it all in. There's a bulletin board on the wall and I hurry to it. Rugby game schedule, tennis club flyer, a notice for some assembly next week. The air doesn't even smell like the shirt. What am I doing? I haven't seen you around before. My heart skips a beat and I turn toward the voice. A guy in the school uniform walks up to me and eyes my disguise. He doesn't seem fooled. I was just looking for the game schedule, I mutter, then subtly rush to the doors. You know you can't be here, right? He says, following me. Just then the smell comes back, drifting through the air as if a breeze flows through these halls. I spin around, not caring about the guy anymore. He says something swiftly under his breath before grabbing my arm. Hey! I shout and look to him. Let go of me! You can't be here, he says again, this time louder. The guy forces me out the main doors, and just before they close, I catch a glimpse of someone turning into the hallway. In a split second, the wooden door shuts in my face and a locking sound prods me. A breath escapes my lips and I face the parking lot. Do you ever notice weird things about the people here? I ask my mom and Grandma as we sit down for dinner. What do you mean, dear? Grandma asks. It's just the private school students seem kind of rude. My mom sighs. Don't worry about them. They've always been like that. Why? They're in their little bubbles of money and uniforms and tennis and they just can't be bothered, kid. It doesn't surprise me that they're still the same after all these years. When I went to school here, none of them talked to us public school kids. My brows furrow. But I know people at my school who are friends with some of them. They won't let me meet them or something. My mom sets down her fork. Maybe you need to find better friends, Wren. I agree, says Grandma. There are much nicer kids. What about Tolly's daughter? Are you still talking to her? She's one of them, I explain. My mom's face falls. Before bed, I take the Waindale Academy shirt and throw it in the garbage outside. I don't want to think about them anymore. I don't want to care. They can hang out without me and play tennis and smell really good and do whatever. If Vivian and Imogen and the rest of them want to keep me as a so-called friend, but can't treat me like one, then I'm over it. At least I have my job at the diner to keep me busy now that I'm back to being alone. This night is terrible, sleepless, frustrating. I took melatonin, but it stopped working. For hours I kick covers off, pull them on, switch my pillow, drink a glass of water, go to the bathroom, sweat through my pajamas, feel my stomach flip upside down. At 4 o'clock in the morning, I give up. Instead, I take a shower and finish homework. The sun rises through the windows as I sit at the table in the kitchen. Everything turns to a golden hue, and it entrances me enough to lure me outside. I walk out onto the porch with a blanket wrapped around my shoulders, seeing the grass wet with dew. I look out at the empty lot across the street and watch the tall grass wave back and forth. Something in the trees catches my attention. I squint between the trucks where something large seems to be. With my slippers on, I walk down the steps and to the edge of the road. The large thing becomes a dark thing, and its yellow eyes flash at me before sinking back. My chest begins to ache. Without thinking, I run across the street and onto the lot. I push through the grass as it itches my bare legs. There's a sense of determination building inside of me, taking over my conscience. Entering the trees, I frantically look around, dirtying my slippers on the forest floor. Hello? I call, unaware of what may answer. Hello? The forest is still. No rustling bushes or crunching leaves. I spin slowly in a circle and scan everything or absolutely anything. The smell, it lingers in the air. The smell from the Waindale Academy uniform. It clouds in my head and makes me turn back. I walk mindlessly through the tall grass, across the road, and into the house. As I close the front door and fall back against it, Grandma appears from the hall. Wrenley, she questions. What are you doing? There's something out there, Grandma, I mumble. Something is watching me. She leads me into the kitchen. Have you slept at all? You look exhausted, dear. I shake my head. I can't sleep. Again, but it was going so well. Something is out there. The dark thing. The dark thing is watching me. Grandma says, that's it. You're going back to bed. I have school. I'll explain to your mother. This is getting ridiculous. You just go back in bed and try to fall asleep, all right? I'll handle things from here. Saturday, I'm at the diner. Laura handles the tables while I deal with the bar. It's busier than it is on weekdays, which distracts me from how tired I am. I'll have a cup of coffee every few hours just to keep me on my feet. There have been a few close calls when it comes to spilling drinks or dropping plates, but somehow I've managed to keep the food off the floor. Toward the end of my shift, as the lunch rush dies down, Vivian Smith comes through the door. My shoulders drop, as does my stomach. But it's been doing that a lot lately. "Wrenley," she says and comes to the bar. "I'm busy." She looks around at the few occupied tables before her eyes return to me. "I won't be long. I just came to tell you that you can't go to the academy, okay?" My lips part. "What? You just can't, okay? Just promise me you won't." "What is this about? How do you even know I went there?" Vivian simply watches me for a moment. "I want to tell you, I really do, but it's not my place." "Tell me what? Why can I be around you guys only at school? Why can't I go to the academy?" "You know what? Fine. Don't tell me your little secrets, but please just leave me alone." "Wrenley, I have to get back to work." My school bag slips off my shoulder as I walk to school on Monday morning. I haul it back up and rub my puffy eyes. My surroundings blur, then slowly straighten back up, nearly making me dizzy. A car passes by then, so very loud as its tires push against the worn-down road. I can't think right now. When I try, my head starts to pound. I wander into the main school building and flinch at the sound of slamming lockers and blaring voices. The day passes slowly. At lunch, I spot Vivian and her friends. She looks as if she wants to call my name and talk things over, but before she can, I turn and walk in the other direction. I meant it when I said I was over them. Even back home, where friendships seemed so shallow and meaningless, the few friends I had treated me better. At least they tried to include me. My mom doesn't know what to do about my sleeping habits, but it's not just that now my appetite has vanished as well. Grandma can't get away with giving me extra waffles anymore, not when I can barely finish the first one. My grades are dropping as I constantly forget about homework, and most days if I'm not at school I'll be struggling at the diner. And Laura can only be so forgiving. I trudge home with aching legs. The only good thing about today is that the weather has been kind. My first 2 weeks of being in Waindale consisted of rain and clouds and more rain, but today the clouds are white and the sun shines through them. I glance up at the sky for the few seconds I can. When my eyes come back down, the forest beside me looks dark and the creature in it stares. I freeze in place. My throat clogs up. The giant brown wolf watches me. Utterly shocked, I look over its thick, warm-toned fur and vicious paws. It moves slightly, and suddenly I know it is not a statue. Clenching my jaw, I steadily turn away and carefully take a step, then another and another. I can feel its eyes on me, taking in my limbs that it can so easily tear apart. My chest vibrates as I slowly make my way down the sidewalk, ready for it to pounce at any moment. Curse words repeat in my head. I hesitantly look around for other people or a passing car, but I'm alone. My eyes begin to water as the intense fear settles in the pit of my stomach. Eventually, I'm walking onto Grandma's property and up the porch steps. I open the door and rely completely on muscle memory to set down my bag, take off my shoes, and enter the kitchen. Grandma is there, bent over large bowls, making something. She says, "Wrenley, how was school? Feeling any better?" When I don't answer promptly, she turns. "Wrenley, dear, is everything all right?" My eyes rise from the tiles and land on her worried face. "I think I'm going to take a nap." My mom drives me to school the next day. When she asks why, I tell her it's because I don't feel well enough to walk, which isn't really a lie. In the car, she brings up the option of seeing a doctor. If my lack of sleep and other issues are causing this much trouble, she doesn't feel right just waiting to see if it gets better. My mother is worried that there may be an underlying cause. When I walk into school, before I can even take 3 steps, Vivian appears in front of me. I halt and suck in a breath. When my lips part, ready to mutter whatever words come to mind so I can ditch, she says, "I know what you saw, Wrenley." Vivian takes my hand and leads me to a quiet corner down a quiet hallway. I'm going to get into so much trouble for this. I may as well be digging my own grave. "What's going on?" She stops and turns to me. "You saw a wolf in the forest yesterday. It was watching you, right?" I nod, wrapping my arms around my body. "Did you tell anyone?" I thought I was just seeing things. I haven't been sleeping much lately. I thought I was hallucinating or something, but you're saying that it was really there? And how do you... Vivian's face scrunches before she says, "That was me." I stare at her. What? Sorry, I don't get it. That was me. I was the wolf. How were you the wolf? I ask, not believing a word she's saying. I didn't take Vivian for the daydreaming fantasy I'm special type. I hope you understand the consequences for what I'm doing, she dramatizes. Me and Imogen and Eli, we're not human. Not really. Well, sometimes. Most of the time, actually. We have this ability to shift into something else. Are you following? I grip my sweater and say nothing at all. Well, we shift into wolves. Big wolves, she says, making me reconsider my decision to follow her. What you saw yesterday was me in my shifted form. I open my mouth and take in a breath and say, "So you guys pretend to be werewolves is what you're saying?" Vivian shakes her head and takes my hands in hers. "No, Wrenley, we don't pretend. We are werewolves. Real-life werewolves. What I saw yesterday was a wolf. What I'm seeing now is you, a human. I mean, you guys can do whatever you want, but you don't have to talk to me like I still believe in Santa Claus." "I thought this would be easy for some reason," she mumbles. "You want me to prove it? Is that what this is all leading to? You want me to shift?" It's fine, Vivian. I have to go to class anyway." She rolls her eyes and grabs me again, pulling me further into the school. "Let's just make this quick," she mutters as a door appears at the end of a hall. Feeling uncomfortable, but curious at the same time, I go along with it and wonder what in the hell Vivian is going to do. Would it be rude if I laugh? What if I can't control it? At least I'm not thinking about how tired I am. She pushes the door open and takes me outside. We walk toward the trees in silence. Once we're buried deep enough, Vivian spins around and motions for me to back up. "I have to take off my clothes," she says. "Is that really necessary?" "You don't have to do this," I tell her, again hoping I don't let a laugh slip. When she says nothing, I sigh and turn around. I hear her moving and dropping what is supposedly her clothes to the ground. "Okay," she says. "I'm going to shift now. Just don't scream." My brows raise. Suddenly an orchestra of bizarre sounds compels me to turn around, and when I do, my neck cranks up. Looking down at me is the face of a wolf. Not even a second later, a scream bursts from my throat, and I tumble backward, falling to my butt. I scream again and scramble against the dirt and pine needles. The wolf steps forward, making me flinch. "Vivian!" I shout. "Vivian, help!" The wolf comes closer and my eyes squeeze shut. When teeth aren't puncturing my flesh or ripping my head off, I open them. Vivian is standing before me with her hands hardly keeping her decent. A weird noise leaves me as I scoot back again and clamber to my feet. What the hell? "I told you I was a werewolf, and I told you not to scream." Oh my God, I frantically walk around and pick up my school bag from the ground. That didn't just happen. Vivian swiftly dresses herself while trying to calm me down. "This isn't real. This is a dream. I'm dreaming and you didn't really just become a wolf. None of this is actually happening." "It's actually happening? Wrenley, no, that's impossible. I just showed you that it is." I look straight at her. "How did you do it? What's the big trick?" "Trick?" she gapes. "There's no trick. I'm a werewolf. Do you want me to do it again?" I shake my head and squeeze my bag against my chest. "Why is this happening? Why did you do that?" "Because you were going to find out sooner or later." "Why?" I ask, wanting to know everything and absolutely nothing. Part of me is attempting to digest this, but the other part is begging to escape home to California. Vivian struggles to answer. "You just can't tell anyone that you know, okay? Not Imogen or Eli, and definitely not your mom or anyone else. If all of this is real, if you're actually a werewolf, then why are you trusting me with this?" "Why me?" "You know about him, don't you?" I swallow. "What? You went to the academy. You're trying to piece it all together. What is it that gave hints away? Did you see him? Did you hear something?" "See who, Vivian? Who's he?" "Just tell me what triggered your snooping." Crossing my arms, I hold my breath. "I guess I went to the academy because of the shirt that was in my room. I started working at the diner because I know you guys are keeping secrets about your friends or the academy. I thought it was drugs, but it's this, right? The secret is that you all do this. Shift into wolves." Vivian moves closer. "There was a shirt in your room?" Under the bed, a men's large, from the academy. Her eyes glimmer a little as the corner of her lips twitch upward. And did it smell? Smell nice? Good? At all? I press my lips together. It did, didn't it? She asks. I knew it. Do you know about the dark thing then? The only thing that makes any sense is that the thing is like one of you. Is it Imogen or Eli? Vivian blinks. What dark thing? What are you talking about? There's a thing watching me, stalking me. It's a giant beast thing, but now that I've seen you, maybe it's a wolf. It's not brown though, it's black, really dark. It has yellow eyes. It's in my dreams too. I thought it was my mind playing games with me, but it's one of you, right? Imogen has black hair. Is it her? Vivian's eyes widen before she suddenly covers her mouth with her hand. I knew it, she says, muffled. She even jumps up and down, laughing. Is it her then? Have you guys been stalking me? Why? Vivian shakes her head. It's not Imogen. It's him. Will you just tell me, Vivian, I press. What's going on? Why is he watching me? Do you know him? Does he want to hurt me? She stops and thinks for a moment. Vivian? Her green eyes look straight into mine. Oh, I am so going to be screwing myself over here. She couldn't tell me. Vivian couldn't tell me who he is, not yet, anyway. It's like finding out I'm going to die tomorrow, but unaware of how and when. Walking home from school was a nightmare, the anxiety weighing on me, the fear of seeing his eyes in the brush. That's all I know about the dark thing now, that it is not a thing, but a he. Was the Waindale Academy shirt his? Why is he watching me? Does he want to hurt me? Do I know him? How long has he been here? None of these questions have been answered. I've only been given the unimportant, meaningless knowledge that it is a he, and I suppose that he is a werewolf like Vivian and Imogen and Eli. It makes me wonder about Alara, though. What is she? What is any of this? Wrenley? Looking up from my plate, I'm faced with my mother and grandma. Aren't you hungry, dear? I glance back to my untouched food. Yeah, sorry. Just have a lot going on at school, that's all. They watch as I fork some potatoes into my mouth, watch as I chew with no appetite at all. All right. Well, are things getting better with your friends? Have you met anyone new? My mom asks. Actually, Vivian and I are talking again. She's including me more, so I think I'm getting over what they did. Oh, that's good. Maybe I can invite Tally's family over for dinner one night then. What do you think, Mom? Grandma nods. Yeah, of course. It would be nice to see her again. After dinner, I finish homework and take a shower. With a towel wrapped around my body and my wet hair sticking to my skin, I take a moment, looking in the mirror. For the past few days, ever since Vivian revealed her secret and showed me that fantasies are real, I've been trying to cope with it all. It's hard to comprehend that people can shift into giant wolves. Are vampires real? What about witches? When I was young, I wished and wished that I would meet a fairy. I dress in my bedroom after finishing up in the bathroom. My curtains are open, and I immediately think about those yellow eyes. I walk over to close them, but wonder if he's out there right now. There's a feeling in my core, a feeling that just knows he is. My eyes scan the tree line. When my mom and grandma have gone to bed, I yank on my jeans and cover up with my hoodie. The pull in my chest is too strong to ignore, so I slip out the front door and wander toward the pine trees. Crickets sing in the background as I enter the forest. The fear that I felt days ago, the fear I had towards this person, has withered away and has been replaced with curiosity. A gentle breeze flows high up in the branches of the trees, bringing a calming sound to my ears, making the darkness not so dark. The pulling in my chest grows stronger, and suddenly, I know he's here. I suck in a sharp breath when I turn. The large black wolf with those electric yellow eyes is stood there, unwavering. It's big, bigger than I thought, bigger than Vivian. Its eyes don't leave me, not for a second. I breathe out and see my breath smoke into the crisp night air. This is a delicate situation, one I could never be prepared for, but the scent of this wolf and the warmth in my heart takes my worries away. Everything is foreign to me. I feel like a child. There's so much I don't understand yet. I step forward, and the wolf moves. Who are you? I ask, my voice soft. The wolf turns and walks. Wait, it stops, looks back at me, then runs off into the trees and the brush until I can't see it anymore. My eyes are glassy, wet, and confused. I didn't want it to go, and I don't know why. It has a hold on me. Back in the house, I eat. My stomach makes noises that are of a natural disaster, and I eat until I've filled up all that has been emptied. Afterward, I go to bed. I sleep deeply and right through my alarm. My mother's hand wakes me as she resorts to shaking. My eyes open. My God, Wren, I thought you were dead. I spot Vivian at school. I push through the few students in my way and latch onto her. It's been 3 days since I've last seen her, since she revealed herself. She turns swiftly and relaxes at the sight of me. Oh, Wrenley. I did, she says. I talked to people, and I was right. I got myself in a lot of trouble. Is that why you've been gone? Did they do something to you? Vivian crosses her arms. Look, the bad news is that I have to keep my mouth shut from now on. I could have been rejected from the pack. I could be a rogue right now, but my friends defended me. I'm sorry, Wrenley. It's just not my place. Then whose place is it? I ask with more desperation than I would like. She takes a long breath. His. So you can't tell me who he is? She shakes her head and I say, I saw him last night, in the forest. Saw him? I had this feeling in my gut, so I went out into the trees and he was there. A giant black wolf, the yellow eyes, everything. I tried to ask him who he was, and he ran off. Vivian nods and paces a little. I mean, if I can't tell you if no one can, then you'll have to figure it out yourself. You're going to have to try and get through to him. A girl passes and we wait for her to walk far enough. Get through to a wolf. He's not just a wolf, Wrenley. That's just his shifted form. Most of the time he's human like us, and he's going to be. Vivian stops herself. Just try again, okay? What if he doesn't come back? Trust me, he will. Part of me wants to find him. I don't want to face a frightening wolf. I want to face a human. If I'm right, he goes to the academy, but Vivian makes it sound like that isn't an option. Last time I was there, I got kicked out, and I don't even have the shirt anymore. I'm glad it's gone, though. And it felt weird to have some guy's shirt under my pillow. I walked to the beach after school, not having a shift at the diner today. The dirt path that I followed my second day here is the one I take, but there are no worries in my head about seeing something. I feel like I've seen everything at this point. 2 huge werewolves, what else can scare me in these woods? The water is gloomy. It rises up on those many little pebbles and drains back down. I stand at the waterline with my hands warm in my jacket. My eyes watch the rising and falling again and again until the distance calls to me. There's nothing. Just inky water that looks unforgiving. My eyes trail along the horizon until they reach the cliffs, green and jagged. The needle-like rocks below stop anyone from cliff jumping. Waves crash up against the base like it's slowly wasting the mountains away. Slowly. I gaze up to the top where monstrous trees stare out at the ocean. One day I want to hike up there and stand at the end and look out as they do. As I climb back up to the road, the rocks and pebbles beneath me give way. I collapse onto my hands and knees, feeling my palms scream. My jeans protect my knees, but when I look at my hands, tiny little scrapes flush red until blood dots out. I pick the rocks from my skin and avoid rubbing my hands on anything until I get home. Grandma helps me clean up and sprays the terrible, stinging antibacterial spray. My face scrunches up as she does so. Just like when you were young, she says, amused. Do you remember when you fell off the clothesline? Yeah, I do. I stayed off it, didn't I? Nothing works like a little pain, dear. When I sneak out into the forest tonight, he isn't there. I can feel it. There's an absence of something inside of me. Not wanting to give up, I wait for an hour, then ultimately decide that it's far too cold for this. My butt has started to ache from the boulder and is missing the comfort of my bed. Knowing how well I slept last night, I'm eager to get into bed. It's anticlimactic, though. I lay there for a few hours until my mind finally shuts off. Saturday, I have a shift at the diner. Laura welcomes me in and says that I'm looking better. An hour or 2 into serving, the door chimes and in walks Vivian and her friends. She waves to me. They gather at a booth and I quickly bring them menus. Hey guys, I say, surprised. Alara and Eli are on one side while Vivian and Imogen are on the other. We know that you know, Imogen says. Even though we didn't decide to tell you, it's about time, I guess. Vivian gives a guilty smile. At least we don't have to keep secrets anymore. Well, that many secrets. Does she know about... Alara starts. Vivian interrupts. No, but she'll get there. Did you see him last night? What? I shake my head. No, I went out, but he wasn't there. That's okay. Maybe tonight then. I set down the menus, discouraged. I mean, am I supposed to keep doing this every night? What if I don't want to? Why can't you guys just tell me what the big deal with this guy is? We aren't allowed, Eli says. Because of what? Imogen looks me in my eyes. Because he said so. So what? You guys just let him push you around. Vivian can't help but laugh a little. We don't really have a choice, Wrenley. That's ridiculous. Maybe I don't want to figure it out then. Why would I want to know someone like that? Trust me, Imogen says. We wish we could just say it. I wait impatiently in the forest again, hugging myself in the cold and minutes away from kicking a rock. This is ridiculous. For some reason, I have to face this guy, and no one can just tell me what's going on because he wants to make it even more difficult. If my mom or grandma woke up, they'd think I've been kidnapped. The police may as well be out searching for me with flashlights and dogs. Tired of sitting, I get up from the boulder and walk around. The night is still and nearly lifeless. Hardly any crickets are chirping, and the only sounds I have to comfort me are the breeze and the ocean in the distance. Ignoring the sudden crack or rustle is getting harder. He hasn't been back since I tried to talk to him that first night, approximately 3 nights ago. At this point, I'm exhausted, grubby, frustrated. The list goes on and on. After another few minutes of waiting, I trudge home and crash into bed. But of course, I can't fall asleep. I never can. At school the next day, I approach Vivian with bags under my eyes that are big enough to carry her books. She looks over me and asks if I'm okay. No, I'm really not. I don't care about whoever this guy is. He isn't watching me anymore, so I don't see a reason to wait out there for him in the cold. You can tell me or not, either way, I don't care. Before I can stomp off, she grabs me. I don't know why he has to be so difficult, she mutters. Maybe if you... Does he go to the academy? I ask, catching her off guard. Wrenley, Does he go there? Just tell me. Vivian gives me a regretful face. You can't go there. I really mean it. You weren't supposed to find out about that. It was his fault for leaving the shirt behind, but if you want to make things easy... I don't care about easy. What I've been doing certainly isn't easy. Finding out all of this isn't easy. Having to figure things out on my own isn't easy. I'm tired of waiting around like an idiot for him to come to me. I'm going to him. Her grip tightens. No, Wrenley, it will only make things worse. We're supposed to watch over you. Make sure you don't do stuff like that. Watch over me? I question. Since when? The beginning? Is that why you reached out to me? Is that why you needed to be my friend? Jesus, Vivian, what's going on? Vivian sighs and lets go. She runs her hands through her hair, nearly pulling. Okay. Fine, I'll try to talk to him. I doubt he'll listen to me after I revealed what we are to you, but I'll try, okay? I'm still so confused. Instead of things clearing up, it's just getting more twisted and tangled. Finding him at the academy seems like such a quick solution, but this is a tower of cards I'm treading around. One gentle blow and who knows what will rain down upon me. As Vivian talks, I pick up new information here and there. A pack, something about rogues. I'll keep gathering clues. That's all I can do, really. I simply wait for hints to be dropped and wait for him to appear. If I can't go to him, how can I bring him to me? What can I do to reel this thing in? That night, I sneak out of the house yet again. The majority of his appearances happen at night, so it only makes sense. I bury myself in the trees, my jaw clenched and fists curled with determination. The light from Grandma's porch vanishes, and I know I am far enough, after a few minutes of standing, just as one of the poised and unflustered pines, the familiar feeling blooms in my gut. My eyes spring from rock to trunk to rotting log. I'll tell them, I say softly. The night whispers back to me. I'll tell everyone. Something dark skulks between the trees behind the brush. I stare, waiting to see those yellow eyes beam back at me. I'll tell them what you are, what Vivian is, what Imogen and Eli are. Footsteps sound from behind and I swiftly turn. I suck in a breath as the beast shows itself, steadily emerging from the shadows. The scent of him caresses me. I watch until the wolf stops moving closer. When I take a step, not satisfied, its head bows. Before it dashes off, having changed its mind, I continue on slowly and reach my hand out. It could very well bite it clean off if it so desires, but its eyes stay aimed at the ground. I eagerly run my hand over its thick fur. dense and smooth, I feel again. My hand tingles slightly as an internal warmth ignites. Under my skin, something unnatural makes my eyes wet. I pull back and nurse my hand against my chest. The wolf looks to me, its mouth full of teeth inches away. "Who are you?" I ask, then realize that he can't speak. "Why don't you change? I mean, into your human form." He doesn't seem to like that. The wolf takes a few steps past me. "Wait, don't go," I say, breathless. "Vivian tells me to wait for you, but I don't know how much longer I can wait for. I want to know what's going on, and apparently you're the only one that can tell me, so please just, why were you watching me?" Its eyes don't leave me. "I can't go to the academy because you're there. Why can't I see you as a person? Why only like this? Do I know you? Is that it? Are you my father?" The wolf makes a low, guttural noise and moves its head to the side, as if saying no. "Who then? Are you connected to me in some way?" It looks back at me. Without a doubt, that means yes. Before I can ask something else, the wolf walks off. As I hurry to follow it, its head snaps back at me and it flashes its teeth. Taken back, I halt. "Please," I murmur. It leaves me. I stand alone in the forest once again. At home, the inhuman warmth and comfort that flowed through me leaves as well. When morning comes, all that helped me fall asleep, all that made me feel human again, has disappeared. It's as if whenever I see him, I'm fueled for only a short period of time. I talk with Grandma, say bye to my mom, walk to school, but fail to find Vivian. My excitement to update her about my small breakthrough dies off after lunch. I couldn't find Imogen or Eli or even Alara. It's as if everyone has taken the day off. Instead of returning home after school, I make my way into what I assume to be the center of town. Just on the water, small shops and restaurants welcome me in. I suppose this is where everyone in town vanishes to. I see the houses and the cars, but never the people. Not until now, anyway. A vintage ice cream parlor catches my attention. I walk by and peer through the window, seeing a young family as they pick out flavors. Beside the parlor is a Native American shop of spiritual paintings and carvings. In the window is a carving of a wolf, and I can't help but smile. A girl and boy walk past me, and their academy uniforms glisten in the sun like lost treasure. Immediately intrigued, I subtly stalk them. I follow as they walk past the stores onto the old pier and to the railing. The pair look over at the water and talk. I stay a few paces behind and hide around a light post. "I don't think he wants it, not really," the girl says. "No, trust me, he does." "Well, then he doesn't make it seem like he does." The boy shrugs and turns around, leaning back on the railing. I panic and try to hide myself more. When was he ever the kind of guy to show how he's feeling? It's just, I don't know if he'll make a good alpha, that's all. The boy laughs. "That's just because you're mad he's not your mate. You're mad that you don't get to be Luna." "Shut up! You're so full of shit." Either way, he's going to be alpha whether you're Luna or not, and if I've heard right, it's going to be soon. How are we supposed to take him seriously when he's disappearing all the time now? Where is he even going? I don't trust him. "Just don't let him hear you say that," he boy says. My chest tightens as I quietly blend into the background. Once far enough, my mind is cluttered with thoughts and questions and a need to research. Alpha? Luna? That must be like pack and rogue, a pack of wolves that I understand. An alpha must be the alpha of the pack, but I've never heard the term Luna. I thought that was just a girl's name. Maybe I should ask Vivian, but I don't know where to find her. Maybe if I just type things into my computer, something will come up. Are those students werewolves too? Are all students at the academy werewolves? One thing at a time, Wren. One thing at a time. "Vivian!" I call, catching a glimpse of her down the hall. I race through students as they herd into the cafeteria. Her red hair bobs through the door and disappears as I slip past bodies. Once inside, I hurriedly make my way to their table, surprised to see everyone there. They look my way and I stand before them, my chest moving rapidly up. "Wrenley," Vivian says brightly, "come on, sit down." I place my bag on the table and take a seat beside her while eyeing the group. Imogen looks unbothered as usual. Eli and Alara are close, and Vivian is looking excitedly at me. There's some stuff I want to ask you about," I say, catching Imogen's attention as well. "Really? Did something happen?" "Well, I saw these two students from the academy," I start, "and I overheard them talking about an Alpha and Luna. Does that have to do with you guys?" I'm assuming it's a wolf thing. I lower my voice. Vivian looks to Imogen, then back at me. Oh, yeah, it is. Did you hear anything else? Anything about an alpha or Luna? I shake my head. I just thought you could explain it to me. Well, an alpha is the leader of the pack, right? And the Luna is like the queen to his king. It's really not so complicated. Are you all in a pack, then? Vivian nods. There's only one pack in Waindale. Do all the academy students belong to the pack that you belong to? Is there going to be a new alpha? What's a rogue? And can anyone be an alpha or Luna? Are one of you guys? Imogen chuckles. Someone's putting the pieces together. Wow, a lot of questions. Vivian smiles nervously. Not all academy students are werewolves. There is going to be a new alpha. Only someone of alpha blood can be an alpha, which none of us are. Oh, and a rogue is a wolf that doesn't belong to a pack. Giving it all away, aren't we? Eli comments. Vivian rolls her eyes. None of this matters, Wrenley, unless you get through to him. None of it matters? Why? I didn't think there was so much to learn, but it's all very interesting, intriguing. Who has alpha blood? Is it like a chosen one kind of thing? Enough questions for today, she says briskly. Just keep trying to communicate with him. Vivian's urge for me to get through to this guy is starting to get on my nerves. There is obviously something going on with him, but I'd love to learn more about their kind and how they work. An entire myth has been brought to life in front of me, yet all I'm allowed to do is wait for the silent wolf to speak. I follow the needle-ridden path up the mountain after school. It had been raining all throughout the school day and is just clearing up now. The air is heavy and smells of wet moss. Unlike the paths I've taken, the underbrush is much more fierce, reaching out onto the trail and ready to trip me. Not many people take this path, I suppose. It's overgrown, covered in fallen leaves, and hidden away in the shadows. The climb alone is enough to make my head spin. After half an hour of hiking, the ground begins to level out, and the horizon is visible through the trees. I can nearly hear the waves as they crash against the jagged rocks all the way at the cliff's base. The towering pine trees thin out as I near the edge. Within a few more steps, I'm peering over into the dreary blue beneath me. I hold my breath as I look over. My heart sinks. The wind is unforgiving. Something is behind me, and I release it all as I sit down. The ground is rough. I shrug my bag from my shoulder and stretch. Although the wind is powerful up here, it doesn't stop his scent from drifting to me. I can feel him, his presence, but I don't want to turn. It's easier if I can't see him. Shift, I call out. Shift into a human. My hair brushes against my face as I nearly look back. From the corner of my eye, I can see his black fur. Why won't you do it? I ask, again fighting the need to look. Is there something I have to do first? Have I done something wrong? I don't understand. A part of me thinks that at any second I'll be sent flying off the mountain. One push, and this beast can send me plummeting to my death. I peek again, only black fur and nothing human-like. But this time I can't help it. I scramble to my feet and face him with impatience. So much impatience and yearning that throwing a fit seems like the only answer. As I try to bottle up my frustrations, the wolf watches me. Always watching me. Just shift. My God, I can't do this anymore. Every night going into the forest, waiting to see if you'll show up, never getting anything from you. Christ, I don't even know who you are. The only reason I'm here is because of Vivian. The wolf makes a low growl. Shift or leave. Shift or leave me alone from now on because I'm not waiting anymore. The thing turns to leave. Feeling out of control, I shout, no. What are you getting out of this? Please, if you would become a human, you could actually respond. It doesn't move closer or face me any more than it is, but the wolf doesn't step any further either. Fine, maybe you'll never answer, but I won't stop asking. I won't stop asking why there's always a scent in the air when you're around. I'm smart enough to know that wolves don't smell like this, or why you come to me at all. I won't stop asking who you are either. It's not fair because something inside of me wants you to be around, and I don't know why. Whenever you're here, my body feels different, and I'm not hurting anymore. After I see you, I can sleep and I can eat, and I don't feel this oncoming dread. I don't think I'll ever stop wondering why. There's a human side of you, and sometimes all I want is to see it, to hear you talk, to hear you say anything, really. Just shift, please. If you just shift, we could. The wolf turns away and heads for the trees. Words of desperation escape my lips before I hurry after it. Thrashing through the brush, I frantically look for the animal. Like a blur, a dark, cruel blur, the beast runs into oblivion. I stand alone on the cliff, in the trees, exposed and furious. Dark thoughts consume my mind, thoughts of betrayal and carelessness and selfishness. Something inside of me broke. My last bit of restraint has been all used up, and there's none left to stop me from storming that damn academy. There's a sense of finality. No more waiting, no more walking around on eggshells. This need inside of me doesn't care about my promise to Vivian. It doesn't care about friendships or trustworthiness. There is one goal on my mind. I must find him at the academy as soon as possible. I gave him plenty of opportunities, and now it's time for me to get what I deserve. Truth. The next day I sit throughout my classes, still knowing that once that last bell rings, I will finally put an end to this. At lunch, I avoid Vivian and her friends. It's helpful to shove in earphones and keep my head busy. If the music is just loud enough, I can't think about backing out. I keep my earphones in as I walk out of the school and up the road. It serves well as a pep talk as long as the right stuff keeps playing. Soon enough, Waindale Academy comes into view and my heart bounces around in my chest, restless and wired. I stare at the brick building. A hurricane of emotion is brewing inside of me and is ready to rain havoc upon Waindale. I power through the parking lot, undisguised, like a sunflower in a field of poppies. Many students glance my way and stare as I climb the steps and push through the heavy doors that were once slammed in my face. My feet seem to grow heavier the closer I get. Inside this dim hallway is a trace of the scent, his scent. There's something so distinct and unforgiving about it. I could follow it with a blindfold on and avoid all obstacles. My eyes spring from one academy student to the next, anxious that someone is going to drag me out again. With my arms crossed, I follow the scent down the left hallway and face many doors. The sound of echoing voices comes from all directions and makes me feel as if this is a nightmare. The echoes of my own footsteps send a chill up my spine. The only thing keeping me from dashing out like a frightened cat is the fact that the scent is growing stronger. It leads me to the end of the hall where I am faced with another decision. Left or right? Right, this time. I notice my pace speeding up. When the scent is almost as it is when I'm with him, I find myself practically running. Then there's a door. The one he's behind. I'm sure of it. My hand shakes relentlessly as I reach for the handle. Unexpectedly, my mind wipes clean. It's all too much. I can't think of anything at all as I press down and push the door open. People are inside. He's inside. I know it, I can feel it, but it's hard to move. They're silent, waiting for me to enter. I swallow my worries and take the steps that must be taken. My eyes dance around him, looking at anything but the group of people. It's a classroom, a nice and neat one with windows and desks and chairs, and this is torture. A wave of liveliness washes over me and my worries clog my throat. I'm caught between strange feelings of passion and comfort and those of fear and angst. It feels like it's going to rip me in two. My lips part when I spontaneously decide to look. It's not hard to look. That's the easy part. Comprehending what I am looking at is where it all makes my head hurt. I haven't considered much to be perfect, or maybe I haven't thought enough about what is exactly perfect to me. But he is perfect. He's perfect in both his world and mine and any other that may be out there. He, no longer an it or beast or thing, is sat in front of me, looking back at me as a being of perfection, and is making me feel inadequate. Only one thing connects him to the wolf that I know, and that is the dark hair. There are no yellow eyes or monstrous teeth. He has a beautiful face, angular and brooding. I can't stop looking at it. The two guys beside him stand. "Are you satisfied?" he asks. They walk toward me, and I know their job is to throw me out. I am too infatuated to care, though. The sound of his voice, I have to blink to stop my eyes from watering. It seems to be something I'll never understand as a human. His being, the perfection, is forever a mystery to my kind. As the guys gently touch me and lead me to the door, he says, "Leave her. Forget it." I watch them walk around me and out the door. Their obedience has me curious. Sunlight filters through the windows, seeping through the thinning clouds and resting on his face. Would it be silly to say that he sparkles in the sunlight? Or is my head caught up in fictional fantasies and not this real one? Either way, unearthly or not, he looks at me, waits for me to speak, but nothing leaves my lips. "You're not allowed here, Wrenley," he says. My stomach wobbles inside of me. How does he know my name? How much did Vivian tell you? Do you know what is happening here? His voice makes me giddy. There is no way that he is also that scary, rude, stubborn, supersized beast. I murmur, "Why do I feel this way? I don't. What are you?" He stands from the desk he was leaning against. This must be the one thing she's left out. "Tell me, what do you know, Wrenley?" Every time he says my name, my heart squeezes. It's all too much. I watch as he drifts closer, trying to turn off the questionable thoughts in my head. A whiteboard is mounted behind me, and I settle against it. I wonder if any teacher has ever written on it, or if this is all just a facade. What do I know? I know about your kind a little. I know that there's a pack in Waindale, and that wolves who don't belong to a pack are rogue. Vivian said an alpha rules the pack. I don't get it, though. Why this concerns me. His eyes gaze down at me. You're aware of the scent, aren't you? You told me that something inside of you wants me to be around, that your body feels different in my presence. That was before, I mutter, feeling my face heat up. Just why? What don't I know? Doesn't everyone feel that way? No, Wrenley, only you feel that way around me. I peer up at him. Why? Because we're connected, as you said. Connected? I repeat. How are we connected? I don't know you, not really. He stands in front of me and my blush intensifies. I've never been this type of girl. Guys don't affect me this way. Back home, I couldn't care less about dating and flirting and chasing and all those ridiculous things. Why am I such a blushing idiot now? I have seen beautiful people before. I know they exist. But for some reason, when it comes to him, I have no recollection of such things. Are you sure you want to know? He asks seriously and not teasingly. Is it really that bad? Some people think so. He holds out his hand and tells me with his eyes to place mine on top. Go on, he says. I lift my hand and steadily place it down on his bigger one. Instead of an electric shock, a bizarre good feeling makes me pull back. It's hard to admit that pleasure can come from such a small act. The sensation reminds me of when I felt his fur, only more severe. I release a shaky breath. Why did... You're my mate, he says bluntly. Mate? We're mated. You and I have been bonded to one another. My lips part. No words come out except an unsure noise. Why? What does it mean to be mated? Every one of our kind is given a mate. A mate is, to put it lightly, like a life partner. But I'm not one of you. I'm human. He nods. I know. It's an unusual situation. My mind runs 1,000,000 miles per second, gluing everything together. Smite, that's why you were always there. That's why Vivian and Imogen, that's why they were supposed to look over me. I've been brought into all of this because you've mated with me. I didn't mate with you, Wrenley, he says clearly. This is just the way things are. I had no influence over it, just as you had none. Well, how do we fix it then? I suppose that's what you want to do, right? How do we unmate each other? His dark eyes fall to the side for a moment. It's a complicated situation that you don't fully understand. We can't unmate. There are ways of wearing down the bond. There's rejection, but what? He steps back as his perfect face is overtaken by conflict. This is why I needed you wait. I needed distance so I could decide what the best approach to this situation is. Why can't a decision be made now? You've made it even more difficult than it was before. I didn't mean... His eyes find mine again and my chest tightens. You aren't doing it on purpose. You can't help it. Well, if you wanted distance, then you shouldn't have come to me. All you are feeling is mutual. I couldn't help but succumb to you. Hearing someone like him say such words has me flustered. I look to the floor and think about what to say next. These feelings of anxiety remind me of when I was younger. I would get butterflies in my stomach when talking to older people or those with authority. When I was 12, I also felt this way around Gavin Castor, who was a boy in the grade above me, who I had an undeniable crush on. Such aches and struggles haven't happened in so long that it's bringing me back into the hurricane that is early adolescence. This is all a lot to take in, I think out loud. I wasn't expecting something like this. I mean, I don't know you and suddenly we're bonded in some strange werewolf mate thing. It doesn't even make sense as to why we're mates because, 1, I'm human, and 2, you You're like you and I'm not like. I gesture down his body. He looks at me for a few seconds in silence. Even just a look causes a reaction in me. I'm fighting with my body, trying to gain control of my wants and needs because suddenly I can't tell the difference between them anymore. Pushing off the wall, I move past him and stare at the ceiling for clarity. What do mates do? I ask, throwing caution to the wind. What's the purpose of being bonded to someone without any say? Turning back, I'm met with his straight face. He said all I'm feeling is mutual. Is he also wrestling with these terrible thoughts? I'm not sure where this is all coming from because confronting him in his other form had no such side effects. You know what? Forget it. There's a lot you're unaware of. I understand. Maybe it's best that Vivian answers your questions, he says. I feel like I'm just embarrassing myself. A part of me is determined to impress him, and every time I say the wrong thing, that part of me lashes back. What do we do now? He takes a breath. I need some time? You can try to go back to the way things were before all of this. Vivian and the rest of them will be around to help you in whatever way you need. I'll find you when I've decided on the best way to handle things. I nod and say, okay. A second has passed and it is already easier said than done. Returning to a mindset that existed before meeting him seems impossible. I should get home anyway. I look to the ground and head for the door, but before I pass through, I turn back one more time and say, we're mated, but I don't even know your name. He glances at me and my body tenses for the last time. His handsome eyes capture mine as he simply says, Adam. My chest fills with air, and I force myself out the door. My arms wrap around my body and hold me as I hurry down the hall. I wish I never came here. I wish I never marched into this school like I knew what was going to happen because I had no clue. I was caught up in an unspoken infatuation and have only made it worse. Adam, that's who he is. I'm bonded to Adam, and leaving him with this uncertainty of what's to come makes my heart tremble. I don't want to leave. I want to stay with him. My deepest thoughts and desires want to stay forever. I find Vivian the next day at school. Her face sparks like it always does. I met him, I say. I met Adam. The spark fades quickly. Vivian leads me to a quiet place and doesn't let go of my hand. Last night I thought about what I was going to say to her, but I can't remember anymore. My head is focused on one thing right now. So you know then. We're mates. We're bonded to one another. She urges me on. And? What did he say? How was he? I don't know what's going to happen. Don't worry about him becoming alpha, Wrenley. I know it makes things complicated, and there'd be a lot of speculation about your relationship, but I truly believe that you two can make it work. Don't you? I mean, I'm kinda assuming that things mostly went well, but I blink once, twice. He's becoming an alpha? Her grip on my hand tightens. Yeah, of course. He said that, right? No, he didn't. He didn't tell me. Not another word is spoken. Vivian and I sit in the stagnant silence as my mind goes into overdrive and as she tries to determine what I'm thinking about. The bell rings, but we stay still. Words are on the tip of my tongue, but they won't come out. Adam was right. It is more complicated than I thought. Wren. I look to my mother as she's cozy on the patio furniture. Her laptop sat in front of her, ready to make literary magic. I shrug my school bag higher on my shoulder. Off to school? She asks after sipping her coffee. Did you get breakfast? Yeah. Grandma made French toast. My mom sits up. Well, maybe I should go in and grab some before she cleans up. You don't want me to drive you, right? I shake my head. Just that one time. I'm fully capable now. I should get going. All right. Oh, before you go, when are you working this week? I wanted to ask Tali's family over for dinner. Today, tomorrow, and Saturday afternoon. Got it. I'll give her a call later today. I wave, then make my way down the porch steps and to the sidewalk. School is the very last place I want to be, but since I already missed a day, it's best that I put up with it. I'd rather be hidden under my covers with my headphones on. Lately, the only thing that makes my head feel less jumbled is drowning out the noise with, well, louder noises. After last week and all that happened, my life has been turned on its head. Knowing that werewolves exist has brought a new outlook on life and the world, but being dragged into the confusion because of some beastly bond, there's no way to explain how I'm feeling. Adam's explanation only left me with more questions. Vivian is there to answer them, but I'm not sure if I want to ask. At this point, more knowledge could lead to more problems. If I never went snooping in the first place, who knows how much easier life would be. If I never came to Waindale, my head would be functioning just fine. At lunchtime, I take my seat at Vivian's table. The group is finally making me feel like a true member, but it doesn't feel worth it anymore. All I wanted at the beginning of this was to be included. Little did I know what inclusion really required. Hey, Wrenley. I glance up and watch as Alara settles down across the table. I smile and sit with my hands squeezing one another in my lap. Hi, I chirp. We've never been alone together before. I'm not sure what to say. How's your day going? Oh, it's fine. Eli isn't here. Actually, I don't think any of them are. Is it because of... Probably, she says. After a while, you'll get used to sudden disappearances. I'm sure it's because of all that's happening. Him becoming you-know-what. Right. That's fine. So, she starts, a little unsure. Is it weird being bonded to the new you-know-what? I mean, it must be overwhelming to not only find out about what they are, but also that you have a mate. It's insane that he's also the... It's a lot, yeah. I'm still trying to figure it all out. I'm sure you know what it's like, though. I'm assuming that you're a human, right? She nods. Yeah, kind of. Are you and Eli? Do you guys have the connection? Are you two bonded like I am to Adam? Alara's face falls. She lets out a soft breath and tucks her hair behind her ear. No, she says simply. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make things weird or anything. Eli and I aren't mates. We're just together for now, I guess. For now? Well, until he finds his mate, Alara clarifies with pain in her expression. She quickly wipes it away. It's complicated, like, I'm actually a little jealous of you. Jealous of me? You get to have that rare situation where you're a human mated to one of them. I wish I could be mated to Eli. Once he finds his mate, he won't care much about me anymore. I swallow. The connection really does that? You've experienced it, Wrenley. You'd have to tell me. That's just what I've been told. Right, it's intense, I guess. I just can't believe that Eli could forget about you. I'm sure that's not true. I'm enjoying him while he's mine. That's all I can do. You should enjoy your bond. You're lucky to have it. Heat spreads from my neck to my cheeks. Enjoy it? I don't even know the guy. I just met him for the first time last week. Met him in his normal form, I mean. I'm sure you'll grow close. You won't be able to help it. Vivian told me that. I don't know. Part of me doesn't want to be forced into something while the other part could care less. I feel so torn. Sure, Adam is really something, but knowing that we're meant to be together like that is weird. It makes things awkward. I don't know how to approach him or talk to him or anything. Alara watches me with a glimmer in her eye. I'm sure it's uncomfortable at first, but don't you feel special? You get to experience this supernatural bond with something you didn't think existed. If I were you, I'd feel like the luckiest girl on earth. Should I tell her that we likely won't be together? When I left Adam that day, it sure sounded like he was going to find a way to fix things, meaning cut the tie. It's for the best, I suppose. I'm a human. I have no place in their world, especially not as an Alpha's Luna. The feelings I already have toward him frighten me, so keeping our distance and avoiding the bond seems like a sturdy plan until he makes a decision. I wish I asked what the options were. I'm guessing which way to unmate each other. The diner is slow today. I hang out behind the counter as my thoughts take me into oblivion. While playing with a stir stick, drawing invisible pictures on the counter, Laura comes up behind me. She places a coffee down and slides it over. Here, she says. Looks like you need it. I glance to her and smile. Thanks. What is it? Schoolwork? The family? Some of everything. I murmur and take a sip. Need to take the day off tomorrow. Catch up on sleep? I shake my head. I'll be fine. Laura nods and tends to an elderly couple, the same elderly couple that comes in nearly every day. Whenever Laura waits on them, there's a sense of familiarity. I suppose after all their time spent here, they've grown close to the staff. I watch as she chats with them. I wonder if they've lived in Waindale their entire lives, growing old in such a magical place. Do they know about the wolves? Maybe they have their suspicions. After dinner, I finish homework, then get ready for bed. Coming into my bedroom from the bathroom, I tie my hair back and glance out the window. It's pitch black out there as usual. These past few days I can't help but check, just to make sure he's not there. Every time I can't help but wish he would be. Is it sad for me to sit at my window and wait for someone who may never come? Adam said that he can't help but succumb to me, so if I run into the woods and call his name, will he show up? It's desperate to consider such a thing. What if he's busy becoming an alpha? What if he doesn't want to see me? I reluctantly close my curtains and climb into bed. Tonight I find myself at the academy, wandering through empty hallways in search of him. I wander the halls until morning, never finding him or anyone, feeling abandoned and so very alone. When I wake in my bed, I feel tears trail down the sides of my face and into my hair. My chest is heavy and my limbs unmoving. Sunlight trickles through my curtains and I feel an urge to open them and bathe my room in its cheerfulness. I teeter on my feet and fall toward the window like a baby learning to walk. My hands grip the fabric and tug. Light shocks my eyes but wipes away the lurking sorrow from the room. I face the now bright space and take a breath. It was just a dream, Wrenley. It was just a stupid dream. My mom and grandma are sat at the table when I enter the kitchen. They look to me and motion for me to sit down. I take the spot beside Grandma, across from my mom and her coffee and her laptop. Tali's family is coming for dinner Saturday, she tells me. I can't wait to see her again, see her family. It'll be nice to know people in this town. You would meet people if you got off that porch, Grandma says. I'm going to the store today. Come with me. We can walk along the water. They have little shops and we can get lunch. My mom nods in agreement while taking a gulp from her mug. She then turns to me. Work today, right? Yeah, 3 till 6. You still tired, dear? Grandma asks. Maybe I should take you to a doctor, Wren. These sleeping problems are starting to worry me. I shake my head. It's fine, really. There's a small clinic in town that I go to. Other than that, there's the hospital. You know, the one that feeds into Benton, Cold Grove. It's a good place, I think. We can go to the clinic, see what they say. If that doesn't work, we can go to the hospital, I suppose. I don't need a hospital, Mom. I just have a hard time sleeping. It's not that big of a deal. I have to get ready for school. What about breakfast? Grandma asks. Up from the table and heading for my room, I call back that I can eat something on the way. I have to see Adam. We have to unmate each other before my mom drags me to a doctor. The thought of unmating makes me sick. But it can't be any worse than the repercussions I'm feeling now. I quickly get dressed, then step into my shoes. Grandma hands me a smoothie on my way out, making me feel guilty for being in a bad mood. All they want to do is help me, but I'm too busy being a grumpy jerk to say thank you. Today I'll find him, one way or another. I leave the diner at the end of my shift, walking through cars in the lot and heading for the trees. Dinner is in an hour. Mom and Grandma are making a chicken pot pie. They've been wanting to make one ever since we arrived in Waindale. Apparently, my mom used to crave them as a kid and again when she was pregnant with me. I would always hear about Grandma's pot pie, how I must try it and must fall in love. All the women in our family learn this recipe by heart. I wonder what else the women in our family have in common. Dinner is in an hour. Instead of making my way home, I'm weaving through trees like a child running away. I grip my school bag as I rush down a dip in the forest. The sun is starting to fall behind the very tips of the pines, and I consider calling this place Pinedale, or Paindale. My school bag hits the ground as I drop it from my shoulder. I face the forest with more experience than before, knowing just how to drag Adam's behind over here. With plenty of time to rethink our conversation, the one fact that is in bold against the rest is that my feelings are mutual. What would make me run to him in a heartbeat? My eyes gaze up one of the trees as my fears are shoved in the corner of my mind. I pull off my jacket and leave it with my bag before confronting the thing. I used to climb all of the time when I was younger, so maybe the skill is still inside me somewhere. The low branch on this specific tree gets me off to a strong start. I heave myself onto the rough branch and turn until I'm sitting. After wobbling to my feet, I reach for the next branch. An image of my scraped knees is all I see as I continue on, nearly feeling the cuts haunt me. Grandma has the horrific spray in her medicine cabinet. My tumble on the beach brought me face to face with it once again. I glance at the forest floor and feel my body clench up. I would need more than antibacterial spray to fix me from a fall like this. Wind tosses my hair in front of my face and my jeans rub against the tree bark. With my arms wrapped around the trunk, I contemplate the possibility of the tree toppling over. I'm stuck. Good. This is what I wanted. If Adam were in trouble, I couldn't help but run to him. Somehow he knows where I am. Somehow we're connected mentally and physically, so maybe if I focus on how terrified I am of slipping, plummeting, and shattering, he'll get the message. Should I scream his name? A large gust of wind throws me off balance and has me clawing at the bark. My limbs cling to the tree like a proper animal, and I wonder if I just might shift. This idea doesn't seem as solid anymore. How successful can I be if I actually fall? Sounds of struggle and terror flee from my throat. My school bag looks like it's getting smaller and smaller. Dinner is in less than an hour, and Adam, I feel him. He's here. Adam, I'm here. I'm here. For some reason, I expect a large black wolf to appear, but instead, handsome Adam walks from the brush and my mind turns to mush. I tighten my hold around the trunk and stare down at him. His dark eyes peer up at me as his arms cross. Eve has been caught trying to steal the forbidden fruit, and he's ready to point fingers. You came, I call down, ignoring my idiotic appearance. I thought this might work. Can you read my mind? How did you know? You want me to help you down? He somewhat asks. It's obvious what I've done, but I can't tell if he's upset. I didn't mean to take you from your duties, or, well, I guess I did. Sorry. We really have to talk. My eyes focus too long on his arms as I wait for a response. I wonder what they would feel like wrapped around me. I bet he can lift really heavy things. I bet he can get me out of this tree in no time. You want to stay up in the tree while you say your piece? He questions. If I wasn't biologically engineered to love the sound of his voice, I may just say something smart back. Okay, I'll come down. I look to the branch below me and wonder how the heck I can get to it. Do you need help, Wrenley? As I shakily lower to my butt, I mutter, I don't know. I swing one leg to the other side of the branch and face the truck with uncertainty. I think I can. 1 second. He sighs. All right, I'm coming. My heart jerks in my chest. I look over my shoulder and watch as he effortlessly climbs from the first branch to the second. Turn onto your stomach, he instructs while standing up on the third. He holds onto my branch as I attempt to get both legs on the same side. My body tilts too far forward and I immediately halt. I can't balance. My voice is quick. Oh God, I'm stuck. I'm really stuck. Try again. I'll hold your leg. You won't fall. Adam suddenly grabs onto me and all air escapes my lungs. It's like I can feel him through my clothes. I lean forward and bring up my other leg. His grip tightens and my mind runs wild. My foot nearly collides with his head, but I manage to get on my stomach, my muscles starting to ache. Now step down, Adam tells me. As I lower my body down, his arm comes around my waist. My feet barely find the branch. There you go. I hold on to the branch above as he is. We come face to face, and I'm sure mine is as red as a rose. Thanks, I mumble. He helps me down the rest of the way, and eventually my shoes touch the wonderful, wet, spongy ground of Waindale. I take a deep breath and another and another. Adam looks like he can climb 100 more. Now, what made you do that? He asks. As I pick up my school bag and jacket, I say, we have to undo the bond. His jaw clenches. Did you talk to Vivian about this? Did she explain anything? I didn't know what to ask. You could have at least told me about the whole alpha thing, though. If we unmade each other, it wouldn't matter. That's not important right now. I look directly in his eyes. What is important? That we just break the bond? That you figure out how you want to do it? I know you told me to wait, but I can't. My mom wants to take me to a doctor and I... Why? He interrupts. Why are you seeing a doctor? She's worried about me not sleeping. She thinks it's because of some underlying issue, and it's not like I can tell her the real reason. Well, it's not like I even know the real reason. I need a conclusion to be drawn. Unmating isn't as easy as you're assuming. There's no way to have a clean break. It's something that's worn down over time after staying far away from one another, he explains. While it's not what I was hoping to hear, I'm glad he's educating me on the situation. So what are you saying? Adam runs a hand through his hair, really trying to decide whether he should speak or not. I hold myself, expecting something painful. Now that you know about my situation, someone in my position should have their mate. An alpha's mate plays a large role. I know, the Luna. There's supposed to be one. He looks down at me, a little defeated. Look, we can stay away from each other. We can try and unmate and maybe you can get a new mate. It's a one-time deal, he says, his voice lower. Guilt overcomes me. I'm sorry. You're going to be an alpha, and I ruined it. I took your one opportunity at having a mate. There's no way around it? There's nothing to do about it? Adam's eyes stay on me. He watches me, as if I'm suddenly going to have an answer. There's regret behind his expression, and I feel like I'm missing something. What is it? I ask. Wrenley, I know all of this is foreign to you, and I don't expect you to fully understand where I'm coming from at the moment, Adam starts. I've tried to make this easy for you, to find you a way out. The last thing I want is to sound forceful. I don't want this to seem like a trap. My lip quivers. Dinner is probably on the table. Grandma and my mom are probably worrying about me, wondering why I'm not back from work yet. I have homework, English, reading. What chapters again? Oh God, what were the chapters? I should have written them down. I know I should have, but I was too lazy. If I just took the time to use my planner, maybe I wouldn't have such problems. Wrenley. I look up at Adam, my hands shaking under my jacket as I hold it to my unsettled stomach. It sounds like you? Are you suggesting that we don't do anything about it? I don't know what this is like for you. On top of everything else, it's a lot to comprehend, but I have to go, I blurt. I just have to go. Adam steps toward me as I move back. Before he can say anything more than my name, I run off through the trees. For once, I am the one escaping him, but I don't feel in control. I'm anything but in control. My mother's persistent knocking sounds against my bedroom door. Are you dressed? They'll be here any minute, she calls from the other side. I lay on my bed, dressed on the top but not the bottom. It took me a while to pick the top and put it on and crash into my blankets. Doing the same with pants seems like a lot. Getting up and walking to my closet feels as if it might drain the last bit of my energy. If I tumble to my butt, I may just lay on the floor and stare at the wall for the rest of the night. The blank section of wall displayed by my bed has gotten old. Almost, I managed to yell. I called in sick to work. I wish I could call in sick to dinner. Vivian has been chatting about this dinner all week while I've been contemplating my future and existence. I wanted to tell her so many times what Adam said to me Tuesday, but none of them felt right. It feels as if I'm keeping this giant, encumbering secret. Not being able to seek help from my mother is the absolute worst of all. Before Waindale, we were so close. I don't know where we stand now. Wren! They're here! Rolling onto my back, I stare up at the ceiling. It takes me a few seconds before I'm rushing to my closet and tugging on my jeans that lay in a heap on the floor. I leave my bedroom with tousled hair and spot Vivian at the end of the hall. She's standing with a man and woman, smiling as usual. Her eyes dart to me as my footsteps grow near. Wrenley, she reels me in and holds me beside her. I attempt to smile and look to our guests. My mother steps away from a long embrace with who I am guessing is Tolly Smith. It's so good to see you, Tolly. It's really been too long, my mother takes in a breath. And this is my husband, Tom. The woman brings forward the man, and Vivian watches them proudly. My mother gives the man, Tom, a hug as well. And of course our daughter, Vivian. It's such a coincidence that the girls have become such good friends. It was really meant to be, my mom says and glances at me to make sure I'm wearing pants. She always manages to pick up on my moods. I'm so grateful that Wren and Vivian are getting on so well. I was a little worried about moving back home and having her struggle to make friends. All right, Mom, I mumble. I should have known that a Smith would come to her rescue, right? I mean, that's how we became friends way back when. We'll have to tell you girls the story. My mother gives a suggestive look, and the two of them can't help but chuckle. Come on, my mom is just getting dressed. She's so excited to see you. When the group moves on to the kitchen, I stay put and anchor Vivian back. We really have to talk, I say quietly, aware of the other's proximity. Right now? But your grandma. Now, I press and lead her down the hall. What is it, Wrenley? What happened? I pull her into my room and close the door behind us. With my back against it, I face Vivian, and she stands with her arms crossed. Something happened. I got that far. With Adam, I add on and her ears perk up. You saw him again? Where? When? What did he say? My face falls. It happened a few days ago. A few days? How many days? Why didn't you tell me? I hold my gaze on her and she settles down. You can tell me. I won't say anything to anyone, I promise. Okay, well, I needed to talk to him. I couldn't wait any longer for him to make up his mind, so I went out in the forest and managed to get him to come to me. I asked about us unmating and oh God, I can't even say it. Say it. What did he do? I shake my head. Just thinking about it makes my throat close up. I can't even breathe. Vivian grabs onto me, nearly shaking me. Say it, Wrenley. Say it so I can be right. He maybe. He brought up the possibility of us not, well, Wrenley. He said that maybe we shouldn't unmate each other. I spill and feel all air drain from my body. Adam brought up the possibility and I just ran away. With wide eyes, her grip on me tightens. You ran? I nod. You didn't even say anything. I said that I have to go. Vivian releases me and brings her hands to her head. Why would you do that? Oh my gosh, I was right. I knew I'd be right. I told everyone that you two would be together and they all gave me weird looks. They all said that he would never, but he did. He wants to be with you. I sink against the door and sit in my puddle of dismay. Bringing my knees to my chest, I mutter, be together, we can't. Huh? Why not? I'm not one of you. This isn't my world. I don't belong in it. Vivian rolls her eyes. Stop it. It's not like you're the only human to ever have a mate. It's not completely unheard of. Really? A human mated to an alpha? Well, sure, maybe it's a little unheard of, but don't let that discourage you, she says and sits next to me. It may not be the world you grew up in, but it's definitely welcoming you with open arms. I mean, you have all of us in Adam. It's not like you're alone in this. I sigh. And I'm grateful for your help, but I can't just have a mate. I can't be mated to someone I hardly know. That's usually how it is for all of us. But tell me, what should I expect? What am I supposed to expect from being mated to him? Vivian looks forward. Look, Wrenley, I won't lie to you. You're going to fall in love with him and do all the things people in love do, on top of things werewolves do. It's a lot. I'm going to fall in love with him? We both stare across the room. Yeah, she says. So, Adam is supposed to fall in love with me too, then? Vivian nods. I know what people in love do, I murmur, feeling my insides flip. I guess I'll have to learn everything that werewolves do. Is that a yes? Her eyes spring to me. I don't know. It's a let's see what happens. When will you see him next? I shrug. We didn't really make plans. I just ran off, remember? You should meet. You need to talk things through, she tells herself more than me. I'll set something up. I'll set up a meeting between you two. I don't know if I'm ready to see him. You'll have a few days. Think over everything. Think about any questions you might have. You two can meet at my house or something. I'll step out so you can be alone, and I won't come back till you're done. I wear my unease like makeup. She slings her arm around my shoulder. Trust me, Wren. No more running away from each other. I look at her and smile a little. Just as my heart calms in my chest, an abrupt knocking shakes the door and sends us shooting forward. Girls! Dinner's ready! After my shift, I walk down to the water, not wanting to go home just yet. I take the familiar path along the small shops and past the native one that caught my eye before. In the window is that same carving of a wolf. My hand comes up to the glass and runs gently along as if I am running my fingers through its fur. The haunting sensation of Adam returns, and I close my eyes for a moment. When they open, I find myself entering the shop. It's dimly lit and warm inside. Paintings hang on the walls with lights aimed down at them. Shelves stocked with wood carvings and other spiritual figures stand in the middle of the room, breaking it up. My eyes hop from one thing to the next, attempting to take it all in. It's not until I notice a large painting on the back wall that my mind goes blank. My feet take me to it unconsciously. A counter stands in my way, but my palms rest against it as I nearly lean towards it. The painting is of a woman with long dark hair. Stars dance around her in bright clusters as she holds a yellow, full moon in her hands. Goddess of the moon, a voice sounds from behind. I glance back and watch as a woman makes her way toward me. Her eyes take in the painting as mine were. She looks up at it with pride. My mother painted it, she says, before she passed. It's beautiful, I say and peer back to it. The goddess of the moon? Yes, an old goddess. There are many different kinds, but to my mother, to my family, there was only one. I bite my cheek. Is she one of them? What does she represent, I ask. Enlightenment, eternity, and to my family, she bonds us together with love. She represents the strength we have. She gives us the power to feel and care and love one another. Turning to the woman, I say, I've been bonded to someone. I'm not like him, and I don't know him very well. Could she help me? The woman nods slowly and walks behind the counter. She bends down and shuffles things I can't see. She comes back up with a necklace in her hand. She sets it on the counter and slides it over to me. On a black cord is a small carving of a woman. Her arms reach up and wrap around the cord as a moon rests in her center. Keep her with you, the woman says. A gift. I pick up the necklace and study the carving. Securing it around my neck, I look to her. She loves her children and those who love her children. Keep her with you and hear her wisdom. I nod and hold the pendant against my chest. I will. Thank you. I know. I'll be back by dinner. I quickly pull on my jacket and shrug my backpack up my shoulders. Grandma comes into the front room with an umbrella and hands it to me. Thanks. I smile and take it. Always forgetting. Been here a month, and how many times has it been? Caught in the rain maybe 10? 15 times? My brows furrow. No way. No more than 10. All right. Remember to say goodbye to your mother. Out on the porch, I double-check and Grandma nods. I find my mom with a blanket tossed over her shoulders and her laptop on her lap, the screen and its many colors nearly religious at this point. The door closes behind me. She doesn't even notice. Amused, I make my way over. Hello, Mom? Her eyes flash up at me, then return down. Not now, kid. I love you, but not right now. I'm so close, so incredibly close, and... Okay, I'm off to school. I'll be back before dinner. She blows me a kiss, her head unmoving. I roll my eyes and fan her shooing kiss from the air. It's been like this the past few days. She's almost done her novel. I remember such behavior from the last time she was finishing up a self-proclaimed masterpiece, but Grandma is new to it. Last night at dinner, Mom had a sudden spark and needed to type it out immediately. Grandma wasn't impressed by Mom's full dinner plate being shoved aside to accommodate her second child of a laptop computer. Although I act bothered, my mother's silliness has been a godsend. All of the drama between Adam and I and Vivian and I and the group and Adam, well, it's confusing, and I couldn't keep up anymore. Vivian's offer to get Adam and I together for a much-needed conversation still stands, and I'm sure it's due this weekend, but I don't feel ready to face him. There's this desire inside me to uncover more about Waindale and the werewolves and Adam. Vivian is always there to answer my questions, but I want to hear about it from someone else. I wish I could ask Adam, but the last time I flung questions his way, he was caught off guard by them. After school, I make my way to the Waindale Library with directions from Grandma. It isn't far from the high school, like most things, and I find myself at the eclectic place just as the sky turns wet. The glass doors give in against my weight, and I wander into the cozy room, up to a barren counter. Hello, I call out softly. My eyes detour around the library as I wait, seeing only an older woman sat at a table with a few books splayed out. Large bookshelves stand in rows behind her. Eventually, a man emerges from a back room and is surprised by the sight of me. Oh, hello there. Have you been there long? No, not long. I'm new to town. Could I set up a library card, or? After establishing myself at this library and taking a crisp new library card with my name on it from the man, I ask where I might find information about the town's history. He points me to a back corner. Back corners happen to be my favorite. There aren't many books on Waindale, 3 or 4 at most. I pick up one and skim through, but the majority of its contents are too focused around city planning. I grab another, and it covers all towns in Washington. Waindale has a page. Where its fun facts are supposed to be is only a single scrawny sentence. Waindale, the town saved by wolves. My lips part, my heart speeds up, and I read the sentence over again. That can't be it. Saved by wolves? What does that mean? Did the author feel no need to explain? Quickly, I take another book from the shelf. It's small and thin and is claimed to be written by a Waindale native. A leather chair is set up with a lamp in this unloved corner, so I take up residence and start on page 1. The chapter title reads, Waindale, Washington. Founded in 1913. The first residents were trappers and a family that owned a dairy herd. The family had issues with cows being slaughtered and eventually left town. Due to the wildlife problems, not many people found Waindale to be a homey place, a place to set up a farm or business. My fingers grip the pages harder. Finally, what I've been looking for. Skipping further ahead, I perk up at the mention of wolves. A large pack of wolves camped in the surrounding forest, and when they finally seemed to die off, people returned to town. They set up a post office, timber yards, fishing boats set sail, and Waindale Academy was founded in 1920. Wealthy people from Waindale and surrounding towns sent their children to school there. Eventually, the wolves came back, subtly. A cow now and then went missing. A hunter spotted one in the forest 2 or 3 times, but they posed no immediate threat. Skipping further ahead, the chapter titled Wolves Attack steals my attention completely. My phone vibrates in my pocket. I'm late for dinner. I check out the book and keep it safe from the rain in my backpack as I hurry home. That night, after Grandma has gone to bed, and as my mom stays up to finish her novel in the living room, I curl up in bed with my book. Just as I open to the chapter, my phone lights up. It's Vivian. Adam can come tomorrow. You have to. I'm thinking around noon. My stomach drops. I don't know. I text back. If I'm ready to. She answers. You said you would. Wrenley. Not to pressure you, but you're getting your ass over here. I toss my phone to the side and turn back to the book only to no longer find interest. I close the book and set it on my nightstand. My anxiety has crept up and left a bad taste in my mouth. Every time I see Adam, something terrible happens to me. I'm embarrassed, caught off guard. My eyes wander to the window. He isn't there. I miss the days when he was. I wanted to hear his voice so badly back then. I was too focused on hearing the sound of it rather than possible words. I fall asleep without answering Vivian. In the morning, I wake as my mother lightly taps at my shoulder. The sight of her confuses me. I sit up and swipe hairs from my face. Mom, what is it? She never does this. She knows sleep has been precious to me these days. Vivian is here. She said it's urgent. My mother explains apologetically. I told her you're sleeping, but she's a little relentless, like her mother. As my mom reminisces in her head about her high school days with Tolly, I achingly get up and hobble to the front room. Grandma is there, handing a sitting Vivian a glass of juice. Vivian's eyes harden at the sight of me. Good morning, Grandma, I say. You know it's almost 11, right? Vivian asks. I haven't had the best sleep schedule, as you know. I know I didn't text back, but isn't waking me up a little extensive? Vivian smiles to my grandma. Can we talk in your room, Wrenley? She leads the way and closes my bedroom door behind us. Vivian, No, Wrenley. No, I'm sorry, but I'm done putting myself on the line. I know you don't know much about PAX and how everything works, but I can't just order Adam around. Revealing myself, letting you in, setting up a meeting, none of it is my place to do. I'm taking risks, and you don't seem to care. My shoulders sink. I'm sorry. I don't want you to put yourself on the line for me. I don't want you to get into trouble, really. Vivian sighs. Then why are you making this so hard? I mean, you're mates. I don't understand why it's so hard to get you two together. You know it's because I'm human. Adam and I aren't supposed to be mated in the first place. So? She questions, more emotional about the whole thing than I previously thought. The moon goddess mated you two for a reason. She doesn't care that you're a human. She just knew that you and Adam are supposed to be together. I thought you were starting to understand. Sitting on the end of my bed, I glance out the window as she stands before me. I thought I could build up the courage. Courage? It's just Adam. You've talked before. I know, I say, looking to her. But to me, he isn't just Adam. He's like my soulmate. You aren't supposed to know someone is your soulmate before you get to know them. It's a realization that comes with time. But apparently for you guys, there's no need to waste time at all, huh? Just give him a chance. He'll have everyone on his back about you, and he's still willing to give you one. He wants to know you, Wrenley. We only get one mate, and I know Adam wouldn't just throw that opportunity away. You don't know each other now, sure, but he would really like to if you let him. Why can't he tell me all this? I ask. Adam is an alpha, but when you're around, well, he's worried. He doesn't want to do anything to scare you off. Just give him time and he'll be the one telling you all this, I promise. I take a breath and watch her face become more and more pleading. Okay, I'll come. Okay, good. All you have to do is get ready immediately because we're running low on time. What, really? Vivian hurries me up and into the bathroom. My heart begins to race as reality sets in. I'm going to see him now, not a week or a day, but now. The sidewalk is coated with leaves as the trees that line it grow bare. Vivian stays a step ahead of me, then 2, then 3. The thought of seeing him again is distracting my feet. Hell, my entire body is in a confused state, not knowing what to do anymore. Whenever I was in trouble, I would fidget with my hands. They were uncontrollable and awkward, no longer attached to my body. That same feeling is returning, but this time the only part of myself that I feel connected to is my head. Vivian glances back at me. Come on, she says, crossing the street. I catch up and walk alongside her. What are we going to talk about? I ask. The need to prepare is growing inside of me. Whatever you feel the need to talk about. Do you know what he's going to say? Vivian shakes her head. He can be a bit of a closed book sometimes. I doubt he would share his thoughts with me if I asked, especially if it was about you. Ah, are we almost there? She points to a dark blue house at the end of the street. That's mine. He's there, I say. You know? I nod with a furrowed brow. Sucking in a smooth breath, I try to calm my heart and find a spontaneous burst of confidence from deep within me. We walk through the grass into her front door. My parents aren't home, Vivian preps me, so you're all alone. I'll be out here if you need anything. I'm going in by myself? Go on, he knows you're here. I take one last breath before entering the house. His scent pools around me and welcomes me in immediately. 3 steps from the door is a large archway. I take them and peer into the open room beyond. Adam is standing in front of a couch as if he's been switching between sitting and standing, or maybe that's just me trying to humanize him. He promptly turns to me. I stand in the archway with my hands clasped together. The last time we spoke was when I ran off from the forest, after I made him rescue me from a very scary tree. It wasn't the best way to repay him for putting up with my silly plan. The last time I saw him, he threw out the idea of not trying to unmate. Hi, I say. Wrenley, he acknowledges. I wasn't sure that you'd come. Last time we spoke. I ran away. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It was rude after you helped me down from the tree. I was just a little overwhelmed, I guess. The sudden desire to be more transparent overcomes me, and I continue. Honestly, I don't know what to do. I thought time would let me figure things out, but I didn't get anywhere. Maybe I should have talked things through with you to begin with. I understand, he says, settling my nerves. It was a lot to throw at you at once. I suppose I've been dulled to the idea of being overwhelmed. I enter the room properly, leaving the archway. The living chair in front of the couch is prime real estate, and I take my seat. Adam sits down on the sofa. The only thing separating us is a sturdy coffee table with a sandalwood-scented candle sitting on top of a stack of large picture books. For a moment, I imagine the candle being lit. It's time we talk things through, Adam starts. I want to know more. Adam's face questions me a little. His brows move closer as his body tilts forward. His elbows rest on top of his knees. More? About your kind, I guess. About the pack, about the goddess of the moon. Who told you about the moon goddess? He asks, curious. Well, first a woman that has a store down on the water. She gave me a necklace with a symbol for the moon goddess on it. She said it would help me. Adam nods a bit. And I'll need to know more about you for obvious reasons, I add on. Adam watches me for a moment, making my hands act up. Finally, he speaks. You'll have to attend the academy. What? You'll have to transfer from Waindale High School. Vivian and Imogen and Eli will transfer back as well. They will still be around to help you. Transfer back? I question. They were attending Waindale Academy. All pack members do. But when you arrived, I sent them to the high school to look after you, he explains. Right? Vivian never mentioned that she went to the academy. And how am I supposed to explain that to my family? I don't think I can just change schools. My mom does not like the academy students. One of his brows gently rises. For reasons when she went to Waindale High, but that's not important. What's important is that I can't switch without an explanation. It will be taken care of, nothing that will raise many questions, he assures me. I have to switch? I ask, just to make sure. Adam's gaze travels the room. I would prefer that you did. When? Well, I suppose as soon as possible. I'll arrange it. I lean back in my chair. How many people are in the pack? All of them go to Waindale Academy? About 1/10 of the town. They attend the academy because everyone who goes there knows about us. Students and teachers are either one of us or in alliance. I sit up and scoot to the edge of the seat. Really? Other humans know? Adam nods. Most of those we consider in alliance are founding families of Waindale. They've been here for generations as we have. Why don't they tell anyone? How can you trust them? We protect them, he says simply. My thoughts connect his words with what I read yesterday in the book on Waindale's history. They protect the town. They save the people from other wolves. Was it true then? Adam surprises me when he says, "So, I assume we're moving forward with this." My curiosity and excitement about his kind and the town's secrets have kept me from acknowledging the basis of our planning. All of it leads back to us, the fact that we are mated to each other. My learning and my transferring and everything to come from this is because we are bonded. He's not wrong to make such an assumption. It's not like I came in here demanding we stay apart. I wish I could ask him why he is going along with this. Because of our situation, I've been introduced to things I once believed to be fantasies. But what is he getting out of this? If anything, he's an alpha who's stuck with a human as a mate. Adam should be cursing the moon goddess for bringing us together. It sure sounds like it, I murmur. My insecurities are climbing up my back, sitting on my shoulders, whispering into my ear. Look at him. It just doesn't make any sense. It's just, I'm still a little hesitant. Maybe it's the fact that we aren't supposed to be mated. I'm not one of you. You're an alpha. You're supposed to be with a Luna. I know that much. His shoulders fall, but his voice stays steady. You should move past that, Wrenley. My eyes look directly into his. And you have? For the most part, he says. Is it like something is better than nothing? Is this the best of a bad situation? Did I say anything to suggest that? I sigh and peer behind me out the window. Vivian is out of sight, but I hope she's still there. When I look back, his dark eyes haven't moved from me. My lips mouth small, silence words as I decide what to say. Wrenley, it's just a little bizarre, I cut him off. People aren't supposed to know these things before they know each other. Really, they're supposed to be the same species at least. I suddenly stand up, which makes Adam stand as well. He holds out his hand. You're overwhelmed. I stare at his hand and then his face, silently asking why. Go on, he says. It will help. Right, because holding hands will make everything okay, I breathe. I want to know more about you, Adam, but I can't let myself feel this way. It's too soon. I'll get hurt. That's not how it works. There is no slowing down your emotions. Everything is immediate. I'm not like you. This isn't good for me. It's all foreign, I try to explain. Adam drops his hand, making me wish I grabbed onto him and pulled him close. It's not something we prepare for either. Before this, I only knew what I had been told. I cross my arms and quickly regret my words. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound. I need to get back. I'll have you transferred to the academy. Someone will call and explain it to your mother. Someone from the high school. Expect to receive your uniform tomorrow. You'll start there Monday. He walks to the archway, leaving. Before he disappears, I ask, I'll see you there then? Adam nods once, then vanishes around the corner. I crash down into the chair and bend forward. My hands cover my regretful face from the ghosts watching. Vivian comes in shortly after. Just as her lips part to speak, I look to her. Every time I see him, it gets harder. How I'm feeling isn't right. Her face settles on something sympathetic. The next morning, I enter the kitchen after a deep sleep. My stomach cries for food, but before I can check the stove for Grandma's pancakes or French toast, I'm faced with my mother. She's standing with her phone in her hand. Your school called, she says. They said that you've been specially selected to attend Waindale Academy. Why didn't you tell me that you tried for this contest thing? They told me that your personal essay was fantastic and that they can't wait to welcome you Monday. You better start talking, kid. My eyes turn to Grandma, who is sat at the table behind her. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, I improvise. I didn't think they'd pick me anyway. I know you don't like the academy, but I thought I may as well try, for the academics. She lets out a sigh and drops her phone-holding hand to her side. You can't just keep these things from me. I know, I'm sorry, I really didn't think I'd be picked. And you really want to go there? You want to wear a uniform? You want to learn how to play tennis? I think it's a wonderful opportunity for Wrenley, Grandma chimes in. My mom looks back at her before saying, I'm not going to stop you from going if you want to. Okay, well, I want to. I say, okay, then you can transfer. Your uniform will be here later today. They didn't even ask for your size, so if you get some tiny toddler sweater or gigantic pants, it's not my problem. Okay, thanks, Mom. She watches me for a moment. The sadness in her eyes is just noticeable if I look hard enough. Okay, well, I'll get breakfast started, Grandma says. What are we thinking? Anyone hungry for omelets? This feels like the longest night in existence. All the lights in the house are out. My mother and grandmother had gone to bed a while ago, and I'm left to lay in the darkness of my bedroom. It's quiet, so painfully quiet. It's gotten too cold for the crickets, and now the night is filled with unsettling, infrequent gusts of wind. I'd much rather hear the wet tapping of rain than this silence, but the one night I need noise is the one night of clear skies. Tomorrow is my first day at the academy. I have my uniform hanging on the back of my desk chair. Contrary to my mother's beliefs, it fits near perfectly, which makes my mind wander to Adam. This situation that I've been thrown into is insane, completely unreal, but I still feel guilty for acting so cold towards him. He is clearly trying to make it work. I just can't get my mind around the idea of it actually working. There's no way this can end well for either of us. I look up at my moon goddess necklace as it dangles from my bedpost. My arm reaches above my head and my fingers turn the wooden carving the right way. The charm makes my crowding thoughts disperse, like she's shooing them off as the evil things tower over me. Whenever I'm alone like this, so desperate to move and unwilling to sleep, is when I want him the most. He feels so far away, and it's unbearable. I close my eyes just to picture his face, to imagine him in my bedroom. His scent is nothing but a memory that I'm struggling to remember. Adam. 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 I say his name over and over in my head until it loses meaning and sounds like nothing at all. Rolling onto my back, then side, then pushing myself to sit up, I run my hands through my hair and squeeze my head like a lemon I want to drain until it's merely rind and pulp. Letting out a groan of frustration, I slip from my covers and spring to the window. My palm lays flat against the glass, needing to feel warmth back, but getting nothing except an empty chill. Come back, I murmur against the glass, watching my breath fog it up. Maybe you can hear me. Maybe you can't. You did before when I was stuck. Well, I'm stuck again. Usually I can myself down, but this time I need help. I'm losing it, aren't I? Talking at a closed window as if my mumbling is going to be heard from wherever Adam is. Maybe if I run out into the cold, he'll come. Maybe if I stand there and freeze, he'll... Damn it, Wren. Stop it. You're not like this. Turning my back to the night, I face my bedroom with utter annoyance. I don't want to be here. Grabbing my thickest jacket from the closet and stepping into my shoes with my warmest socks on, I head out the front door, looking back into the dark rooms, saying goodbye. I shut the door and walk slowly down the porch steps. No one would be out and about at such a time, but Waindale isn't like other towns. For all I know, half the population is at the town center dancing naked under the full moon. Imagine that. I can. I can picture my bare body drenched in moonlight. Instead of regular townies, those surrounding me would be hungry beasts. My pale limbs flail like that of an injured animal. I'm dripping blood. The metallic stench clouds their senses. They're ready to pounce. They're ready to rip me apart. As I walk down the dark, barren road, his scent comes out of nowhere. Am I going to get what I asked for? Is Adam going to come for me? Why would he? I've been indecisive, passionless, and just bitchy. Hints of him litter the air and seem to grow stronger. I continue to walk towards my salvation like I have a right to. The wind is ruthless against my legs. The sheerness of my pajama pants is doing nothing to keep me warm. If I was being sensible, I would have stayed home, in my room, in my bed like a good girl. My lips part and I dare to call out his name. The forest is dense as the road cuts through it, and suddenly I turn into the trees. My body knows where he is, and my head is along for the ride. I step over monstrous roots and tangled brush, and I know that I should be feeling lost, but there's this sense of safety deep within me. He does that. Adam makes me feel all sorts of things, and I'm still trying to accept it. Leaves rustle, twigs crack, distance waves rush up and down, dirt collects on my shoes, the forest whispers for me to turn back. Stay safe in society, don't venture into its secrets, things no one should ever know. Adam, Adam. Say his name again and again and it won't make sense. Adam, Adam, Adam. I wish he would disappear. I wish he would let me go. Wrenley. My eyes trace the ground. How did you find me? I ask such a stupid question, knowing that he didn't find me. We found each other. It's too cold. You need to go home, he says, and I can't help but look at him. Not even a jacket. Aren't you cold? I ask. His handsome face isn't red from the frigid wind like mine. Adam is perfectly fine out here. I don't get cold easily, he says. I nod and hold myself. The silent lips of the woods give us the perfect opportunity to say things we wouldn't want anyone else to hear. This sort of opportunity isn't good for my insistent thoughts. I step closer to him, nearly feeling warmth radiate off of his body. I want to tell him to hold me, but I manage to keep that one in. What are you doing out here? He asks, the concern in his voice feeding my insecurities. I don't know. I just needed get out of my room. Out of the house. It was a little suffocating, I guess. Adam's jaw clenches. Wrenley, you have to go back. I can't lay in my bed, sleepless for one more night. It's driving me insane. I need to sleep, Adam. This is wearing me down, physically. I'm unwell. Adam crosses his arms as if he's holding himself back. There's this instinct inside him. Maybe seeing me cold and exhausted is hurting him in some way. I know that if the roles were reversed, if he was struggling, it would hurt me. I don't know how to help you, he says. Yes, you do. You do. Just do what you must, even if I can't handle it. I step closer again, impatient. You're warm. I can feel it, I say quietly. Taking a leap, I reach up to his crossed arms, and he undoes them, letting me touch his hand. I take his hand in both of mine and immediately feel the heat like he's been holding them over a campfire. A breath escapes my lips and is visible in the air between us. You'll get sick out here, Adam warns me. My head is too caught up in the sensation of his touch to care. If I don't do something now, I may just burst into tears. It's been building up inside of me, so much emotion, and if I don't act on it, I'll collapse in on myself. My grip on his hand tightens. Wrenley. I know I go back and forth, I interrupt, but I don't know what to do anymore. I don't care. I don't care if this ends terribly. I don't care if I get hurt. Just tell me that you want me back, and I'll believe you. Adams takes his hand from my grasp. My heart aches for longer than I would like before his hands are placed on my shoulders. He looks down at me, his face not giving away a thing. You can't be out here, he says again, like he's trying to come up with a good excuse. I'll take you home. I bring my hands up and place them on top of his. I don't want to go home. I want to stay here with you. His eyes watch me intensely, but his expression tells me that I'm wearing him down. Don't take me home, please, I whisper. I can't stand it there. I can't stand it anywhere if it's away from you. Adam moves with me backward. My heart beats tirelessly in my chest as I suddenly feel a tree against my back. I look up to him and feel the rough bark against my skull, knotting my hair. His hand moves up to my cheek, seemingly against his will, and ignites my skin. I can't help but lean against his palm as my eyes gaze longingly into his. Wrenley, he says softly. Kiss me, I breathe, my chest rising and falling. I watch with such euphoria as he leans closer. Everything inside of me yearns for him, and I can barely wait another second. His hands hold my jaw and his fingers are splayed into my hair. His lips press against mine for one climactic moment before he's pushing away. Upset, my eyes spring open, only to find him far from me and lashing into a blood-curdling beast. The sight of the wolf's canines and dagger-like claws sends me stumbling back. A cry leaps from my lungs and shoots to the tops of the trees. My heart hurtles forward and I frantically step back, watching as its cursed yellow eyes stare hungrily. Quick breaths leave me as I turn and run toward the road. My hands grip at tree trunks to propel myself forward. The sounds of its deadly chase bring tears to my eyes. The wind dries them against my cheeks. A protruding root brings me crashing to the forest floor. My ankle is caught up in it, and I fight for freedom, but the beast is too fast. Suddenly, the ginormous thing is towering over me, stepping until it is nearly on top of me. Another cry escapes me, but there is no one to hear it. The beast's teeth shine under the moon, and they just about reach the skin on my neck. Heat, my body shakes with anxiety. I find myself waiting for death to consume me. The heartbreaking sound of my weeping causes the beast to halt. Its eyes study me, watching my body cower in terror. I bring myself to look at it. Suddenly, it's moving off of me, leaving me. With sweat beating at my forehead, I sit up in the dirt. My eyes follow it into the shadows. I wait there long after it has gone, too frightened to move. What had just happened is too painful, too confusing for me to digest. I don't understand. Why did he do that? Why would he scare me in such a sadistic way? We were so close, and he just tore us apart. Are you ready for your first day at Waindale Academy, dear? Grandma asks as I enter the kitchen in my spiffy new uniform. I sit down at the table, and she places a plate in front of me. What would you like? Something special for your first day. I can't eat. I feel sick, I tell her. If I eat, I may just vomit. What? What's wrong? Did you catch the flu? Maybe you shouldn't go to school today, Wrenley, not if you're going to be sick. No, I mutter. I have to go. I just can't eat. The thought of it makes my stomach hurt. Grandma sighs. Oh, goodness. Will you bring something with you? There are granola bars in the pantry. I nod and she fetches them. I lift my backpack to my lap and stuff them inside, knowing that I'll forget they're there anyway. Where's Mom? I ask. Usually she's up by now. Oh, she must be asleep still. Do you want me to wake her up to see you off? I shake my head. It's fine. I have to get going anyway. Well, I can't leave before Grandma hands me an umbrella and wishes me well. On my way to the street, I can't help but think about my mom. Did she sleep in on purpose? Does my going to Waindale Academy bother her that much? To be honest, I'm not sure why I'm even going there today. Not after what happened last night when Adam scared me to death. The thought of seeing him, well, makes me want to vomit. I can't go back to the high school, though. I've been transferred. I'm no longer a student there. I've been uniformed and sent off to the big leagues where I'll surely drown. Most of the students there are werewolves, as Adam said. I'm going to be surrounded by them nearly every day. What am I thinking? This is the worst idea I have ever gone through with, and I once took my fish out of his bowl to watch a movie together. Mind you, I was very young, but at the moment I don't feel much wiser than I was back then. When I come up to the academy, I feel my palms getting clammy. It's like the first day of school all over again, except this time the school is filled with monsters who wear polo shirts and learn to play tennis. Wren, over here. Looking at the parking lot, I catch glimpses of Vivian and Imogen as they weave through cars. Soon enough, the two are in front of me, breathing heavy but bright-eyed. Where's Eli? I ask. Oh, he's having a bit of a rough time. Having to leave Alara at the high school while he comes back here causes some problems between them. I think she's pretty upset, Vivian explains. She knew what she was getting into. Imogen says, less forgiving than Vivian. The guy has a mate out there somewhere. They were going to split eventually. Vivian rolls her eyes. No one said that they're going to break up. Oh, well, that's sad. Maybe Eli can stay at the high school with her? Vivian eyes me. Adam ordered us back here? I mean, unless you want to change his mind, you're the only one that could. I swallow and begin walking toward the main doors. The girls follow suit. What? Something happen? Vivian asks. No, I mutter. So you're fine if we go see Adam right now? We're supposed to bring you to the dean's office. Adam will be there. I immediately halt. The two girls look back at me. I can't, I tell them. Fine, you win. Something happened. Whatever. I just can't see him. Well, Vivian urges me to continue with the story. I shake my head. I can't tell you. Just, please don't make me see him. We would be breaking orders, Imogen says to Vivian. I'll take the blame, I offer. All of it. Blame it all on me. Just don't bring me there. It was that bad? Vivian questions, and I nod. All right, fine. You have to take the fall, though, or we get our heads chopped off. Yes, I'll take the fall. Hell, just tell him I made you do it. Imogen asks, so what do we do now? We were supposed to go right to the dean's office. We can show you around the school. Vivian suggests. We just have to avoid Adam or Dean Murphy at all times. Don't I have class? Not today, she explains. Your schedule is in the dean's office, so we can't get it to show you, but we have nearly the same schedules. It's been set up so either Eli, Imogen, or I am in your classes at all times. You start tomorrow. Today we were just supposed to show you the ropes. Okay, so we can easily avoid him. He can smell her, Imogen says to Vivian. He'll find us easily. We'll just have to keep moving, I guess. Don't get me wrong, we can try to avoid him, but there's a very high chance that he'll find you. I sigh. I don't think he'll want to see me either. Really? It was that bad? Please tell me, please? Imogen grabs onto her and leads us into the building. I stay behind the two of them, watching as they wave and say hello to people they know. Most of these people are surprised to see them back. I'm guessing that they don't know about me. No one does more than glance my way. Adam's scent is here. It's scattered around, not very concentrated in any direction. Maybe he's avoiding me as well. Whenever I think back to last night, all I see is his beastly face flashing at me, growling at me, angry with me. The terrible end makes it hard to daydream about his lips pressing against mine. It was so very short, but felt like something of another world. First, the girls take me to the courtyard. The school building is a large square that's hollow in the middle. Doorways lead out to a green space with picnic tables and benches and trees to provide shade. Many students are gathered around, chatting and laughing and walking to class. In the center of the courtyard is a beautiful fountain. People sit around it, used to its beauty. Next is the lunchroom. Long, dark wood cafeteria tables line the room. At the back is a delightful selection of food, much better than the meals offered at the high school. I stare at people's plates as they walk by. Instead of plastic cafeteria trays, students carry around glass plates and cups with silverware. Nice, huh? Vivian asks. Trust me, you won't be missing Waindale High anytime soon. Sure, being secretary was fun, but here at least I can use a fork and not have it snap in my hand. I'll catch you guys later. All this food is making me hungry, and I've been missing these pancakes, Imogen says before following the scent of maple syrup. Vivian and I make our way to the gymnasium, but while in the middle of the hall, I come to a sudden stop. His scent, it's getting stronger. He's close, I say. He's getting closer. Vivian links arms with me and turns us around. We hurry back down the hallway and through a pair of doors that lead outside. We walk down steps and follow a path toward the tennis courts. We should be safe out here, she says. I shake my head. His scent isn't. The sound of the doors opening behind us makes my lips seal shut. We both spin around and watch as Adam stands at the top of the steps looking down at us. I look away and he makes his way over. Okay, Vivian squeaks. Time to take the blame. She steps behind me and peeks out like a child who's about to be scolded. I can't bear to take my eyes off the ground. Seeing him after what happened, it's too much. I expected you both in the dean's office an hour ago. Vivian, care to explain? Did I not tell you to bring her directly to the office? It's my fault, I say, already having the words ready to go. I made them take me around the school instead. I didn't want to go to the dean's office. Adam is silent for a few seconds, then says, Vivian, leave us. I clench my teeth and watch as she heads back into the school. She doesn't leave before giving me a regretful look, though. Suddenly we're alone and much too soon than I would have ever liked. Needing to get away from him, I say, I have to go. But before I can walk away, Adam moves in front of me. Adam, I couldn't let what was going to happen happen. You were exhausted, freezing, not in the right mind, as you said yourself, unwell. I wasn't going to take advantage of the situation. Feeling blood rush to my face, I ask, but why did you change into the wolf? Why did you growl at me and scare me away? Yes, I was tired and cold, but I meant what I said. I finally felt that I could share how I'm feeling, and you tower over me and flash your teeth and... Wrenley. Maybe I was wrong for believing that this could work. It's my fault. I was beginning to forget about the monstrous part of you. That's where I went wrong. I attempt to leave, but Adam steps in front of me again, this time placing his hands on my arms, containing me. Before I can say anything, he says, I needed control. The only way I could feel in control is if I shifted. You wanted things to be at a steady pace. I couldn't let it happen. It was a misunderstanding. What you perceived as frightening wouldn't have been so if I wasn't human, if I were one of you. Adam frowns. You're nurtured to see us as monsters? The scary teeth, to us, they're just teeth. I can understand why you would perceive me as attacking you, but in reality I shifted and it startled you. You ran off and fell. I followed you to make sure you were all right. But you came at my neck. You stood over me. It was to show you that I wasn't going to hurt you. If I wanted to attack you, I would have. It would have been quick. There would be no chase. I take in a breath but find it hard to see the event from his point of view. I suppose he's right about one thing. If he wanted to kill me, he would have. The thought of how easy he could do it unsettles me. There would be no chase. Those words stick in my mind. Seeing Adam so often in his human form made his wolf form more and more distant. In my mind, it's like I wanted to forget that it exists. Maybe the truth is that I wish Adam was human, not that I was one of them. I'm sorry I misunderstood you then. There's no need to apologize, he says. I run a hand through my hair, then cross my arms, wanting to say certain things, but not knowing how. It's not just a misunderstanding, though. It's two different ways of life. We're so different, Adam. Something you see as completely normal is utterly terrifying from my perspective. It doesn't seem... What you said last night, Adam stops me, the things you said. I said how I felt. It took me by surprise. If what was going to happen happened, I didn't want you to regret it later. Okay, I say softly. We are very different, that's undeniable, but we're learning about each other. I now know what not to do, and I thought you enjoyed learning about our kind. I do. I didn't like what happened last night. I don't want to fear you, Adam. Fearing you, it hurt me. He nods. I know, I'm sorry. We stand in silence. He's stopped me from placing bricks back onto my wall of comfort and safety. These past days have left me wanting to reveal more and more to him, and last night put a roadblock in front of me. But I don't want to retreat. I want to keep going. Let's continue learning then. Will you come back tonight? When I'm around you, I'm able to sleep afterward. He looks at me, not expecting such a response. If you want me to, I will. I do. Then I'll be there, he says. Someone is hungry. Peering up from my dinner plate, I find my mother and grandmother watching me. Yeah, I am. Sorry. No, it's a good thing, my grandmother assures me. Why don't you tell us about your first day at your new school? I nod and set down my fork, but my mom looks to her plate and doesn't lift her gaze again. Well, I start, a little hurt. Today I was just shown around the school. I got my schedule and met the dean. It's really nice. There's this courtyard, and the cafeteria food is amazing, and the people all seem... Thanks for dinner, Mom, but I have to get back to reviewing. Leave the dishes. I'll do it later, my mom says flatly and gets up from the table. I watch her disappear into the hallway. Moments later, we hear the sound of her bedroom door closing. Grandma shrugs and urges for me to continue. So, did you meet anyone interesting? I mean, everyone there is interesting. Oh, any boys catch your eye? I sit back and give her a look. What? Boys? Where is this coming from? Grandma waves me off. I just hear that very nice boys go to the academy, that's all. You know, when your mother was your age, she saw this boy that went there. She would hate for me to tell you this, but he was such a nice boy. Very nice looking as well. She kept telling me that she was in love with him, but one day it just stopped. She never told me what happened. Really? Do you remember the guy's name? If he went to the academy, could he have been like Adam? One of them. Could this boy have revealed himself to my mother? Could my mother know about werewolves? Grandma focuses. I'll try to remember. After dinner, I meticulously clean my bedroom. I smooth out my comforter, straighten my pillows, light a candle so it smells like vanilla. I told Adam to come back tonight. Everything must be perfect, like I live a mess-free life. As I run around, picking up random articles of clothing, books, and miscellaneous things, I hear the last light turn off. The yellow glow from under my door has turned to darkness. My mother and grandmother have settled in for the night, and hopefully they will be fast asleep by the time Adam comes. I'm not sure where we stand. 1 second we're nearly kissing, and the next I'm running for my life. Him coming tonight is important for us because I want to set things straight. Our conversation today at the academy was helpful, but I still don't feel ready to open up again. It took a lot of courage to say the things I said last night, courage I'm scared I'll never get back. I'm not the only one holding back, though. Adam made that clear today. We both feel a lack of control around one another, and I can't decide if I hate it or crave it. I lay across my bed and stare up at the ceiling. Usually, by now I would be in my pajamas, yawning and brushing my teeth. We see one another during the day, sure, but when we meet at night, something changes. The boundaries between us don't seem so high and mighty. So, while I prefer seeing him at night, it would be nice to talk freely when my eyelids aren't growing heavy. I wonder if we'll get to that point, a stage of comfort where you can speak your mind whenever and wherever you want. A little while later, his scent picks up in the air. I perk up and drop my phone on my bed, stretching my body to look out the window. I see a figure walking towards the house, and I know it's him. Quickly, I climb off my bed and slide open the glass. Cool air rushes against my face. Leaning out into the night, I gently call, "Adam?" Soon the contours of his face are revealed. The sight of him makes my chest grow warm like a light is shining inside of me. He doesn't look as conflicted as he usually does, but rather happy. "Wrenley?" He breathes while reaching my window. "You have to climb in," I say, excited. Finally, my dreams of him sneaking into my bedroom in the middle of the night can turn to reality. It's a weird thought to have, but when lying awake for hours, only being able to think of him, those innermost desires help. Daydreaming, it's how I've survived our bond so far. "I don't think that's a good idea," he says, not taking his eyes from me. "No one will wake up, they're heavy sleepers." I tell him, "How do you think I've been sneaking out all this time?" Part of me knows that's not what he meant, but I want him to come in. Thankfully, he sighs and sneaks through. I step back as he does so, taking one last scan of the room to make sure nothing embarrassing is dangling out in the open. He straightens up and takes in the space. "This is my bedroom," I say, stating the obvious. "I know." I glance back at him with questions in my eyes. "The shirt," he clarifies. "I left it under the bed, but you know that." "Oh, right, I forgot about that. Well, I guess this is my room clean then." Adam wanders to my desk. Sat on top of the shelves are framed pictures that I've had for many years. He looks over them. "That one's my mom and I. I was only 8 or 9. You look like her," he says, then turns to me. "People say that a lot. My grandma, my mom, and I, we all sort of look the same." "And your father?" I shake my head a little. "Oh, no. He's not in the picture. He was never really a part of things. I've actually never met him. It's fine, though. Doesn't really bother me. What about your parents?" "Well, my father became Alpha. He met my mother. She became Luna. They had children and have led the pack here in Waindale ever since." "You have siblings?" "I had a younger brother. He died 2 years ago." "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "It's fine," he says while nearing me. I bring my legs up, turn to him, and sit crisscross. "Well," I start. "First I want to know about Waindale and the attack that happened. I read in a book that wolves protected the town from other wolves, ones that were trying to hurt people. That's why some humans attend the academy, right? Your pack protected their ancestors during the attack?" Adam smiles a little. "You read that in a book?" I nod. "At the time, our pack had bad blood with another because some of their people died near our land. The alpha of the other pack blamed their deaths on us, saying we killed them for nearing our territory. That wasn't true. We had no idea how their people died, so we denied it. Eventually, the other pack attacked our land for revenge, but our land is shared with the town. When they came, they went after the townspeople as well. We protected them. They believed that they were to be forever in our debt. So, yes, the founding families passed on the story to their children. That's why we attend the academy with them. We're in alliance. They don't fear us. They believe we protect them. They keep our secret in exchange." "Wow," I whisper. "So the Alpha then was your—" "My grandfather," Adam says. "He protected the people of Waindale. He's very admired, but he passed before I was born. I never got to meet him." "And now you're going to be the Alpha. Can I ask why? When is a new Alpha supposed to take his father's position?" "Sometimes it's when the current Alpha believes his son is ready," he explains. "Other times it's because the current Alpha can't continue ruling. Situations such as the Alpha being physically sick, mentally unwell, or having died. A few times it's been because the current alpha has committed treason against the pack. Don't worry, though. My father believes it's time he steps down. And your mother? She'll step down as well. My face grows hot as I fight back the urge to ask. Part of me wants to know about my role in all of this, but the other part is terrified of his answer. So when exactly will you become alpha? The ceremony is soon, he says and glances out the window. Are you excited? He looks back to me, into my eyes. It's a lot to take on. I'll be responsible for many lives. And you'll be stuck doing it alone, I mutter out loud. An alpha deserves to have a Luna. You need someone to support you, someone that will understand. Really, you need to be mated with someone who isn't as useless to this situation as I am. I wish you wouldn't feel that way, he says. But it's true, isn't it? I'm mated to you, Wrenley, he says, his voice harder. Only ever you. I don't care that you're a human. I don't care what you are. We've been paired together, and I stand by it. We seem to move closer together even though we continue to sit still. My chest builds with pressure as I struggle to get in full breaths. He turns to me, facing me completely. I want you, Wrenley, just as you are, and I hope you believe me. I'll never want anyone as I want you. I depend on your existence for more than you will ever know. Last night, you told me how you felt. I never want you to believe that you can't tell me how you feel. You feel this way? Adam takes my hand, warming it in his. I'm taken back to last night when all I needed was to tell him my truth. I do, he assures me. Our bond is very important to me. You are very important to me. The things you said, it meant a lot to me, Wrenley. All of my deepest desires are coming true. I almost need to pinch myself to make sure that this isn't all a dream, that I didn't fall asleep while waiting for him. I told you that all you're feeling is mutual, but you didn't seem as easily affected by it as I am. I rush, the words spilling from my lips. You seemed perfectly fine, unbothered while I was completely taken over by these thoughts and emotions that I have no control over. You just showed up and spoke. And sometimes I believed you didn't feel connected to me at all, that I was helpless, but you'd be all right. His grip on my hand tightens. I keep up a certain appearance so you aren't scared away. You can't tell me that hearing such things a week ago wouldn't have made you pull back even more. Suddenly, Adam stands. I gaze up at him. You don't understand, Wrenley. This isn't what happens. When people find their mates, it's easy. There are no eggshells to walk on. There's no pretending or hurting. You can't eat, you can't sleep. I'm watching you slowly wither away, all to not completely lose you. I've been trying to do this in a way that is familiar to you, but it only ends up hurting you more. Adam, just tell me what you want. Tell me what you need so it's not so hard on you, he says, revealing hints of desperation, something I never thought I would see from him. I rest my feet on the ground, moving so we are face to face. My hands are clasped together on my lap, squeezing hard because I don't know what to say. I don't know what I want. I'm not really a demanding person. Adam sits beside me and takes my hands in his. Tell me anything, whatever will get you to sleep. I'm only like that when you're not around. After I'm with you, I fall asleep and I eat. I'm back to normal, really. Now that I'm at the academy, seeing you all the time, I should be fine. Adam's brows furrow. At the academy? What do you mean? I know we have different schedules, but I'll surely see you around. We can see each other at lunch or between classes. Wrenley, I don't attend the academy, he says. What? But your shirt? The shirt I left was mine, but I had it from when I attended the academy. But you're always there? Adam nods. I meet with Dean Murphy as I'm beginning to take on the responsibilities of an alpha. Many members of my pack are at the school, so it's not unusual for me to be there. I'm sure you will see me every now and then. I stand up and cross my arms, unconsciously pacing. Wait, so you attended the academy? Did you finish early then? You had to leave because you're becoming alpha? No, Wrenley, do you not know that I'm older than you? I stop and look to him. We aren't the same age? I mean, sure, you don't look 18, but a lot of people look a year or two older, right? So you're what, a year older, maybe 2? Adam can't help but smile. 4. Months? I ask, partially playing around and partially serious. He shrugs as he says, I really thought you knew. Vivienne never mentioned it. You never mentioned it. I guess I never asked, but it's fine. 4 years isn't that much. It's just all of high school. Wait, if you aren't at the academy, then why did I transfer there? Because I trust the people there. I feel better knowing that you're in a safe environment. You'll also learn more about the pack. You can befriend people, learn from them. I nod and step closer to him. But keep us a secret, right? No one can know that we're mated. No one can know why I'm actually there. Adam's face falls. Yes, you have to keep it to yourself. Vivian, Imogen, and Eli are the only people that know. Fine, I will on one condition. He raises a brow. And what would that be? You let Eli stay at the high school. Adam stands up. Why? Because that's what I want. He watches me closely. Did he do something? Why don't you want him to transfer with you? No, nothing like that. Just agree to my demands. No questions asked, I say, not knowing if Eli wants someone like Adam to know about his relationship. Imogen seems to be skeptical about the whole thing. Do they look down on those who fraternize with someone who is not their mate? Unsure of what to think, Adam gives in. All right, for the time being he can stay. You'll have to give me a real reason, though. I will, when absolutely necessary. Adam glances to the window, then back to me. I have to get going. You have to be at the academy tomorrow. But you won't be there, I murmur. When will I see you again? I walk into my first class of the day and immediately sit at the back. I fiddle with the buttons on my sweater as I wait for other students to make their way in. My schedule is almost the same to what I was enrolled in at Waindale High School, except for 2 electives. They've been replaced with nutrition and wellness and the very mysterious lycanthropy. Vivian explained before class that it's something the humans at the academy can take. It teaches them about their fellow students, how to cope with the idea, and how to view the world from this new perspective without becoming overwhelmed. I never thought I would be taking a class about werewolves, especially at some private school that's filled with them. I never thought I would be okay with it because it makes the person I am mated to feel better. I never thought I would be giving in to all of this. The Wren I was when I first met Adam is not the Wren I am today. She was a nervous wreck, stuttering and ogling and trying to understand. The mere sight of the guy made my face flush like a fully ripe tomato. If I told that girl back then that she would be giving things a shot, well, she may just shake me and call me crazy. Maybe I am crazy. I think it takes a certain amount of madness to be willing to go through with this. I look down to my hands when people start to enter the room. Every time someone comes in, I ask myself, are they human or one of them? I'll eye them a bit, consider a few things, then ultimately realize that there's no way for me to tell. 2 boys walk in together, looking very friendly with one another. They make their way toward the back and steal the seats just in front of me. My eyes go wide and I bring my hand up to my face, looking for my phone as it's buried in my backpack. I search for something to do, but suddenly one of the boys turn and watch me. I stop and look back. Hey, he says, I don't think I've seen you around here. His friend turns as well, but doesn't say anything. I'm new, I tell the guy, wishing he would turn back around. New. His face lights up with some sort of deviance. We don't get many new students. I know you aren't human. I know all of the humans in this town, so you must be a shifter, right? What are you? A rogue turned good? My face scrunches a little. What? Why do you care? Just look the other way. It's like I can't find the balance between anxiety-ridden and defensive. Adam told me to make friends, but instead I'm behaving like I'm a little off upstairs. Aw, come on. Didn't mean to push your buttons, he says. All of his words are laced with something, but I'm not sure what he's trying to get at. You can't blame me for asking, love, right? You're human then. I nod. That's great. I love humans. They're the best, right? He nudges his friend. Yeah, sure, the best, his friend says tiredly before facing forward. The guy shrugs off his friend, not bothered. So you're human, new to Waindale, and somehow got into this school. Aren't you just the perfect mystery? 2 girls sit beside us, distracting me. Hi, Devin, one of them says, directing it at the guy. He bumps his brows at me, then turns to her with a charming smile. Hi, Penny, he says, embellished. Did you meet my new friend here? Her name is Wrenley, I say to her. Hi. Come over here, Wrenley. Don't let him bother you. Hi. Penny smiles and pats the chair in front of her. Not wanting to be rude, I grab my backpack and move the few seats over, sitting and smiling back to her. Penny glances to Devon and makes a face as if saying, "Ha, I win." Devon rolls his eyes and chats with his friend, leaving me to the girls who are not promised to be any better than him. "So, Wrenley. Interesting name. I've never heard it before," Penny's friend says. "I'm Caitlin. Boring name, right? I bet everyone remembers your name. How can you not?" Penny adds on, "Can we call you Wren? Do you like nicknames?" "Actually, my mom calls me Wren." Their faces spark. "Wren, I like it. It's so modern," Caitlin says. "So I heard Devon say that you're human. We are, too. It's so refreshing to have more of us at the academy. New faces are always welcome, especially since we never get any." "Definitely," Penny agrees. "I mean, don't get me wrong, the shifters are super nice and everything, but sometimes we feel left out. You know?" I sigh. "Yeah, I know. I felt a little left out when I first moved here. I just didn't feel a part of their group, kinda." Caitlin and Penny smile. "We totally get it. Penny and I just stick together. Our families have known each other for generations. Do you have family in Waindale? Is that why you moved?" "My grandma lives here. My mom was raised here. We just recently moved. So you're no stranger to Waindale, right?" I shake my head. "I used to visit all the time when I was younger." Penny asks, "So your family told you about the town secret then? I mean, our families told us. Your grandmother must know if she's lived here for so long. That's how you got into the academy, right? Because of your grandmother?" Quickly, I blurt, Yeah, my family told me. My grandmother's been here since she was a child." "Lies. Grandma moved here when my mom was 4 years old. My being at the academy is clearly raising questions. As a human, everyone wants to know where I've come from. I guess humans don't just join the academy out of nowhere. These girls are a part of the founding families. They're born into this. So she lived through the attack like our grandparents. Isn't that so insane?" Caitlin asks. Before I can agree or tell the truth or run away, the teacher begins talking and all attention is aimed toward the front of the room. I flash the girls a smile before facing forward. I can't help but sink in my seat, wishing to be back at the high school. There no one cared where I came from. Maybe I can switch classes. There is no way I'm talking to these girls ever again. These lies are destined to collapse in on me. At lunch, Vivian and I meet in the lunchroom as we planned. I find her waiting against the wall with Imogen right as I pass through the doors. Just as she sees me, I make a face, a defeated face, a face to show her that I've already messed up. I hurry over with my backpack slipping from my shoulder. "Wrenley, what is it?" I lied. I lied to these two girls, and now they probably think I'm a part of a founding family. They think my grandma was here during the attack. What if they keep asking questions? What if they find out I'm lying? People are wondering why I'm here, Vivian. Humans don't just join the academy randomly. This is a born-into situation that I have clearly not been born into. Whoa, calm down, she says and leads me to a table. How did that come up? I drop my bag on the bench beside me and fall into my arms on the table. This boy asked me if I was human, and I said yes. Then these girls came and took me over to their side. They started asking me all these questions. "What were their names?" Imogen asks. "Penny and Caitlin," I say, lifting my head up. They're the kind of girls I'm usually scared of. I just couldn't say no to them. I'm sure it'll be fine. I doubt they'll look into it. Why would they care?" Vivian says, "We can put you in a different class. Just tell Adam and he can put you in whatever the heck you want. No one will question him." That doesn't sound fine. Imogen rolls her eyes. "Let's just threaten them or something. Like, if they keep asking questions, we'll cut off their pretty ponytails." "No, Imogen. The last thing we need is those girls running to the dean's office saying we threatened them. If that happens, Adam will come over and we'll screw ourselves over." "I should have never come to this school," I murmur. "I don't belong here. Everyone knows it, and if they don't know it yet, they surely will by the end of the day." Caitlin and Penny don't seem like the kind of girls who hate gossiping. I talk to them for a minute, and suddenly I know that there's a division between the humans and the shifters, and they don't feel welcomed by you guys. They feel forced into it by their families and liked me because they thought I was in the same situation. Also, they think my name is weird. Vivian takes a deep breath. "No, you belong here with us. You do. We just need to get you away from those girls." "When do you see Adam next?" Today sometime. Perfect. Just tell him then that you need to switch classes because some people are asking too many questions. Trust me, he does not want the truth behind your being here to get out. My shoulders fall. I don't want to ask him for more. I already asked him to let Eli stay at the high school. He's going to think I'm helpless. We have to handle this ourselves. So threatening? Imogen suggests. Vivian's glare shoots her down. No, we'll have to tell them that you're mated to one of us. Someone with authority, but not Adam. You thinking beta or third? Imogen asks. Beta, third. Vivian looks to me. If you're mated to Adam's beta or third in command, then that gives you a reason for being here. It's something we could tell everyone. I'm sure pack members will be surprised, but it will withstand against the humans. Great. I'd be digging myself a deeper hole. Luna, I don't want to pretend to be mated to someone else. I don't want to lie. I want to go back to the high school. I know this place is supposed to teach me about you guys and your pack, but what's the point? What's the point in me learning anything about you when I'm just a secret? So what? Adam becomes alpha and I'm waiting by in the shadows, the mate no one knows he has. He keeps me hanging on because he doesn't want to lose me, yet he can't commit to me. No, I won't do this any longer. Wrenley, please, just... I transferred for him. I quit my job at the diner because of my new schedule. Why I am the only one giving things up? Because he's going to be the alpha. He's giving up a lot to take on this position, she tries to explain. You don't understand what it means to be mated to an alpha. I understand that the alpha's mate is the Luna, but I don't get to be her because I'm not like you. Vivian's face tightens up. What? Are you even hearing yourself right now? Every girl in existence wants to be mated to an alpha. It's like winning the lottery. So what? You don't get to prance around and call yourself Luna? You don't even know what she does. We're trying to help you, Wrenley, but you have to realize that being a mate means you give up things. Being mated to an alpha means to give up a lot of things. If you can't handle that, then maybe you shouldn't be mated to him at all. Vivian, Imogen shouts and pulls her down. I look around at the many eyes watching us as my chest rapidly rises and falls. Vivian slaps her hands over her mouth and can't bear to even blink. Imogen looks to me. Do you think? I quickly grab my bag and get up from the table. Heading for the lunchroom doors, I see Penny and Caitlin standing in my way. Mated to the alpha? Caitlin says with a smirk. I push past them and escape. Oh, Wrenley, you're home. I thought you'd be back later than this. Oh, also, I found your mother's old yearbook. Grandma grabs the thick book off of the dining table and flips to a page she had marked. She points to a small picture of a guy. That's him. He's your mother's first love. John Amon. I glance at the image for a second before hurriedly taking off my shoes and bag and jacket. Grandma, where's Mom? She wasn't on the porch working. Why? She's gone to the grocery store to pick up a few things. I think for a moment before stepping back into my shoes and tugging my jacket back on. Where are you going, dear? Grandma asks. I'm going to go find her. I'm sure she'll be home soon. Just wait here and I'll make you a snack. I shake my head. Sorry, Grandma, this can't wait. I leave through the front door as I button up my jacket. Grandma calls after me, but I continue down the path and onto the street. It starts to rain, and I curse inwardly for forgetting an umbrella yet again, but there's no time to turn back. I don't know how long I have before the news spreads to Adam that the soon-to-be alpha has a mate who is, get this, a human. I run across the street when I reach the town center, causing cars to abruptly stop and honk their horns. Of course, now there are cars on these roads, right when I'm trying to find my mother. Right when I'm trying to break down and admit that I was wrong. My wet hair clings to my frozen cheeks and my legs tiredly carry me to the market. A few people give me looks as I rush into the store, frantically searching for her dark, wavy hair or loud red coat. I peer down aisle after aisle until I catch sight of her. She's taking in the colorful cartoon cereal boxes, not sure of which one she wants to try now. We used to do that together, before Waindale. We'd try cereal and mutually hate it. Things were simple back then. Mom, I call. Her eyes shoot to me, having a hard time processing my presence. Wrenley? Why aren't you at school? What are you doing? You're soaked. We have to leave. We have to go home. What are you talking about? I swipe the hairs from my face. We have to leave Waindale right now. Pack what we need and go. Just go home, please. She grabs my shoulder and pulls my drenched jacket off of me. Okay, relax. Kid, you're causing a scene. What happened? Tell me right now what you did. I can't. I can't say. Just, you have to trust me, please. Wren, I'm not joking around. I'm serious. Tell me what you did. Now, is someone after you? Do we need to call the police? Did you do something illegal? I shake my head. I made a mistake. I should have never gone through with any of it. Any of what? Wren, come on. Please just tell me. You're starting to scare me. You'll never believe me. You'll never believe me if I tell you. My mom, growing frustrated, leaves her shopping cart and takes me outside of the store. We stand alone under the awning, rain beating down on it above us. She grabs my shoulders and stares into my eyes. I'll ask you one more time. What happened? I went to school, and these people were nice to me. Vivian and Imogen and Eli. I wanted to be friends with them, but I knew something was off about them. Vivian? Tali's daughter? I nod. I kept trying to figure it out. I was getting paranoid. Things were watching me from the woods. Then one day, Vivian showed me. Showed you? What, Wren? Showed you what? I swallow. What she is. My mother lets go. What do you mean? She transforms into a giant wolf. Is this a joke? Are you kidding me, kid? You came in and caused a scene to... Just listen, I interrupt. Vivian is a werewolf, or a shifter, or whatever. They all are. 1/10 of the town is. They live in a pack, and they have an alpha, like their leader. Their alpha was watching me from the woods. There was something about him that I was drawn to. It's hard to explain, just listen. His name is Adam. We've been bonded to one another. We're what they call mates. But I'm not one of them. I'm human, so it's caused this whole problem. First, we were going to try and break the bond somehow, but there really isn't a way to actually break it. So we were just seeing where things went. He wanted me to transfer to the academy because that's where all the shifter people go to school. The problem is that no one is supposed to know that we're mates because an alpha just can't be mated to a human because an alpha is supposed to have a Luna to lead with him. I was supposed to keep it a secret from everyone at the academy, but people started asking questions about why I was there. Then Vivian yelled at me during lunch. She kinda lost it. She said very loudly that I shouldn't be mated to Adam. Everyone there heard her say this. My mom stares at me with her mouth open. Soon he's going to find out that everyone knows. That's why we have to go. I don't know what he's going to do. No one was supposed to know about me. Understand? So we have to leave. Now. My mom straightens up and looks over the parking lot. Wren, I'm not sure what to say. Is it drugs? Did Vivian give you drugs? No, Mom. What I said is the truth. I told you that you wouldn't believe me. I have to go. I'll go alone then. You're not going anywhere, she says and grabs my arm. What did you take? Something bad? Something with needles? I groan and yank my arm from her. If you don't believe me, then go to Tali. Drive to her house right now and ask her. Ask her if she's one of them, because she is. My mom lets out a long breath before striding to her car. I follow along and get in the passenger seat, my heart racing like never before. I can't believe I told her. The entire drive she's mumbling about drugs. Thankfully, Vivian's house isn't far, so I don't have to wait for long until I get to show her the truth. There are things on this earth that we believed to be myths, but they aren't. These things have been right in front of us our whole lives. She parks abruptly and gets out, shuttling the door swiftly behind her. I shrug on my damp jacket and hurry to keep up as she heads for the front door. The bell is rung 4 times. The door opens and I'm met with Vivian's face. Where's your mother? My mom asks sternly. Vivian looks to me as if the Grim Reaper is hunched before her and not us. Wrenley, you didn't, she breathes. Tali, my mom calls into the house. Soon Tali appears behind her daughter. Rachel, hi, what's going on? Is everything all right? Well, my mom dramatizes, her hand gripped on the doorway. I'm just wondering why my daughter is ranting about people that transform into werewolves, telling me all of this stuff, and why we have to leave Waindale immediately. Tali looks down to her daughter, then back to us, her face pinned straight. Get inside, everyone, now. Tali sits my mother down with us on the couch, ignoring her rambling about their kids doing drugs. She stands in front of us and first turns to her daughter. Vivian, explain. Vivian looks to her lap, I was put in charge of Wrenley by Adam. And why would Adam do that? Because Wrenley is his mate, she says, and Tali's gaze lands on me. Is that true? She asks me. You're mated to Adam? I nod, not saying a word. No one was supposed to find out about them being mates. My friends and I were supposed to look after Wrenley, keep her safe and from doing stupid things, but eventually she found out about us because I revealed myself to her, Vivian continues. Tali brings her hand to her chest, not believing what her daughter is capable of. I know, it was a mistake, but she had to find out. She had to find out about Adam and their connection, so I did it. He was going to her anyway. She was seeing him in his shifted form. My mother speaks up. Tali, you're telling me that this is real? Vivian you're a... Tali nods. I kept it from you for all these years. My family, we're shifters. We shift into wolves. My mother leans back against the couch, then points to me. And my daughter? What about her? Why is she a part of this? Our kind has a special way of finding life partners. We are bonded to one other person, a soul bond that we believe is given to us from the moon goddess. Your daughter has been bonded to the soon-to-be alpha of our pack. This is highly usual, as we are meant to be bonded to others of our kind, not humans. No, my mom says suddenly. No, she is not being bonded to some random guy. She is not being bonded to a guy that turns into a wolf. Undo it. I don't care. I will not have this. Rachel, you have to calm down, Tali says. There is no way to simply undo the bond. Her soul is connected to his. My mom stands up and faces me. Come on, kid. We're leaving. Your soul is not being bonded to someone else's. No, I don't care. I don't. Let's go. We're leaving. I look to Vivian and her mother, unsure of what to do. Tali motions for me to stay, so I listen. She goes to my mother's side and speaks directly to her. Rachel, you cannot just take her away. Rachel, listen to me. This isn't real. This isn't happening. You aren't a werewolf. You aren't. You can't be. I am. That's what we are, Tali says, managing to stay calm. No. My mother shakes her head. My daughter and I are human. You are human. You've always been human. I'm not, Rachel. I'm a shifter. We can show you if that will help. No, please don't do that. God, what the hell? This is crazy. This is so insane. Tali sits her down in the living chair. It's a lot to take in, I know. Is that why you disappeared sometimes? Is that why you went to those religious meetings or whatever? It wasn't a religious thing, was it? No, it wasn't. But you didn't go to the academy? I ask Vivian's mom. My parents didn't want me to at the time. Maybe I should have gone, but it's too late now. My parents were rogue before joining the pack here in Waindale. They didn't want to become too attached. Little did they know that they'd spend the rest of their lives here, she explains. But I'm glad Vivian attends the academy. I gave her a choice. Yeah, about that. Vivian sinks in her seat. I attended the high school for a bit. That's how I met Wrenley, how I watched over her. Excuse me? You told me you met Wrenley at the diner. It was Adam's orders. I couldn't say no, Mom. Hold on here, my mother cuts in. Adam? Who the hell is this Adam guy? He's the one trying to steal my daughter. He's not stealing her, Tali explains. They're mates. We do not choose who we are mated with. So this Adam guy happens to be mated to my daughter, a human, and no one tries to fix it? I stand up and turn to my mother. I told you, there's no way to fix it. There's no way to break the bond. Adam said that it could be worn down if we stay far away from one another, but then you will stay far away from him. Far, far away, I can promise you that. Tali stops my mother from getting up. Hold on, she can't just leave. He will find her. He will never stop looking for her as long as he feels her alive inside of him. My mother pulls a face. What the hell is this? Do women have no say in your bizarre lifestyle? If my daughter wants to stay away from his guy, she will. Wrenley is a free young woman. She will not be held down by any man, understand? Rachel, Adam is not the only one that will suffer. Wrenley will face consequences as well. They may even be harder on her. She's human. I've never dealt with anything like this. She right, I tell my mom. I stop sleeping. I can't eat. Without him, I wither away. That's why you were sick? She says, her eyes watering. That's why you couldn't sleep? They are supposed to be together, Tali clarifies. But we can't be, I say to Vivian's mom. He wanted to keep me a secret. No one knew that we're mates besides us, Vivian, Imogen, Eli, and Alara. Then, well, more people know now. But I can't be his mate because I'm human. He needs to be mated with someone of his own kind, someone who can become Luna. Tali thinks for a moment. I watch her, waiting for a response, praying for an answer. Nothing changes, she says. It doesn't matter. The Alpha's mate is his Luna, shifter or not. I follow Vivienne to her bedroom upstairs, as her mom continues to talk things through with my own. Vivienne's room is neat and tidy. The books on her bookshelf are ordered by color, and under her bed are baskets labeled according to their contents. I sit down on a chair that hangs from the ceiling while she crashes onto her bed, covering her head with a fluffy pillow. I stare up at the chair's connection to the ceiling above and feel as if the thing is going to pop right out and send me tumbling to the ground. "This is all my fault," Vivienne whines, her voice muffled. "How could I be so reckless? So stupid. I shouted in front of everyone." "Yeah, I know," I say, getting up from the chair. "Did you mean what you said about me? Do you really think of me that way?" Vivienne comes up for air and tosses her pillow to the side. "No, Wrenley, I was just mad. So many girls would kill to be in your position, and you're just ready to throw it all away. That's not true. I can't throw it away." From the conversation downstairs, it sounds like you and your mom are ready to book it out of here on the first chance you get. I sit down on her bed and place the pillow on my lap. Part of me wants to run away, yeah. I can't lie, I'm scared, but if I run, I don't know how far I'll make it without him. Vivienne mutters, "Yeah, I know, before you get too sick." "No. Before that, I'll probably lose my mind from missing him so much. I won't be able to stay away. He's my mate. I need him," I say. "Do you think he'll forgive me?" "I think so," she says. "I mean, you're mates, right? How mad can he be?" Suddenly his scent comes into the air. I immediately stand and drop the pillow, clinging to the window like a magnet. Vivienne climbs off her bed and does the same. "He's close, isn't he?" she asks. I try to look down the street, but can't see very far. I have to go out there and talk to him. I can't have him running into my mom. God knows what will happen. "If you go out the window and onto the lower roof, you can drop down from there. I do it all the time. If you go through the front door, our moms will stop you." I look to her and nod. Vivienne slides open her window and pops the protective screen off. She helps me through and onto the roof. I carefully step down the slope, making sure to not put my weight on any loose shingles. I peer back at her when I reach the end. "Turn around and get on your hands and knees. Then get your legs off and shimmy on your stomach till you can drop down. It might feel like a long drop, but it's not," she instructs me. I do as she says and successfully get on my knees. Adam's scent grows stronger, so I try to hurry up. I have a hard time sliding down on my stomach. My shirt keeps getting caught on the shingles and the rain gutter is in my way. Once my entire lower body is hanging in the air, I look back at her. She motions behind me, but hands suddenly grab my hips. There's no question of who it is. I hold my breath as he lifts me down. When my feet reach the ground, I turn and face him as my heart vibrates in my chest. "Adam," I breathe. He looks down at me, jaw clenched, brow furrowed. He takes a breath as I bite my cheek. "Adam, How did you manage everyone finding out? You were there for one day and suddenly I'm being asked by my beta if a rumor he heard is true." "We can't be here," I say. "We have to go somewhere else." "What else have you done, Wrenley? Who's in there?" "My mother," I say, trying to find courage. "She knows. I told her everything." Adam steps back and brings his hands to his head, running them into his hair. "I know it's bad. I messed up a lot, but everyone finding out was a mistake. Really, we didn't mean for them to hear us. We were arguing and people overheard, then everyone was looking. I panicked and left to find my mom. That's when I told her everything. So please, we can't talk here." I lead the way down the sidewalk, and thankfully Adam follows. Once far enough, I say, "Please, Adam, you have to believe me. I didn't do it on purpose. Really, I thought about leaving. I told my mom because I was trying to convince her to leave Waindale. I was too scared of what you would say when you found out. I feel like I ruined everything." "You were going to leave?" he asks, calm. I thought about it. It seemed like the only option. I couldn't face you." Adam grabs my arm as he stops walking, stopping me with him. I turn and look at him, but he doesn't say anything. He watches me for a moment. "Adam, you don't leave, understand?" he says. "Well, Tali is trying to convince my mother not to right now. She wasn't too fond of what I told her." No, Wrenley, he clarifies. I don't care what you've done. You don't leave. I place my hand on his, causing him to let go of me. I keep his hand in mine, though. We continue walking, and I say, I won't leave. The beach becomes visible on the horizon, and we continue toward it. Thankfully, the rain stopped while Viviane, her mom, me, and my mom were laying all cards on the table. The clouds have begun to break, giving way to the sun. The water ahead sparkles under it. I told them, Adam says. Who? My father and my mother. My eyes trickle to the pavement, watching my feet come up and down. What does that mean? His grip on my hand tightens as if he's keeping me from escaping. It means they want to meet you as soon as possible. I couldn't let them find out from anyone else. I had to do it. When? I ask, not freaking out all to show no fear. Immediately. I've come to get you, to bring you to them. This time I stop walking. My eyes stay glued to him. Wrenley, they can't do anything. My father has already formally stepped down. The ceremony is in days. So what? They can't hold the alpha position above your head? They can't hold it against you if you don't leave me? I am going to be alpha. No one else can take the position, he tells me. When I'm alpha, I can protect us. I can protect you. They won't have any power over me. I shake my head. I don't want to see them. They're going to hate me. They're going to blame everything on me. I need you to be strong for a few days, just until I officially take the position, okay? I can't help but give in. Having to face his parents, while they surely believe I'm nothing but a burden on their family, I can't think of many worse things. I say, okay, I'll come, anyway, because his touch brings a sense of safety. I know nothing bad will happen to me as long as I'm by his side. We make our way back to where Adam says he left his car. I glance down at myself and see the Waindale Academy uniform under my coat. Either his parents will be pleased that I attend the academy or offended that I didn't bother to change. All of my knowledge of meeting the parents comes from romantic comedies and TV dramas. In such shows, it's usually the mother that the girl has to worry about. Mothers don't seem to like it when girls take their sons away from them, especially when they're deemed unworthy. We quickly pass Viviane's house, and a few properties down sits a shiny silver truck. When I open the passenger door, his scent is everywhere, seemingly embedded into the seats. I hike up into the tall thing and yank the door closed. Oddly enough, I've never been in a truck. There's so much room, so much of him, plenty of seat space for curling up and falling asleep. Wrenley? I look at him. What? I asked if you want the heat on, he says. I sheepishly nod and remember how he doesn't get cold so easily. Adam starts the car and presses a button, releasing a gust of heat against my chilled face. I take off my jacket and thaw. As he drives, I rest my head back and watch his hands move the wheel. Will they ask me questions? I ask Adam. I'm not sure, he says. Maybe. They will likely want to know more about you. Will they tell us that we can't go through with this? That we have to stay far away from each other? Adam glances to me. He opens the small heating vents on his side and points them in my direction. Don't worry about what they say. All you have to do is meet them. What if they try to get rid of me, steal me in the middle of the night, ship me off to God knows where, or worse? Okay, that's enough, he says. It's like those movies where the prince of some made-up country brings home a girl, but the girl isn't royal. The queen disapproves and tries to get rid of her so her son can be successful. The queen already has a bride picked out for her son, and this new girl is ruining it. I ramble. I feel like the girl your mother had already picked is just the ideal of your mate that she had in her head. I'm going to come in and stomp all over her dreams. Adam looks over to me again, probably wanting to leave me on the side of the road. Don't worry about my mother's dreams. I'm sure she'll get over it. I'm just saying, if I disappear, promise you won't stop looking. My phone vibrates in my coat pocket. I take it out and see a text from Viviane. They want to know where I am, I tell him. Who? My mom and Tali. Tell them that you're with me and that you're safe, he says. I text Viviane back just as Adam stops the car. I look up and see a large house in front of us. It's old-looking, Victorian almost, with its intricate details and grand wraparound balcony. It's white with white railings and spiraling columns. I haven't been to this side of Waindale yet. I peer down the street, but there are no houses nearby. The forest sits directly behind the elaborate place, and behind that is the mountains. I turn to Adam, but he's already looking at me. This is my family's house. It's where the Alpha lives. My grandfather built it with his father and members of our pack way back when. I mean, it's really beautiful, I say while leaning forward, taking it in. Are you ready to go inside? He asks. I sit back and quickly run over the possibilities of his family ridding their son of me. Where will I end up? Florida? Mexico? Europe? Dead? I'll be right with you the entire time. I take Adam by surprise when I stretch over and wrap my arms around him. I wanted to do this once just in case I don't get the chance again, I explain as my chin rests on his shoulder. I feel his arms come around me as well. I can't help but close my eyes. Hugging him feels really good, just as I suspected. His hand rubs soothing circles on my back as he says, "Don't worry, Wrenley. I promise this won't be the last time, okay?" Adam leads the way up the porch steps and to the front door. He knocks, then peers back at me. I stand like a child who has been called to the principal's office. I'll do whatever they want as long as I'm not in trouble. I'll agree to anything as long as things can continue between Adam and I. Hollow footsteps sound inside and grow louder. Through the fogged and distorted glass window on the door, I watch a figure reach for the handle and push down. A woman is revealed on the other side. "Adam," she says, her voice unwavering. "Mother." I take in a sharp breath. Her gaze glides to me. "Hello," I say, trying my best to sound relaxed. "I'm Wrenley." "Of course," his mother says, not overtly obvious about her distaste, but the hints are there, hidden in the layers. "Come in, I want this to be quick. I think that's what's best." I look down as I enter the house. Adam closes the door behind us, his presence being the only thing keeping me from shriveling into nothing. His mother takes us into a formal living room where the furniture is curved and tough. She sits in the center of the small love seat and leaves Adam and I to take either chair. I sit and close my legs and straighten my back and do all I can recall from movies. With her sitting in front of me, I can get a better look at who I'm dealing with. The woman's appearance doesn't settle my nerves, though. There isn't a hair out of place on her blonde head. Adam must look more like his father. "So, Adam, this is your mate?" she says, and flashes her eyes at me as if she understands everything about me from a glance. "This is Wrenley." "Yes, she is my mate." His mother nods. "How old are you, honey?" "I'm 18 years old," I answer, wondering where his father is. She takes a dramatic breath, short, quick. "All right, and why don't we just cut to the chase here? You're human. You are not one of us, but you have been told every secret, am I right?" Before I can answer, she continues, "Look, honey, I'm not here to listen to my son rant on and on about how much he needs you. I'm going to tell you exactly why this bond between the two of you will never work. If we somehow manage to look over the fact that you are human, and that it is completely unheard of to have your kind take the role of Luna, well, then we will get to a painful truth. The Alpha and I have only one son left, as Adam knows very well. For the bloodline to... You will not bring this up." Adam cuts her off. "Adam, please, don't you think she deserves to know?" Adam shakes his head. "This is inappropriate. I will not have it. Come on, Wrenley, we're leaving." He stands up and comes to me, ready to take me away, but I stay put. I look directly at his mother. "What is it?" His mother can't help but show a little smile. "Wrenley, for our family bloodline to continue, my son must conceive. You understand, don't you? The issue is that if he were to impregnate your human body, the baby would die. It cannot survive in your womb. I'm sure the process will take a toll on your body, as well as you would be trying to grow a child that you physically cannot." I hear Adam walking behind me. As much as I want to crawl under my bed and never come out, I hold in my feelings and say, "Thank you for telling me. I'm glad you understand, honey. I think it's best if you live the life you were meant to live, and my son can do the same." The front door shuts, and I look back to find that Adam has left. "I'll be going now," I mutter and hold my coat to my chest. I hurry out of the house. The need to vomit bubbles up in my stomach, and I'm sure his mother wouldn't like it if I did so all over her pretty rug. Once the open air rushes against me, once I'm fleeing down the porch steps, my upset stomach subsides a bit. I look up and see Adam by the truck, but I stay at the bottom of the steps and grab onto the railing post. My fingers scratch against the painted wood as I fail to patch together any sort of sentence. His gaze is aimed one way and mine another. I feel like I was just punched in the gut. Everything that Adam and I have been building has been blown down by that heartless, wicked wolf. Never have I been so embarrassed in my life. Thinking about Adam and I like that, it's too much. It's all too much, far too soon. He told me not to run no matter what, yet all I can think about is dashing off into the trees. I'm 18, for goodness sake. If my mom knew about this, she would throw me in the car and drive until we hit the East Coast. She would dye my hair, change my name, and tell me every night about the ruthless waters of motherhood. She would kill me. Impregnating? Babies? I steady myself when my knees buckle. Adam looks my way, and I promptly push off the railing, peer to the ground, and wander to the opposite side of the truck. My heart beats heavily as I fight my mind to fixate on something else, anything but Adam and I. "Wrenley," he says, carefully walking over. I jump like a startled deer and take 3 swift steps. This is my fault. I knew she wasn't going to be welcoming, but I didn't think she'd be so abrupt. I had no idea that such a topic... "Please," I stop him, avoiding eye contact. I can't even begin to process any of that. I need a minute. My feet carry me on an abstract path around the car and the yard and the road. The first time I look back to Adam, he sat on the porch steps. The second time, he's pacing while on the phone. Our gazes meet, and I tear mine away. As I wander, I try to find the courage that I entered the house with. Being with Adam feels as it did back when I first met him. Awkward, due to complete awareness. Sure, mates do what people in love do, but love isn't so blunt. Love is dressed up with special moments and restless dreams and the blindness of passion. This, whatever his mother described, is a corporate job that I've been deemed unqualified for. I'm too young to view such things as a job to get done. Hell, such things are supposed to be unraveled and cherished. It's supposed to be special. Am I wrong? Am I being naive? I glimpse over as he hangs up the phone. Knowing that we can't stay here all day, I ball my hands into tight fists and walk over. I get into the truck, and he reads my signals, following and getting in himself. My legs press nervously together, my body stiff as he shuts the door. "I think I should go home," I murmur. "My mom is probably worried." Adam watches the house in front of us. I do the same. "I don't want this to ruin our progress," he says. "Maybe I should have mentioned that beforehand." "It was too much." "I know," he breathes. "If I knew, I wouldn't have brought you here." "I know," I say, "but I don't blame you. How do I fix things? How do I make it better?" I look at him. No one told me. I've been going about this like I have a chance, but I don't. I don't because of something neither of us can change. Adam turns his body to me, his eyes washing over my discomfort. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that there's no way around this. Your mother is right. None of that matters. Don't worry about such things." "It does matter. Your mother explained it as clear as day. It's easier if we just stop now before we get too attached," I mutter, hating the words as they leave my lips. "I had no right joining your world. I have to live the life I'm supposed to live." Adam's face hardens. "The life you're supposed to live includes me. The life I'm supposed to live includes you. We were already too attached the second you entered Waindale." "What am I supposed to say, Adam? This isn't what I want anymore. You have to do what's best for your pack?" "I don't want you to say anything. None of this is relevant. For now it isn't, but it will be because that is what a Luna does, right? A human Luna is as good as a barren queen, and when time runs out, when all of this is relevant, it'll destroy me. You'll need something I can't give you, and it will destroy me. I have to be selfish. We wear down the bond before it grows any stronger and try to move on. It was a mistake to give into it in the first place." Adam is silent. I notice his hands gripping the wheel, knuckles white and veins plump. My aching stomach has been torn from my body at this point. My words seem even more brutal than his mother's. "No," he says. "Adam, no. I won't hear another word about it." I sigh and roll my gaze to the window beside me. Clouds are starting to blow in again, that gray and heavy like a full sponge. I grab my phone from my jacket pocket and see missed calls and messages from my mom. My hand drops to my lap with my phone gripped in it. There's no part of me that wants to answer her right now. It's cruel of me. I drag her into this mess only to run off with Adam, leaving her to digest the biggest plate of confusion and nonsense. All of this is bizarre. We haven't even had a proper kiss yet, and suddenly we're being ripped apart by my incapable reproductive organs. This is why I avoided boys for so long. Why is it my fault? Why do I immediately blame my body? Adam glances to me. I meant what I said. No. Yeah, I got it. Knowing that I'm being sarcastic, he shakes his head and starts the truck. Hot air blows in my face, but this time I shut the small vents. I meant what I said when I told you that I don't care what you are. I stand by our bond. I don't want to talk about it anymore, I murmur. Wrenley, he says and brings his hand down on my leg. My eyes fall to the connection, glaring, wishing his touch could just feel normal. You don't understand what this is like for me, I say, keeping my gaze on his hand. You said that all I'm feeling is mutual, but it's not. I just feel unworthy, and I shouldn't. Obviously, I can't have a baby that isn't human. That's not my fault. My body is normal. It does what it's supposed to do, but here I am feeling like a failure. I can't help it. You can't just say that it's not relevant because it really doesn't feel that way. I look up at him. I don't want to feel less than anymore. Adam takes his hand from my thigh. He sits back and mutters, "The last thing I want is for you to feel this way." I know it's my battle. I don't think there's anything he can say to assure me that my humanness isn't a problem. It was getting better, though, before his mother shoved me back to the starting line. Adam said that when he becomes alpha, his parents won't be a problem for us, so hopefully she won't be there to keep me in that dark place. Running away isn't an option, I know that. I have to find my strength and make it through these next few days. All I can do is hope that Adam's words hold true. I enter the house as I listen to Adam drive off. Immediately, I'm bombarded by my mom. She comes out of nowhere and takes me down the hall, her hand gripped tightly on my arm as her eyes watch for Grandma. I can hear her in the kitchen. It's nearly dinner time. My mom ignores my questioning whis and brings me into her bedroom. She closes and locks the door behind us. "Why did you leave?" she asks slowly. "You went off with that guy without asking. You can't do that." I straighten myself up. I had to talk to him about everyone finding out. It's not that big of a deal. It's just Adam. It's not just Adam. I don't know Adam. For all I know, Adam is some freak monster luring you in to kill you and eat you. So you believe in werewolves? She sighs and sits down on the edge of her bed. God, I don't know. Maybe? Tali can be very convincing. I suppose this is better than you not believing me at all, but you should know that he's not going to kill me. Since when were werewolves peaceful creatures? I could never picture Tali hurting anyone, but you know, the movies think otherwise, she mutters. This is all insane. Should I expect to wake up tomorrow and realize that this has all been a weird dream? It's a lot to process, but you're definitely not dreaming. The insane part isn't even the werewolves themselves. It's that your soul is connected to one of their souls. What does that even mean? Why you? If I could protect you from all of this, I would, Wren. I wish you told me sooner. What kind of mom am I? What mom doesn't know that her child is involved with werewolves? I sit beside her on the bed. You don't have to protect me. I can handle it myself. I don't want you to worry about me. That was my mistake today. I shouldn't have scared you like that. I'd rather know, she assures me. And I want to meet this Adam guy. I need to know his deal. I don't want you running off with him until I do. Go it? My shoulders fall. We've had enough of introductions for today. I met his mom and it didn't go well. She doesn't like me at all, and, well, it's complicated. Why wouldn't his mom like you? Doesn't she get the whole our souls are bonded thing? Isn't she one of them? Yeah, she is, and she knows that we're mates, but the issue is that I'm human. She, doesn't like that at all. Oh, my mom says, trying to catch up. Tali never seemed to have an issue with who I am. It's because we're mates. They can be friends with humans, just not involved in the other way, I guess. They can be friends, not lovers. My mom clarifies, making my face scrunch up. I get up from the bed and face her. Don't. Not like that. Adam and I aren't like that. She brings her hands up. Sorry. Didn't mean to assume. You didn't tell me that you two were just friends right now. The way Tali explained things, I thought you'd be ready to marry the guy. No, not at all. We're just friends. Okay, I guess that's good. I didn't want to have to talk you out of teenage marriage anyway. I nod a little, thinking that it's easier if she believes this. Okay, glad we're on the same page. I better go call Vivienne. Before I leave, she says, "Oh, Wren, I think it's best if your grandma doesn't know. Can we keep this between us, you think?" Yeah, that would be best. You can't tell anyone. At dinner, Mom is more talkative than normal. She chats with Grandma about her book and some new ideas she's been having. I contribute every now and then, but find myself distracted with thoughts of Adam's mother. It's hard to not want to please her. I'm weak in that way. A part of me wants nothing more than to hear her approval of me, something I'm sure I'll never get as long as I fail to produce the baby of her liking. It's a primitive idea that, no matter how ridiculous, won't leave me alone, and Adam and I have surely hit a roadblock because of it. The thought of us doing such things has always been in the back of my mind, sometimes the front of my mind too, but I never expected to talk openly about it so soon. I know that Adam wanted to avoid it. That was clear when he got up and left. Maybe I should have as well, before begging to know what his mother was on about. Maybe everything would have been better off if I was still in the dark. He was right. It is irrelevant at the moment. But I know that one day my human body will hurt me more than I will ever know. The bond makes me want to give him the world. What will I do when I can't? The next day I get ready for school with anxiety clinging to my chest. My mom offers to drive me, so I get in the car with her after saying bye to Grandma. "You're breathing heavy?" That my mom says as she backs out of the driveway. "Sorry." She glances over. "Everything okay? Is it something to do with them?" "It's just that everyone knows now. I don't want any attention because of it. I don't want people to ask me about it or question the fact that I'm not one of them." "Can't you lay low?" She shrugs. "Throw on a hat and a pair of sunglasses. That's what celebrities do, right? That's what I used to do when Tali and I would go out on a school night. God, we would stay out all night and show up at school the next day a total mess. There were some kids from the academy that we would meet," she says, her voice dying out. "You would meet John?" I ask. She promptly looks to me. "What? Who told you that?" "Grandma showed me a picture of your old boyfriend." She nervously laughs a little. "I mean, John was my boyfriend, yeah. For a year or two. He didn't go to the academy, though. We went to school together." "Oh, Grandma told me he went to the academy, but he was in the high school yearbook." I was a dumb kid. There were a few guys. Grandma probably got them mixed up, but if she brings up anything like that again, do me a favor and plug your ears. I don't need you taking after me. Maybe that's a good thing about Adam. You'll stick to one guy. I press my lips together and face forward. "Good to know, Mom." I unbuckle myself and grab my bag when we pull up to the academy. Just as I reach for the handle, she says, "If you need me to come get you, just call, okay? I don't want you to suffer if kids are bothering you." I smile a little. "Okay." Waindale is getting colder. The rain is beginning to feel like needles plunging into my skin, and I wonder when the rain will turn to snow. Grandma says it's too early for snow, but I still peek out the window every morning, hoping to see the town covered in white. It doesn't snow back home. The only time I got to experience it was when Mom and I would come up for Christmas every now and then. All day I would be running in and out of Grandma's house, warming up and cooling down. The air this morning hits me hard. My hands immediately go for my jacket buttons, working quickly as I make my way to the front steps. I hear my name and look up. Vivienne is waiting there with Imogen, standing in the crisp morning like it may as well be July. I hurry to them. "Hey, Wrenley, how are you doing?" she asks compassionately. I can't stand out here. It's freezing." Her face sparks as she mutters, "Oh, right," and herds us through the door. The heat inside envelops me and beckons me to shed my layers. I do so willingly. "Okay," Vivienne chirps. "Now, how are you doing?" "I could be better," I say. I gave Imogen the gist of what happened with Adam's mom. Imogen shrugs. I'm not surprised. She's always been a bitch. Vivienne makes a face. "You can't talk about the previous Luna like that. You don't know who might hear." I look around the main hall and gaze over the many students. "What do you mean? Who might be here? Ben or Alexander, or even just a tattletale?" "Who are they?" I ask. "Ben is going to be our beta." Vivian explains, and Alexander, our third. They're ranked positions after the alpha. And they go here? She shakes her head. But you never know. They could just be around like Adam is sometimes. We have to be careful with what we say and who hears it, especially after I royally messed things up. That's ridiculous, Imogen says. The odds that they're around and that they overhear us is... Vivian looks off and unknowingly smirks. Her eyes return to us. What was that, Imogen? What were you saying? Because look who's here. The two of us turn. I follow the girls' gazes to a charming guy who's casually walking down the hall. A few people smile and greet him as he makes his way through. That's Ben, Vivian says. Suddenly my mind jumps back to the first time I met Adam in one of these classrooms. He was there. Ben was with him, watching me, ready to do whatever asked of him. I spin back to Vivian, but before I can speak she breathes. He's coming over. Act normal. Pretend like we're talking. Oh, I know, I was there when it hit her in the face. Oh, hey, Ben. I look over my shoulder and step to the side as he joins us. My insides feel like they're turning to stone. Vivian, Imogen, he greets, then faces me. Wrenley, I wanted to properly introduce myself, Adam's beta. Yeah, hi. It's nice to see you again. Vivian notices my discomfort. So Ben, any day now, huh? Tomorrow, actually. Adam wanted the ceremony to happen as soon as possible. It was moved up. I thought Wrenley would have told you already, he says and looks at me. Won't you be there, Wrenley? I don't think so, I say. We never really talked about me going, so. It's nothing big, he continues. Adam didn't want it to be drawn out. He actually told me that he just wants to get it over with. Sounds like Adam, Vivian says. Well, I better get going in a bit of a rush, but I hope to see you tomorrow, Wrenley. I smile again and watch as he heads through the main doors. Do you think he wants me there? I ask the girls. Adam? No, Ben. I mean, everyone. His friends. I know his family probably wouldn't want me to be at the ceremony, but Ben expected me to be there, right? You're his mate, Imogen says. It wouldn't be out of the blue. Maybe people aren't sure about your situation. You and Adam aren't exactly letting people know what's going on. She's right. Now that everyone knows Adam has a human mate, they're all likely guessing what's going to happen, Vivian contemplates. Usually the pack knows immediately that their Luna is here. Usually she's not kept in the dark. You've done the opposite. It's not like I did it. I've been trying to play along with all of this. But you get where we're coming from? I take a breath. Yeah, I get it. You'll see Adam later anyway. Just talk to him about it. I'm sure if you tell him that you want to be there, he'll make sure you're there. Do I want to be there? If Adam wants me there, then I'd be ready to go in a heartbeat, but from our past conversations, it doesn't seem that way. He'll bring up the ceremony, but he speaks of it like it's one last hurdle to jump over before I'm welcomed into the light. My school day is consumed by stares and whispers. In class, it doesn't take long to notice the other students as they subtly gossip and point me out. That's her. That's Adam's mate. She's human. A human Luna? No way. He'll reject her, for sure. I can't help but imagine all of the things they're saying. I even catch one or two of my teachers looking for a little too long. My lycanthropy class is the worst. I walk in as the bell rings and everyone's eyes are on me like a pack of dogs to a helpless cat. Once in my seat, I sink down as they continue to discuss my very existence. A hat and a pair of sunglasses sound quite nice right about now. Adam didn't say that he was going to come to me today, but I expect him to show up any time between my last class and my last thought before I fall asleep. I prefer it when he sees me at night, though. No one is there to interrupt us, and I've had all day to choose the perfect things to say. And his presence before bed helps me sleep. My dreams are filled with him. In my dreams, I can say and do whatever I want, no consequences, no anxiety holding me back. When I sleep, it's just us. We're nowhere with no one. There are no mothers or expectations or fears. We are free to live how we are supposed to live. I am not human and he is not one of them. We are two souls intertwined forever and always, inseparable, even in the tired conjurings of my own mind. I turn on the lamp that sat on top of my dresser. The pink lampshade makes my room glow with a feminine warmth, and it shines through the glass of my window, a signal so he can find his way home. It's dark out there, so bone-chillingly dark that I nearly fear for him, before realizing that he is the greatest danger in those woods. A thick cover of clouds masks the moon, but I feel close to her. I glance back the wooden charm strung on my headboard. I like to think that it helps me sleep like a dream catcher. It makes me feel like a part of their world. If Adam's mother won't approve of me, then the moon goddess will. The woman from that shop on the water said that she loves all her children and those who love her children. Being mated to one of her children must be beyond qualifying, but are all these feelings and things I'm experiencing, is this bond love? If I had to label our connection, it would have to be something of love. There are no past feelings I can recall to determine exactly what love is, yet I will willingly call this it. What besides love can have such effects on a person? After today, all I want to do is see Adam and talk to him. Everyone's eyes still seem to follow me now. It feels like the gossiping and judging will never stop. I can't even escape the anxiety in my own bedroom, far from the academy, far from the stairs, far from the covered whispers. A part of me really thought that the students at the academy would be different than the average terrible teenager. I was hopeful. I was wrong. I sit against my headboard with a pillow held to my chest. The last time we spoke was when he brought me home after meeting his mother. It made me awkward, uncomfortable, doubtful. Sure. But today I realize that Adam is on my side, and I can't be completely sure about everyone else. My mother is unsure about this all. His mother believes I'm useless. Viviane is getting frustrated with me. Grandma knows nothing. The only person I feel I can be completely honest with is him. He didn't want things between us to turn sour because of a future detail. Adam wanted to protect me from it all. I may think that he's been keeping me in the dark, that I'm not good enough, but that's not what he's doing. It may not be the perfect plan. There are flaws no matter what way we go about this, but he's trying. He's trying to keep me safe and my heart safe. Shifting onto my side, I gaze out the window. What if he doesn't come? All I can do is think about him. My mind is going into a bit of a withdrawal. If he doesn't come, my night will crumble. I'll be left to wallow until my body eventually gives up and falls asleep. I've never been so excited about someone. Just the thought of seeing him, it fuels me. It gives me purpose in this moment. Every rustle of branches or gust of wind causes me to perk up, but it still isn't him. I glance at the clock. It's far past midnight now. Tiredness looms over me, and I can't help but crawl under my covers. I pull them up to my chest and rest my head on my pillow, just lifted enough to keep the window in view. Eventually, my eyes slowly shut and open and shut and open. My body seems to sink into the mattress. I look at the clock one last time. It's past 1. Disappointment settles in my core, but my exhaustion makes it easier to digest. When I reach a state of near sleep, distant sounds prod at me. I can't bring myself to open my eyes. A sense of peace and love seeps into my bed and envelops me. A hand brings my blankets further up, then brushes the rogue hairs from my face. "Adam," I manage to murmur. "Go to sleep," he says softly. A noise slips through my lips as I turn onto my back. No, I say, disoriented. I'm awake. I'm up. There's not a chance I'm letting him go. My fingers rub my eyes until they can tolerate the light of my lamp. Soon I see his face as he stands with his arms crossed, looking down at me. "You can fall asleep, Wrenley. I'll see you tomorrow." My brows furrow. "No, wait, don't go." The background becomes less blurry. "Please stay," I say, and look to the free side of my bed. My mind runs wild. I pat the empty side. Adam lets out a quick, breathy, dismissing laugh of sorts. "Come on," I say, feeling brave. "We can pillow talk." Ignoring whatever he may say, I shove off the pretty pillows and prepare the spot for him. I yank back the heavy blankets, revealing pale sheets with delicate yellow flowers. My hand unconsciously runs across the sheets. "You're going to let all the warmth out," I say, and look back to him. His concerns are evident. "Wrenley, Adam," I mimic his tone. "We're just talking." Adam sighs. He comes around to the other side of the bed, steps out of his shoes, sheds his leather jacket. I watch with an explosive eagerness. The bed moves as he gets in. My fingers grip the end of my pillow as if it's the only thing keeping me tied to the real world. I don't want to let go. Don't let this dare be a dream. I can't help but smile. His eyes find mine, looking for my satisfaction. As a final touch, I reach over and pull the covers over his shoulder, Then I take the few seconds I have to memorize this exact image. Will you always give me what I want? I ask. It seems that way, doesn't it? He says and looks over his body in my bed. I'm sorry for how I reacted yesterday. She just got to me. I know it wasn't your fault. Adam, not expecting me to bring it up, says nothing. His eyes gaze so deeply into mine that I wonder if he can hear my thoughts. Finally, he says, You have nothing to apologize for. The pinkness and warmth of my lamp rest against his handsome face. It coats everything. I take in the sight of his head on my pillow. All we can do is look at one another because an unspoken rule has been established limiting any possible touching. Although the door is locked, I know that Adam would never try anything. It only makes me want to bring him to break the rule, to make him unable to help himself. Let's just go, I mumble. Let's just leave. In my dreams, I'm able to say anything I want. There's no fear. Am I dreaming? Should I break the rule and touch him just to make sure? Can't we go somewhere where we can be alone without anyone else? There's a lightness to my voice, an innocence. It's a sleepover, but instead of confessing to a best friend, I'm tiredly pouring my thoughts to my biggest crush. I just want to be alone with you. We're alone right now, he says, the sound of his voice frustrating me. No, I clarify, we aren't really alone. If we were alone, no one else would matter. No one else would be taken into consideration. I'm afraid that's going to be impossible. When you're alpha, everyone has to be taken into consideration. You no longer put yourself first. I bite the inside of my cheek and fall onto my pillow, rolling onto my back. They don't even like me, I mutter. I can't go back to the academy tomorrow. All they do is stare at me and talk about me. I would have told you that was going to happen, but I thought you'd expect it. I did. I don't like it. It's all because I'm human. I know it. Adam tries to convince me. They're going to talk about you no matter what you are. My eyes water as I yawn into the back of my hand, and he says, We can talk about this later. You need to sleep. But there's more to talk about. I was supposed to ask about the ceremony tomorrow. Vivian said, There won't be a ceremony. I sit up. What? Adam peers off to the side. I don't think it's the best time. I'll still be taking the role of alpha tomorrow, but there's no need to throw a party. I'm not doing it for myself. I'm doing it for the pack and for you. Your parents? I murmur. I told you, once I'm alpha, they lose control. They won't go far, but we'll have space. I can't take you away from here, but I can give you room to breathe. What's going to happen tomorrow then? My parents will be moving out of the family house while I'll officially take over. You will attend the academy, and I will be there to pick you up afterward. We can have the rest of the day, but you'll have to go to bed now, okay? I shake my head, fighting back another yawn. I can't. Why's that? Because if I fall asleep, you'll leave. Wrenley, I'll see you tomorrow. No, every time you leave, I'm just waiting to see you again. I'm stuck wondering when you'll be back, if you'll show up. Why can't you just stay? His eyes soften. I watch as he gets out of bed and turns off my lamp. The room is submerged in darkness. I hear his footsteps travel around me as my eyes adjust. The bed moves underneath me, and my disappointment fades. His shadow climbs back in. I know when I wake he'll be gone. I'll question whether any of this happened at all, but for now I face him and close my eyes. For now, I'll savor this feeling and sleep peacefully next to him, even if he slips out my window the second I'm whisked away by my dreams. In the middle of the night, I swear I hear him returning to the forest. The window slides open, but not before I feel his hand briefly touch my forehead. His hand moves against my hair as he kisses me goodnight. The sensation lingers above my brow, and I hope to remember it in the morning, but my dreams always escape me when my eyes open. When I find myself alone, when the sunrise beams into my bedroom, I push off my pillow and sit myself up. Grogginess weighs on me as I get out of bed and dress for school. With my uniform on, I head to the bathroom, then the kitchen, then the living room where my mother is with Grandma. I say goodbye before walking out the door with my backpack strapped to my shoulders. I'm going to be strong. If Adam can be strong for me, then I can do the same in return. Those students can whisper and gossip all they want. I'm going to go to class and learn and talk to my friends and leave when the bell rings. Hopefully he'll be there when I walk down those school steps. Then I'll know I walked to lycanthropy class with Vivian. When I told her that there was no ceremony, she was surprised. Apparently, there's always been some sort of celebration, small or large. From what Adam supposedly told me last night, I can tell that he isn't on the best terms with his family right now, and I can't help but feel it's because of me. The last thing I want is to tear him away from his family, but I also don't want to start hating myself again for being human. I've just begun to get over it, and as usual, something has to try and drag me back. I'm scared of a situation where Adam may have to choose me or his parents, yet I feel like he's already made his decision. Would I ever risk my relationship with my mother for him? Now that I think about it, my immediate dedication to Adam scares me. How could I trade in an 18-year relationship with my mom for someone I have known for not even a few months? Wrenley? I glance at Vivienne with a blank look. I said I'll see you later, she says. Everything okay? Is it about Adam canceling his ceremony? I shake my head. No, I'm fine. I'll see you later. Entering the classroom, I take my seat as my mind continues to contemplate. I bring my bag to the floor beside me and jump a little as I'm suddenly faced with Caitlin and Penny. They stand in front of my desk and stare down with black-rimmed eyes. I can nearly smell Penny's watermelon-flavored gum. So, she says, we heard there's no ceremony today. I say nothing. Some of these shifters we talked to were talking about it. They said that it might be because of you, Caitlin says, finding some pleasure in the idea. Are they right? No. That's not the reason. I don't know anything about it, I say and sink in my chair. So much for being mated to the alpha, Penny mutters. The two walk on and sit down. I peer at them as they settle in the back where I sat on the first day. It was smart of me to move seats, but it looks like the extra distance won't stop them from bothering me. Eli was supposed to be with me in this class. I wish I didn't have to sit here alone. I wish I had someone to help fend off the questions. Throughout the rest of my classes, I'm busy wondering whether Adam will be here to pick me up at the end of the day. I told my mom briefly that I would be out with my friends after school, so she should expect me to be home later. If he isn't there, I'll be very disappointed, as I've been coming up with scenarios in my head of what we're going to do. He said we'll have the rest of the day. That's the longest we've been together. All of that time was probably for the ceremony, but now it's for me. Are people really so bothered that it isn't happening? I want to feel bad, but now I'm too excited to spend time with him. Imogen and Vivienne walk with me to the main doors after our last class, one that we all have together. He's going to be there, Vivienne assures me. Yeah, there's no way you dreamt all of that, Imogen chimes in while eating a granola bar. I've had realistic dreams, she bites, but that would be next level. I can't stop thinking about what we're going to do together. Vivienne nudges me. I'm sure you'll do a lot. What haven't you done? Imogen asks. Pretty much everything, I guess. We haven't done anything like that. We almost kissed that one time, but he shifted and I ran away. Imogen gives me a look and Vivienne takes my attention from her. That's fine. There's no pressure. There's pressure, I blurt. No, I said no pressure. It's just, usually when people find their mates, well, they're all over each other, Imogen says. Yeah, but Adam and I aren't like, I explain. We're taking this slow. I mean, all of this is new to me. He understands. Imogen walks ahead and stands in front of the doors. Just because you haven't done anything doesn't mean you don't think about doing things. Trust me, from what I've heard, your mated mind can't stop imagining it. Adam might be sitting there silent, but his head is in your skirt. Imogen, Vivienne scolds. Don't freak her out. Imogen peeks through the door window and smiles. Yup, he's out there, leaning against his car, waiting for sweet little Wrenley to walk out these doors. I roll my eyes and peer out the window as well. A group of students is talking to him, so all of it was real, I murmur. Isn't it a bit backward that you two were in bed together before even having one little kiss? Vivienne asks and comes beside me. She looks out and then faces me. I know nothing happened, but still. There are a lot of emotions and feelings between us, and we're just trying to figure it all out. He doesn't want to scare me away. Will he? Imogen asks. Could you be scared away? I lean against the doors. I don't think so, but I appreciate the steady pace. This is the first real relationship I've been in. And the last, Vivienne comments. Her words stick in my head. You ready? Vivian asks. We'll walk down with you. I nod, and the two girls push the doors open. The chilled outside air blows against us as we descend the front steps. The group of students he was talking to moves along, and our gazes connect. My heart flutters and threatens to burst free from my chest. The corners of his lips turn up at the sight of me, and Imogen breathes. Would you look at that? Vivian grabs a hold of her and stays a step or two behind me as I reach him. So all of that embarrassing stuff I said last night really happened, I say to him lightly. I thought you might wake up confused, Adam says. He looks to the girls. They make sure no one bothered you today? Threatened every last one of them, Imogen reports, and I can't help but let a small laugh slip. Yeah, they're great friends, I tell him. I hardly even noticed the staring today. You ready to go, then? I nod. As he walks around to the driver's side, I turn to the girls. I'll see you guys later. Have fun, Vivian says, and don't be afraid to have too much fun. Imogen winks. I let out a breath. Yeah, bye. The two turn and walk away with their arms linked. I shake my head and get in the truck, placing my bag at my feet. He starts to drive, and I don't ask where we're going. Like most days, it looks like it's going to rain. I rest my head against the seat and watch the trees go by. People are wondering why your ceremony was canceled, I tell him, rolling my head toward him. I know. I've been getting plenty of questions. Why did you cancel it? He glances at me. I told you last night. I know, but people think it's because of me. He nods a little. It's not. I take in a breath and fail to move on. If it's because your parents don't approve of me, I can handle that. Don't worry about it. The ceremony doesn't mean anything. I'm alpha now, and not having a ceremony won't change that. You are? You're the alpha? Everything was finalized this morning. I look forward to the road. Oh, wow. Now what? Well, I'll be busier. There are things that you don't know about yet, but I have a lot to take on, especially these next few weeks as the pack transitions to new leadership. My face falls. On a more positive note, my family won't be around as much to bother you. You should feel accepted because under my leadership you are. No one in my control will pester you or judge you, okay? Yeah, that sounds nice, I say, trying to be happy for him and all he's doing for me. I don't want him to have to shun his parents, though. How can I be happy about that? We're going to the house. Now that it's ours, Huh? I interrupt. Ours? I sit up and turn my body to him. Adam looks over. Technically, it is completely mine now. It is for me to live while I'm alpha. It is for my mate and I. It is for my family. I'm sure he sees the overwhelmed look on my face. He called the house ours. Vivian said that this is my one and only relationship. Is Adam my husband? Is that what this is? It's like we're already married. He's bringing me home, to our home. It doesn't have to be like that right now, Wrenley. Just think of it as a place where we can be alone. That's what you wanted, right? This is just a place for the two of us to be together, to spend time together. Suddenly, Adam is turning onto the driveway. I look up at the familiar white house. Before I was busy taking in all of its intricate details and beauty, but now all I can do is stare at it. You didn't get to see all of it before, so I thought you might like to walk through. I want this to be a safe space for you. I want you to feel like you can be here whenever you like because you can. I don't really know what to say. Adam opens his door and gets out of the truck. I watch as he walks around the car and to my side. He opens my door and unbuckles my seatbelt as I fail to move on my own. You have to admit, he says as he brings the strap over me, this is a little dramatic. It really is just a house. Just a house? I question him. It isn't just a house. He ignores me and motions for me to come out. I sigh and do so, hopping down onto the ground. No one is here, Adam says while talking me up the front steps. He has a key in his hand and opens the door with it. Thankfully, unlike last time, when the door opens, there's no evil mother looking me over and beckoning me in. I walk into the empty house and see the same elegant furniture. I thought your parents moved out. They did, he says. Most everything here belongs to the family. It will never leave this house. My eyes wash over everything inside with a new appreciation. This stuff is ours now. It's all too nice. What if I ruin it or break it or... Oh, so everything is passed down to the next alpha? Adam nods. Come, see the rest of the house. He takes me around, down hallways, into room after room. The kitchen is 3 times the size of Grandma's and must have enough food stored away to last one whole apocalypse and then some. I'm not sure how much werewolves eat, but from peeking inside the fridge, it sure looks like a lot. The house seems endless at one point. We leave the family room and head upstairs. The railing lined along the steps has metal posts curved in all sorts of pretty ways, and my eyes trail up until the top is in sight. There's a small library tucked into a space on the right, and to the left is a hall. At the end, I can see large, delicately carved doors. There are about 3 bedrooms leading up to it. I already saw 2 other bedrooms downstairs. Why must there be so many bedrooms? Will there be visitors? When Adam opens the doors to what I know is the master bedroom, I ask, "What are you going to do with all this space? There's enough room in this house for the entire town. Who cleans all of this?" "Tony and Yuki take care of the house. I'm sure you'll see them around," he says, leading me in. "Wow," I say casually, "really nice bedroom. I feel like I'm in one of those home decor magazines my grandma likes to read. Very regal, very, I like it." Adam turns to me and I start walking the other way toward a door that opens to a bathroom. Large tub, large shower, space for more than one person in there. Is that 2 shower heads? I shut the door and rest my back against it. Nice, bathroom. Looks very clean. One of his brows raise a little. He watches as I wander to the plush bed. I jump up on it and run my hands along the bedding as it puffs up beside me. It feels so very comfortable, so cozy, that I'm tempted to climb in and fall asleep. Something about this house feels personal to me, and that feeling frightens me. All I can think about while sitting on this bed is the fact that it's ours. All of this is ours. We're going to live together in this house one day, and wake up together, and brush our teeth together, and eat together, and supposedly shower together, too. He looks at me now, and he knows all of this. I look back and pretend that I don't. "So what are you going to do now that you're living all alone?" He moves closer to me and says, "I'll have to convince you to stay here with me." "Stay here? Now?" Adam stands before me as I feel like the bed is starting to digest what's fallen into its trap. I sit helplessly and hope that I'm swallowed before anything else can be said. I know it's a big idea to throw out there. Big, I question sarcastically. I knew something like this was going to happen. I walk into the house and act like it's all casual, but I knew it couldn't be that easy. I thought we were going slow. "I've been trying to, Wrenley. I want you to be comfortable. I just think that we would be better off living together," he explains. I glance down at my school uniform. I don't feel like a teenager, or at least I'm not supposed to. Teenage girls don't move into a house with the person they're spending the rest of their life with. Teenage girls have fun and live freely. They flirt with boys and go to prom and suffer their first heartbreak. I can't help but feel so conflicted. Again, I'm split in 2. Part of me wants Adam and this life and everything all at once, but the other is mourning the loss of my young adulthood. We haven't even kissed properly. Ugh! I don't get why it has to be like this, I say somewhat loudly and scoot off the bed. Why can't we just be normal? We aren't supposed to live together for, I don't know, a few years. You're talking about things that I'm not supposed to worry about until I'm at least 25. Maybe 24 if I found the right person. Adam takes in a quick breath. You're talking about a human life. That isn't how this works. Well, maybe I don't like the way this works. Maybe I want more time. We stay looking at one another until Adam walks off a bit. He crosses his arms and says, "I know this isn't what you expected to be doing right now, but I need you to be around." "I am around. I see you every day now." I can't promise that I'll be able to spend as much time with you these next few weeks. I can work out of the house part of the time, so if you're here, we don't have to be away from one another. I sit back on the bed and fall onto my back. My hair splays out around me, and I stare at the ceiling. "So I'll never see you?" "You'll see me, just not as often and for as long as you do now." "I hardly see you now, Adam. Hardly." Adam is somewhere around me, pacing. "That's why I think this is best. We can have every night together, just as we were last night." My body tightens. The temptation is there. If I stay here with him, will he let his guard down? Will he finally be with me without worrying about a lack of control, without worrying too much about my well-being? I roll onto my side and see him standing at the end of the bed. He's looking down at me. My mom will never let me, I say. She's the only thing standing in my way. Well, and Grandma too. She'll never let me move out and then in with you. I thought the situation was explained to her. Tali tried. My mom seems to get the fact that we're going to be together no matter what she wants, but I don't think she's grasped the fact that we need to be together physically, like distance-wise. Proximity, I mutter, trying to save myself from embarrassment. And even if she somehow understands, there's no way we could explain it to my grandma without telling her everything. It's just too complicated. Stay tonight, he says. Think of it as a trial, and don't worry about any complications. I push up on the bed, my hair falling off my shoulders. You want me to stay here tonight? Like a sleepover? Adam, with his arms crossed and looking quite nice, nods. Can I have whatever I want for dinner? And we have to watch whatever movie I pick out without complaints. Oh, and I want a bubble bath in the big bathtub. You can have whatever you like, but for someone who claims they aren't demanding, you have quite a few demands, he says. If I end up sleeping on the couch, then at least I'll be full of good food. Why would that happen? I give Adam a look. You know what I mean. I had to convince you to lay in bed with me last night, and now what? You're just going to be perfectly fine sharing a bed? He says nothing and watches me as I fall onto my back once more. It's just a sleepover, like we're best friends, I say while smiling to myself. Sometimes it's fun to be a little cruel. This reminds me of what I told my mother, that Adam and I are not romantic at all, just two buddies hanging out. I doubt she believed me, though. Have you ever been to a sleepover? Adam doesn't respond, but I feel the bed move as if he has sat down. I peer up a little and see him at my feet, bent over with his elbows on his knees. No? I continue. Well, at a sleepover, you're supposed to eat and watch movies and paint nails and gossip. I guess we can talk about these girls at the academy who are annoying me, and don't worry, I'll explain it from the very beginning. Then we can watch a movie. Oh, we can watch Clueless or Mean Girls or... What about dinner? He asks, looking back at me. I boost up on my forearms and say, we have to get a pizza and popcorn. Maybe I should stop at home to get my pink pajamas with the little purple hearts. If I'm sleeping here, I need my stuff. Sometimes it's easier to forget about the decisions and worries and expectations. Right now, I just want to use my time with Adam wisely. I don't want to spend tonight discussing serious stuff. Tonight is for having fun together, like the young people we are. I have things for you. Okay, then I just have to text my mom. I'll tell her I'm sleeping over at Vivian's. After I grab my phone and update my mom, I decide to take my bubble bath first. Adam gets me all that I need, then tells me that he'll be downstairs. He says that he'll get some things done and that I can come get him once I'm finished. I lock the bathroom door anyway. It takes a few minutes for the tub to fill up. I squeeze in some soap while it does so and swish my hand around to get bubbles going. My school uniform is left in a pile on the floor as I quickly step into the water. The bathtub at Grandma's is joined with the shower and is much too shallow to have a proper bath. Here I can sink down to my neck without my knees sticking out. I stay nearly fully submerged for what feels like an hour. Trying to relax, I let my mind go whenever it pleases, and suddenly, it's dark outside. I can see that the night has taken over through the window above me. Knocking on the bathroom door causes my heart to shoot forward. I slip down in the tub and bring my hands up to the edges to steady myself. Everything okay in there? Adam calls through the door. I bite my lip and bring my head back. Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine. I'll be out in a few. I'm going to order the pizza. What would you like on yours? A Hawaiian one, please, I call back. When he doesn't answer, I assume he heard me. I drain the tub and dry myself with the white towels he gave me. I feel like I'm staying in a hotel and Adam has been my very patient butler. The thought of being here made me nervous at first, but now my anxiety faded. There's nothing intimidating about pizza and a chick flick. I'm glad Adam is going along with this for me. On the bathroom counter are the clothes he pulled for me. I thought I was used to his scent by now, but when I shrug on his shirt, I need to lean against the sink for a moment. My fingers grab the soft fabric and squeeze it to my chest. Something about this moment has intoxicated me. I let my hair loose from the bun I put it in and pose a little in the mirror. I'm wearing Adam's shirt, and I can't help but fantasize. Before leaving the bedroom, I stuff my uniform in my backpack and leave the bag there. Making my way through the house alone feels weird. I hear Adam's voice once I get downstairs, so I follow it to the office that he showed me earlier. Peeking into the doorway, I'm surprised when I see Ben there as well. "Oh, Wrenley," Adam says, noticing me from behind the desk. He's standing with his hands laid flat against the wood. Ben is on the other side, closest to me, and he turns around. "Sorry, I didn't know someone was here, I confess." "Neither did I," Ben says and glances to Adam. "It's nice to see you again, Wrenley." A blush blooms my face. "It's nice to see you too. If I knew you were here, I would have put on pants." Ben thinks it's funny. It must be surprising to see me at the academy all shy one day, then here the next. I was having fun with my easygoing personality, but maybe I should put it on hold for a moment. "Ben is just dropping something off. I'll be in the family room in a minute, okay?" I nod and give Ben a short little wave. Goodbye. The family room is on the other side of the house, so I make my way over and enter through the large archway. On the TV is the menu page to Clueless. My feet carry me to the screen and I look up at it, almost reaching out to touch it. He actually listened. Adam is really going to sit here with me and watch Clueless. If I knew that guys were like this, then I would have shown interest in them much sooner. I sit on the couch and listen as Adam walks Ben to the door. They say a quick goodbye and his footsteps grow in my direction. When Adam enters, I'm already looking at him, waiting. "You remembered Clueless?" I ask, my voice laced with sweetness. He walks over, looking to the screen. "This is what you want to watch, right?" "I mean, yes, but I was just being annoying. I can watch this with Vivian whenever." No, let's watch it. The pizza should be here soon," he says and sits down with me. I grab a throw blanket and cover my legs. Adam starts the movie and I find myself slowly moving closer to him. Every now and then I'll adjust my seating position, which really means scooting over. The only light in the whole room is from the screen in the hallway, resulting in a dimness that hides my secret glances. I can't help but look at him. At one point he shifts and looks over only to find me 2 spots closer from where I was before. I swear I see him shake his head a little from the corner of my eye. Suddenly he perks up and takes my eyes from the screen. "Is the pizza here?" I ask. Adam stands up and I sit up myself. I watch as he walks to the archway and looks into the hall. "What is it?" "Wait here," he says and disappears. I ignore his order and follow behind him. Adam goes to the front door and opens it, but not all the way, just enough for the frigid air to blow in. I stand back, hugging myself to avoid the gust. He then shuts the door and turns to me. "Go upstairs and lock the door." My arms drop to my sides. What?" "Wrenley, go upstairs and lock the bedroom doors," he says sternly while coming to me. "There's something outside." "What's outside?" My heart starts to beat heavily in my chest. Something about his voice, his face is unsettling. "I'm gonna go look. Please, do as I say." I swiftly grab his arm. "No, you can't just go out there. What if it's just the pizza?" Adam takes my hand off of him. "It's a rogue wolf. I can't smell it. Please go upstairs now." "Rogue? Outside? Will it hurt people?" Adam urgently takes me to the steps, scaring me even more. "Do as I say. Wait there until I knock." This time I listen. I force myself up the stairs even though what I want most is to stay with him, to stop him from going out there. I hurry down the hall and lock myself in the bedroom. My chest rises and falls as I shut off the lights. That's what I used to do at my old house. Sometimes, when I was home alone, I would hear sounds outside. I would run to my bedroom, turn off the lights, and peek through my windows, hidden in the darkness. I would search the front yard for anything suspicious. One time it was a few kids throwing toilet paper at the house next door. It took them a couple of minutes, and I watched it all. My eyes focus on the windows now. I tiptoe to the closest one and just barely look out it. There's nothing, and again nothing out the next one. I follow the wall and look out the window that shows the back of the house. Behind is an open field. Then there's the forest that shoots up like an enormous wall. Something dark is moving in the distance, heading into the woods. It's the large black wolf that I used to see plenty. It's Adam. Why is he going in there? I wish I could run out and stop him. Paranoid, I rush to the bed and climb under the covers. I pull them over my head and try to breathe. There's a rogue out there, and from the way Adam reacted, I know we're in danger. Squeezing my eyes shut, I try to imagine myself back home with my mom and grandma. By now, we would be sat around the table eating dinner and talking about our days. I would be describing my day at school. When I was young, I always wanted to climb the clothesline in Grandma's backyard. She had a dryer and never used the thing. The lines strung across drooped and were worn down by the weather, and the two white poles stood like a playground. There was a flat part on top of the poles. I wanted to climb up and sit on top and stare out at the trees. So one day, when Grandma and my mom were busy inside, I went out and dragged a lawn chair to the pole and set it against it. I got up and reached to the horizontal bit. Managing to grasp it, I jumped and struggled to pull my body up. It was a balancing act, but I didn't fall. When I actually did it, when I sat up there like a perched bird, I watched the trees, as I hoped to. The high branches swayed in the wind. The sound of the leaves reminded me of waves. If I wasn't afraid of slipping off, I would have shut my eyes and imagined myself on the beach. After a good while of watching the world, I saw something in the woods. Maybe a bear, maybe a wolf, maybe nothing at all. I saw something, and it scared me. It caused me to rush down to safety, but moving so desperately took away the precision I climbed up with. I fell off the clothesline and landed hard on the rocky grass below. Bits of gravel burrowed in my skin. I screamed so loud that my mom and grandma came running out. They cleaned me up, but I couldn't go in the water. The water felt strange against my scrapes. Knocking sounds freeze my body. Wrenley, it's me. I kick the covers off and run to the doors. Unlocking them as quickly as possible, I yank both open and am relieved to see him standing there unharmed. I look up at him with my red face and puffy eyes. I want to yell at him for leaving me here, for going outside into the unknown, but I don't. I'm mad at you, I breathe out. Adam says, I know, I'm sorry. You can't just do that. It's gone. It ran far north. Rogues don't come around here. There hasn't been one near Waindale in years. Most know that there's a pack based here, so they stay away. But this one was right outside the house, too close to be oblivious. I stare at him, no longer scared of the rogue. The rogue was wiped from my mind right when I heard him knock. Upset, I drop my hands from the doors and saunter back into the room. I don't care about the rogue, Adam. You freaked me out and then left me only to go put yourself in danger. I can handle myself, he says, walking in. You don't understand how serious this situation is. Serious enough to have me lock myself in a room? Serious enough to go out after it? Yes, I didn't want to scare you, but you needed to know that you weren't safe. If there's a rogue in the area, you aren't safe. The town isn't safe. I don't know what their purpose is here. I don't know why it came so close to the house. Wasn't it just being a rogue wolf? Wandering? Adam shakes his head. It's not very often that a rogue has good intentions. They can attack humans. They steal. They aren't something we want to have around the town. They usually avoid large packs, so I don't know why there was one so close. My family's pack has been here for generations. I swallow and look up at him. You said it ran off, so it's gone, right? Suddenly, the doorbell rings and I jump. My eyes shoot to Adam, but he isn't spooked. The pizza, right. We go downstairs to get the food. He got me an entire pizza all for myself, but I can hardly take a bite. I sit and stare at it. My eyes might be on the pizza, but my mind is conjuring ideas of Grandma or my mom being attacked by the rogue. They're home alone. What if it wanders their way? What if it gets Vivian or Imogen or Eli or Alara? What is it? I peer up at Adam. I can't stop thinking about the rogue. What about my family? Your family is south. The rogue went north. They'll be fine. They're inside and safe, he assures me. What about other people? Adam sets down his pizza. It ran toward the mountains. The town should be safe tonight. I'm going to make sure it's gone tomorrow, but right now you shouldn't worry about it so much. After dinner, I get ready for bed and text my mom good night. I get into bed as Adam finishes up in the bathroom. It still smells like the soap that I used earlier to make my bubble bath. With my knees nearly to my chin, I text Vivian about what happened. I'm sure she was expecting something juicier and less worrying, but I want to make sure she's on the lookout. After we say goodnight, I set my phone on the bedside table. Adam turns off the bathroom light, then the bedroom light. The lamp beside me warms the room like a fire, and I watch as he gets into bed beside me. It's a large bed with plenty of room, but my heart still speeds up. This is different than last night. I'm not coaxing him to lay down with me. I'm not going to wake up alone. He's staying here the entire night beside me, and I won't hear him sneaking out the window, hopefully. Adam takes somewhat of a deep breath. I look at him and think back to what Imogen said at school. He may just be sitting there, but who knows where his mind is at? I wish I knew. I don't know if I can fall asleep, I say. You will. As I move down and rest my head on the pillow, I ask, how do you know? Adam looks at me. Because I'm here. Well, what if I don't want to go to bed? Adam's eyes close and he says nothing. I watch his chest rise and fall. Can we talk for a bit? What do you want to talk about? I wish I could lay against him, on his chest. It's not every day that we're so close, and the reality of it is making me want to push my luck further. He says all I feel is mutual, and if that's true, he's better at hiding his feelings than I am. I wish I didn't have to act calm and collected when I'm not. I don't know, I murmur. Maybe we can talk about what's going on here. I grab his attention again. I elaborate the best I can without tossing the blanket over my head. Sometimes I'm just a little confused. I mean, I know we're mates and all. I know that you want me to live here with you, which is still a little insane, but I don't understand us. I don't get what we are. We're sleeping in the same bed, yet we haven't even. Haven't even what? He asks, pushing me. I look at him as he looks at me. I can't say it. It's too hard. It was easy that night in the forest when I was ready to lay all cards on the table, but I'm not in that state of mind. How did I speak those words with no worries? Kiss me. How was I so brave? I feel stupid now. I feel like a silly little girl. Reaching to the lamp, I turn it off and the room flashes to blackness. Moonlight causes a glow around us, but it's not until my eyes adjust that I can see him. I'm tired, I say bluntly. It's true, I am tired. The constant contemplation on whether I should say something or not, do something or not, think something or not, it's exhausting. Right now it's easier to just turn off the light and my mind as well. I'm tired of the anxiety that comes when I try to speak my truth. Come on, he says. Tell me what's going on. Moving on my side and facing away from him, I lay as close to the edge as possible. Never mind it. Let's just go to bed. Wrenley? I stay quiet and hear him sigh. A lot has happened today, I know. It's overwhelming. The last thing I want is for you to go quiet on me now. I don't want to, but you make it hard. I hear him move around, but I stay facing away. Talk to me, he says, his voice clearer, deeper. I don't understand you. We're supposed to be connected. Our bodies and souls are all tangled up together, and everyone keeps telling me how it's supposed to be. Everyone says how mates act. We aren't like that. I was fine taking it slow. I didn't want everything to happen all at once, but at this point I'm just confused. I spill, forcing myself with everything in my being because the words wouldn't leave me otherwise. Why won't you kiss me? I look at you with my stupid little faces. I inch closer. I even practically begged, and now I'm just left feeling ridiculous. My hands grip the covers as hard as possible as I wait for him to say something. I don't think it's a good idea, Adam says. Air clogs up my throat. Ouch. No, really, it hurts. My insides feel like they're collapsing in on each other. I close my eyes for a few seconds, then, without thinking, I tug the covers off me and step out of bed. I rush into the bathroom and shut the door as Adam says my name. The light blinds me when I hit the switch. I feel like crying and screaming at the same time. I can't help but handle this like a rejection. He's hurt me. I've never felt this way before. I don't think it's a good idea. What's wrong with me? What did I do? Is it something I said? Is it the way I look? Peering into the mirror now, I lean toward my reflection and question what I see. He knocks on the door, and my eyes shoot over. Wrenley, he says. Open up. As if. My reflection and I both glare just thinking about him. Adam thinks he can embarrass me like that, then nurse my bruised ego back to health. It makes me want to break something. Damn it. Why do I feel this way? It's like all my dark emotions are morphing into one indescribable force inside of me. Turning to the window above the tub, I get an idea. I climb onto the edge of the bathtub and peer through the glass. There's a roof below, as I expected. Can I climb out and escape before tears burst from my eyes? It will be like climbing out Vivian's window. I've done this before. Another knock rattles me. I'm coming in. The door opens. Adam enters and sees me standing up on the tub. I hop down and walk past him before he can question me. I rather not explain, even though I'm sure he got the picture. Won't you just leave me alone, so you can jump out a window? He asks. I turn around, wanting to take off his stupid shirt. You really have to rub it in, don't you? My backpack is set by the door, so I grab it and take out my uniform piece by piece. My skirt comes first, so I pull it up under the shirt. Adam watches me, the bathroom light taking us out of the dark. What are you doing? I'm leaving, I say, while determining how to change my top without exposing myself. You're not leaving. The shirt drops from my grasp. What? You need to humiliate me some more? Not a good idea. What does that even mean? You said all that I feel. You feel. Clearly that's not true if you can't even bring yourself to kiss me. I'm not some hideous monster, you asshole. I'm not going to stand here and beg again like some charity case. You don't want me like that. Fine. But I'm not going to stay here and play house with you. I've been embarrassed enough lately. All I want is to go home, and I'm going to do just that. Adam grabs me and takes me back to the bed. My spare hand preys at his grip, but there's no hope. You need to calm down, he says, as if he has control of the situation. I'm not rejecting you. If you convince yourself that I am, you're going to react like I am. He sits me down on the edge of the bed, his hands gripped on my shoulders. My brows furrow as I try to wiggle from his hold, but I can't. Wrenley, look at me, Adam orders. This is not rejection. You're overreacting. Please, try to calm down. You can't work yourself up over this. It's only going to get worse. You're hurting me, I say softly, my voice high like I'm about to cry. Let go of me, please. You're hurting me by keeping me here. Conflict shows on his face. It hurts, I tell him, as if the rational part of me is trying to break through. Adam's hands let go of my shoulders, but come to the sides of my flushed face. Suddenly, he brings his lips down onto mine, the pent-up need pushing against me. I feel the encumbering fear of rejection fade as assurance floods in. The feeling of his lips against mine causes my hands to fall on his arms, my fingers squeezing as we intuitively move together. All the frustration that has been building up inside of me is lifted from my shoulders, bringing me to a new state of satisfaction. Adam lowers to match my height as I sit on the bed. My eyes open when he kisses from my lips down to my neck. One of his hands moves to my lower back, holding me close to him, while the other rests on my thigh. I look to the connection as it makes me nervous. He kisses my neck, moving to my collarbone. Overwhelmed, I murmur, Adam, wait. The feelings igniting on my skin makes it hard to focus, but when his hand slides further up my leg, I say, Adam, stop. He pulls back from my skin and rests his head against my chest. A few seconds later, he swiftly stands up and brings his palms to the sides of his head, as if he can't believe what he's done. As I stay on the bed, my eyes fall to the ground. Damn it, Wrenley. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He's breathless. He gets on his knees in front of me and looks up at my rosy face. This is what I wanted to avoid. I need control. Blood has filled my lips. I pout at him while digesting what had just happened. Please forgive me, he says, his eyes filled with desperation. A little out of breath myself, I tell him, I'm fine. His hand cups my cheek. I'm sorry. I wake suddenly with a dry throat. My blankets lay heavily on me, suffocating me. So I shove them off, feeling the air cool down my hot limbs. The clock reads 12:04 p.m. How did I sleep for so long? The smell from my nightmare lingers in my bedroom, making me sick. I can still feel its teeth grazing against my shoulder before chomping down and startling me awake. I knew I wouldn't be able to let go of the rogue. No matter what Adam tells me, nothing will calm my nerves. It's in my dreams now. It won't leave me alone. My stomach aches, and I know it's because I miss him. It took me hours just to fall asleep last night, having to ignore the longing that's like a stone in my chest. How long has it been since I stayed the night at his house? Almost 2 days. I used to last longer than this, but things are different now. I feel different, more attached yet more distant at the same time. Whenever I close my eyes, I see him knelt before me, regretting having kissed my lips and my neck. God, I still feel that too. All the warm kisses splayed across my skin as if they had left burn marks. When I got home that morning, I swear my mother looked at me and saw a change as well. She looked at me as if I had lost my virginity. I'm sure she didn't buy my bit about being at Vivian's for the night, but she didn't question me. I wandered to my bedroom and stayed there. Finding my phone in the blankets, I see text messages from Vivian about meeting at the diner. I told her that I would explain everything since I dodged her all yesterday. As my best friend, I'm supposed to want to spill all my drama to her, but this feels different. It isn't like all the other times we've talked about Adam. I left his house yesterday morning and haven't heard from him since then, and even though I'm aching, a part of me is addicted to the silence. It was all so loud Friday night. Getting up, I wander to the bathroom. Grandma can be heard in the kitchen. She talked yesterday about baking some Christmas-themed goods for the neighbors. She told me she would bake some for my friends. While showering, my legs grow tired, so I sit down for a moment. A moment lingers on until Grandma is knocking on the door to make sure I didn't slip and fall and knock myself out. "You've been in there for 30 minutes, dear," she calls through the door. It felt like a few minutes at most. It's the ghost sensations, the biting and kissing and dying that's making me lose focus. I finish my shower and dress myself to go out and meet Vivian at the diner. When I walk into the kitchen, Grandma stops me. "Here, Wrenley, bring this with you." She hands me a large Tupperware container of Christmas cookies. I made too many again. The stovetop is covered in small cookies in a plethora of holiday shapes. Green icing, red icing, white sprinkles, red sprinkles, the list goes on and on. "Okay," I tell her, "I'll give them to Vivian. I'll be back later." Mom is at her new yoga class at the Waindale Community Center. It's all she could talk about at dinner last night. Grandma is glad that she's getting out of the house. Apparently, a woman she met at the grocery store told her about it, and now she has a new friend. I wonder if her friend is one of them or one of us. My walk to the diner is fast-paced and anxious. The cookies shuffle around in their container as I hurry down the street. I won't even glance at the trees. If I see something, I won't know what to do, but if I don't look, I won't see something. It's been almost 2 days since Adam scared the rogue north. What if it's made its way back to town by now? I slide along the iced sidewalk countless times but manage not to fall. Eventually, I'm sliding through the diner door and finding peace in the warm, French fry-smelling place. I hear my name immediately. My eyes turn to the back corner. Vivian is sat in a booth with Imogen beside her, and when I walk over, I make out Eli and Alara as well. Scooting in, I set the cookies in the center of the table. "I haven't seen you guys in forever," I say to the couple. "Been busy at Waindale High," Eli says. "Thanks for that." "Of course. It was no problem." "How do you like the academy?" Alara asks, cozy beside her boyfriend. "Who cares?" Vivian interrupts. "We can talk about all that later. Speak about Friday night. Speak now." I shrug off my coat and sigh. It was fine. Not much happened, okay? Imogen grabs the container of Christmas cookies and starts munching away. "No details," she says before popping a snowflake in her mouth. "We got pizza, watched a movie, I slept over, I left." "So you did sleep over?" Vivian questions. "In the same bed? Did you just sleep or?" "Do we really have to know?" Eli asks her. "Sounds too private, you don't have to say, Wrenley. We just slept, that's all." Vivian's shoulder drop. Okay, a kiss?" I take a candy cane-shaped cookie and fiddle with it. "Yes, we kissed." "Like a lot or a little?" Imogen asks, still eating. "Oh, we ordered food. Vivian said you'd want a burger and fries, so we ordered you that." "That's fine," I say. And it was, I don't know, a little bit a lot. It's hard to explain. Whatever it was, it changed things. Everything is all messed up now. We haven't talked since yesterday morning when he brought me home. "Huh?" Vivian leans forward. "What? Why? What went wrong?" I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" "Vivian." Eli scolds her. She sits back. "Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just really invested. I don't mean to disappoint. We just haven't spoken. It might be because he's busier now that he's alpha. He told me that we'd have less time together unless I stayed with him." "Stayed with him?" "He wants me to live there." Imogen pauses mid-chew. "What did you say?" Alara asks. I look to Vivian. She seems to know the answer. I said it's too complicated with my family. I couldn't explain it to my mom, let alone my grandma. And plus, it's way too soon to even think about living together, even if it is very tempting. Do you think you'll see him today? Viviane asks. I shrug. Our food is brought to the table, but I have a difficult time eating my burger. Biting and chewing and tasting, all of it makes my stomach rise in protest. I don't mention the rogue to them. I'm not sure if Adam wants such information spread around the town. It's better if I just keep my mouth shut and face my fears alone. After lunch, Viviane and everyone urge me to go to the beach with them, despite my wanting to go home. I lie that I have things to do even though I'd be lying in bed. They convince me to come along and we pile into Alara's car. I stare out the window at the trees and think about the rogue and Adam. I think about them hurting me. What if the rogue comes and kills me? What if I never hear from Adam again? I feel a tap on my shoulder. Viviane is squished beside me and Imogen is squished beside her. She asks quietly, "Everything okay?" I nod a little. Yeah. I didn't mean to pry at the diner. You went all quiet yesterday. I was worried. I know. I didn't feel like talking. Maybe you can stay the night tonight? We can talk. Viviane nods. For sure. Definitely. I watch Eli play with Alara as he threatens to toss her into the freezing water. My fingers run over the many little pebbles as I sit close to the waterline, and I pick one up and stare at it just to think about other things. Stop. No, please, she cries as he picks her up. You're going in. Hold your breath. I'm coming, Imogen yells and charges at Eli. She jumps on his back and shakes him. Alara slips out of his grasp and helps shove Eli toward the water with Imogen. Viviane stands back with her arms crossed, watching. Stop. No, please. Adam. Wait. Adam, stop. I throw the pebble and it plunges into the water. Did I want him to stop? It was sudden, not the idea, but the reality of it. I didn't expect him to do what he did, even though I asked for it. Wrenley, help us! I get up and walk over to the girls. Viviane is cheering them on now. Oh, come on, guys. Oh, I call. Wrenley, Eli shouts, playing along. Help me. I shake my head and jog over. I stand in the way of the water and push him the other way. How can you be on his side? 2 against 1, that's not fair. I laugh. I'm gonna fall, he cries. Whoa. I hear Viviane yell something our way before everything blurs as I'm stumbling backward. I feel the icy water caress my ankles and seep into my shoes. Suddenly I'm falling. My hands claw at the air but fail to grab on. My body jolts as the cold slices my skin and drenches my clothes. Sitting in the water, I look up, shocked. Wrenley. My lips part, my eyes spring open. Shit. Eli grabs my hand and helps me up. Are you okay, Wrenley? It's cold. It's really cold. We have to get her out of the wet clothes. Hurry, she's going to freeze, Viviane says by my side. The 4 of them get me in the car and blast the heat. Viviane pulls off my jacket as I try to think about anything but the cold. My feet, I can't feel my toes. I bend over and pull off my dripping shoes. I'm so sorry, Wrenley, Alara says while driving. It's fine. It was an accident. Let's just get her home. She has to change and warm up. The drive feels as if it takes hours. I sit back with my legs to my chest and focus on my breathing. Imogen says my lips look blue, and when I look to my fingernails, they have a blue tinge as well. The water was so unbelievably cold. Its unforgivingness mixed with the winter climate has the sensation of heat feeling like a distant memory. Is the heat even on? It's on, Eli assures us. My car is really old. It takes a minute. Turn left here. It's the house with the flower bed. Viviane brings me out of the car when we arrive. The outside air makes me cringe. My wet clothes cling to my body and feel as if they are about to freeze that way. Imogen runs ahead and rings the doorbell. My mom answers in her workout clothes, catches sight of me, and promptly panics. Wrenley? What happened? Viviane? She fell in the water at the beach, Viviane explains. They run me a bath. When I try to dip my toe in, it hurts. I call that it's too hot, but they tell me it's fine. It's too hot, I yell. It burns. I wrap a robe around my body and come out of the bathroom. My mom is standing in the hall with Viviane. The others are waiting with Grandma in the living room. It's not really that hot, Wren, my mom explains. It's just because you're so cold. I'll lay in bed then. I'll layer up and get under the blankets. I pull on 2 pairs of pants, 3 shirts, 2 pairs of socks, and mittens. Viviane lays in bed with me, her arms wrapped around me as she acts like a heater. It is helping. I nod and curl up even more. You guys are always warm. Adam is like that. He's never cold. Do you want Adam? I shake my head, but I can feel him. It feels like he's coming. Maybe he feels how cold you are. He knows when you're in pain. If he comes, tell him I'm fine. Grandma doesn't know. She won't understand. Just tell her that he's your boyfriend. I shake my head. Things didn't end okay. Just tell him I'm fine. A few minutes pass and the feeling in my gut grows stronger. I groan. He's coming. I know he's coming. Vivienne leaves. I ask her to meet him when he comes. I lay in bed alone and feel the warmth fade. His scent arrives. I hear voices. When I swear that he must be right in the hall, Adam appears in the doorway. I look at him from my bundle of clothes and blankets, and I promise I'm fine. Seeing him makes me emotional. Everything from Friday night comes flooding back. How did this happen? Adam asks. He comes to the bed and takes off his jacket and then his shirt. He kicks off his shoes and lifts up the blankets. We were at the beach. I fell in the water. Adam comes under and I try to not fixate on his bareness. Come on, he says and takes off my mittens. He sets my chilled hands against his chest and my eyes open wide. Instinctively, I bring my cheek against his skin and bask in the warmth. I swiftly pull off my socks and my extra shirts and pair of pants. Not caring about our intimacy, I press every bit of my body against him and cling to him like a child to a leg. His arm comes around me and I rest my head on his shoulder. How did you get so cold? He asks, holding me to him. Car heater hardly worked. My clothes were all wet, I mumble. I felt something was wrong. With my eyes closed, I slowly start to drift off, but as I warm, the reality of our situation sets in. My mind shifts from my icy toes to the silence that fell between us. Are we okay? I ask, keeping my eyes closed. Adam is quiet for a moment before saying, I scared you off, didn't I? I don't know. I don't think you did. I don't know. Why does this keep happening? We lay in silence for another moment. My bedroom door is closed. I wonder when that happened. I wonder about my mom and my grandma just in the other room while I lay with Adam. I wonder about everyone out there and I pretend they don't exist. Stay with me, he says. At least I can look after you so you don't freeze to death. My eyes open. Adam, I told you. There's no way I could explain it. Tell your grandmother the truth. Tell her about us. What? I ask and look up at him. I want you with me, Wrenley. I don't want to go a day without seeing you. I want to know that you're safe with me every night. I'll be able to sleep then. My heart flourishes inside of me and he says, we can tell her now, together, and I can try to explain why you need to be with me to both her and your mother. I sit up in bed. I don't know. She won't understand. It'll be too much. I don't want to do that to her. Wrenley, I mean it. She's lived her whole life not knowing. Maybe it's best if it stays that way. I feel guilty enough having told my mom. I know that we're better together, I really do, but I don't want to drag more people into this. Adam sits up as well. The blanket falls from his chest, and I can't help but steal glances at his body. Our entire relationship is trying to find a balance between not enough and too much. Living together feels like it will be too much, and what if that only makes things worse? What happened between us Friday night was too much. You felt out of control, and it ended badly. We can't have too much, and we already know what happens when we don't have enough. Adam peers off to the side, not happy with my answer. You're my mate. I don't like being deprived of what's mine. What's yours? I question. To be frank, yes. There isn't supposed to be too much. I control myself for you. I restrain myself to go at the pace you're comfortable with, and if I slip up, I can't help but feel guilty, even though it's completely against my nature. With parted lips, I get up from the bed. I really can't believe you right now. Tell me that being alpha has gone to your head. I tried to explain this before. Everything is immediate. There is no pacing or steps to abide by. You're my mate. That's it. There's no reason to dance around it and pretend like I'm your boyfriend. You're being selfish. Adam crosses his arms. I've been the one catering to your preferences. I've been playing human for who knows how many weeks. It's taking a strain on me, Wrenley. As I look at him, I can feel my blood boiling. So what? What I'm comfortable with doesn't matter because we're mates. Maybe that's how it would work if I were one of you, but I'm not. There's no argument. Either you go at my pace or we don't go at all, And if you don't like that anymore, you can go find a girl of your kind to be mates with. Adam is getting worked up, I can tell. His body is stiff, tense. There is no one else, you know that. Don't tell me to go find someone else. What do you want, then? I press. I want you to work with me here. Just a little, he says, his voice louder. Work with you? You want me to move in with you like we're married? Adam's eyes widen. He gets out from under the covers. Wrenley, what are you talking about? What the hell is a human marriage compared to our bodies and souls being bound to one another? This, he motions between us, is far more than a marriage could ever be. I'm sorry if that's overwhelming to you, but it's the truth. My face slowly falls as the panic sets in. I begin to pace back and forth as my hands shake uncontrollably. You're just asking a lot of me. I'm only 18, and I'm already in something that's more than marriage. It's just a lot. You're the person I spend the rest of my life with. No divorces. This is it. You're it for me, I mutter to myself. I sort of knew this, I think. I just never really thought about it. Vivienne would say things to remind me, but I would just move on. You brought me around the house, our house, and it started to settle in. This is it. Adam comes before me. It concerns me when you say it like that. You're it for me. You're like my husband, but more than my husband. Yes, Wrenley, more than a husband. I'm your mate. I swallow and look up at him with all my unknowing and innocence out for the world to see. Oh, do we love each other? Are we in love? I would say that our bond can be compared to love. So you love me? Adam looks down at me. What I feel for you, there's not a word to describe it. You're my mate. You're mine. There's no way to describe a mate bond entirely. I thought that this must be like love. I couldn't imagine anything more powerful than this feeling. So, are you understanding where I'm coming from? I'm not asking you to agree with what I said, but if you could at least understand why I'm struggling. I mean, the clarity is helpful, yes, I say. To be completely honest, like all cards on the table, I really like it when you say that stuff. What stuff? He asks. My cheeks heat up. That you're struggling and that you can't control yourself. My hands spring to my face, covering my embarrassment and anxiety. Oh my God, I breathe. I can't believe I just said that to your face. Adam gently uncovers my face and holds my hands in his. You don't have to be shy or embarrassed. I am. Very embarrassed and nervous and shy and scared. I've never talked about it with someone and I'm a little shaky, like my whole body right now is shaking. Adam sits down with me on the edge on my bed. I feel his hand rubbing against my back, and I take a few deep breaths. I'm sorry, I murmur. My anxiety. It wasn't this blunt before when we talked. There isn't anything to be anxious about. It's just me. I look at him. Adam, are you serious? Look at you. You're perfect. You're literally gorgeous. Your face, your jaw, your body, the muscles, your hair, the little stubble you have that looks so good. How can I not be anxious? The bond helps me feel calm, but most of the time I can't believe that someone like you wants me. Adam's brows raise a bit. He smiles to himself as he peers off. You have got to be kidding me, Wrenley. I press my lips together and try to stand up to escape, but he holds me down. I can't take any more embarrassment today, or I really might die. He looks into my eyes as my face turns all shades of red. Come on, he says. I have to show you something. He grabs my hand, but only takes a few steps to my dresser. He places me in front of it and stands behind me. Just before I question him, I realize that it's the mirror above and not the dresser itself. I shake my head and try to face him, but his hands hold my shoulders in place. I don't think you see what I see, which is a shame. Come on, take a good look. Please. I beg. I'm just a girl. I look like an 18-year-old girl. You see, to me, you're beyond anything I could have hoped for. Because, that's what I used to do with my friends. We would go on and on about our future mates and everything we would want them to be. It was pointless because no matter what perfect girl I came up with, I could never come up with you. And I knew that the second I first saw you. So don't go and tell me how you're too nervous to talk to me, because every day I'm trying to convince myself that the girl of my dreams is really mine. I look at him through the mirror. There's nothing I could say right now to express how good I feel. When I woke up yesterday and I saw you lying there beside me, I couldn't believe it. You are so beautiful. I didn't want you to go. I wanted you to stay there with me so I could hold you and know that you're safe. I don't know what I would do if something happened to you. For once, when I saw you there with me, I didn't have to worry. I turn to face him. I bring my arms around him, resting my cheek in the crook of his neck. His arms find their way around me as well, and I say softly, I don't want you to worry because I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. I know you want me with you, and I want to be with you too, but it's just so complicated. I want to give you everything, but I need time. Adam pulls away but brings his hands to my shoulders, then the sides of my face. I really want to be selfish right now. Maybe a little is okay. Adam's shoulders relax. He leans down and brings his lips to mine, not risking the chance that I change my mind. His thumb brushes across my cheek and I open my mouth. My heart jumps around in my chest as I try to anticipate the next move or sensation. His hand slides from my cheek to the small of my back, just as my fingers brush against the stubble on his jaw. The pressure increases and a small noise escapes me. He kisses me and all of the world falls away. I feel the dresser against my back as his other hand combs into my hair. There's something about it that feels so good and that makes me feel less and less nervous. I relax in his arms and let myself get completely consumed by him. Adam leads the way and I willingly follow. He is well aware of my submission as he breaks away and holds my face in his hands. I take in a quick breath as he looks over my puffed lips. My eyes stay fixated on his. I'm going to stop now, he breathes to himself more than to me. Okay, I say softly, feeling my blood as it continues to rush to my lips. Adam closes his eyes as his gaze falls to the ground. His hands move to my shoulders, still maintaining a firm grip. Adam? I say. I hear him take in a deep breath. His head lifts back up and his eyes study me. His grip tightens and I reach out to him. He mutters something under his breath and completely moves away from me. Adam sits down on my bed and leans against his knees. I'm sorry, Wrenley. Oh no, I mumble. I'm hurting you, aren't I? I know what I said before, but I don't want you to struggle. I don't want you to hurt because of me. Adam shakes it off and stands up. It's fine. I'm fine. No need to worry, okay? I nod slowly, even though I don't believe him. A part of me can't help but recall the night he shifted on me and scared the hell about me, all to gain back control. I don't want to bring him to that ever again. A sudden knock at the door steals my attention. Wren? You all warmed up? My mom calls. The awkwardness of her voice makes me want to topple over. I forgot about everyone out there. God, could they hear? Are they all wondering what in the world is going on? Oh no, what about Grandma? We have to update you on what's been going on out here, my mom says through the door. I immediately rush and open it. What do you mean? What happened? My mom looks past me at Adam. His shirt is on now and I settle. We were just talking and, defrosting. Now what happened? Well, collectively we tried to explain to Grandma why Adam was going into your room and who exactly Adam is. I don't know much about them or really him. Nice to meet you, Adam, so your friends did most of the, explaining. Explaining? I question. What did they tell her? That he's my boyfriend? My mom steps back. No, they told her the truth, everything that you told me. I thought we agreed that it was best to keep her out of this, I say. I follow my mom as she leads me to the living room. Adam is close behind me, and when we enter, Grandma is sat there alone. Your friends said that they would reach you later, my mom says. I think we need to have this talk alone. I face Adam, my chest rising and falling like the waves I tumbled into. Grandma looks up at me from the couch. She doesn't give away anything on her face, so I hesitantly sit on the adjacent love seat. Mom joins her, and Adam, me. I feel as if I have been called to the dean's office. The only thing keeping me from dashing out the front door is Adam's presence. I watch Grandma with big, innocent eyes, the ones I used to pull when I was younger and in trouble. They told you? I ask her, my voice unsure. They did. They told me quite a lot, she says. I'm not sure what to think of it, but I tried my best to understand. Air fills my lungs. Okay, well, I guess I should introduce you both to Adam. Adam is her mate, Mom, my mother reminds her, although Grandma seems to be keeping up just fine. Grandma nods. They told me a lot about mates. It's a little crazy, dear. What have you gotten yourself into? It wasn't really my choice. It's just the way things are. I knew it from the moment I saw him. I know this is overdue. Adam says, but I am happy to meet you both. This must seem very strange, so if there is anything I can do to explain our situation or give clarity. Okay, great, my mom cuts in, not wasting any time. Some basic information would be nice. So how old are you, Adam? He's 4 years older than me, I answer. Wren, I'm sure he can answer for himself. I lean back against the couch and cross my arms. And how long have you been in Waindale? She asks. Adam doesn't seem bothered by a bit of an interrogation. I've been here since birth. My family's pack has been located in Waindale for many generations. And are your parents here with you? Now that I've taken lead, they've gone south for a bit, but they'll be back soon. Waindale is still their home. Right. I've heard a lot about this alpha business, she mutters, looking to Grandma. Adam is now the alpha of his pack, I sneak back in. A lot rests on his shoulders now. He's responsible for a lot of people. People in Waindale are a part of his pack. Grandma, your neighbors could be like him and you would have never known. So you're the leader of all these werewolves that are a part of one big group? My mom clarifies. Yes. It's passed down through family bloodlines genetically. We call it alpha blood. Only those with alpha blood can lead as alpha, Adam elaborates. There are packs large and small all over the world. We are quite a significant pack in the northwestern region. The kids told me that this is unusual. They said you aren't normally mated to humans, Grandma says. I just don't understand why Wrenley. Why her? Adam shakes his head a little. I don't know. Like humans, we have our own beliefs and spirituality. In our culture, mates are paired by the goddess of the moon. She controls who we are bonded to from birth, and it cannot be changed. You're right that being mated to a human is very unusual. It has only happened a handful of times, and there isn't a good reason why. In this case, we fall back on our trust in the moon goddess that who she pairs us with is who we are meant to be with. We didn't choose each other, I add on. Adam didn't force me to be his mate. Grandma's eyes gaze deeply into mine. And this is what you want? You are accepting of all of this? I peer back to him for a moment. Yes. I know it's bizarre, but I need to be with Adam. Our souls are connected. Without him, without each other, we don't know what we would do with ourselves. This is forever. For as long as I live, I will be with him. You really feel so strongly? She asks. I do. We need to be together. Without him, it's like I physically can't go on. I can't eat. I can't sleep. Now this sounds familiar, Grandma murmurs. Look, Wren, we love you. You know that, my mom cuts in. Adam seems like a stable person. I don't mind you spending time together, but you're only 18 years old. You have your entire life ahead of you. I know you two are connected somehow, but I don't want you tying yourself down so soon. I mean, you're not even through with high school yet. When you say that this is forever, I can't lie. It worries me, kid. It's overwhelming, I know, Adam says. We take things day by day. There isn't much I can say besides the fact that I would never do anything to make Wrenley feel trapped. She is free to do as she pleases. She makes her own decisions. I do, I assure her, why I wanted to talk to you about living part of the time with Adam. Her eyes grow wide. Living together? It's what I want and what I think is best for me. Half of the time I'll be based out of here, and the other half I'll be at Adam's house. Adam's house, of course, she breathes. I don't know about this one. You're kind of pushing your luck here. I knew I was being naive to believe that you two are just friends. Just friends? Grandma questions her. They're trying to tell us that they're in love. Why would you think that they're friends? Okay, I wasn't telling the truth completely when I said that. I was just scared of your reaction. My mom sits up. Wrenley, I don't want you making any mistakes. Living with someone, even partially, is a lot of responsibility. You're still so young, and moving in with a guy is something. It's not something girls your age do. As your mother, I can't sit here and tell you that this is a good idea. Adam is responsible enough for the both of us. It sounds so crazy to you because you can't see it from our perspective. When I'm not with him, I'm sick to my stomach, and he needs me too. I know my age is inconvenient, but that doesn't change the facts. We can stay apart, sure, but it will wear me down. I'll wither away right in front of your eyes. My mom turns to Adam. There's a lot to consider, he says. We understand that. Your concerns are valid. For me, having Wrenley around would assure me that she's okay. We all want her to be healthy. Her eyes find me again. I know what she's worried about. She's thinking about her own experiences, reliving the hardships of moving too quickly without a net to fall back on. She's thinking about being a young mom, raising a little girl on her own. I know you don't want me to make the same mistakes you did, I say directly at her. But this is different. It's hard to believe me when I say that what we have is forever, but I can't prove any of it if you don't give me the chance. Her shoulders drop. You're an adult now. If you want to stay with Adam for a few days a week, I'm not going to try and stop you. I'm trying to grasp your situation, and I hope you can try and put yourself in my shoes too. If you trust Adam, I'll trust him too. But don't get me wrong, if something happens, anything that harms you or puts you at risk, I'm pulling the plug. I don't care how old you are. I don't care if you're an adult or not, understand? I nod. My mom looks at Grandma. What do you think, Mom? Wrenley is a smart girl. I know you can take care of yourself, dear. I was married to your grandfather at your age, and I turned out okay. Maybe to begin with, as a trial, you can live Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with Adam. If that goes well, then you can come back and forth as you please. Really? You both trust me? The two of them nod. For your well-being, my mom says, not for fun. When the conversation ends, I walk Adam outside to say goodbye. I shut the front door and face him on the porch, already hating the cold as it creeps back under my clothes. We look at each other for a moment before I say, that went better than I expected. Are you happy? Yes, I am. It will be a long wait until Friday, but it will be worth it. I take a few steps toward him as I say, I'll get some things together, things that can stay at the house for me. I won't have to bring a bag back and forth then. My toothbrush will be next to yours. I'll have a drawer of clothes, a few extra bottles in the shower. Adam looks into my eyes and says, your things can take up as much space as you like. Although I have 4 days to get stuff together for Adam's house, the second he leaves, I head for my bedroom and pile stuff into my suitcase that I keep under the bed. My summer clothes are dumped out and replaced with pajamas, jeans, shirts, socks, hair products, toiletries, and anything else I convince myself absolutely needs to be there. After an hour of working, I stand back and look at my mess. The zipper struggles against my sheer will, but eventually gives in. Over the next few days, a thing or two is shoved into the bag as I remember my favorite shirt or cute pair of underwear. I walk with my suitcase to school Friday morning and track down Imogen in the parking lot. She gets out of a small silver car when she sees me, and I hurry over to her. Thanks for letting me keep my bag in your car, I mutter and heave the crammed thing into the trunk. Looks heavy, she says. You pack your whole life in there or what? Oh, pretty much. We walk up the front steps together. Viviane is waiting just inside, surely watching the door like a hawk sitting on a high branch. The second we push through the doors, she's swooping down to us. I can't believe it, she breathes, making our duo a trio. I know I can be convincing, but I wasn't sure whether your grandma would believe us. I think it was Alara. She brought the human perspective in and totally helped her along. Gosh, it's all coming true. My girl is leaving the nest. I hush Viviane as we pass the girls' tennis team. A racket comes swinging, and I quickly duck. Is it me, or is it extra crazy in here? There's an assembly today. Happens during third period. Howden? Imogen explains. The sports teams come out, and so does Dean Murphy. They make some announcements. Typical stuff. Oh, they're going to talk about the winter formal, Viviane gushes. Winter formal? We don't have homecoming or prom, but after students begged for a few years, they allowed us a winter formal. This year will be the 5th one. Oh, Wrenley, it's my absolute favorite thing. Last year I wore this light blue dress with rhinestones along. Last year you went with Carl and got a headache from the music and threw up in the bathroom. Imogen cuts her off and looks to me. Carl ended up hanging out with some other girl the rest of the night. Turns out all along he wanted to go with her. Viviane and I went a little too crazy at the after party and woke up on the beach. I look to Viviane and she shrugs. Carl was boring anyway. This year I'm going to find the perfect date. Well, winter formal sounds interesting. I never went to any of the dances at my old school. My friends and I would just have a sleepover or something. You're going to winter formal, Viviane tells me with a straight face. I'm sure Adam will go with you. Yeah. No thanks. The last thing I want to do is ask Adam to a school dance when he's busy with alpha stuff right now, I explain. I'll probably spend that night with him anyway. I'm sure you two will have fun, though. What? No, Wrenley? Come on. It'll be your one and only winter formal at Waindale Academy. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We come to the hallway where my first class is located. I turn to the girls and sigh. It's only a dance. I have to go, but I'll see you guys at lunch. As I walk away, I hear Vivienne call, I'm not letting this go. Didn't think you would, I call back. I take a seat up front as my mind swims in ideas and daydreams of my weekend with Adam. My mom came into my bedroom as I was getting ready this morning. She sat on the edge of my unmade bed and watched as I made sure I had everything necessary and arguably unnecessary packed in my suitcase. We talked a little. It wasn't like our usual sarcastic banters, but rather deep and blunt. Since I felt guilty about my fib regarding the status of Adam and my relationship, I decided to fill her in a little. I even told her that Adam and I haven't done anything yet, but the message was masked by other words yet clear from context. I told her that we were taking it steady, and this seemed to settle her nerves. Although I have stayed the night at his house before, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous myself. Last time things didn't go exactly as I planned, but worrying about it won't do me any good. School is a godsend, serving as the perfect distraction. Wren, how are you? I look up from my phone to find Penny standing before me without her evil partner. My eyes look around for any reason as to why she would ask me such a thing. I thought they had finally left me alone. She suddenly takes the seat beside me while saying, Caitlin isn't here today. Oh, sorry to hear that, I mumble. Look, I know she can be a little rude sometimes. It's just because her parents are getting divorced. She takes her problems out on other people. My eyes widen. Should you be telling me this? Penny shrugs. I don't know. You wouldn't say anything to anyone. I just wanted to apologize, I guess, for being mean. You're kind of the talk of school ever since people found out about your mate, but I'm sure you know that. I'm sure it was hard enough without us bothering you. Well, thanks for the apology, I say and give her a little smile. Penny and I pair up to do the classwork. We continue to chat as we work, and as time passes, it becomes easier and easier to talk to her. I know I'm not part of the pack or anything, but it must have been crazy to find out you're mated to their alpha. They don't talk much about humans being mated to a shifter. Doesn't happen enough for them to teach about it, I suppose. Yeah, it has been a little crazy. My whole life got turned upside down, I say. I couldn't imagine finding my soulmate at 18, Penny says, looking out through the window beside us. I mean, if humans even have soulmates. I doubt it. You're lucky in that case. At least you know you're not going to die alone or anything. You're not going to die alone, Penny. You'll find your person. She sighs. Well, Adam is a total catch. I've seen him a few times around the academy. No wonder everyone is talking about you. They must be jealous. Honestly, Caitlin and I were. He's great, but there's no need to be jealous. Everything has its pros and cons. Cons? What could be bad about being the alpha's mate? I set down my pencil and stretch my hand. To start, we don't get a lot of time together now that he's officially alpha. He's always busy, always having to worry about everyone else. He's responsible for so many people. I never really thought about that. I don't think I would want to be the leader of anyone but myself. Me too. Penny asks, won't you be the Luna, though? The alpha's mate is the Luna. I don't know. We haven't really talked about that yet. Noticing my shift, Penny says, well, I actually think Ben is really cute. Caitlin ignores me when I talk about it because we could never be together. I wish he was a human, just so I could have a shot, you know? Ben seems like a good guy. I suppose the whole mate thing stops them from dating around, huh? Maybe you could be his friend, if anything. She shakes her head. I've never talked to him. He's not around that much, and when he is, it's not for long. I wouldn't even know how to start. I can introduce you to him sometime. We've talked at least twice. Being mated to his alpha sort of forces him to talk to me. Really? That would be great, she says, nearly with a shimmer in her eye. I say goodbye to Penny when class is over when we part ways to go to second period. Throughout my next class, I think about Penny's crush. or whatever it may be, on Ben. Is there a point in being interested in one of them? It reminds me of Eli and Alara. They know that they are not mates, but they continue to date, knowing that Eli has this connection with some other girl out there. I can't help but feel bad for Alara and Penny. It would be easy to tell them to like their own kind, but the heart wants what it wants. If I wasn't mated to Adam and I just saw him walking down the street, would I have a crush on him? If there was no connection, would I be interested? I don't think I would waste my time having a crush on Adam. There's no way I could convince myself that a guy like him would give me a shot. All the sweet things he said to me in my bedroom, was that the mate bond talking? The mate bond is Adam, I guess, but I can't help but wonder. It's weird knowing that if we weren't mates, Adam wouldn't even glance my way. Why would he? He'd be waiting for his soulmate, and there'd be no point in wasting time with someone who doesn't fit the glass slipper. It's a relief that I am his mate, then. I'm Cinderella and the slipper fits. I should enjoy it and not contemplate such sad things. Just like when I started to believe he would reject me, venturing into those dark places, there's no good to come out of it. I meet Vivian and Imogen during the assembly. We sit together in the gymnasium. People speak, but I can't hear them. My head has taken me hostage. No matter how much I try to focus on the good things, I can't seem to. Of course, this leads back to Adam's mother's words about babies dying inside of me, my body growing something it simply cannot. The way she said it, like it truly is so simple. It's sad. It makes me sad. I don't want a baby at 18, but the finality of it is upsetting. Wrenley? Vivian says, checking on me. Is there really no way? I ask suddenly. Is there really no way for me to have a baby in the future? Imogen, without turning to us, asks, where did that come from? I thought I would have at least one, and that was concerning the typical human life. Now Adam's alpha bloodline will end with him and... Wrenley, it's okay, Vivian assures me. Adam told you that there's no point in worrying about those things right now. So there's no way? I ask again. If there's no way, just tell me there's no way. Maybe I have to hear it again. Her eyes connect with Imogen's then. There's no way, she says sternly. I slouch a bit. I always thought I would be a mom, you know? Since when? You've never talked about wanting to be a mom. It's just something that people do, I say. You fall in love, get married, have kids, grow old, enjoy your family. It's just what you do. Imogen murmurs, this is depressing. That's the human life, Vivian tells me. Mates have children. They love each other. They grow old. What's the difference? If anything, I need to have a kid. Well, you can't, she says. I'm sorry, Wrenley, but again, you're only 18. You shouldn't worry about it. What about being Luna then? I ask. Your mom said that nothing would change because I'm human, but Adam hasn't said a word to me about it. Look, I don't know if it's a thing or not, but is there any way for me to change? Change? It has gone over Vivian's head, but Imogen's eyes shoot to me. She stares at my face for a second or three. What is it? Was that a dumb question? I'm sorry. Who the hell told you that? Imogen questions, her voice quiet. And no one. I just thought of it. Vivian suddenly gasps. Oh, goodness, no, Wrenley. No. I sit up. Okay, I didn't know. That is something we consider to be workings of very dark things, Imogen explains. Whether it's possible or not, who knows? But if it is, somehow, it would be because of an evil power. I know it's popular in movies and whatnot to change humans into us, but in reality, it's like renouncing the moon goddess to try. My heart drops. Oh God, I'm sorry. Forget I even said it. Never mention anything like that to Adam, Vivian says. Good thing you asked us and not him. I sit awkwardly through the rest of the assembly. It was just an out-of-the-blue thought, an idea I got from silly stories of werewolves and vampires and such things. They're right. Thank God I didn't ask Adam about this because I may have. After school, I follow Imogen to her car to grab my bag. Thanks again, I say. Don't think of it as a way, she says, catching me off guard. There is no record of anything actually happening. For all we know, it's just a myth that such things can be done. Okay? I nod. Okay. Adam is waiting for me. He gets out of the truck and takes my bag from me, putting it in the back. I smile at him, but I know that he can tell something is off. Once we're in the truck and the doors are closed, he looks at me and says nothing until I look back. Ready to go? I ask. Yeah, he says, unsure. Let's get you home and unpacked. Adam carries my bag inside and up the stairs. I follow as we pass many doors which I know lead to bedrooms, but unlike last time, one door is open that has always been closed. Unaware, I glance inside as we pass, but the contents of the room bring me to a stop. Adam soon realizes that I'm not with him, and he turns. My hand pushes the door further open. It's a boy's room, that's clear. Not a little boy, but what I would assume to be a teenage boy's room. What is this? I ask Adam. That was my brother's room, he says. My hand springs from the door as if it has suddenly become searing hot. Oh, sorry, I mutter and quickly bring the door to its previous position. We enter the master bedroom and he places my bag down for me to unload. My parents kept his room, Adam says. I couldn't take it down either. Of course, I say. I never told you what happened to him, how he died. Adam, you don't have to, I assure him. He worries me when he says, I think you deserve to know, now that you're living here part of the time, now that things between us have settled. I come over to him and place my hand on his arm. What do you mean? In an alpha's family, if there are two sons, the eldest son takes the position of alpha after the father. It isn't common nowadays, but the younger could challenge the older for the title to prove to be the better choice. My brother did this. He challenged you? What did you have to do? I ask. You fight in shifted form. It isn't supposed to be messy. It's a clean fight, and usually the weaker gives up before it goes too far. I shouldn't have agreed to do it. He was different that day. I would have never agreed to it if I knew how he would be. I swallow. He was unstable, dangerous, messy. I tried to end it many times, but he wasn't giving in. He died because I killed him, Adam says, his eyes aimed directly into my own. My hand falls from his arm. Adam, I would have never done it if I knew he was going to die. But toward the end, I knew that he wasn't going to stop until one of us did. My stomach is uneasy. The thought of Adam killing his own brother clouds my head. I don't know what to think, but I sit down on the edge of the bed, just in case I start to stumble. Adam comes down to my level. I don't want you to fear me, Wrenley, but I feel like I have been keeping this from you. It isn't possible for me to rectify or forgive what I did. I regret it every day of my life, but it is a part of me that I have been avoiding since I met you. I don't want to feel as if I'm hiding things from you, not anymore. It wasn't an accident? I mumble. Adam lets out a heavy breath. I don't think it was, not at the time. He takes my hand in between his own. Wrenley, I would never do anything to hurt you, shifted or as man. You know that, don't you? I abruptly stand up. You had to tell me this? Why? My hand leaves his grasp. What would my family think? I convince them that staying with Adam is a good idea, but they don't know what he's done. My mother would have never given me her blessing if this came up. There's more to them than I thought. There are dark practices and deadly matches. How could Adam fight his own brother and end up taking his life? What does it take to kill one's own brother? I told you, I don't want any secrets between us. I want you to know who I am, the good and bad, he says. Is that who you are, Adam? His gaze falls to the floor. I did it, didn't I? It's not something I can forget, not something I can make excuses for. I cross my arms and notice my drifting steps. Adam doesn't reach out to me. He lets me wander and take my time. It wasn't like him to challenge me. He had no interest in being alpha before, but I assume he was keeping it from all of us. My family doesn't talk about it. We haven't said his name in 2 years, but his room sits there like some sort of shrine. I tried to put it all away earlier, but I couldn't. If I did, it would be like I've moved on and forgiven myself. His eyes are no longer on me. He stares at the wall, but I know his mind is elsewhere, imagining sad things that shouldn't be wished upon anybody. It frightens me knowing that Adam did such a thing. Yet, I don't feel like there is enough room for me to judge him for what he did. He's taken up all the space himself. Maybe I'm moving on easily because I never knew his brother, because I didn't lose a son or sibling or friend. Maybe it's because our bond brings me to quick resolutions. Whatever it is, it draws me closer to him. Adam stands and finally looks to me again. I want to know you, I say softly. The good and the bad. Ben stops by with alpha business. I leave them alone in the office while I finish putting away my things. Adam cleared space for me, which warms my heart. The break gives me time to think without his presence influencing me, but I fail to come to any new conclusions. I don't see him until dinner is ready. Thankfully, Yuki had been busy cooking, so we didn't have to worry about it ourselves, and I ask Ben to join us. He agrees after I ask 2 more times. There is so much food that we could no doubt feed 3 more people on top of us, but the 2 impress me when they managed to finish the feast off on their own. I wonder where all the food goes. Ben answers with, "What can I say? We're animals," when I ask them how they did it. As I ate, I thought about Mom and Grandma and how they must be eating dinner right about now. I wonder what they talk about when I'm not there. I wonder if they're discussing my situation with Adam, whether or not they've both grasped the concept of the supernatural and how it swallowed me whole. What happened to the Wrenley that stayed in on Friday nights watching bad TV on the couch with a pint of ice cream? The Wrenley that spent lunches in the library or under a tree with a good book? Ben leaves and the rest of the night is promised to me. Adam takes a quick shower, so I put on my pajamas and wander downstairs for a glass of water. The house is big and empty and quiet. The sounds of my footsteps are loud against the wood floors as I trace my previous steps to the kitchen. It's like being in a haunted mansion, except the ghosts are replaced with werewolves. My eyes shift from the dark hallways to the black windows in anticipation. At any moment, a rogue or evil mother-in-law will jump out and send me running for the bedroom like a child for their mother. I don't like being down here alone at night. Because of last time's events, I can't help but suspect danger around every corner. Hopefully, over time, I'll grow more and more comfortable. The rogue must have stayed far away, as there's been no trouble since then, at least that I know of. Adam makes me feel safe. I know he'll protect me, but there are so many things out of his control. It's hard to imagine being in this house without him. I fill a glass with water, and it immediately turns ice cold against my fingers. Footsteps descend the stairs and near me as I drink. I place the glass down on the counter and turn to the kitchen entrance just as Adam appears. "I came down for water," I say, feeling as if I need an explanation for my being anywhere in this house. Adam nods and comes over. "You aren't cold?" I peer down at my camisole and sleeping shorts, both seeming unusual for December. "Oh, you're always so warm. I don't really need to layer up when we sleep next to each other." "Right," he says. "Is something wrong?" "Wrenley, what I told you earlier, I can't help but worry that your opinion of me has changed. With the truth comes consequences, and I'm willing to face them. But..." My lips part, and without thinking I say, "Don't worry, it was a little unexpected, sure, but I don't really know what to think about all of it. I'm still here though, right? I didn't grab my bag and run for the hills." Adam sighs. He leans against the counter, crossing his arms over his chest. "Come on, let's go upstairs and not think about any of that." My hands gently run along his crossed arms, unfolding them all to guide him out of the kitchen. I lead the way up the steps this time. If I don't show Adam that I'm unbothered, then I'm afraid he'll never stop wondering whether I fear him or not. I don't think Adam should worry about such things. I think I should be the one worrying. Why has this sudden information not changed my view of him? Not even a smidge. Do I blame it on our bond and move on? Surely I shouldn't try and force myself to change my opinion to something closer to that of a normal human response. What about this situation is human? Considering his confession from a shifter's point of view may serve me best, although I'd have to ask if death is common to them. I hope it isn't. In the bedroom, I climb onto the bed and lay on top of the comforter. My eyes follow Adam as he turns off the bathroom light and then the main light above me. We're left in the dim warmth of the matching, elegant lamps, sat on either side of the bed. I secure a pillow against my torso and hold it there tightly. "I've never seen so much of you," Adam says casually as he settles down. "So much of me?" He glances over. "So much skin." My arms grasping the pillow restrict further like a snake suffocating its prey. "I can put on a sweatshirt if I'm making you uncomfortable," I say sarcastically. As expected, he ignores me. I also have pants. Adam brings his arms up and rests his head in the palms of his hands. "Why cover up? If I remember correctly, you like to see me struggle." My face immediately flushes. I push off the bed and sit myself up. I knew I should have never told you anything. Instead of speaking, Adam's face lights up as if he forgot something. He then takes off his shirt and tosses it to the ground before returning to his lounged position. Give it a rest. I groan and throw my pillow down at his bareness. Facing the other way, I get under the blankets and scoot over until I'm nearly falling off the edge of the bed. My body curls up as if I'm activating a defense mode against my own oversharing. He pats my arm and I ball up more. When his hand works its way past my armor and turns me back to face him, I say, I knew you would use it against me. I know. Forgive me. The lightness in his tone makes me roll my eyes. I know that on the surface this is all fun and games, but there is a genuine truth to my words. There's a fear tucked deep inside of me, a fear of intimacy, of exposure. I put on a camisole and shorts because it gets too hot in long pajamas with him, yes, but I'm also dipping a toe in the water. I reach over and turn off the lamp on my side of the bed. He's watching me, and when I look back at him, our eyes meet. I raise my brows. Well, you know how I like it. Adam smiles to himself, lays his head on his pillow, and outstretches his arm for me. I lay against him and nestle my head on his chest and in the crook of his arm. My knee rests on top of his leg, and my arm drapes over him. While anchored down by my body, he stretches out to the lamp and turns it off, drenching the room in darkness. My chronic worries come true when I wake after a few hours of sleep. I mindlessly yank at the blanket to warm up due to the chill that's overcome me. My mind turns on then, and I lift up only to find Adam's place empty. The bathroom is dark, but there's a light on somewhere in the house that just kisses the open doorway to the bedroom. Despite this, there's an absence in my gut, the feeling I get when Adam isn't with me. Quickly, I slide off the bed and wrap myself in a throw blanket. I wander into the hall, searching for the light like a moth, even though, deep down, I know he isn't here. I sit against the front door, enveloped in my blanket, waiting without a drop of patience in my being. The tile floor is hard and cold, but I've adapted to the discomfort and stopped caring about my numb toes. My mind is conjuring all sorts of things I want to shout at him. There are so many things that I can't seem to decide what to say first. Maybe how it's our first night as people that live partially together, and he's abandoned me on this special marker. Maybe how this is the second time he's done this, left with little to no explanation, and all I can do is worry until he comes back if he does. Maybe how I'm in this house all alone and something could happen to me. He must have left for a reason. My fingernails dig unconsciously into my palms as my eyes stay fixated on the ground. Sounds come from outside then, and I perk up like a dog who's been waiting for their owner all day. The pull rekindles in my core, so I clamber to my feet and peer out the window on the door. 2 people are stammering up the driveway. I squint and realize it's Adam and Ben. Confusion consumes me. Like a volcano that's ready to blow, I unlock the door and swing it open, letting the frigid air pour in. The 2 peer up at me, and soon I notice their struggle, or rather his struggle. My hand drops from the door handle. I take a few steps onto the porch. Adam is leaning somewhat on Ben. I knew something caused that pain in my side. What the hell? I ask, more so concerning Adam's state than my anger toward him. My urge to bubble over dies down. Adam's gaze leaves me. My beady eyes shift to Ben. There was a situation, Ben says. I step aside as he helps Adam through the door. My chest aches relentlessly, desperate to know why my mate is staggering, why he's holding his side. I follow and close the door. Ben brings him to the kitchen. Adam leans against the counter, still pressing on his side, but now in the light, I see the red on his shirt. Why are you bleeding? I ask, trying to remain calm even though the sight of his blood is making tears well in my eyes. Adam winces when he lifts his hand a bit. Keep the pressure on it, Ben orders, and opens a cabinet stocked with bandages and gauze and other medical emergency-type things. I swear to God, if someone doesn't tell me what happened right now, I'm gonna freak. Ben looks to Adam. Adam sighs and says, There was a situation. I got nipped. It's not bad. I'll be fine. So, you aren't going to tell me why you left in the middle of the night without telling me? And you're just going to prance around what actually happened to you? There's blood all over your shirt, Adam. Are you serious? It's fine, he says. Go back to bed. I'll be there in a bit. My chest rises and falls and rises and falls. Ben, who I know is well aware of how much of an ass Adam is being, motions for him to lift up his shirt. When I see the horrific bite mark buried in his flesh, I swiftly leave the kitchen. I hear Ben say something, but I can't make it out as I hurry up the steps, fuming. This is not what I wanted when I nearly begged my mother to live here with him. I did not expect Adam to be disappearing as I sleep, all to return with giant bite marks. How could he brush me off like that? How could he tell me to go back to bed like a pet in front of Ben? I slap the light switches in the bedroom and throw my suitcase to the floor. Taking all of my clothes from the closet, I dump them into the bag. I then head to the bathroom and gather all of my belongings from there before tossing them in as well. It's a fight to zip it up, but the adrenaline pumping through me helps. Shakily, I tap at my phone, then hold it to my ear. It rings, then goes to voicemail. I try again. Hello? Vivian, it's Wrenley. I mutter while standing up my bag and throwing on my sweatshirt. Wrenley? What's going on? It's 2 a.m, she says groggily. I need you to come get me. Please. I can't be here right now. I'm so mad at him, you have no idea. I can't call my mom because she'll say that she told me so. Just please, Vivian. I'll owe you big time. Just please come get me. There's a moment of silence before she says, I'll be there in 5. Relief overcomes me. I pick up my bag and heave it down the stairs. Their voices are in range again, but this time I don't care to listen. I don't care what they're talking about. It's not like he can tell me anyway. They must hear me coming back down, making noise with my suitcase. Ben calls for Adam to wait, but he doesn't listen. Before I can make it out the door, Adam is in pursuit, fighting the pain that I know has engulfed his torso because I can feel bits of it too. Shirtless and covered in a large white bandage, he grabs my arm and moves in front of the door. You know how much that bothered me the last time. You didn't even bother to tell me you were leaving. You couldn't even tell me what the hell did that to you. There's a giant bite in your side, and you have the nerve to tell me to go back to bed. What the hell? I try to push past him, but he's like a brick wall. Wrenley, don't leave, he says. I don't want you to worry about these things. You shouldn't be worried about these things. I shake my head. Get out of my way. Look at me. Come on, Wrenley, just look at me, he asks, and I do so even though the tears are threatening to fall. It doesn't have to be this way. You don't have to leave, okay? Let's just go back to bed. Come on, let me hold you. Get out of my way. Adam, growing more desperate, lowers down to look up at me. He winces. Don't leave. You have to trust me that I'm not telling you for your own well-being. You don't want to know what happened, okay? I don't want you living in fear. I take in an unsteady breath. I know. You don't think I can handle it. That's why you won't bring up the whole Luna thing. I'm just a scared, weak little human girl, right? Just let me go. Someone is coming to get me. Wrenley, let me go now before I leave for good, I blurt. Defeated, Adam watches as I move past him and open the door. He watches as I make my way down the porch steps and the driveway to Vivian's mother's car. His gaze feels like 1,000 pounds weighing on me. I fight to not look back at him when I get in the car, because I know I may run to him if I do. I shut the door and bury my head in my hands. Vivian says nothing. I wake up in her bed the next morning, alone. The shutters block out all sunlight. Oddly enough, the absence in my gut isn't there. I lay in bed for a while and think back to all that happened last night and all that I said to Adam. I should feel horrible, and I do, but not in the sense that I presumed I would. Physically, I feel okay. Not great, but okay. My stomach grumbles a little, and I think about breakfast. It is going to be horrible to go home today and face my mom, but I'm going to have to agree with her. Moving in with someone, even part of the time, is not a walk in the park. Adam and I couldn't even last one. A knock at the door steals my attention. The handle turns and Vivian pokes her head through. Hey, she starts. I thought I heard you moving around. Vivian, I don't even know how to thank you. Picking me up was more than enough, but letting me stay here, giving me your bed, it means a lot to me. Last night was just terrible. You really saved me there. She eases in and sits on the edge of her bed. Yeah, it looked pretty bad from where I was sitting. I've never seen Adam look so solemn. Oh, God. I murmur and run my hands down my face. I don't even know what I'm going to do about him. You won't believe what he did, what he said. She bobs her head side to side while saying, "Well, actually, I do." "What?" He told me. I rub my eyes, believing that I still may be asleep. "Sorry, he told you? When?" "Like 2 hours ago. He's been waiting for you downstairs all morning." My stomach lurches forward. I stare at her. "He's downstairs? Right now?" "He came by this morning and asked to see you. I told him you were still sleeping. He asked to wait." "He's my alpha." I said yes. My parents were a little nervous at first, having the alpha waiting their living room, but they've settled down now. I got him to talk and he explained what happened to me. Maybe he wanted a second opinion. I fall back against her pillows and bring my hands up to my hairline. "Adam is downstairs?" "Yes," Viviane clarifies. "Well, what do you think about it then? Whose side are you on?" She stands up from the bed. "Look, both of you have your reasons. I can understand both sides. I think you should just talk it through like you have before when stuff gets all jumbled up." I bite my cheek while thinking briefly. "I don't know if I want to see him right now. He really got to me. He doesn't think I can do it, Viviane." "Do what?" "Be the Luna. Be a part of your world. Not fully anyway. He doesn't think I can handle the truth and how scary it can be. He sees me as a human and he knows there's weakness in that. It was just one night. Can't you give it another shot?" Sitting up, I ask, "What about what I just said has anything to do with one single night? It isn't just because of last night. That's just the way things are. He wants me to be his mate, but not a Luna." Viviane's mouth opens then closes. She looks to the floor then at me. I don't know what to say. "I don't want to see him," I mumble. "Wrenley, is it really about doing all the things a Luna does?" I shake my head. "It's about everyone looking down on me. Everyone thinks I'm too weak. Students at school gossip about it. His mother couldn't even give me more than a few minutes. And now him. For the first few weeks he wouldn't even speak to me face to face. I had to hunt him down. I just tell him that I want him to go, and then I'm going to go as well." She waits for a few seconds, maybe to see if I'll change my mind. Eventually she leaves the room and heads back downstairs. I don't leave the bed until I hear the front door open and close. Getting up, I head to the window and open the shutters just a bit so I can watch him walk out and get in his truck. The absence in my gut returns. Despite her offering to drive me home, I take my suitcase and walk the few minutes to Grandma's house. The trees offer me an escape that I consider many times on the way. I have enough to last me a couple of days. What if I just left this town? Can't I just live with all of this back and forth pleasure and pain? I bet that would prove to everyone how strong I am. The human girl that had the strength to leave her mate. I roll my suitcase up to Grandma's front door, and I ring the bell. It feels like I've just arrived in Waindale again, and I'm ready to move in and start my new life. Funny. Grandma answers the door slowly, looks me up and down, and asks, "Wrenley, what happened? What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be with Adam?" She hurries me in after noticing my goosebump-covered legs that have been roughed up by the winter wind. "It didn't go well," I say, standing with my icy hands burrowed up in my sleeves. "I don't think we're ready to take that step." "Oh, well, dear, that's okay. Come on, why don't you go shower and warm up? Your mother is at her yoga class, but she'll be home soon." I swallow and take my suitcase to my room. "Hey, kid." Glancing up from the nest of blankets and pillows and clothes that I've made myself on my bed, I see my mother walk into my shadowy room. She comes to my depressed laying figure, urges me to scoot over, then sits beside me. "Grandma told me that you aren't feeling good today. That's okay. Missing one day of school here and there, it won't hurt," she says and brushes the top of my head with her fingers. "I just wanted to check in. Grandma said she'll make you something to eat if you're hungry." I shake my head. "Maybe later then. This reminds me of when you were younger. Before bed, I used to read you stories and we'd be sat like this. I would read and play with your hair and you'd be out in minutes. Remember? Well, it was pretty cute. God, does it hurt. I remember when I was your age and I had my heart broken in this godforsaken town." I shift a little, curious. It was one of the hardest weeks of my life. "You know what? Let me just tell you. I was a senior in high school, and I had this boyfriend that Grandma actually showed you in my yearbook, John Amon. We were picturesque. He was on the football team and all the girls loved him. I wasn't a cheerleader or anything like that, you know me, but I had some friends and people knew my name. Probably not for the best reasons, but I caught John's attention and suddenly we'd been dating for a few months. He was my first boyfriend, and boy, was I in love. We did everything together. I would go to his football games, he would take me to the movies and to the park. There used to be an ice rink. We'd go there a lot too. Obviously, Tali was my best friend, so she would hang out with us too. One time, she wanted to meet up with some students that she knew from the academy. Little did I know what she really is. Back then, I had no clue. Anyway, John, Tali, and I met up with this group of students, and in them was this guy named Jack. Like the teenage girl I was, I thought Jack was the hottest guy ever. Bless my poor soul, but suddenly I was over John and willing to do anything to get Jack's attention. Tali and I started hanging out with these academy students, and I wouldn't tell John where I was or who I was actually with. I was a terrible girl. Wren, really. Eventually, after all my efforts, Jack started giving me the light of day. We hung out a few times by ourselves. There was something about him, even to this day, I've never met anyone like him. He had this effect on me. Jack and I got close. I was so convinced that we were going to be together that I broke things off with John. It hurt him a lot. He stayed clear of me at school. He put all of his energy into footballs, and we actually made it pretty far in that state championship stuff. Back to Jack. We had been seeing each other for a month or two, and I wanted to make things official. I wanted Jack to be my one and only. That's how smitten I was. Completely entranced. He could do no wrong in my eyes. But when I gave him my all, when I asked him to be mine, he broke my heart. He said that I wasn't the one for him, even though I knew he was the one for me. I couldn't understand. We had done a lot together, you get me? I wasn't just going to let him slip through my fingertips. That led to him turning me down the hard way, saying horrible things, really rubbing it in that I wasn't good enough for him. It did the job, though. I understood that we weren't going to be together, and I gave up trying. I laid in bed for days. Grandma couldn't get me up even to shower. In the darkest of moments, I thought about throwing my life away. Drinking, drugs, anything to feel better. Thank God Tali Smith was there for me. She saved me from a lot of trouble. Now I know what you're thinking, kid. What about John Amon? Well, we graduated. I left Waindale, and he went on with his life. 5 years later, I was in Seattle, living, trying to get published while working as a receptionist. I went to this bar at a hotel one night with some friends, and he was there staying at the hotel. He looked the same. He looked good. We talked. I apologized for how terrible I was to him, and the conversation just flew by. A few drinks later, and we went to his hotel room. I nudged her then, not wanting to hear the details of what happened in the hotel room. Yeah, I know. But Wren, listen. I know I should have told you this a while ago, maybe. That night, the hotel room, I got pregnant. That's how it happened. John Amon is your biological father. My heart stops. I know. Out of the blue. Sorry, but I just thought it was time you at least knew his name. Now, if you want, you can do with that information what you must. You're 18. Later that night, I sneak out of my bedroom when everyone is fast asleep. I take the yearbook and get back under my covers. My hands search frantically for the page with that tiny photo Grandma showed me before. It doesn't take long to find Amon John. My fingertip runs over the image and my lips murmur, "Dad!" I stare at the tiny picture of the honey-haired, blue-eyed teenage boy for a while. I try to imagine what he looks like now. Maybe the same if he's lucky. A football player. I wonder what he does now. I wonder if he has a family, what job he has, where he lives. He doesn't know about me. My mom told me that some time ago. Your dad, he doesn't know about you. Is that okay? It was a casual conversation on a Sunday morning while we ate our newest sugary cereal and watched bad television. I didn't care whether he knew about me or not. Is it weird that I still don't? John Amon is my dad, and that's nice to know, but I like the way things are right now concerning the parents in my life. I'm sure he has his own thing going on anyway. I hope he has a family. A wife and some kids maybe, that would settle me. I have my mom and grandma, so I would hope he has good people in his life too. Having a dad, it's not something I need right now. Sure, when I was 8 or 9, having a dad would have been great, but not now. The last thing I want is to explain my situation with Adam to another important figure in my life. And from what I've seen on TV, dads don't take such information well. Closing the yearbook, I place it on my bedside table and curl up in my blankets. At least I have someone else to think about now. I wake up for school the next morning with what feels like a ton of bricks on my chest. My face is washed, teeth brushed, hair combed, clothes changed, deodorant rubbed, food force-fed, shoes tied, jacket zipped, backpack strapped, and music playing. The music puts a new kind of noise in my head, one that isn't a clutter of nervous thoughts about Adam. 3 days. A new record. December in Waindale is unforgiving. I have only been here or 1 or 2 Christmas, yet spending an entire winter here brings an entirely new sort of cold. It's a cold that tricks you by feeling warm, but soon you realize that your fingernails and lips are blue and that your eyelashes have a thin layer of ice forming on them. When I visited for the week, it was just cold weather. Now it's home. Only home could trick you into loving something that hurts you. I walk up the side steps of Waindale Academy and enter through the side door by the tennis courts where no one should be waiting for me. Since I missed school yesterday, I head straight for my first period classroom to talk over what I may have missed with my teacher. Promptly, I notice the looks from fellow students. Then, after walking further into the school, the emptiness in my core that I had gotten used to these past 3 days seems to fill. More bricks are added to the load weighing on my chest and some to my feet. I stop halfway down the hall and cling to the lockers, leaning against them, as I contemplate missing another day of school. The feeling intensifies, so I start walking the opposite way, back down the hall and out the side doors. I walk through the tennis courts and around to the parking lot, which eventually takes me to the main entrance. I hesitantly climb the steps and enter the school once more. The feeling has cooled down a bit, and Vivian or Imogen are nowhere in sight, so I try again to make it to my classroom. More students look at me as if they're saying, "Your mate is here. The alpha is here." Don't worry, I'm well aware. It only feels like a rock has been surgically placed inside my stomach. When the feeling grows again like magic beans in my body, I turn down a random hallway before the beanstalk rips through my chest. I pass a group of students as they pin up flyers on a corkboard regarding the winter formal. It's decorated with sparkly snowflakes, and I think about how excited Vivian is for it. I remember telling her that I would probably be busy with Adam that night. I would probably be spending the night with him because it's on a Saturday, and that's one of my days living with him. Oh, how I was so excited to be staying with him. How I packed my suitcase on the exact same day that I found out I could pack one at all. The feeling grows. I find another exit, and suddenly, I'm caught playing an endless game of cat and mouse. The only way to escape is to leave the playing field, to leave school and miss another day. Would I rather put my education at risk than handle running into Adam? I walk around the building in the direction of the parking lot yet again. This time, I don't plan on sneaking in, though. I'll walk to the diner and force-feed myself pancakes, or maybe I'll visit the library and give back that book that I never returned. Wrenley. My eyes widen as if I've been shot from behind. My hand springs to my chest and I look at my palm for blood. Peering back, I see Adam hurrying down the front steps. He called my name like thunder from above. I won't be surprised if lightning strikes me dead right here and now. Not wanting to return to my gloomy nest of a bedroom, I pick up my pace and head for the street. I know if I talk to him, I'll break down. I've been laying in bed, helpless, for the past 3 days, and I don't want to go back there. It's a dark place, and sometimes I'm scared that I won't make it out. So, all to keep together this taped-up, superglued version of myself, I book it across the street and into the trees where I can try to mask my scent with all the woods has to offer. I've lasted 3 days without him. I know I can make this one 4. And then as long as I keep force-feeding myself, and as long as I don't throw up, and as long as I get at least 3 hours of sleep a night, maybe I can make it more than 4. More than 5. Who knows? 6 days gives me hope that I can last forever. Walking aimlessly from tree to tree, I bury myself. The feeling in my core is unwavering. It has been. I've been eating. Yeah, and I sleep some too. I call out into the forest. I'm stronger than you think, strong enough to leave Waindale, strong enough to leave you. You can't keep me here. You can't keep me. You're right, I'm not suited for your life. I'm a human. I'm not supposed to know all the scary things in the world. My voice fills my head and the air around me. I know he can hear me. I know he's here. If you just let me go, I think I can make it. We can do it. We can stay far away from each other and wear down the bond. I can live my human life, and you can live as Alpha, and do what you have to do to keep the bloodline going. I steady myself against a tree trunk, my fingers gripping at the icy bark. The ground doesn't sink under my feet as it did. It feels hard, frozen. Come on, I murmur. Just let me try at least. He appears then, like I knew he would. My face scrunches up a little, my nose tingling and eyes pricking with tears. Oh, I guess not. Does this break my record? I think we're too close now. Adam nears me like it's his job to do so, to collect me when I'm running off track and set me back on the right path. He comes right up to me and he takes my arm. His brow furrows and he leans close as if to kiss me. Have you been drinking? He questions, serious. My face was washed, teeth brushed, hair combed, clothes changed, deodorant rubbed. This is when I snuck a hefty sip from a bottle Grandma keeps under the counter in a corner cabinet of random things. Food force-fed, shoes tied, jacket zipped, backpack strapped, and music playing. My mother mentioned her coping methods to me. 3 days of force-feeding, vomiting, and staying up all night drives people to do reckless things. I haven't been drinking. I just did a little. Adam takes me out of the forest and walks me to his truck. He puts me in the front seat before getting in himself. My eyes jump from student to student as a few enter and leave through the doors. Before I realize it, tears are streaming down my cheeks because I know I would die without him. I face him with my wet eyes and blood-filled lips. He stops suddenly while starting the truck. The sad thing is, I say softly, is that you can treat me like dirt, and I'm sure I'll still want you. You could hurt me, really hurt me, and I would still end up like this without you. You told my mother that you don't want me to feel trapped because I am trapped, right? He says nothing. Adam starts the truck and it hums. I sit in the corner of the shower and watch the tips of my fingers shift from blue as they warm. The water falls onto my legs from above like a million little punches or swift, passionate kisses. My head is clearing now. The fog has drifted and it's easier to think. I can feel Adam's presence on the other side of the bathroom door. I'm conflicted once again. Half of me wants him to hold me and run his hand down my hair, but the other half wants to remain cold. Although I was falling to pieces, it was easier without him. My purpose was clear. Last as long as you can. My purpose isn't clear now. I don't know what to do, so I sit here and watch my hands like a mermaid studies her new legs. Wrenley, I hear him call, his voice low and worn down. Will you come out of the bathroom? How long have I been in here? Adam put me in his truck, drove as I silently wept, brought me home, and I came straight in here. I pulled myself up the steps and went to the bathroom as if the plan to hide was already in my mind. The forest froze me and my head was spinning, so the shower seemed like a good option. And if I happened to cry again, maybe he wouldn't hear me over the downpour. Sometime while I was hiding away in this corner, it started to rain outside. Now all I hear is the small but persistent sounds of pitter-pattering all around me. That, and Adam's voice. I reach above me and turn the shower off instead of giving a vocal answer. Exhausted, I slowly lift off the tiled floor and step out of the glass box. My hair is slicked back and hangs between my shoulder blades. My skin is the color of the alive and not the dead, and I hope I start to act like it too. I wrap a towel around my body and open the bathroom door just a crack. Half of my face looks out. He's standing there like I knew he would be. Can I have some clothes? I ask, hushed. I wait at the crack in the doorway until he comes back and hands me a small pile. After drying myself off, I shrug on the long sleeve and bring up the cozy sweatpants. I secure them by tightening the drawstring. When I emerge, Adam is waiting on the bed. His gaze lifts to me, and mine trickles to the floor. What do you want to do? He asks. Of course, only the hardest question he could have possibly asked. Adam continues, If you want to leave, I'll take you home. My bottom lip is held firmly between my teeth. Is there any point in fighting this? If I leave, I go back to lying to myself. I go back to shoving forkfuls into my mouth as I restrain myself from gagging. I go back to closing my eyes at night, pretending to be asleep. I go back to that cave of a room, all to lay in darkness as he eats away at my mind. There's no point in fighting him, because every time I swing, every time I kick, I'm the one that's being beaten up. I walk past him to the other side of the bed. My hand brings back the comforter, and I get underneath it. I hear him sigh. This is it. This is forever. Adam turns around and stretches along the bed to face me. Come on, talk to me, he says, and places his hand on my arm, moving it up and down, trying to soothe me. I don't want to talk. His pretty face falls a little more. He lays on his stomach and holds up on his elbows. I want you to be safe. What I don't know can't hurt me. That isn't real safety, I counter. How come you can do all of this to keep me safe, but when it comes to me worrying about you, it isn't the same? How would you feel if I left in the middle of the night without telling you? Adam's eyes stay hardened. What if I left and came home like you did? Blood everywhere, bitten, and didn't tell you what happened to me. How would you feel? How would you react? You know you would lose your shit, Adam. I can take care of myself, he says sternly. And I can't. No, you can't. So much for not talking. Annoyed, I abruptly sit up and he does the same. I can take care of myself. If you didn't come after me, I could have made it. When I found you, you were stumbling around the forest, smelling like liquor. When was the last time you ate? Slept? Don't tell me that you can make it when you're a zombie after 3 days. I clench my jaw. I was still trying to get over what happened. You had to come looking for me because I know you're scared that I can make it without you. You had to see for yourself that I was a mess so you could collect me, take me back, and know that I'd have no argument. Could you wait a week? 2? What if it starts to get better? That's how heartbreak works. It's bad for the first bit, but yeah, you bounce back. You know it wouldn't have gotten better, he says lowly. So what? You have the nerve to sit here and tell me that I can't take care of myself? You're going to lecture me about how much I need you, then act like it isn't a two-way street? Adam gets off the bed then. He heads for the door, so I instinctively get out from under the blanket and follow. Where are you going? I don't want to fight with you, he mutters. Adam makes his way down the hall, so I quickly move past him and stand as a roadblock. You wanted to talk, but since I'm not saying what you want to hear, you're going to walk away? That's not how this works. Adam moves past me and goes down the steps, but I remain hot on his trail. As he moves, he says, You can't take care of yourself, Wrenley. That's the truth. You don't know the kinds of things that are out there. You wouldn't come home bloody if something attacked you. You would be dead. At the bottom of the steps, he turns to me. His hands grip my upper arms, squeezing. I can take care of myself because I'm a monster. This is all you are, he says, his voice raised, his hold on me only tightening. You can't defend yourself. You aren't strong enough to fight. You aren't fast enough to run away. This is all you are, and it scares the hell out of me. My eyes water, yet I'm not sure if it's from his grip or his words. So when I leave at night, stay in the house. When I refuse to tell you about all the things that could easily take you from me, understand why. When I say hide, you hide. When I say run, you run. Now understand, Wrenley. Understand why it has to be this way. He's nearly shaking me at this point. The tears building in my eyes can't help but spill. Adam brings me to his chest and wraps his arms around me. His hand rests on the back of my head, and with my ear pressed to him, I can hear his heart beating relentlessly. He's right. I can't take care of myself, not when it comes to the big bad things that creep in the shadows. I wouldn't last a day without you, he breathes, so let me protect you. I nod against him, and he pulls away slightly. He looks down at me, and I nod again with tears smeared across my cheeks. Maybe he's right about something else, too. Maybe I don't want to know what's out there. I don't want to know what sort of things would bring Adam to such desperation. I call my mother and tell her that I'll be with Adam tonight. It takes me a bit to explain everything to her, why I'm no longer heartbroken, but she lets this one slide. I suppose she believed me when I told her that what I have with Adam is forever. I couldn't hang up before she said, People fight. They argue. I would be worried if you didn't. Over the weekend, Vivian and Imogen pick me up from Adam's while he's busy. We go to the town center, the place with the many little shops with the water and the boardwalk. We're supposed to meet Eli and Alara at the end of the boardwalk, but Imogen stops when we walk by the ice cream parlor. She heads inside, saying she'll be just a minute. "Who wants ice cream outside in December?" Vivian mutters. "We're going to get hot chocolate at Barb's." Barb's is a small coffee place at the end of the boardwalk. Eli and Alara are already there, warm inside with steam wafting into their faces from their hot mugs. We peer through the window to see what's taking her so long. "Let me go get her," Vivian says, and suddenly I'm out front alone. I bounce on my heels, glancing back at the two girls every few seconds. The shop where I was gifted the moon goddess necklace is right next door. I walk over and look at the window displays of artwork with singular lights pouring down on them. When a man comes out of the shop's doors, I mindlessly glance over, but the glance becomes a stare. My brow furrows. The man must sense my unfaltering gaze because his head turns to me as well. He mirrors my same look of confusion. "Wrenley?" he says. "Is that you? Or Rachel's daughter?" My lips part ever so slightly. Yes, I am." Unease settles in my gut. The man takes a step or two closer with his hands awkward in his jacket pockets. "Well, this is unexpected. I didn't know your mother was back in Waindale." I swallow. "We moved here in the fall, a few months ago. So I'm guessing you know who I am then." "You're John Amon," I say, my voice surprisingly clear. "Why are you here?" "Well, I recently moved back. Last week, kind of recent, actually." Suddenly, my jacket feels as if it's shrinking. My breath gets caught in my throat. "You're my dad." The ice cream parlor door chimes behind me. I look back and see Vivian walking out with Imogen and her 3 scoops of cookies and creme. Their eyes eventually find me, and their bodies go stiff when they see I'm talking to a stranger. I turn back to John and say, have to go, before returning to the girls and hurrying them down the boardwalk. He looked like the school picture. That man was the guy whose face I pet with my finger. That man was my father, and he knew my name. Why does he know my name? Adam is in his office. I hear his voice and 2 others as I make my way down the hall. The double doors are open, and when I appear between them, Adam's eyes immediately find mine. It's Ben and Alexander. I know I must be interrupting pack business, but there is no one else I want to talk to but him. "Wrenley?" Adam asks. "Can we talk?" He nods slowly and leaves his seat. Ben and Alexander both smile my way. I smile back and lift my hand up in a partial wave. Adam's hand connects with the small of my back as he leads me into the family room. Before he can ask what's going on, I turn to him and say, "My dad is here. I met him today." "Your father?" he questions. "I thought you didn't know your father. My mom told me a few days ago that my dad is her old high school boyfriend. His picture is in her yearbook. We were at the boardwalk and he was there. He said he moved back last week. He knew my name. My mom said he doesn't know I exist. He asked me if I'm Wrenley, if I'm Rachel's daughter." Adam sits down with me, seeing how unsettled this has made me. "Do you think my mother lied? Did he actually know I exist all along?" "This is a lot to process. Why don't you go lay down? When I'm done here, I can take you over to your grandmother's. Your mother is the only one that can answer your questions." I take Adam's advice. The silence of the master bedroom should give me plenty of space to splay out my thoughts, but instead of picking them up one by one, instead of organizing them in the little folders of my mind, I fall into them. I try to climb out, but they've started to devour me like a bed of quicksand. Why is he here? Why does he recognize me? Why does he know my name? Did my mother lie? Have been in contact? In an attempt to sedate myself, I walk into the closet and snatch one of Adam's shirts. I breathe it in like a crazy person, then proceed to his side of the bed. His pillow holds his essence, and I rest my head on it with his shirt still pressed against my chest like a baby blanket. Why can't Ben and Alexander just leave already so I can be alone with Adam? I much rather hold his body against mine than squeeze every last drop of him out of some shirt. I feel restless. Unable to lay down any longer, I jolt up and pace around the room. My mind has jumped from the issue of John Amon to the addictive nature of my mate. I wish he was here right now. I feel like I can't wait another minute for him to come find me. Adam is the perfect distraction to this whole mess. If I'm with him, then I don't have to worry about John Amon. It's like nothing else exists. I hear his footsteps coming up the stairs. My heart is shocked to life and races inside of my chest so fast and so loud that I'm sure he can hear it from the hall. I come to the doorway just as he enters. Before he can say anything, I bring my hands to either side of his face and one strays behind his ear and combs into his hair. That took forever, I breathe out. Hey, I thought you were relaxing? He says and gently brings my arms down. Right. I decided what I want to do. Let's not go to see my mother. Let's stay here together. What about your father? He asks. Don't you want answers? I roll my lips together. I don't need to know right now. It can wait. All I want right now is to be here with you. Where is all of this coming from? I take steps backward until the end of the brushes against the back of my thighs. What do you mean? Is it so wrong to want to be alone together? God, after those days apart, I missed you so much. Adam nears me. When you came to find me, you were concerned about meeting your father. We can always have time together, but I think you need to figure this out first before it eats away at you. I hate that he knows me. I brush it off and say, I was a little concerned, I know. It just freaked me out, but I'm fine now. I laid down for a bit and realized that it's not that big of a deal. My mom will be there tomorrow. I don't think my dad is going anywhere, so can't we just have this moment? I don't want to think about it anymore. You want to avoid your problems? Adam murmurs as he now stands before me. Help me, I plead. Help me avoid my problems. Adam sighs. He looks past me at the bed. What happened there? I glance back at the sight of jumbled blankets and a balled-up shirt. You were taking too long. I missed you. I was just downstairs. You can't criticize me for that, I say. And you can't hold it against me either like you do with the other things I said. Just distract me, please. My hands run up his arms, feeling the firmness and curve of muscle. His eyes watch me, my face. I step closer as his hand lifts to my cheek. His palm follows my jaw and I lean against it. Wrenley, he says almost like a warning. We can be gentle, slow, nothing crazy is going to happen. Adam's touch strays, so I grab onto his shoulders, lean up, and bring my lips softly to his. I linger for a moment before pulling back. See? Nothing crazy. His eyes stay fixated on my mouth. He guides me back to him, and before I know it, our lips are connected once again. The care of his movements makes me melt in his arms, and I feel as if we are savoring the moment instead of fearing its end. This is the most patient we've been with one another. For once, I can really feel him touch me. Every spark and wave of our bond travels throughout my body. Adam breaks our kiss but stays painfully close. He studies my face, and I make no effort to hide the longing in my eyes or the color on my cheeks. It's not enough anymore to kiss him every now and then. I don't think it ever was. A part of me, though anxious toward intimacy, has always been unsatisfied, and it is only getting more difficult to keep my innermost desires at bay. We share a bed. I lay in his arms. I would be lying if I said my mind didn't wander at such times. Adam must see it now as I gaze up at him, the yearning for more. We don't have to stop, I say just above a whisper. This isn't going to make your problem go away. I don't care, I murmur. It isn't about that. He takes a breath and glances up for a second as if he must ground himself. I admit, I want more. We've been taking things slow for what feels like forever. This is what you asked for, Adam reminds me. I know, I really do know, but I've changed my mind. This is just too slow. Then tell me what you want, Wrenley. My eyes dart to the side and my bottom lip runs through my teeth. Something has changed. It's as if the energy in my body has been amped up a tad, as if fears that once nested in my core have faded. I felt it after I saw John Amon. I can't explain why, but I feel different. I want everything, I tell him with more confidence than expected. I want everything. He scans me over. What happened? What do you mean? What did you do? Adam asks. The concern in his voice shifts the mood. Nothing. Why are you? Stop looking at me like that. I thought you'd respond differently, considering. He shakes his head. Something isn't right. You're acting differently. I knew it the second I came up here. I'm acting differently because I feel good, and it isn't a crime to change my mind about something. You just met your father for the first time, and from the sound of it, it didn't play out well. The Wrenley I know wouldn't feel good right now. You lied when you said it wasn't a big deal, so why don't you tell me what's really going on? I tilt my head a little, not understanding why Adam must question me. Isn't this what you wanted? Everything all at once? No holding back? Wrenley? Fine. I don't know, I confess. I don't know what's going on, but can't we take advantage of the moment? What if this feeling goes away and I'm scared again and I just lay there beside you forever? Adam sighs. I know before I made it seem otherwise, but there's no rush. I know, I lay there and there's so much that I want, but I'm too scared, too anxious to do anything about it. I don't feel the anxiety right now. I feel secure. I don't think you're going to judge me or hurt me or... But other times you do. I've upset him. It wasn't necessarily the right thing to say, but it's the truth. It's not because of you. It's me. I bring myself to worry about such things, even if I know you wouldn't. That's why I feel better. I'm not worrying about it. I feel free. He turns away, so I grab onto him. Adam, please. You really think those things? He asks slowly. Not anymore. His eyes stare heavily into mine. And when your normal self comes back, when whatever you're feeling fades, what then? Please. You can't be mad at me for things I can't control. Everyone feels this way. Everyone is scared of getting hurt. I loosen my grip, yet he stays. Please don't go back to thinking that I'm scared of you because I'm not. I'm scared of the control you have over me. I'm scared of the things I would do for you, the things I dream about because of you. I take my hand from him completely. He's thinking. I can see it on his face. The last thing I want is to bring him to the wrong conclusion, so instead of pushing the situation more, I decide to cool down. My mindset is not compatible with an argument. We've had enough of those already anyway. I'll go talk to my mother. Stay here. When I come back, after we've had a breather, we can talk about the worries I have. I want to work through them. We can work through them. Okay? Adam, with his brooding eyes and pretty face, nods. I walk down the road with my hands warm in my jacket pockets. Sunlight filters through the forest beside me, bringing a kiss of heat to my face in the cold air around me. The cold doesn't feel so cold anymore, only a sensation that neither pleasures nor hurts me. I'm sure if it were snowing, I'd feel differently, but right now I am content. It reminds me of when I would wake up in the middle of the night, hungry. The chill from the fridge would caress me as I stood with the doors wide open. I would look over the same foods until my snack standards lowered. My problems used to be much simpler then: disappointment over the fact that my mother ate the last piece of that evening's dessert, or maybe, at the most stressful, a poor test score in one of my classes. The quiet helps me as I try to sort through my thoughts once again. Every now and then, a car will pass by, or a noise will call from the trees, but other than that, I'm alone. Privacy is one of Waindale's redeeming qualities. If I want to take a walk by myself, I can. There aren't people everywhere. I can feel isolated out in the open if I desire. I stop suddenly along the two-way street that slices through the dense woods like a knife. I glance behind me, then to the side, then to the other side. When my eyes aim forward, there's a man. Not just any man, John Amon. Questioning my sanity, I stay put. My hands grip the fabric inside my pockets and my lips stay parted. I watch as he takes the few steps necessary until he's standing right in front of me. He's wearing a large jacket and hiking boots, as if he's been out here for a while and didn't simply teleport to my location. I wait in utter shock for him to either speak or vanish. Wrenley, he says then, solidifying his presence. I don't mean to scare you. A breath flows into my lungs, then back out. My mouth remains still. We need to talk. We didn't have the time to earlier, but I don't think this can wait much longer. I blink hard. How are you here? Where did you come from? John Amon, with a genuine look on his timeless face, says, I can explain everything if you let me. You've been in contact with my mom? I ask, because it's the only way he could know the things he knows. No, I haven't. Again, I can explain everything. My warm hands lift to my face, making me realize how cold I am as my frigid cheeks surprise me. My hands wipe down suddenly. What do you want? Why are you here? How do you know how I am? He sighs. The diner is just down the street. Can we talk there? I walk just in front of him the few minutes it takes to reach the intersection where the diner is. In my mind, I'm trying to decide what I want to know first, but part of me is curious to know what he has to say without my prompting. Once inside, we sit toward the back at a booth against the windows. I shimmy out of my winter jacket and stuff it into the space between me and the wall. Maybe I would be more nervous if I had known of my father for more than a day. I'm grateful for my calmness, though. Laura greets me warmly. John watches the interaction but doesn't question how I know the waitress. I order a hot chocolate and my father asks for a coffee. When Laura leaves, we face each other. Before I can ask anything, he begins talking. "I haven't spoken to your mother since the night we made you," he says. "I know this is confusing, but your knowledge of the world should make this easier to accept. As you grew up, I would check in on you every now and then from afar. You never saw me and neither did your mother. I wasn't there to interrupt, only to see that you were doing well." My fingers intertwine on the table. "You stalked us?" I can see how it appears rather odd from your perspective, but I couldn't step forward, not until now, not until you're old enough to understand. "Is that why you moved to Waindale? To meet me?" I ask, keeping my composure even though my insides are being torn apart. "You're here now because I'm not a kid anymore. You don't have to take care of me?" Laura sets down our mugs. I wipe my face clear of distress to thank her. John Amon continues once she's busy with another table. "I came here for you, that's true, but not because all the work is already done. It's the opposite, actually. It was your mother's job to raise you, but now it is my turn to teach you the things your mother cannot." "She knows about this?" He takes a sip of coffee, then shakes his head as he swallows. "You know that your mother is unaware of the things beyond herself. Well, most things, I suppose." A breath gets caught in my throat and my heart drops. Are you one of them?" "No, I do not transform into a wolf." "This is why I'm here, Wrenley, to teach you of all the things you have yet to discover. We are different than everything else." "Different? How?" I'm on the edge of my seat. My body shakes with anticipation and shock and excitement, and so many other things that I can't decipher. I feel like I'm dreaming, like I fell asleep on the bed while I waited for Adam and never really woke up. John Amon takes a breath. "There are many things you have yet to learn. There is more than humans and shifters. I am one of the other things, and I am the only one of my kind. That is until I decided to create you." He takes another sip of coffee, which irritates me, because instead of drinking, he could be speaking. I'm not sure whether I believe John Amon or not, but either way, his story is incredibly intriguing. I arrived when inhabitants of this planet started following deities, which is quite a coincidence. I arrived through something of a meteorite as it came crashing to Earth. My brow furrows and I sit back. "What the hell?" I mumble. "Did Adam not tell you of celestial beings?" "Adam? How do you know?" He says briefly, "I know everything." My chest rises and falls slowly. "So you're telling me that you aren't from this planet? You weren't born here? And you happen to be thousands of years old?" To make a long story short, I suppose. A murmur leaves my lips concerning my gullibility. I look back at him and question, "You really think you can tell me all of this crap like I'm 7 years old? You can't win me over with this nonsense." "Did you have a similar reaction when finding out about the shifters?" he asks, undisturbed. The unbelievable remains that way until it isn't. Yes, I doubted them. Being able to transform like they do, it's crazy, but this is a whole other level of insane. "What you're telling me? I could never believe you. There is no way you are some celestial being or whatever." "Your mate and his kind, they believe in the moon goddess," John says, drifting off topic. "If told that the moon goddess is real, would you believe it?" My forearms rest against the table as my hands wrap around the mug of hot chocolate that isn't very hot. I don't know. Maybe. She is real. She gifts the shifters their ability. The shifters are her creation. Beginning to feel far too overwhelmed, I lift the drink to my lips and focus on the taste, rather than his words. "You see, Wrenley, the moon goddess is aware of you, as she is of me. She is always aware of what you are doing. When I came to Earth, I threatened her creations. I threatened many forms of life on this planet, and I still do. The beings beyond you, beyond me, even one such as the moon goddess, they try to contain us. They try to control us because we threaten all they have created. I've come to you now because you are old enough to understand. That is true. But I come with increased urgency because you are being contained by them, by her. I can't, Belle. His face has morphed into one of distress and torment. I nervously eye the people around the diner to make sure we have not caught any unwanted attention. It is Adam. She mated you to one of her own because it gives her a sense of control over you. You're vulnerable, susceptible to her power when restrained from your highest potential, which I am guilty of doing. John, please, I breathe. I don't want to hear any more of this. No, you must listen, he insists. I am here now because it is time to release you of my hold. When you were born, I restrained you from your power to protect you as you grew amongst the humans. I don't believe you, I say, louder than expected. A few eyes glance over, but I shoo them by collecting myself. None of this. I don't believe any of it. I'm done listening to your stories. I came here to find out why you're here and how you know me. That is all. Please, just tell me the truth. John Amon rests back against the booth seat, and his fists on the table clench. Perhaps you are not yet wise enough. You do not know enough. Your mind has been contaminated with the human's limited beliefs. Tell me, what can I do? I have been waiting for this moment to come and feared your failure, but please, prove me wrong. His hands reach over and take my own in them. A bizarre sensation infects my hands and spreads up my arms. You are my only child. Too much depends on you. Going out on a limb with little to lose, I say, prove it. You can tell me anything, but I can't believe it until you... Do you feel different, stronger? He asks. I loosen my hold on you to make this conversation easier. Do you feel your potential? I try to take my hands back, but his grip is tight. That was you? You caused me to feel different? I can prove myself, Wrenley, but you have the capability to prove everything on your own. My blood runs through your veins. Your mother is a human. I decided that because it contaminates my blood the least. You'll age and die as a human does. That I cannot change, but I passed great power to you. But I don't have power. I'm a human. You have been restrained since birth. I had given you the slightest bit of your power earlier. Focus. Listen to what I am telling you, he urges. If I free you, you'll be at your full potential. Without thinking, I say, free me. If all you're saying is true, free me. He lets go of my hands then. I will. Not all at once, because To free you at once may kill you, but I will slowly return more and more of your power once you can handle the current amount. How much do I have now? I ask, oblivious to all other things. Are you able to withstand more? I nod. Will you give me more? Will this prove all you have said? John's eyes close then. I stare at him as my heart thumps heavily in my chest. My palms grow sweaty, then I feel it. It feels like a million little needles poking into the skin on my fingertips. I flinch and ball my hands into fists. The sensation subsides, and when I peer up, John Amon is looking at me. His silver eyes bore into my own. I felt it, I say softly. I felt it in my hands. He looks at me like a father who just taught their child how to walk. What can I do? I ask, my eyes bright. He leaves money on the table, then takes me outside. When I shrug on my jacket, he shakes his head. You won't need it, he says, but wear it so others don't question you. The cold, the heat, you won't succumb to it. A single airy laugh escapes my lips. I won't get cold. That's just like Adam. He doesn't get cold. Melt the snow, he says and motions to the side of the parking lot where a rim of ice sits against the curb from last night. What? Go on. I walk over to the curb, then turn back to him. How? What do I do? John Amon, who's pleased with my curiosity, says, You know how. I face the ice and crouch down. My instincts tell me to touch it, so I reach my hand out, but before my finger comes into contact, the ice melts away from me. I open my hand and aim my palm at it, and it melts more as I move. More laughs leave me. I spring to my feet and spin around with an expression of pure wonder. The first thing that comes to my mind is Adam and how desperately I want to show him. I can't believe it. I call to my father and hurry back. There's no way this is happening. There's no way that this is real life. I'm dreaming, aren't I? This has to be a dream. I watch as he bends down and picks up a brown leaf from the cement. He takes my hand, opens it, then places the dead thing on it. This is your most powerful gift, he says. Restore it. I place my other hand on top. Think of your intention and make it so. My desire to bring this leaf back to its green, fleshy glory fills my mind. It doesn't hurt. It isn't hard. I feel the leaf move against my hands, and when I open them, there is a leaf so pristine that it appears to have fallen from a branch only seconds ago. A smile engulfs my face, and I jump in my spot. It's real, I murmur. All of it is real. All that you said. What does this mean? What's going to happen? My father says, enjoy, discover, become comfortable with what I have given to you until you are able to accept more. I must warn you that there is responsibility that will be coming, but for now, prepare yourself. And I must ask that you do not approach your mother with any of this. She must not know. What you have told her is already too much. For her own good. I ask. He nods. It's best if you keep this to yourself. Oh, I breathe. What about Adam? Are you able to restrain yourself? I know the moon goddess has given you no choice when it comes to Adam, but you shouldn't trust anyone. I swallow and put my magic hands back in my pockets. Well, if I'm honest, I don't think I can. I can't help it. He seems upset by this, but not at me. Our entire conversation hasn't settled yet. I'm still convinced that I'll wake in Adam's bed any moment now because I'm having a hard time remembering everything my father told me. There was something about the moon goddess containing me. Perhaps he's upset with her. I wonder if she'll be mad at me. I wonder if what I have done is the workings of evil things as Imogen once warned me about. What if my father is evil in their eyes? What if I am too? I struggle to recall all that was said to me as I hurry home. There's no time to see my mother, not after what John Amon showed me. Surprisingly, my mind feels clear, yet I try to remember certain things he told me. Things that I know were important but didn't seem to stick. The only thing that's in my head like a blinking neon sign is that I am able to tell Adam. God, I can't wait to show him. I can't wait to see his reaction. I know he'll be happy because I won't be a sitting duck for all the world's monsters to devour. The truth is that I am not just a human, I'm the daughter of something magical, something so very beyond my previous understanding. When Adam said that there are things out there that could hurt me, I thought of vampires and witches and trolls and ghosts. But this... John Amon hardly explained what he is. When Adam asks me, what will I say? That he is a celestial being? It makes him sound holy, like an angel. I wish I asked for clarity before heading back. My father said we will talk again soon. I know that in the time until our next meeting, I must get used to the abilities he's restored to me. My own powers, I feel like a superhero. The smile that took over my face outside of the diner hasn't left. I'll tell Adam that I don't know any specifics yet. There's so much to learn, and I hope the next time we speak lasts for hours and hours. I could listen to him tell me about all the world's mysteries, about what we are, for the rest of my life. All of this still feels like a dream. Other than my excitement to get home, the only other thing going through my head are prayers that I don't wake up. If none of this is real, I'll be beyond devastated. When the house comes into view, I start to run. I rush down the road and onto the property. My hair picks up and brushes against my shoulders, floats in the crisp wind as the winter's fingers stroke my neck. I'm up the porch steps in less than a second. The door is unlocked, and I slip through it with red cheeks. Adam, I call. I venture into the house, following his scent to the kitchen. My feet hardly touch the floor. Energy courses through my body, energy and life that I've never felt before. I grab the archway to the kitchen before flying past. Adam is there. He swallows a bite of something from the fridge, closes the metal door, and says, "It sounds like your talk went well. You have no idea." I breathe and come to him. Oh God, where do I begin? I have so much to tell you. Your mother had answers to your questions then? I pause. No, I didn't see her. Well, I was on my way to see her, and then my father showed up. We went to the diner, we talked, and he explained everything himself. Adam crosses his arms and leans against the counter. Your father? How did he find you? I can hardly contain myself. My smile returns and my feet threaten to dance in every direction. I grab onto the counter, all to stop myself from jumping up and down. What's going on? He asks. You won't believe me, I gush. It's too perfect. I can't even believe it. I've been trying to convince myself that I'm awake and not dreaming. Adam seems concerned. He asks, What did he tell you, Wrenley? I can show you, I say with confidence. Just watch. He taught me this. Adam watches as I place my hand under the water dispenser on the fridge door. An ice cube drops to my hand and I hold out my palm for him to see. Okay, I murmur. Watch the ice cube. His chest rises as the ice cube melts rapidly in my hand. I shake the water off into the sink, then face him with utter glee. Did you see that? I cheer. I can melt things, I can make brown leaves green again. I'm sure I can freeze things if I tried. He remains speechless. Isn't it amazing, Adam? His eyes find mine, but the severity behind them makes my chest tighten. This man, he taught you this? This man? He's my father, not just some man. Did he tell you what he is? Adam asks, not wasting a moment to enjoy my newfound abilities. And you're sure he is your father? My face falls. Of course I'm sure. How else could I do any of this? What is he, Wrenley? Did he tell you? Well, he said he's a celestial being, I explain, disappointed that he isn't excited like I am. That's all I know. I don't really know what it means, but he said that we'll talk again in a... Adam turns, placing his hands flat on the counter as if he's planning an attack over a map during war. His muscles tense, and I wonder about my previous thoughts. What if he thinks I'm evil? What if what my father can do, what I am learning, is the power of dangerous, dark things to his kind? You cannot speak to him anymore, Adam says bluntly. You cannot see him. What? He peers at me. Promise me. Stepping back, I say, I can't promise that. He's my father. He said he has so much to teach me. There's so much I'm going to learn from him, about who I really am, what I really am. This man, he's dangerous, Wrenley. I thought you might think so, I say, ready to change his mind. He really isn't. He's here to restore the power he's kept from me since birth. I'm his only child. He said I'm important to him. This power, it isn't what you think it is. How would you know? We're the only two people on Earth with it, and it's mine no matter what it is. Why can't you just be happy? I'm not helpless anymore. I'm strong and I can do these amazing things. I thought you would be happy. Adam turns to me. It is stunning, Wrenley, extraordinary. But such things shouldn't be possible. I fear that this man, your father, isn't as he appears to be. I've heard of such things from thousands of years ago, but those ideas have gone extinct. Your father. You think he's evil, I mutter. Imogen told me about turning humans into your kind, how it's the workings of very dark things. She said that such capabilities would be from an evil power. You think he's like that, don't you? Adam's gaze trickles down. You said you can make dead leaves green again. I did. I did it in my hands. You can't. You can't do that anymore, understand? My lips part. My hands drop to my sides. That isn't fair. I don't tell you whether you can transform or not. It isn't the same, he says, his voice deep. You can't bring dead things back to life. It's wrong. You mean it's evil, I correct him. You think what I can do is evil. You think I'm evil. Adam grabs onto me. His hands hold either of my arms. You are not evil, Wrenley. He says it as if he must convince himself that these words are true and not me. I yank free. I know I'm not evil. I just hate the fact that your kind thinks I am. It's unfair that you can stand there and say those things about my father when being a werewolf isn't exactly the image of virtue. How can you judge us based on some old beliefs? You've known the man for a day. He has yet to tell you what exactly he is. How can you trust him so blindly? Pressure builds in my throat from the surfeit of words desperate to spill out. I wish I was angry, but all I feel is pain. His judgment feels like rejection, like a saw being dragged back and forth to cut our bond. There is so much I want to say, but to carry on this conversation will only sharpen the blade. Please just stop, I mutter. Adam falls silent. His shoulders drop and his jaw clenches. Whatever you say about him applies to me. Whatever he is, I am too, so just stop. I wasn't enough as a human, but now that I'm stronger, I'm too much. It just feels like a slap in the face at this point. Before he can speak, I say, Don't. I don't want to hear anymore. I just thought you would accept me for who I am as I did for you because everything is mutual, right? If I'm willing to love you as you are, you should be willing to do the same for me. It's not you, Wrenley. It's your father, he dramatizes. I am what he is, I nearly shout. You weren't like this. He's done this to you. I step closer as I shake my head. This part of me has always been here. He just kept it from me to keep me safe. This is who I am. Don't tell me that this is who you are. Adam's voice rises with mine. A man you met today told you all of this not even an hour ago. You don't even know what it is that you're claiming to be. This morning you were yourself, but now I don't know what's overcome you. I don't know what he's done to you. What you showed me, what you described, these are powers that originate from malevolence. Don't say that, I plead. That's only what you've been told. Did your father tell you that his abilities come from goodness? Or maybe something neutral? These things are gifted. Did he tell you the source? What if there is no source? He wasn't born here. He came here. Adam watches me carefully, my chest ready to burst. Then his presence on Earth alarms me, he says. I'm sorry, I can't stay long. I've just come to grab a few things. Are you sure it's a good idea to stay with Adam longer? Things were a little bumpy there, Wren. Maybe a break will be good for you too. I look up from my bag. Mom, I said that was just a little argument. We're doing great now. I really think I should be with him right now. It's werewolf business. It's hard to explain. He needs me right now. I assure her, then stuff one last shirt into my suitcase before zipping it up. Tell Grandma that I'll call later. Adam, he just really needs me there with him. She nods, leaning against the doorway to my bedroom. Okay, no problem, as long as you're going to school. I can see the anxiety behind her eyes. She doesn't like the fact that I'm already spending so much time away from home. I wish I could tell her that John Amon is here. I wish I could show her what I am, but if Adam is right, if I can't trust my father, then I don't want her to be a part of it. It upsets me to have Adam view my father as a threat. I can't trust both of them. And if I have to pick a side, I'll choose Adam every time. It's coded into my blood to choose my mate, even if said blood comes from my father's veins. John Amon said it himself, when concerning my mate, the moon goddess has given me no choice. I wonder about his warning of her control over me. I can't decide if it is good or bad. You have everything you need? My mom asks, and I nod. Okay, well, do you know when you'll be staying here next? Probably next week. I'll let you know when I call. He's waiting for me. I better go. She follows me out of my bedroom and through the kitchen. You know he didn't have to stay in the car. Adam can come in. I know. I told him to wait out there. I thought if Grandma was home that she'd reel him in and never let us leave. I explain lightly. We get to the front door, so I place my bag down to hug her. I'll talk to you later. Okay, kid. You know where we are if you need us, she murmurs by my ear. I pull away, pick up my bag, then head out. She watches me hurry through the cold to the truck, unaware of how the cold doesn't hurt me anymore. I quickly toss my bag in the back, then climb into the front. I wave through the glass and she waves back. My eyes stay fixated on her until Adam drives off and turns the corner. She's wiped from my vision, but her worried face lingers in my mind as we travel down the road and past hundreds of trees. It was better to keep things short. I would have cracked if I stayed a second longer. Are you okay? Yeah, I mumble, peering to Adam. I just wish I could tell her. Don't worry, I know it's for the best. Wrenley, he says, eyes on the road. I know this is supposed to be an exciting time for you. The last thing I want is to ruin your moment, but I hope you can consider the reasons behind my decision. It will be you. Adam glances at me, silently questioning. It will always be you. Even if he takes back my power, I will always choose you over anyone else. I swallow my feelings and say, it hurts me to think of my father as something dark, but it would hurt me more to choose him over you. Adam extends his hand out. I take it between both of mine and hold tightly as if we're about to drive off a cliff. I set our hands on my lap and keep them there. I'm sorry I upset you earlier, he says. I know you're just worried about me. I don't want to hurt you anymore. Adam continues. Every time I try to keep you safe, it seems to accomplish the opposite. I just don't know what to do. I keep my gaze on his hand as it remains in my possession. A few hairs slip free from behind my ears. It's not you directly. It's the situation. It's everything, I mutter. But, all I can do is hope it turns out okay. Hope that my father is good. Next time he comes, I'll be there, Adam assures me. What if? If your suspicions are right, if he's not good, promise me you won't hate me. His eyes find mine once again. Don't say that, he says. You have to promise me. Even if he's not good and if his intentions are bad, you can't hate me. My grip on his hand grows stronger. Adam says, I could never hate you, and my heart settles a bit. Even if I'm something evil? Adam suddenly pulls to the side of the road. The trees are so close now that I can nearly touch them if I reach my hand out the window. I want to ask what he's doing, but before I can, Adam puts on the brakes and looks directly at me. You are not evil, understand? He asks, giving me no place to hide. Do you understand? My lip quivers as I force my gaze forward. I'll try to. His free hand lifts to my chin and gently brings my eyes back to him. The soft hum of the engine is all I hear as he looks at me. I wish I could tell him that I understand. I want to believe that there is no chance that darkness is rooted deep inside of me, but I can't help it. John Amon, whatever he is a part of me. The confidence that I had in my father before is dwindling. The longer I am with Adam, the more I trust what he is saying. Just because you are his child does not mean you must follow his footsteps. You are not just his daughter, Wrenley. You are also your mother's daughter. I nod and say, okay. The sun is beginning to set when we arrive back home. Adam brings up dinner, but I wave it off and head upstairs with my bag to put things away. I didn't notice that all I've had to eat today was toast in the morning and 2 hot chocolates. With everything going on, I've forgotten that my basic needs still have to be met. I have to eat and do homework and call Vivienne as I promised. When I left her and the others at Barb's, she noticed something was bothering me and made me promise to talk later. What should I tell her? That my long-lost father has returned and revealed that I am half of whatever it is that he is? That Adam is worried his miracle-like abilities come from no one? I know what he's thinking. My father did not get his power from anyone, so he must have got it from something. Adam said that the moon goddess gets her power from the moon, a sun god from the sun, a water god from water, and so on. This made me nervous. Adam questioned whether his story about coming to Earth as he did is true or not. My father could have lied to me when he said he came through a meteorite. If I believe that he has no ties to the world that I know, then I can't question the source of his power. I can't question what he is. All John Amon has to tell me is that he is a celestial being from somewhere far away. I pick up my phone and decide to keep this dilemma between Adam and I. When she asks what was wrong earlier, I tell her that I wasn't feeling well. Are you at Adam's now? She asks. Is he taking care of you? I sit down on the edge of the bed beside my empty bag. Yeah, I'm just taking it easy. I'm sure I'll feel fine tomorrow. Sorry to leave early. I know we were supposed to spend the day with everyone. Don't worry about it. Imogen and I will see you at school Monday, and we can always get together with Eli and Alara after school or next weekend. We chat for a bit longer. Adam eventually comes upstairs, so I wind down the conversation and tell her I'll see her Monday. When I hang up, I store my suitcase in the closet, then grab some clothes to wear to bed. I drop the pile on the duvet before laying down. My eyes stare at the clothes, daring me to get up and change. Adam stands in the open doorway to the bathroom. As he watches me, he asks, "Are you sure you're not hungry?" "I'm sure," I murmur, my head resting on the bend of my elbow. "A lot happened today. You need some rest. Do you want me to stay, or do you mind if I work downstairs for a bit?" I lift up and face him. "I'll be fine. Go ahead." Adam leaves, so I change and get comfortable in bed. The only light shines in dimly from the hall, and the darkness pools around me. I want to sleep, but I don't feel the need to. My limbs aren't heavy, my eyes aren't dry. I just want to be at peace for a while. I want to sleep and not think about anything. I lay here sleeplessly, and it reminds me of how my nights would be when Adam and I are apart. I shift and roll and turn and groan, but nothing seems to help. It's not my body denying to function. I am simply not tired. A little later, Adam returns and I pretend to be asleep. He climbs into bed and asks, "Why are you still awake?" I move to him and get in my usual sleeping position since he's aware. "I'll fall asleep now," I say quietly. I always fall asleep when Adam is here. He's asleep in a matter of minutes. I sigh and peer up at his relaxed face. Maybe it's because I haven't eaten. Sneaking out of bed, I tiptoe down the stairs. I stand in front of the open fridge, but frown when the cool air doesn't feel the same. My stomach is still. There's no rumbling or aching signaling me to eat. My eyes wash over the array of things inside the fridge anyway, but when nothing interests me, I close the door and wander around the counter island. There's a large bay window over the sink. I lean and look through the glass into the night. The moon rests above the trees in the distance like a single eye watching over me, and the moonlight reflects something white in the frosted grass below. I squint to get a better look. The small white thing shuffles across the landscape until it stops and lifts its head. It's a rabbit. Its red eye catches me off guard. I step away from the counter, holding my breath. The rabbit continues on until it's out of sight. There are back doors in the hall that lead outside. It has large windows and dark handles, and I unlock them to venture into the night. There's a small porch with a bench, an empty flower pot. The porch steps lead straight into a sparse patch of grass like stone steps that descend directly into the ocean. My eyes bounce around for the rabbit, even though I know I am out here for other reasons. My breath smokes into the air. When I take steps, the grass beneath my feet defrosts. I walk across the field, making my way to the trees. It's nice to be out at night and feel no fear that something will steal me away. Although I don't know exactly what to do to protect myself, there's a confidence inside me that's telling me I am the strongest thing out here. No rogue could scare me away. My hands brush against the bark of each tree I pass. The forest is stagnant and cold and lifeless like winter itself. I don't remember laying down or falling asleep, but I wake in sunlight with a wolf before me. It's Adam. I lift up. His yellow eyes watch me as his transformed body breathes heavily. Soon I notice the plethora of plants and blooming flowers that have sprung from the frozen ground like an angel has kisses this one spot. The exotic greenery surrounds my bed and reaches its limbs out to me, as if the earth is trying to reclaim what belongs to it. They were poison, the plants that grew as if I beckoned them to. Some could be found on this continent, others originate in faraway places. Adam told me that he woke alone, then couldn't find me anywhere in the house, but discovered that the back doors were unlocked. He shifted and followed my scent, as if something stole me from our bed. He found me laying on the forest floor in a circle of belladonna, deathcaps, oleander, hemlock, and many other plants he did not recognize. A vine of poison oak had begun to wrap its way up my leg. It left no rash on my skin. Wrenley? Sorry, I mumble and look up at Vivian and Imogen. I can't stop daydreaming. I asked about Adam being here, Vivian repeats. People say he's been here since this morning. Yeah, I came with him. He said he has things to do here, I don't know. Is he here all day? I nod and rest my arms on the lunch table. I think so. You look a little tired, Imogen says. I didn't sleep last night. Vivian's eyes widen. At all? She questions, placing down her sandwich. What? Why? I don't know, Is everything okay between you two? Yeah, we're fine. I think it's because I'm getting sick like I told you. I was tossing and turning all night. That's a lie. I sat up against the headboard as Adam slept. I restrained myself from leaving the room just in case he woke up. The entire night I sat there and only got out of bed to use the restroom, but my thoughts kept me busy. I have at least 3 fully developed ideas about what my father is and his purpose for being here, his purpose for having me. In the first one, he's a good creature with good intentions. In the second, he's evil, and his powers come from something dark. The third got cut short as the sun began to rise, but to sum it up, he really is from somewhere far away. I couldn't provide a solid purpose for his creating me, though. Ben, hi, Vivian calls. Again, I tear myself from my head and notice Ben as he makes his way over. Vivian scoots to make room for him. What are you doing here? Both you and Adam, is something wrong? She asks. No, everything is fine, he says, then looks to me. I just heard that Adam was here. He didn't tell me that he was going to be at the academy, so I thought I would check in. I wonder if he knows. I wonder what Adam told him. Suddenly, another presence comes out of nowhere. Penny shoots to the end of our table like a magnet. Hi, Wren, she says all too casually. Can I see your notes real quick? Devin said I missed something when I, got called to the... Sure, I cut her off and wave her over. She sparks with life and comes to my free side. Oh, Ben, this is my friend Penny. Imogen and Vivian both look at me. I pull out my notes, open to a random page, and drop them to the table, even though I know Penny won't even glance at them. Somehow, the girl manages to carry a conversation with Ben, and as she leans over me, Vivienne kicks my shin under the table. She mouths, "Friends with Penny?" I shrug. "Well, thanks, Wren," she says after a minute or two of talking. "Mind if I get these back to you later?" "Sure, go ahead," I say, and she takes the notebook and holds it to her chest. "It was nice meeting you, Ben." Penny blushes and skips off to wherever she came from. After my last class, I meet Adam at the front office. We walk to the truck and he drives us home. With my head against the seat and eyes aimed out the window, I say, "Don't waste your time like this. You have too much going on to be at the academy all day with me." "I got things done," he argues. "Ben and I worked out of an empty classroom. Don't worry, Wrenley. I just want to be there when he reaches out to you again." I do my homework at the breakfast nook in the kitchen. My papers and pencil and notebook are all laid out for me to begin, but I'm distracted. My gaze is captured by the outside. I rest my head against my palm and stare out the window. I want to return to my ring of deadly foliage and see if it is all still there, sprouting like we're in the midst of spring. There's an orange resting against my glass of water. I take it and peel it and eat it, preserving the seeds. As Adam discusses with Alexander down the hall, I slip out the back doors with a few good seeds cradled in my hand. I stay close to the house and dig a small hole in the center of the field, my fingers prying at the solid earth. I drop the seeds in and cover it back up. Now, if I have the power to sprout an orange tree in December, then maybe there is good in my abilities. "Wrenley," Adam calls from the back porch. "What are you doing?" I dust off my hands and hurry to him. That night, it begins to snow. I glance out one of the windows in the bedroom after I change into my pajamas. All that is out there is an empty field with a building blanket of snow on top of it. I stand at the window a bit longer to watch the snowflakes tumble through the air. Adam sits on the bed against the headboard, reading a very old-looking book. I leave the window and climb onto the bed. I cling to his side and he closes the book, marking the page before setting it down on the bedside table. "What is that?" I ask. "It was in the office, was my grandfather's. It's a book about deities, worshipping witchcraft even," he explains. "I was looking through it to see if there's anything about your father's abilities or the flowers or anything." I push myself up. "What if you're right? What if he's a god of something?" "Well, we want to find out what exactly he's the god of, what exactly he gets his power from. If it's from something evil, then he can take my powers back. I don't want them if that's the case. I rather go back to being useless." Adam sighs. "You were never useless. But no matter what, this is about him, not you. You can't help what you are." I lift his arm up and settle against him. Adam kisses the top of my head, causing my heart to jolt. As I rest against him, as he softly breathes beneath me, I mumble, "I feel like I know what's going to happen. I've had a lot of time to think lately, and I want to tell you my thoughts, but I don't want to upset you." "I don't like when you think like that," he says. "I just want to make sure that no matter what happens, you'll be okay, and my family too." Adam looks down at me. Before he can protest, I say, I know. You don't like when I talk like this. I'm sorry." He looks at me for a moment longer, then says, "You need to get some sleep. We have to be up early to get to the academy." The light from the lamp is warm, almost like a fire. I ignore Adam's words, and instead of letting us settle down, I sit up. I know what I want to do, and without my anxiety holding me back, I place both my hands on either side of his face. Adam lets me move close and bring my lips to his. I kiss him, and he soon reciprocates. The strength I feel helps me act on the decisions I've made silently in my mind, and when his hand grabs onto my hip, I break the kiss to swiftly move on to him. His lips part, but before words escape, I lean down and mend the connection. He shifts beneath me, and the pressure of our kiss grows. I feel both his hands on my waist now, and when he squeezes, I take in a quick breath. He hardly pulls away. My hands fall to his shoulders, and he asks, "What are you doing?" I peer down at him, and our eyes connect. It's as if he's caught me sneaking something I'm not allowed to have. This needs to happen. I can't wait any longer. There are no words able to convince him, so I take the next step and grab the end of my shirt. His eyes bore into mine as I pull my top off and let it fall behind me. His eyes beg me to not let him. My hands return to his face, and I kiss him again. After I feel his hands slowly drift up my bare back, he brings me closer to him, as close as I can be. His kiss strays from my lips and trickles to my neck. I grab at his shirt and pull it up, and he gives me what I want when he takes it off for me. My skin rests against his. My mind is clear. He moves and lays me down, my head sinking into my pillow. The fear and anxiety are gone, but my heart races anyway. And as he kneels above me, I grip at the sheets. I bite my cheek and wait for my instincts to kick in. Adam looks down at me for too long, warning me that he's getting stuck in his own head. I push up and grab his upper arms, bringing him back to me. "It's okay," I say softly, and his eyes find mine. "You won't hurt me. I'm not made of glass. This is what you want?" I nod and breathe, "Yes." The rest of our clothes are abandoned. When the time comes, he hovers above me, he looks into my eyes and pushes into me. My arms immediately wrap around him, and my eyes shut as my brow furrows. He tells me to look at him, so I do. He moves, and soon the awkward sensation fades. I instantly feel the fullness, and the pleasure seeps through, warm and so very intimate. Afterward, I lay in his arms until he falls asleep. Once I'm sure he's succumbed to exhaustion, I return to the bathroom and close the door as to not wake him up. I fill the bath, then soak in the hot water. My desire lingers. It urges me to do everything over again and again. I wanted to do it. I needed to do it. No matter what happens, he'll be okay. I run out into the snow. My feet plow through as I hurry, as my eyes stare up at the thing. I drop my backpack to the ground once I reach it. My hands touch the bark to make sure the tree is really here, and when I don't go tumbling through it like a hologram, I know that it's actually in front of me. The orange tree stands tall and sturdy. Its many branches splay out with smaller limbs sprouting in every direction. The greenest leaves coat the branches, and amongst the thousands of them are bright fruits. My eyes bounce from fruit to fruit in disbelief. I reach up and pluck a low-hanging one. I run my fingers over its skin and roll it between my hands. Lifting it to my nose, I smell the thing, but it doesn't emit the scent of an orange, nor does it look like one. "Careful there." My eyes shoot forward. My father walks from behind the tree, appearing out of thin air. I squeeze the fruit in my hand and take steps back. "You don't want to take a bite of the forbidden fruit," he warns. I look down at the one in my hand and impulsively pry it open. It gives in, and at its center are small insects crawling about. A worm-like bug tears through the fruit's flesh, and I drop it to the snow. I frantically wipe my hands on my jacket, and when I look up, my father is gone. I turn back to the house, and Adam is standing on the porch, staring at the tree. Frightened, I pick up my bag and clamber to him. He's, I struggle to speak. "Didn't you see him?" Adam helps me up the steps, and I urge him to come inside with me. "What is that? Where did that come from?" He questions, walking through the doors but turning back to look through the glass. "Was that there this morning?" "Didn't you see him?" I ask again. "My father, he was there. He was by the tree." "I didn't see anyone," he says. "I came in the house after you, saw that the back doors were open, and you were standing by that tree. You dropped something and ran over." "Burn it," I say suddenly. "Where did it come from?" he asks. "There's snow everywhere. How did a fruit tree appear overnight?" I grab his arm, and he looks to me. "Please, burn it. Get rid of it." I let go and head into the kitchen. Adam follows me and comes around the counter island as I place my backpack down at the breakfast nook. I stare at the tree through the window, imagining the many little bugs crawling all over my hands, all over my body. "Your father was there? What did he say? Where did he go?" I shake my head. He just disappeared. He was only there for a moment. "Wrenley, what did he want?" I continue to watch the tree until Adam physically turns me to face him. Instead of answering his question, I ask again, "Get rid of it, please. I don't want it there. Please, Adam, please." "What is it?" I don't know. I planted the seeds, but they aren't oranges. It's evil. The fruits are full of bugs," and he said. Tears well in my eyes, and I don't calm down until I'm watching Adam swing at it with an axe. I stand at the bay window with a blanket wrapped around me. The ungodly thing plummets to the ground, and Adam breaks it apart, cutting off branches and chopping the trunk into shorter pieces. He drags each piece away until all that remains is a stump. Adam leaves the axe on the porch and comes inside. I rush to him and wrap my arms around him. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, his chest rising and falling, and I refuse to let go. "It's gone now, okay?" He breathes. I reach up and kiss him hard before murmuring, "I love you," against his lips. He lifts me and takes me upstairs where he makes love to me for the second time. We lay together between the sheets, and I consider asking for more. But my phone starts to vibrate from my discarded uniform on the floor. I slip out of bed before Adam can hold me hostage. He sits up and watches as I grab my phone and as I answer. "Hello?" I say and cover myself with the throw blanket that lays across the end of the bed. "Wrenley, I've been texting you," Vivian's voice scolds me. Something bad has happened, and are you at Adam's? I'm coming to get you." "What you mean? What happened?" "Eli found his mate." My eyes widen. "What? Okay, come get me. Where are we going?" "Alara's the one that told me. Imogen is already with her. She didn't tell us where Eli is." "God, okay, I'll see you in a few." I hang up and face Adam. "I have to go," I explain and pick up the rest of my uniform. "Vivian is on her way to get me." Just then, Adam's name is called from downstairs. Together, we scramble to get dressed. Ben is waiting at the bottom of the staircase. The second he sees us coming down, he says to Adam, "We have a rogue situation." "What is it?" Adam asks, somewhat irked by the interruptions. "It's on the south side of town, to Mass. I don't know specifics yet, but we need to head over there now." He looks to me, aware of the recently established rule that I cannot be left alone in case my father shows up. "Vivian is already on her way over. You can leave. She'll be here any minute." Adam hesitates. "I'll be fine," I assure him. Before leaving with Ben, he tells me, "Lock the door behind us and stay inside until she's here." I do as I'm told. I wait in the living room, looking out the window at the road for Vivian's car. The idea of Eli and Alara not being together swims around in my head, but doesn't feel right. I don't think it ever will. I hope it wasn't painful, dragged out, and heart-wrenching for Alara's sake. The two of them didn't have some soul bond, but that doesn't excuse Alara from feeling heartbreak. A car horn sounds, and I look up to find Vivian outside. I rush out the front door and jog over to her. The second I open the car door, I'm met with her sorrowful face. I climb in and secure my seatbelt as she says, "They're at Alara's house." We sit in silence. There is nothing I can say to relate to Alara. We're the lucky ones. Imogen, Vivian, and I. We either have a mate or are able to find one. Alara has been cut out of her relationship of many years for a reason completely out of either of their control. It's unfair. It's cruel, and so very sudden. But was she prepared for this day? She had to have known it would come eventually. Alara lives on the south side of town in a sweet neighborhood of houses, with picket fences and bare flower beds now covered by snow. Vivian pulls to the curb in front of a white house with black detailing that looks as if it was hauled out of a magazine. I follow Vivian as she gets out of the car and makes her way to the door. In the driveway is Alara's old Beetle, and seeing it reminds me of how cold I was able to feel before. Alara's mother opens the door. "Hi, girls," she says somberly. "It's nice of you to stop by. Alara is in her room with Imogen. Head on up." As Vivian and I ascend the stairs, I quietly ask, "What does her mom think happened?" "Probably that they broke up," Vivian suggests. "Obviously, she doesn't know what Eli is." Alara's bedroom is bright and feminine, and she sticks out like a withered rose in a beautiful bouquet with her tear-stained cheeks and tousled hair. She sits on her bed, surrounded by pillows, and Imogen is right there with her. Vivian and I sit at the end of the bed, creating a circle for gossiping, laughing, or in this case, crying. As teenage girls, this is what we do best. We come together to keep each other company when one of us is hurting. "What in the world happened?" Vivian asks. Imogen peers down at Alara, who's hugging a heart-shaped pillow to her chest. Alara sits up and wipes the stray tears from under her eyes. "We were just at the park down the street building a snowman," she begins, "and suddenly he got all weird. At first it was like he was trying to ignore it, but I guess she was getting closer because he couldn't hold back anymore. He gave me this look, and I just knew. I just knew she was here. He said he was sorry. It was like the past 2 years never even happened. He said sorry as if that means anything." Her breath hiccups. We wait patiently. I just walked away. I didn't want to be there when he meets her. I walked back home and told my mom that we broke up. I'd rather have him break up with me, she says, her voice cracking. I'd rather him end things before she got here, so then I know it's not because she's better than me. He was mine. He was my boyfriend, and suddenly some girl waltzes in and takes him away. Alara leans onto Imogen, and Imogen takes her into her arms. I look down at my hands as they rest on my lap. I know what you're thinking, she murmurs. I know it was going to happen someday. I just thought I'd have more time. And it may be pathetic, but a part of me wished he could choose me over her when the time came. It's stupid. I know. How can he pick me over his soulmate? I don't want to talk about it. I just want to pretend like he doesn't exist anymore. We're here for you, Imogen says. Just because Eli found his mate doesn't mean we're going to replace you. You're still one of us no matter what. This brings a small smile to her face. Can we talk about something else? Something happy? I look to Vivian. Vivian nods. Yeah, we don't have to talk about it. We can talk about, well, what's something good? We can talk about Adam and me, I offer, wanting to distract Alara. Alara nods. Yeah. Tell us what's going on. I sigh. Well, I've been staying with him since our little falling out, and we've gotten really close. At this point, I can confidently say that I would do anything for him. I would die if it meant he could live. Wow, Wrenley, Vivian says. When did this happen? I've been going through some things with my family, and it's really showed me what I care about most, and I know he would do the same for me. We slept together. Vivian takes in a deep breath, which causes Imogen to roll her eyes. Alara says, really? But I'm suddenly enveloped in Vivian's arms. She squeezes me before reeling back. It finally happened, she whispers. Okay, I exaggerate. But yes, it happened, and then it happened again. Imogen cracks up, and eventually all of us are having a laugh. You know, I cut in. It's kind of nice to talk about it like this. Everything always feels so serious. Come on, tells us more. Okay. Let's just say that I won't be free to hang out the next few nights. We continue talking and laughing. It's all worth it when I see Alara wiping tears from her eyes that aren't being shed out of sadness. I'm glad that I can take away her pain even for a little while. When I get back to Adam's after spending the rest of the day at Alara's, I find him eating dinner in the kitchen. I would have waited for you if I knew you were on your way back. Here, sit down. I'll fix you a plate, he offers. I sit with him in the breakfast nook. No, you eat. I'll grab something later. When was the last time you ate? Oh, didn't I grab something before we left for the academy? Adam sets down his fork and knife. You told me that you would go to the cafeteria before class. What's going on? You can't tell me that you aren't hungry after not eating all day. I don't know. I just haven't had much of an appetite lately, I admit. Maybe it's because of the power my father restored to me. Maybe I don't need to eat anymore. Adam lifts his fork to me with a piece of chicken on it. I roll my eyes, lean over the table, and bite it off. The meat feels strange in my mouth, but I chew and swallow and ask, happy now? I get up from the table and say, I'm going to take a shower. Come find me when you're done, okay? Oh, Wrenley, he says, catching me before I disappear into the hall. The rogue. She is your friend Eli's mate. He'll be returning to the academy with her next semester. Wow. I breathe. Great news. The next day at school, I immediately find the girls and tell them what Adam told me concerning Eli's mate. They aren't too fond of him returning to the academy with her, but ultimately we decide that it isn't the girl's fault. We will meet her and be kind to her and make her feel welcome here in Waindale. This Saturday is the winter formal that Vivian has been mentioning every now and then. Although Imogen assures us that she already has her outfit picked out, she accompanies Vivian and I as we search for our dresses Friday after school. There is a charming boutique in the center of town, and we find ourselves there, scavenging through racks of clothes. I look through tens of glittering and draping dresses before finding something that might work. On the other hand, Vivian is busy in a dressing room with 20 or so dresses packed in there with her. Every time she tries on a new one, she shoves back the curtain to show us. Imogen is sat on a plush stool and reacts dramatically to every dress. No, Vivian, she cries. Show me something worth my time, will you? Wrenley, what do you think? I walk over to them with my dress laid over my arm. Vivian is standing in the frame wearing a navy blue number. It's a pretty dress, I say. My eye catches a pale blue one on the hook behind her, so I point it out. But try on that one. I think that one will look amazing. She returns to her cave of tulle and sequins. Imogen motions to the dress I'm holding and questions, "Find something." I hold up the lengthy, flowing lavender piece, and she tells me to get in a change room so she can see it on. It doesn't take me long to throw the thing over my head, and when everything is in place, when the thin straps are secured, I step out. Vivian turns to me in the pale blue dress. We simultaneously decide that these are our dresses, and with Imogen's approval, we package them up and leave to grab a snack at Barb's. Don't worry, it will be warm inside. It's not like the winter formal is taking place in the snow, Vivian says, then takes a sip of her latte. So, it's settled then? We're all going together? No guys? Imogen takes a bite of her chocolate chip muffin and mutters, "No boys. I'd rather go just the three of us," I say. "Hey, I'm just happy you agreed to go at all." I wasn't planning on it, but then I thought about how we should be spending time together. You guys and Alara and Eli, you're my only friends here. You mean a lot to me, and if going to this formal will make you happy, then I'll happily go. Vivian sets down her mug at the table we've secured. She eyes me. "What's going on?" "What do you mean?" "It sounds like you're dying," Imogen says. "I'm not dying. You know how Eli's mate is a rogue? God knows where she came from. What if you guys find your mates and suddenly you're moving off to the other side of the country? Our time may be limited." Vivian sighs. "That could happen, but I doubt my mate is that far away. They tend to be somewhat close. A lot of the time, you'll find them in the same state." "I hope my mate is from Europe," Imogen tells us. "So then I get to eat quiches and gelato and croquettes. We'll live in a villa on the water, and I'll spend my days learning Italian and swimming in the Mediterranean Sea." I let a laugh slip while Vivian rolls her eyes. Imogen shrugs and takes another bite of muffin. The next day, I get ready at Vivian's house, since Adam is off with Ben. We get into our pretty dresses, but soon cover them with winter jackets as we step outside to get into the car. It starts to snow as we drive to the academy. "It's a good sign," Vivian says. "Nothing like snowfall during a winter-themed dance, right?" I press my finger against the glass and it fogs around it. I can't wait to see Imogen's dress. Yeah, it better be amazing if she felt the need to surprise us. The front entrance of the academy is decorated with an arch of blue, white, and silver balloons. Vivian grabs my hand and drags me along. My gripless shoes slide against the ice, and a few times I nearly nosedive into the snowbanks lining the walkway. Once I make it inside, a breath of relief escapes my lungs. "Imogen," Vivian calls and dashes off. I glance up from my pitiful shoes to see Imogen in an elegant silver gown. The last thing I expected was for her to dress up. I was sure she would wear her pajamas or a potato sack to undermine the concept of school dances. Or maybe she would dress in all black and pull out a plan on how we could swipe a prized possession from the dean's office. But a gown and brushed hair. This I never expected. "What in the world?" I say as I make my way over. "Where did this come from?" Imogen shrugs. "Sometimes you have to let your inner teenage girl free from her cage." Vivian forces Imogen and I in front of the camera. After our winter formal photo shoot, we enter the cafeteria-turned-ballroom. Vivian breaks off to greet some friends, so the two of us wander to the snack tables. "Now, you think I wore this dress because it's very flattering," Imogen mutters. "But you're wrong. It happens to have very large pockets. Instead of standing at this table all night, I can store snacks in my dress and eat whenever I please." "That makes more sense," I say and sip my fruit punch. "You know what? I didn't think I would like school dances, but something about this feels so classic. The balance, the band, the punch, it's all timeless. That's how the Academy likes to do it. Just because we're a bunch of monsters doesn't mean we can't reflect that small-town charm." Vivian finds her way back to us and orders us to dance. We take up prime real estate right in front of the stage, and I can't help but laugh whenever Imogen pops a cookie in her mouth. There are a few couples scattered about, but for the most part, everyone seems to be enjoying the dance with friends. A couple of songs later, and I'm already feeling the heat on my neck. I leave to use the restroom, which has snowflake stickers on the mirrors. But on my way back to the cafeteria, I notice the doors to the courtyard are open. Stepping out for fresh air, I take a stroll but notice no other students around. The doors must have been open for the custodians. Maybe we aren't allowed out here. I stop suddenly, catching my mistake but knowing it's too late. John Amon is standing behind me when I turn. "You've been quite busy," he says. "Always surrounded by people. There hasn't been a good time to talk until now. I'm glad I've caught you, Wrenley, because time is of the essence. You've acclimated to the power I've restored, so I've come to give more." I cross my arms as if the cold still affects me. "I'm worried," I say, having to put my thoughts into words. "I'm worried that you weren't honest with me in the diner." "Why is that?" he asks, making a concerned expression appear on his face, a face that has seen thousands of years but bears only a wrinkle or two. "I want to know what you really are. I've been adapting to my abilities, as you said, but the more I explore, the more I realize the darkness in them. You saw the tree. You said it." "Was the forbidden fruit," he finishes. "Yes, I did. I should have known you would be too smart for my antics. You are my daughter, after all. Well, if you must know, I have a fair share of darkness in my history. Don't let that consume you, though. But I'm not here to discuss origins. I'm here to give you what is rightfully yours." This time he steps forward and takes my hand. I watch the connection as if something physical will happen, but instead the familiar sensation of needles jabbing into my fingers returns. I flinch, but he holds me still. When he lets go, I nurse my hands, and he's gone after that. I scan the courtyard before hurrying back into the academy. I shut the doors behind me as if some other girl with a mysterious father can be saved. Stumbling into the cafeteria, I coincidentally bump into my friends. "Wrenley, we were just coming to look for you." "Sorry," I stammer. "I needed some air." "Is everything okay?" Vivian asks. "Yeah, I'm fine. Come on, let's go dance." Vivian drops me off at Adam's when the winter formal comes to an end. Adam's truck is out front, and the sight of it is like music to my ears. I scurry inside and check the kitchen, office, and living room, but he isn't there. My shoes get on my last nerve, and they're shaken off as I climb the steps to look in the bedroom. He must have heard my restless feet bolt up the stairs because he's waiting at the bedroom doors. I take a breath and trudge to him. The words are already leaving my lips. He was there. My father showed up. Adam's face hardens. What did he do? He gave me more of my power. I say as he brings me into the room. I sit on the edge of the bed and drop my head into my hands. I told him I thought he had lied to me about where he came from. I said I felt darkness. Adam crouches in front of me. His hands rest on my knees. He admitted that there is darkness in his past, and he said I was too smart for his antics. I know it. I know he isn't from some faraway place. He lied to me. I saw it in the fruit, the evil, but he said he wasn't there to talk about his origins, so I doubt he'll tell me any more than that. Adam takes in a deep breath. We have to be more careful. It's good that we know this now, but I don't want you at risk. We were right. He won't come to me unless I'm alone. If he's what you say he is, a god, then he can only communicate with me in his human form. He won't risk being seen by the people that are close to me. Adam sits beside me on the bed and brings me into his arms. He wants something, I say. He wants more than giving me my power. You've been gone for so long, kid. What's happening? What's going on? I know you're responsible, and I trust you more than anyone on this earth, but I can't help but worry. Grandma and I, well, we think you should come home for a bit. Stay the night. We can rent a movie or go out for dinner. You can grab some stuff from your room if you need it. Grandma cleaned your sheets for you. Just, we miss you. Let me know what you think, okay? Call me. My phone remains pressed to my ear even though the voicemail has ended. I swallow and drop my hand. I stare down at the small screen as guilt rises up in me like floodwater filling a basement. Soon, there will be no room left to breathe. The bedroom is quiet. Adam is out of the house for what he promises will only be a little while. Tony and Yuke are here with me, not only to stop my father from appearing and bombarding me, but to take care of the house as well. They are kind to me. Yuke offers me snacks every hour or so, and I can't help but take them. My appetite has risen from the dead, more alive than ever before. I sleep like I spend the entirety of my day running a never-ending marathon, and matched with the power my father returned to me, I feel beyond well. I know the power he gives cannot be good. Out of fear of growing more poisonous plants or forbidden fruit trees, I have refrained from exploring. I'm scared that the more power I have, the more evil I am capable of. I would rather be oblivious to it. The academy is on winter break. Vivian comes by every now and then, and sometimes with Imogen, rarely with Alara, and never with Eli. Adam and I have mutually decided to keep me out of my father's reach, so I can no longer go on any outings to the diner or Barb's or anywhere. He doesn't believe that they will stay with me every minute. I can't risk my father coming to me. I need time, and I definitely don't want any more of his malevolence. I toy with the idea of staying at Grandma's for the night. Surely I won't be alone, and even if he could come to me while I'm with others, it's not like he'll want to see my mother of all people. He would never risk that. There's too much she doesn't know, too much she can't. I pack a bag. I throw in a few things like my toothbrush, toothpaste, hairbrush, and other toiletries that are no longer at Grandma's for me. Over the past weeks, it's become apparent that I no longer rely on my mother and grandmother like I used to. It's all due to Adam. He's taking care of me. He provides food for my bottomless stomach, a roof over my head, and beyond the basic necessities of survival, he comforts me and protects me and loves me. Am I a freeloader of snacks and affection? What did I ever do to deserve such things? It isn't the same compared to my mother caring for me. It's different with him. I feel guilty. Guilt surrounds me these days. But I'm going to make it better. I've dedicated myself. What's going on? Adam stands for a moment in the doorway of the bedroom before steadily stepping in with his eyes on my bag. Anything happen? Any more rogues? I ask, referencing the business that took him from me. He ignores my questions. My mom left me a message, I start. She misses me, her and my grandmother. I've been gone for so long. I can't remember the last time I stopped by, so I think I should go over for the night. It will make them feel better, you know? Adam stares down at the bag as if his mind has gone into overdrive, considering every possible way I could end up hurt, or worse. We haven't been apart for a night in what feels like a lifetime, and I'm sure the thought of me being apart from him when the sun sets is unnerving. Although I am capable of protecting myself now, with my newfound power and all, he still treats me like the human we believed I was. It doesn't bother me. His protectiveness reassures me. I need him to protect those I love if I can't do it myself. You want to stay for the night? I nod. My mom suggested it. Okay, he says, calm, but your mother isn't aware of everything going on right now. I know, but I'm not worried about my father. I know he wouldn't am anywhere near my mom. There's nothing to worry about. I'll go over, prove that I'm still alive, then I'll be back here in the morning. He doesn't seem convinced. Adam sits down on the edge of the bed, and my eyes follow him. His shoulders drop, and once again he looks to my bag. I almost feel the need to show him what's inside so he's assured I'm packed for a sleepover and not a lifetime. Nothing will happen, I say softly. The change of scenery will be good for me. I can't stay cooped up in here forever anyway. I know, he sighs, finally looking at me instead. I know you can't hide forever. I just wish there was something we could do besides playing defense. The only times we've made progress with your father is when you see him. I'm going to have to see him eventually. We both know that. He'll come one way or another. Adam tenses at the idea. Next time I see him, I'll tell him I'm not ready for more power, and I'll try to learn more about him, okay? So when it does happen, at least I have a plan. I grab my bag and bring it over my shoulder while saying, but right now, I need to see my family before they think something is wrong. After sleeping with Adam night after night, sleeping alone sounds so very lonely. My bedroom at Grandma's reminds me of sleepless nights, an uneasy stomach, and the constant struggle of being unsure of our relationship. I will have to push those memories aside and focus on the big picture, spending time with my mom. I hope she doesn't ask about the things I've been up to because the two options I have to talk about, my godlike dad and my blossoming life with Adam, don't seem very mom-friendly. During the drive there, I second-guess the assumption I made about my father. If I keep avoiding him, I don't know how desperate he'll get. My eyes scan the trees lined against the road, as if he may appear between the ancient trunks any second. I wonder what came first. All these trees or him? All of these mountains or him? All of this earth or him? Adam notices my spacing and squeezes my hand that lays loosely in his grasp. Yeah? I breathe, turning to him with big eyes and parted lips that are nearly whispering my thoughts. He glances back at the road, then looks to me again. What is it? He asks. Nothing. I'll just miss you. It's only one night, he tells me, but from the tone of his voice, it sounds like he's assuring himself of this. I'll be back in the morning to get you. What will you do without me? His eyes aim ahead. Worry about you. Just be careful, all right? I don't think I have the option to be reckless. It's my grandma's house. The most dangerous thing in there is a chef's knife. I guarantee I'll be safe inside the entire night. The only thing is, I doubt I'll get any sleep. I've gotten used to having you there beside me. You can sleep all you want when you get back home. The corners of my lips twitch upward. Adam is right. His house has become my home. He kisses me goodbye once we reach my grandmother's house. I feel his eyes on me as they follow me up the pathway and the porch steps. It only takes my grandma a few seconds to open the door after I knock, and my mind suddenly flashes to when my mother and I first arrived in Waindale. The stretched flower bed, the lemon cookies, and my empty bedroom, all of it returns to me in a wave. The wet forest trail, the helpless rabbit, and the bear that sent me dashing through the trees like Little Red Riding Hood. Her signature scent envelops me as she excitedly welcomes me in. It's slightly floral, but has a hint of something I can't describe as anything other than her. All too soon, the door is closing and Adam is on the other side, probably driving away. I should have taken one last glance. I'm sure you have so much to catch us up on, my grandma says, leading me to the kitchen. My mother is there, sitting at the table. Hi, I say to her. She gets up from her laptop and hugs me. Grandma takes out the tin of thick, soft lemon cookies, opens the top, and tilts it toward me. I take one and bite it and recall times when Adam didn't exist to me. I talk about school during dinner, about Vivienne and Yuki and Tony. But Grandma tells me about the raised garden bed she's planning to build in the backyard once spring comes. But my mom says little about what she's been up to. How are things with Adam? My mom asks as I've been expecting. They're fine. He's doing great, I say as if each word is tightening a notch on my imaginary corset. We sit and talk at the table long after our plates have been cleared. The sky has fallen to complete darkness, and the kitchen is slightly tinted orange by the light above, like a candle flame. Well, I'm glad you're well, Grandma says. You look healthy, happy, almost like you're glowing. Compared to before, I think staying with Adam was the right decision. Don't you think so? She turns to my mom. My mom simply nods. Grandma turns in for the night, and my mother gets a phone call from a friend belonging to our past life, our life before pebbled beaches and snow-blanketed roofs. As she catches up, I take my things into my bedroom. It's the same as it was when I left. I feel as if I've been away at summer camp. My time apart from family, my time as an independent has changed me. Yet I'm lacking a suntan and instead have a paleness that only winter up north can give. I turn on my lamp and grab a pair of pajamas that I left behind in my dresser. The drawers are quite bare, like this bedroom belongs to someone who has gone off to college. I change and think about how cold I would be in this t-shirt and shorts if only I was human. All my warm pajamas are at Adam's. When I'm settled in bed, talking to Vivienne over text messages, updating her about my sleepover, a soft knock sounds on the door. I can see a figure through the slight crack. Yeah? I call, hushed. My mother gently pushes the door open. Hey, she nearly whispers, conscious of Grandma who is likely asleep. You got everything you need? I nod. Okay, well, it's nice having you home. I like knowing that my kid is still alive. I've been fine, I say. I know. I'll worry no matter what. You know that? Maybe we can do this more often? I'd rather not go weeks without seeing you. Okay. No problem. If I act like there really are no problems, then maybe she'll realize how perfectly fine I am. She takes in a breath. Okay, good. I'll let you get some sleep then. Good night. I say just before she disappears into the shadowy hall. Night, kid. She leaves and I prepare myself for a night of boredom. I'll roll around a bit, give up in a few hours, then play on my phone until morning. It will be a pain, but Adam will get me tomorrow, and I can sleep when I get home. I scoot down and shift around until I'm comfortable. I don't bother turning my lamp off, but I give sleep a go anyway. At least I can say I tried. My eyes close and my mind flows from thought to thought like the water of a slow, lazy river. It's Adam, then my dad, then school, then Vivienne, then Eli's new mate. It's Imogen's diet, then my vanished sense of cold, then the many little bugs that sprung from the flesh of that bizarre fruit. It's the taste of Barb's hot chocolate. It's the smell of all the books in the library. It's the feeling of sunlight against my eyelids and all the veins that look like red string. Then I dream for a while of things I can't quite remember. Time skips and jumps around like a child on a trampoline. Sometimes it's long and other times quick. Images come to my mind of things I'm sure I've never seen before. Even people, strangers. An entire night passes and is pushed away by morning. I wake in my bed and lay confused for a while. How could something so deep and lovely happen without Adam beside me? My father's words from the beginning toy with me. Words from when we were sat together in the diner, separated by a nearly retro table and 2 steaming mugs. She mated you to one of her own because it gives her a sense of control over you. You're vulnerable, susceptible to her power when restrained from your highest potential. Call if you need anything, okay? We're always here if you need us, my mom says, standing in the doorway. I glance back and her and nod before walking down the porch steps. My bag is fuller now than yesterday. I grabbed a few things. Unlike the first time, I didn't take clothes or shampoo or toothpaste. I took the picture of my mom and me from my desk. The carved necklace of the moon goddess that I was gifted is stashed inside as well. Adam's truck is parked along the side of the road. My mom waves to him, and he waves back. It's better this way. Whenever my 2 worlds come together, there is always some sort of misunderstanding. There can never be a perfect translation, so maybe a wave and a smile are good enough. I peer back again when I get to the car door. My mom doesn't close the front door until Adam starts his truck, but once it's closed, I know it's time to switch to the other side of me. How was it? Adam asks. It was okay. Tired? You can take a nap when we get back. I look away when his eyes find mine. There isn't a bone in my body that wants to tell him that I slept just fine. Yeah, I murmur. I will. When we arrive back at the house, Ben is there waiting for him. I leave the 2 and head to the bedroom with my bag. A sense of comfort swallows me as I walk in as if I've been away on vacation for weeks, and I'm finally home again. I drop my bag on the bed and take out my picture frame. It sat on the table against my side of the bed, and along with it, the moon goddess necklace is strung on the corner of the headboard. I put my bag away and lay down. My breath lightens and my body sinks into the mattress, but no matter how long I wait, I know I won't be falling asleep anytime soon. I remember when I first came into this room, Adam's scent bombarded me. It's different now. The scent is still there, but I've acclimated to it. I suppose there are quite a few things that I've gotten used to, like the feeling I get in my chest when I see him. My heart throbbed in the beginning, and now it's settled to a sense of relief. It's as if life before him weighed on me, a discomfort I thought nothing of, but when I'm with him, the weight is lifted. I can breathe easier. We started all of this because we needed each other so badly. I fear that the more like my father I become, the less I'll need Adam. Footsteps grow in the hall outside the door and my head lifts off the pillow. A part of me is relieved. I don't want to be stuck waiting here. Adam comes through and I sit up eagerly. With just one glance at this face, my smile falls. Sorry to bother you. I know you're tired, he says, speaking swiftly, but I had to tell you now. What is it? My family is coming back. 5 words I knew would come eventually. A part of me wished they decided to live somewhere else and simply forgot to give notice. Is it evil of me to want his family to leave us alone? Oh, I blurt without much ready behind it. Adam's eyes soften, but his face remains still. He looks at me for a moment before saying, I know. They'll be back in town, but this is still our place, okay? She won't bother you here. It's funny how he doesn't need to say the word mother for me to know who he's referring to. I've gotten over the fact that she'll never approve of me, or like me, or understand Adam's decision to stay with me, But that doesn't mean I want her around. You promise? Promise that we're safe here, I insist. Promise that she won't be barging in and dragging me out. This is our house, Wrenley, he says while looking into my eyes. Ours? She knows that. She hates what I am. His arms cross. She disapproves of what she thinks you are, which we both know means nothing to us either way. This was going to happen eventually. I just don't want you worrying about her again. I sigh and fall back against my pillow. I won't, I assure him. I have other people to worry about anyway. I was just used to it only being us. Nothing is going to change. I hope you're right, I mumble. Adam stands for a moment with his hands on his hips. I can see it on his face that he's thinking of something else to say to convince me of this, but no guarantee comes out. His hands drop as his shoulders sink. I'll leave you to get some sleep, he says. I don't think I'm tired. The words leave me without warning. Before he can question, I add, I don't know why. I just can't sleep. I think I'll take a shower. He nods and finishes with, Ben and I will be downstairs. I'll let you know if we head out. I watch Adam walk out the doors and close them carefully behind him. I don't know why the conversation ended this way. It's not what I wanted. When I heard him coming down the hall, all I wanted was for him to lay with me for a bit, even for a minute or two. I wanted to rest my head against his chest and listen to his heartbeat and his lungs breathe and every other little noise that might assure me of his livelihood. But that's not what happened. Instead, he told me bad news and things shifted. We're slightly off balance now, and I need to fix it. The shower is a distraction. My mind is preoccupied with massaging and rinsing and the compelling scent of his products. They sit right beside mine. As the conditioner soaks into my hair, I pop the lid off his bottles and take a whiff. I think back to the times when we were so undeniably close that I could nearly pick up the faint remnant of his wash. I step out of the shower when I'm done and face the abrupt yet candid mirror. There's a temptation rooted inside of me, beckoning me to look. Just a quick check, just to make sure. I bite my bottom lip and turn ever so slightly to the side. My eyes stay fixated on my invisible belly, but if I move to just the right angle, Wrenley? His voice calls from the other side of the bathroom door, sudden and surprising, causing me to snatch a towel and tear my gaze away. Yeah? I utter back, flustered with hot cheeks. He didn't see anything, yet my heart thumps relentlessly in my chest. Adam's voice toys with me when he says, "Everything all right? I just came to tell you that I'll be out for a couple hours tonight. Alexander and I will be checking out a few things around the Waindale borders." Really? Will you be out late? I'm not sure. I thought maybe Vivienne could come by and stay with you while I'm gone, just to be safe. Okay, I guess I can see what she's up to. He pauses for a moment, then says, and, stay in the house. My eyes stare into their reflection in the mirror as I say, I know. It's almost like an illusion now, like the longer I stare, the less real everything feels. Again, words leave my lips with no authority when I say, he's pulling me away from you. I can feel his presence, almost as if his energy is seeping through the door. The sound of his hand resting on the door handle makes me watch the thing with building anxiety. The door isn't locked, but he doesn't open it. It's as if he can't decide whether to infiltrate or let me speak. I've been thinking about it for a while now, I continue, recalling things he's said to me. I guess I just didn't want to tell you because the idea of hurting you hurts me. I've been thinking about a lot of things and I've been making decisions without you, and I'm sorry. Wrenley, I would do anything for you. I really would. I really am, and you just have to let me do it. When the time comes, you have to trust that I'm doing what's best for both of us. I can feel it moving inside of me, growing. With my father's power, my body is changing, and it will continue to change in many ways that I'm not sure I can handle at this point. I swallow and press my palm to the door. My head conjures images of his hand pressed against the other side. I watch the air in front of me as if it were his face. I know we agreed that I wouldn't accept any more power from him, but I don't know if I can keep that promise. I need it, Adam, but it's weakening our bond, and I have to choose. Wrenley, I'm going to open the door. I lock the door swiftly and blurt, I can't stay this with you looking at me. I really can't. Please, just give me a moment. His hand presses down on the handle, but it refuses to give in. I'm going to have to choose our bond or my father's power, and I'm going to choose the power. And before you say anything, hear me out, okay? Okay? When all I get in return is silence, I take it as a nod to carry on. I've been making plans without telling you, plans in my head, but it's not fair to keep you in the dark. And now that your mother is coming back, I need you on my side. You probably hate me for turning my back on our bond, but that's really not what I'm doing. I unlock the door then because I know that I have to say the rest of this face to face, no matter what may arise from my stomach, and spew out my mouth. When I steadily open the bathroom door, I find Adam sitting on the bed, eyes on the floor, as he listens. I step out, causing him to look up. You're going to think I'm insane, I murmur, and you're probably not going to like it very much. There's defeat in his expression. Adam's gaze trickles back down. He's unable to take any more hits, but I keep throwing punches. I peer up, say a silent prayer, then mumble, I'm going to have a baby. His body halts. It's as if I'm watching a terribly dramatic television show and have hit the pause button. I'm going to have a baby, and I need his power to be able to grow it inside of me. Adam takes in a deep breath. Finally, he lifts his head and stares at me with a look on his face that I can't decipher. With no preamble, he solely says, no. If you could just listen for... No, he cuts me off. I don't know what in the world brought you to that conclusion, but it's not happening. I don't care to hear any reasoning behind it. My lips remain parted as I grasp for anything to help me. I know you don't understand, but... Adam stands up then, exercising any and all power he has over me. No. He watches my mouth open, then interrupts before I can even spout a single word. This isn't an argument we're going to have. When I say no, I'm not asking for you to change my mind. I shake my head and spill. I've felt it inside of me. There is nothing for you to feel, he says, moving closer. You're going to drive yourself mad if you carry on with this. You are not pregnant, Wrenley, and I will not hear another word about it. I look to my feet and tighten my grasp on the towel around me. Does he think I'm an idiot? I'm sure I look like some inexperienced, naive little girl for believing such a thing, but it's true. I feel something, and it's not my newly obtained power. I needed this, and soon enough he'll need it too. Adam leaves the room without another word. I return to the bathroom to grab my phone and message Vivian. Oh, Vivian, hi, I say as I come down the stairs. You didn't tell me you were already on your way over. She walks from the front door, past Adam and toward me. I can immediately tell that they spoke, but I have no idea for how long or about what. Adam watches me. I give Vivian a quick hug but maintain eye contact with him. There's a sense of anger building inside of me, and I have to snuff it before it catches and ignites me from the inside, burning until there's nothing left. I desperately want to know what he told her. I'm sure it has to do with keeping me in the house, or maybe he warned her about my mood. Well, I'm here now, she says lightly. I'm sure we have plenty to talk about, right? I force a smile, and Adam says, I'll be back in a few hours. Yuki left dinner in the fridge. He glances at Vivian and adds, make sure she eats. I clench my jaw. We both know my appetite has been anything but timid. He's treating me like a child, hiring me a babysitter, all because he still doesn't believe I can handle myself. Forget the godly powers. Apparently they mean nothing to him anyway. Actually, I'm a little hungry now, I mutter. Have a nice time, Adam. Don't hurry back. I grab Vivian's hand and take her into the kitchen. She's quick to question my words along with the very apparent tone of boredom laced in them, but I wait until I hear the front door open and close to speak. It's nothing, I say and open the fridge. Nothing? Don't hurry back. What's nothing about that? Did you two have an argument or something? I turn to her and gaze directly into her sweet eyes. It was just a stupid little nothing, I promise. His parents are coming back and it has us on edge. We're stressed, so it's easy to get on each other's nerves. His parents are coming back? Yeah, I breathe. Tomorrow. I still haven't completely processed it yet, but it'll be fine, I'm sure. We'll be fine. Okay, Vivian reluctantly accepts. Just don't fight too much. Adam can have a short fuse sometimes, and pushing too much might cause a spark. Vivian watches me eat dinner after assuring me that she's not hungry. She watches with a sense of both awe and confusion. I'm sure she's never seen me eat so much. It's possibly more than she's seen me eat altogether. My appetite has been insane the past week or two, I ration, noticing her eyes following my fork. No kidding. It's probably my body making up for all the days I didn't eat because of Adam not being around. She nods. Sure, that makes sense, I suppose. After I clean off a hefty plate, we sit together in the family room and talk. Vivienne lays down and pulls a blanket over herself as she updates me on Alara's condition, heartbreak in its final yet longest stage. I saw her today and she seemed pretty happy. I think it's because her cousins are coming to town for Christmas, which will be a nice distraction for her. Have you heard anything about Eli and his mate? Vivienne sighs. Not much. I send him a text every now and then to check in, but he doesn't reply with anything good. All I get is a doing fine, thanks, or a we'll have to meet up soon. He must be pretty busy with his mate, who I would very much like to meet. I mean, it's been weeks since she showed up. I'm sure we'll meet her soon, I say, and throw my feet up as well. Imogen said that she saw them in town together last week. She said she's not ugly, if that means anything. We chat for a while longer about pointless things until I notice the time in between Vivienne's sentences stretching. Her voice becomes airy and her breathing slows. I peer over at her face and notice that her eyes are closed. Vivienne? I gently call. She doesn't even stir. Her hand grips at the blanket as her chest rises and falls like the water of a calm ocean. I watch it come up and down until I'm sure she's out. My movements are stealthy and calculated, and before I know it, I'm tiptoeing into the hallway. Once there's a wall between us, my body relaxes. The antique grandfather clock sat at the end of the hall reads 10 o'clock. Believing I have plenty of time, my feet swiftly carry me to the back door. The window panes on the door are frosted as an unforgiving freeze creeps in for the night, but I swing them open and venture out as if July is just around the corner. I walk past the stump of my chopped-down fruit tree, my eyes peeled for any movement, my ears perked for any sound. The frozen grass does no harm to the bare soles of my feet, but a gust of wind touzles my hair, and when I swipe the strands from my face, I notice a light from the trees. It's a warm light. It flickers and dances like the flame of a candle. I make my way toward it cautiously, not looking away from the anomaly for 1 second. When I pass through the trees, I feel as if they are parting for me. I feel as if the earth and all its inhabitants are aware of my presence and stand at my beck and call. The light grows dim, but I continue on. Soon I recognize where I am when I come upon the small clearing where I woke with newly blossomed plants all around me. My father is there in the middle standing. He watches the warped ground as it steadily morphs back into the forest floor I know of. Its blackness, charring, becomes green, but will soon freeze like all the earth around it. I swallow a cold gulp of air as I realize he created this. It was a flame I saw through the trees. There was a fire that burned the ground, melted it, so he could dig through like the living dead. Finally, you have come to your senses, he says, then turns to face me. I have no patience for anyone, yet you prove me wrong. Please, I say with hardly a sip of air in my lungs. You have to tell me. I need to know why I'm here. Why did you create me? His eyes, darker than I remember, stare through me. Or maybe he's looking at something inside of me that I cannot see myself. So you want to know your purpose? Does having a purpose at all not satisfy you? You need me for something. What is it? What am I supposed to do? As usual, his face is blank. My father fails to portray much emotion, yet I'm sure it is due to his lack of it. He may be here, in front of me with the body of a man, but I know that he is far from his guise. I am incapable of imagining his true form. My child, he murmurs, something bizarre that I've never heard him say. When it is time for you to know, I will tell you. For now, you will accept more of your power. It has been far too long since the last time, and I am sure you are capable of more. Am I wrong? I bite down and shake my head. Good, come, give me your hand. I do as he says because I know I need it. I reach out my hand and he takes it with both of his. He covers it and squeezes as if I may run off. The prickling of hundreds of needles comes again, but unlike the times before, I feel it in my feet as well, as if they are rising from the dirt and puncturing my soles. He watches my face as I cringe. He finally lets go and says, "More than usual. You waited too long. The longer you wait, the more it hurts." When will you tell me? When can I know? Soon, Wrenley, but hurry back now. That is, if you desire your mate to be kept in the dark. I take a few steps back. My father looks off and wanders further into the forest, further into a darkness that welcomes him as if he created it. I hold my tongue and dash back the way I came. The longer I run, the more I realize how far the light really was. My heart rattles like an engine as I weave through the trees, but my perception is off, and I find myself nearly colliding with the rough trunks again and again. My body is struggling to accept all he has returned to me. I reach the end of the forest and stumble onto the crunching grass of the clearing where Adam's house stands tall. I peer up at it and all its glowing lights, feeling like my head is about to cave in. All of my movements cease when I notice Adam standing on the back porch. Every organ inside of me plummets. I wasn't fast enough. I couldn't have been with my head pounding so relentlessly. Bracing for what is to come, I straighten up and head over, enacting some sort of walk of shame. I'm afraid that I did exactly what Vivian warned me not to do. I pushed too far. Adam stands with his arms crossed. The hardness of his face, the bulging muscles, the betrayal in his eyes, all of it hits me, each blow harder than the last. Why can't he see that I'm doing this for him? I'm ruining myself for him. I'm taking power from the devil, all to give him hope for the future. He won't have me, but at least he'll have this baby to keep his bloodline alive. I refuse to watch his pack fall apart from the boiling depths of my prison below. I'll concentrate with every last drop of my sanity to feel for a baby sprouting inside of me because it may be the only good thing I do with this cursed life. I was born with the flames of hell in my heart. I know it. And as he looks upon me now, I can't help but feel like he is beginning to see this evil as well. The stars that sprinkle the sky sway back and forth. The lights scattered around the house bleed into the air, then pull back again, breathing, nearly flashing in my face. I would do anything for him, I really would. I really am. I would dance with the devil and pledge him my soul, sign his book and cut out my heart if it promised Adam's safety. He thinks I'm a fool. He thinks I'm choosing my father over him. I wish I could yell the truth, but my throat is swelling, and even if I managed to cry it out, it would only upset him more. Adam thinks he can save me. With 2 more steps, I reach the porch. I battle the urge to both vomit and cry because this feeling of the human inside of me being eaten by corruption is utterly unbearable. My father was right. I waited too long. Little did I know that avoiding him would make the acclimation process horrendous. I got back and found Vivian asleep on the couch, he says. She has no idea that you had left the house. Where is? She's on her way home. I thought I would spare her from hearing this. I try to focus on his face, but the more I try, the worse my nausea gets. The grass beneath me is either sinking or I am shrinking a little every minute. Please don't be upset, I manage to get out. Is my brain consuming itself? You were with him, weren't you? He questions, knowing the answer. My eyes water. I need to collapse. I take in an uncertain breath, then mumble, oh my God, I can't do this, followed by a long, tremulous whine. A memory comes to me then from a few years ago. I had a cold that I had gotten earlier in the week at school and couldn't find it in myself to attend that day. My mom told me to take a hot shower, so I did. The steam somewhat cleared me up, so in an attempt to break my cold, I wrapped myself in towels and a heavy robe right after turning off the water. My body was very hot from the shower, and I trapped the heat in with layers and layers of fabric. Soon I felt dizzy, then the sudden urge to throw up. I began to feel so sick from overheating my body that I tore off the layers and laid on the cool tiled floor of the bathroom. I laid there, nearly falling unconscious, and was convinced that I was dying. And now I stand here needing to lay down because I am sure that death is coming. All I want is to feel the cool grass against my sweltering skin, but I can't feel cold anymore. All I feel is defeat and the beating of sweat. Wrenley, what is it? What did you do? Adam comes down the steps and I grab onto him. Stay with me, I beg, scaring myself. Please. I didn't think he would do anything to kill me, but that's stupid because he's evil. Why would he care if I die or not? Can we sit down? Please? Just sit with me. Stay with me. Your skin? He breathes. You're hot to the touch. What did you do? Damn it, Wrenley. I told you not to go. My knees jolt so Adam slowly brings me to the ground. He holds me up in his arms, convincing me more that the Grim Reaper is almost here. I'm sorry, I say, using the rest of my energy to speak, to say something worthy of being my last words. I know, and I'll try to act brave, but I don't want to die. I want to be here with you. Panic sets in as Adam blinks away his own tears. I never thought I would see him cry, but instead of letting them slip, he suddenly picks me up. I groan, my bones aching. His heart beats so loudly, I can hear the thumping as I fight to stay conscious. "Damn it, Wrenley! Damn it!" he mutters, moving as quickly as possible. We come through the back doors and into the kitchen. Adam places me down on the counter island. I watch the ceiling as an orchestra of noise plays around me. I feel him place things under my arms, then under the crook of my legs. He lifts my head and places a bag of something under my neck, then something else on top of my forehead. "I'm going to fall asleep," I murmur. "I don't know if I'm going to wake up, Adam." He covers my body in things. I feel buried. Finally, he comes in my line of vision and says, "I'm here. Don't fall asleep. Come on, stay with me. Wrenley. Wrenley, come on, Wrenley. Don't fall asleep. I'm right here. You're going to be okay, okay? Wrenley, come on. Stay awake. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I feel your temperature. It's falling. Wrenley? Wrenley, don't. Rest. Let your body accept what belongs to it. I have the most wonderful dreams of the most beautiful things. Some of it is small and simple, and the rest is so very big, so very vast and infinite in nature, filled to the brim with noise and color and entities beyond my own imagination. I entered this space inside my mind and believed I must have joined the essence of the universe. I must have merged with everything, body and soul. But when I saw him, I knew that I was somewhere else other than death. I saw his face but heard words of another. "You will be Luna." Sometimes I hear it specifically as a whisper or a call, but other times I feel as if the idea has entered my mind as a thought placed by the will of someone else. I am open for anyone and everyone to peer inside or leave a message. It may not be the finality and deconstruction of death, but what I'm experiencing is far from life. It is both the white space of nothingness and the suffocation of everything. I see her face too, but she appears essentially as light, a creamy, luminous glow that I saw nearly every night before. I float in this space with an invisible current carrying me along through the turns and drops of what is, well, I'm not sure. But there is no desire inside of me to know. Instead, there is an acceptance that this is what is. This is beyond. Then, in my period of both seconds and centuries, the ghostly feeling of touch sparks on my skin. I return then to the front of my mind where all is painted, where the canvas grows, and where things flourish upon it. My eyes open and I see the artist's work. Although it is masked by daylight, it is there, her work, her splotch of paint. My chest takes in air for the first time, as if I had been vacant from my body and no longer required it to function. My body has been here the entire time, though, breathing without me. My hand falls upon my stomach, sensing life from within me that is separate from my own soul. There is another, small soul slowly blooming. My lip quivers from this physical confirmation. Before I was grasping at straws, but now I feel it, truly feel it. Did my father give this to me? My body needed time to accept the overwhelming surge of power, and I was too distracted by pain to consider what exactly he returned. Previous instances seemed to offer minor, yet satisfying changes, but this time it is so much more. There is enough energy and potential within me that I am sure I can rise a man from his grave if I tried, let alone a dried leaf on the pavement. I steadily sit up in our bed, no longer experiencing the crushing pressure in my head that I left with. I'm not tired or worn out, but rather coherent and vivid. There is a sudden desire ignited within me to examine myself in the mirror, so I spring from the sheets and leap to the bathroom like a young gazelle. In front of the mirror, I lift my shirt and inspect, turning to the side and no longer needing to stretch into odd positions to see a slight protrusion. I rub my minuscule belly and drop my shirt. I spin to leave, but halt at the sight of Adam's mother. My throat takes in a quick gasp of air, and when she doesn't vanish like a ghost or strange vision, I begin to notice the pounding of my own heart in my ears. Her hard eyes stare at my face, then fall to my stomach. She's unwavering, a statue to represent all that is unforgiving, disapproving, and severe. "What are you doing here?" The words pour out my mouth due to pure instinct. Where's Adam? He isn't here, she says simply. Where is he? I barely hear the sound of her drawing in a breath, but I see her chest rise ever so faintly. She says again, he isn't here, but adds, he left. And you're pregnant? I cross my arms. Where did he go? For how long? Not long, I assure her. You know more than I do, right? There's no point in asking questions about it if it's destined to die inside of me. Just tell me where he is. I cannot. It is not my place. He's my mate, I press. Yes, his mother says sharply, and he left you. Annoyance bubbles inside of me, threatening to pour over and feed the flame. We watch each other for another moment before I walk past her, through the bedroom and into the hall. I glance into every room, closet, nook, and corner of the house, and she merely spectates. When I come up empty-handed, I ask again, where is he? You may see me as an evil mother-in-law of sorts. While I'm chronically disappointed in my only son's match, that does not mean that I hope you fail by all means possible. You are, after all, the only human to be mated to an alpha among the living and the dead. Maybe the goddess sees something within you, a sliver of potential. She pauses and collects herself. She must have thought about this many times. Regarding the pregnancy, I don't have much hope, but if you can make it another day, then one more after that, and so on, well, we'll see, I suppose. Not even attempting to comprehend her short speech, I shake my head and again ask, where is he? His mother glances off. I don't know. You don't know. His father and Alexander have been searching for him for days now. Ben has taken over his duties until he returns. My brow furrows. Days? How long was I? Nearly a week. When we arrived back in Waindale, we came directly here to see our son, only to find him in ruins, an utter mess. He refused to explain how exactly you had fallen into your coma-like state, and instead left. I tended to you and assumed he needed time. When he didn't come back that night, I sent his father to find him. When his father couldn't find him, Alexander joined in. Ben took control, and now you are all caught up. So, do you care at all to explain what in the world happened? I was reckless. I hurt myself doing something he told me not to do. I throw together and hope it satisfies her. From what he did tell us, he was quite convinced that you were going to die. Unless you jumped off a cliff or was mowed over by a truck, I suggest you tell me exactly what happened. Pushing past her, I mutter, it's private. Wrenley, I'm going to find him, okay? I'll go right now. She suddenly grabs my arm. You are not running off into the woods like a little girl looking for her lost puppy. You are pregnant, and that is me leaving alone the fact that you are human. So please, refrain from doing any more damage. If you want to do right by my son, you will stay here and look after yourself. I yank my arm free. She surveys me, waiting for me to stomp off, but I stay. I see the worry behind the green of her eyes, and I recognize the same worry in myself. We both want Adam back. Neither of us desires to be stuck together like this, but he is our common ground, and I guess so is the baby inside of me. It is her grandchild, after all. His mother thinks I'm treading on thin ice. She's unaware of my full capability to provide for this tiny soul, so maybe impressing her with my strength won't be the worst thing. I know I was through trying to impress her, but she is Adam's mother and will always be. If he comes back and sees how well we are getting on, maybe he'll begin to forgive me. Fine, I say. I'll stay here. Alexander and his father are much more capable than me anyway. I'd freeze out there. There is a strange pleasure to be derived from such an action. Her shoulders relax as she gives me a brief nod. All right then. Good. I'm sure he can't stay away for much longer. I better call my family, I say, and leave her to find my phone. 2 more days pass without a sign of Adam. His mother and I grow somewhat used to each other's presence, and even have meals together, mainly so she can make sure I'm eating enough of the right foods. It's bizarre to me. My own mother was always quite laid back, so having one act so controlling and concerned is like having my life switched with some other girls. Sure, she wakes me up, makes me go on walks, and feeds me according to nutrition instead of taste, but it isn't all bad. It is nice knowing that someone is looking after me, especially now that Adam isn't around. It's a comforting feeling, and even though I show aggravation on the surface, I really do appreciate it. How are you today? She asks, already sat at the dining table that Adam and I rarely use. We eat together in the kitchen or at the breakfast nook. I noticed that this does not fly with his mother. She has every meal as if we're at an elegant dinner party. I glance down at the table and see a spread of fruits, steamed eggs, toast, and freshly squeezed green juice. I didn't even know there was a juicer. I sit down across from her. A little tired. I can't help but feel like it's growing so quickly. It's like I can feel it consuming energy. Yes, she clarifies, our pregnancies are faster than a human's, about half the time. You said yesterday that you think it's been around 3 or 4 weeks, so to compare with a human pregnancy, you can double it. Where you are now is like a human woman being 2 months pregnant. My lips part and I peer down to my plate. It's daunting, I know, but trust me, you do not want to be pregnant for 9 months. I've heard it's terrible. I mean, I would ask my mom how it was for her, but, well, I think she would kill me if she found out. Adam's mother frowns. Yes, it's quite a complicated situation, but, you won't be showing so much for the next few weeks. You'll be able to conceal. You should spend time with her while you decide when to break the news. The weekends should suffice, no? I don't want to think about what cookies and chips and other processed food you'll be eating, but it's a compromise. I pick up some chunks of chopped fruit on my fork and agree. Yeah, I should. She'd be happy to have me for the weekends. We eat in a peaceful silence before I build the courage to ask, do you think he'll come back? He has to, she says simply. He won't make it without you. You should know, Wrenley, you're going through it right now. The baby eases the pain, I'm sure. A piece of him is with you. It gives you a reason to live, but he has nothing out there. What do you think he's doing? She pauses and gazes out the window to her left. Sunlight hardly reaches her face. I don't know, she confesses. But I hope he realizes what is truly important. How was your mother's? It was nice. We went out in the snow for a bit to build a snowman like we used to during Christmas vacation when we would come to visit Grandma. I pretended like I was cold, and when we went inside, Grandma had made hot chocolate. We watched old Christmas movies and laid on the couch with blankets and pillows and each other. It was nice. It was what I needed. They took my mind off of Adam for a little while, but when the sun set and I was left on my own in that bedroom, he came back to me. I stared out my window like I used to and prayed he'd show up, and just like old times, he didn't. It was nice, I say as Adam's mother brings me inside. Have you heard? No, she entered. Nothing. They haven't found him. I set my bag down and sit on the couch in the living room Adam and I never use. It's the living room where I first sat down with his mother. I've been feeling dizzy lately and tired. It makes me feel human again. Ben is coming by soon, she says, standing before me. He'll be updating me on what's going on. You're welcome to sit in on our meeting if you like. Is everything okay? She nods. I'm sure. I just want to stay updated. I need to know what's going on. Someone has to take responsibility. Okay, I'd be happy to sit in. She eyes me for a moment, causing me to look up at her once again. Are you feeling all right? Just a little tired, nauseous. I tell her, leaning back. It's nothing. If you insist. What if I went out there? What if I was in trouble? It's worked before. He'll come back if he thinks I'm in danger. His mother sighs. You were in danger when he left. There has to be something. What if I was being attacked? What if I was hanging off a cliff? Wrenley, you're pregnant. Let's not be so ridiculous. I don't know how much longer I can. You must, she says bluntly. Even if my son doesn't return for months, you must make it without him. We hold each other's gaze. I take in a slow, steady breath before standing up. I will for him. Everything I do is for him. I'm going to have this baby. Adam will have an heir, and his pack will be secure. I touch my small belly and say, it's all for him. I assumed that my son doesn't know about the baby. He wouldn't leave if he knew you were pregnant. I watch her. She turns away. Or maybe that's what I hope. Does he know? Does Adam know that you're pregnant? It's complicated. I tried to tell him before I was completely sure myself, and he didn't believe me. I was relying on my intuition, but he needs evidence. He needs to see this. I touch my stomach again, hidden by layers of clothing. So he doesn't know, his mother clarifies. I shake my head. No, I don't think he does. But you tried to tell him that you thought you might be? And he didn't believe you? He got upset. He made it very clear that he does not want a baby. She pauses for a moment. Wait, he made that clear? Is that why he left? Because you said you might be pregnant? Believe me, Wrenley, my son understands his position and the demands that follow suit, and I apologize for such behavior on his behalf. Well, no, it's not that he doesn't want a baby at all. I'm sure down the line he expected such things, but just not now. It's too soon. We're too young. I'm too fragile. He probably thinks that the baby is going to die. He probably sees no point in trying if I'm just going to suffer. This makes sense to her, though I'm not sure what exactly makes Adam protest so resolutely. It must be our age. He'd be right in that case. We are way too young to be having a baby, but my hands are tied. Time is of the essence. Ben comes by, and it's good to see him. The three of us sit down in the dining room, but while Ben talks, my mind wanders. My eyes stare out the window as my thoughts take over. Thoughts about Adam and what on earth he is doing out there. I wonder how far he is. He must be far because if he was close, he might be tempted to check in on me. The feeling of his gaze would wake me from the deepest sleep, so I know he doesn't do so at night when he can remain hidden. The baby might keep deprivation at bay, but there is an emptiness swelling inside of me, a sensation of pure sadness. The more days that pass by, the more it feels like Adam is never coming back. I pray that if he were dead, I would know. There must be some unbearable pain that comes when your mate dies. The fact that I haven't felt this pain gives me hope that he isn't dead. I don't even know what beast could kill him, well, besides my father. Could that mean, no, that's an evil thought. I refuse to think it. Sometimes I watch the doors waiting for him to come through. I watch the front door and the back door, and when I'm in bed, I watch the bedroom doors. Every minute I pray that it is the minute he comes through. I watch the doors, and I imagine entire scenarios, entire scenes of what would happen when he comes through. He would rush to me and hold me and kiss me and place his hand on my cheek. I would look at his face, feel his skin with my fingertips. The emptiness would fill, and I would be whole again. Just imagining his voice brings tears to my eyes. God, what I would do just to hear him speak. That's all I'm sure. My eyes leave the window and land on Ben's face. Thank you, Ben, for taking responsibility, Adam's mother says. I don't know what we would do without you. It's my pleasure, he assures her. Has there been any news? Have they picked up on his scent? Her shoulders fall. No, nothing yet. I'm sure something will come up soon. That is, unless Adam comes back himself beforehand. He must know that staying away for too long could cause irreversible damage. He'll come back, I say, finally contributing. Ben gives me a hopeful smile. I'm not sure if Adam will come back. Either he comes back, or he dies. It will be interesting to see which one he chooses. Well, thank you for stopping by, Ben. I must excuse myself. The former Alpha and Alexander will be returning soon, and I want to prepare a meal. Poor things are probably starved after all this searching. Adam's mother stands up from the table, and Ben does so as well, but he sits back down once she leaves for the kitchen. He asks me, "How have you been?" "Oh, it's been hard, but I'm trying to stay hopeful." "Adam will be back," Ben says, his voice steady. "When he gets back, I'm going to kick his ass." The corners of my mouth threaten to lift. "Not before I do," I mutter. I don't understand how he could not only abandon the pack but you. It doesn't make sense. He's a fool for doing so. I'm sure he's feeling the consequences. Aren't you? Ben questions. Aren't you suffering? How could he leave, knowing you'd be in pain without him? I'm sorry, Wrenley, I don't mean to get in your business, but it's so selfish of him. It doesn't make sense to me. Adam would never do something to hurt you. You're his mate. Whoever your mate is, she's a lucky girl, I say, remaining calm despite the emotion and confusion Ben is expressing. Ben sighs. Yeah, well, not really. What do you mean? From all you just said, it sounds like you'd be a loving and loyal mate, Ben. Any girl would be so lucky. I thought maybe Adam told you. Told me what? He looks up at me from across the table. My mate, she passed a long time ago. What? No. How? I felt it when I was around 14. It's hard to explain. It's a feeling unlike anything I've ever felt, unlike anything I'll ever feel. I don't talk about it much. I've been trying to move on since then. My brow furrows. But you never met her? You just felt it one day? He nods. That's not fair. That can't just happen. People die, Ben says, All the time, people are dying. That time it was her. The odds were against me, I suppose. What do you do? Is there anything you can do? No, Wrenley, we only get one mate. I know it's sad, but I've been coping for a long time now. I'm in a better place than I was back then. I'm looking on the bright side. I sit back. I'm sorry, I just didn't expect. It's okay, believe me. I'm actually meeting someone after this. Your friend from the academy, Penny. Penny? We've been talking. She seems like a nice girl, he says. She asked me to go ice skating. Apparently she's a pretty good ice skater. Penny? You're meeting with Penny? Ben stands up. I better get going, as I don't want to be late. I walk Ben to the door, still in disbelief that this girl managed to land a date with someone previously believed to be a hopeless endeavor. We say goodbye, and when I shut the door, a brightness stays ignited inside of me. She did it. I wonder if Ben told her that he doesn't have a mate. I wonder if she knows that she actually has a chance. Wrenley, was that Ben leaving? Adam's mother calls from the kitchen. Yeah, he just left. Could you come give me a hand with dinner? I hurry to the kitchen, and on my way I glance at the back door. In my mind, he's there. Adam is standing at the end of the hall, looking back at me with those beautiful eyes. I stop for a moment and stare at the nothingness before me. I bite my lip and force myself to continue on. If I don't know how much longer I'll make it. Adam's father is an intimidating man. He keeps to himself, is quiet, and has this certain stare that I have never seen before. It's hard but compassionate, and I see it when he looks at Adam's mother. Adam's father and I have exchanged very few words over these weeks, but that seems to be enough. Adam's mother always does the majority of the talking, even from his perspective. When he doesn't feel like speaking, which is often, she voices his opinions for him. I think Adam's father has seen many terrible things. In his stare, it seems as if he is simultaneously sifting through memories, ones that are memorable for a reason. Alexander accidentally drops his fork, and the sudden clattering sound pulls me from my trance. I must have been looking at Adam's father for longer than I thought. He doesn't necessarily look like Adam, but there are a few features that they share, like their dark eyes and strong nose. Excuse me. Alexander apologizes. I send him a smile. He must be a little unnerved dining in the presence of Adam's parents, the previous Alpha and Luna. I know I was the first few times. Dinner is delicious, Esther. My eyes immediately snap to Adam's father. The words left his lips, but his mouth is closed by the time I look. Adam's mother nods and says, "Thank you." Wrenley was a big help. The name leaves my lips like both a whisper and a question. She glances at me. Yes, Wrenley, that is my name. We all have one. It's just, I didn't know. I suppose I should have asked a while ago, I explain. I peer to Adam's father and he looks down at his plate, more interested in his meal than telling me his name. Anyway, it's a pretty name. Esther. Adam's mother shakes her head a little, then takes a bite. I glance at Alexander, and he's rather amused. So, I continue, having broken the seal on my lips, what do you two do out there? How do you look for him? Alexander looks to Adam's father, but his eyes are still on his plate, and his mouth is busy chewing. Well, Alexander says, we try to pick up his scent. We also look for any marking he may have left behind. It's tedious because we aren't sure which direction he went in, so we have to scope out everything. How far do you go? Yesterday we reached the border to Canada, so pretty far. By now he could be across the country, though. That's if he planned on taking a straight route and, well, planned on going across the country. Next, we're crossing over into Oregon. I take in a short breath before saying, "You should stop." Everyone's eyes are quickly on me. There's no use. Don't waste your time and energy. Wrenley, Adam's mother cuts in, now is not the time. We finish dinner and Alexander and Adam's father retire to rest up for their journey tomorrow. I help Esther clean up the kitchen, but we do so in silence. She rinses the dishes and puts them in the dishwasher while I walk back and forth between the dining room and kitchen, collecting them for her. With the last plate in hand, I mindlessly enter the kitchen, but the dish drops to the tiles and shatters at my feet. Esther jumps in surprise and questions, "What on earth?" My body is stiff, my eyes unwavering. Wrenley? Adam's mother comes to me and begins gathering the white shards of glass. Goddess Wrenley, will you at least answer? Is it the baby? Is something wrong? Does it hurt? Her eyes aim up at me, and I look down at her, connecting our gazes. Is it the baby? I feel him, I say suddenly. The shards of glass fall from her hand as she springs up and grabs my shoulders, her motherly instincts kicking in. You feel him? Adam? He's near? It's like a drop of water on a dry tongue. Once I have a little, I crave more. I move out of her hold and cling to the counter as I survey the outside through the bay window. The thought of seeing him again, of feeling him, sends my heart into overdrive. My hands begin to shake, and when I let go of the counter, I cross my arms to contain them. I have to go out there, I blurt, turning back to Esther. She's unsure, something I have yet to see from her. Words fail to leave her lips as her chest rises and falls. I'm going out there. I'll be careful. Okay, just please, watch yourself. I'm going to wake his father. No, I breathe. No, just give me a moment. I need to see him alone. Her lips pressed together. She stares at me. Fine, go. Just bring him back. I rush to the back door and slip out into the night. From his mother's perspective, I must look insane hurrying through what's left of last night's snowfall without a jacket or even a pair of shoes. My socks grow heavy as they soak up water, but the lack of coldness is the last thing on my mind. The moon is so incredibly bright, and the sky is clear, and the moonlight causes everything to glow around me with tinges of blue and green. It feels like an alien land, and I power through, an alien myself. The feeling in my chest slowly blooms. There isn't a scent for me to follow or footsteps on the forest floor, but my feet carry me in the right direction. The winter air dries my throat. Gusts of breath plumb from my lungs and smoke out before me. My mind is both full and empty, and until I see him, it won't sort out. It's dangerous for me to be out here alone, not because of the temperature or the things that lurk, but because of my father who may just kill me by returning more power. Simultaneously, I watch for him and Adam, looking behind every tree up at every branch. My father could be perched up there like a bird stalking from above. My feet halt. I steadily spin, taking in all of my surroundings. Adam? Shadows move around me like the ghosts of past girls that wandered into the woods at night. I swallow, knowing that if I stand still, my father may appear. Adam? I call again louder. I step and turn, and he's there. Those yellow eyes that once haunted me are here again, and behind them is the large black body of a wolf. My chest falls as all air draws out from my lungs. Adam, I ask again. What are you? Where have you been? It doesn't feel like I'm talking to him. I never felt close to this side of him, not like I do to his human form. Something about the wolf has always unsettled me. Come home, I say, my voice smaller. Please. The wolf then steps again, and I watch as it circles me. This is torture, not knowing what you're thinking, not knowing where you've been. Why did you leave? I woke up and you weren't there. Your mother told me that you just left. Why? Damn it, Adam, change! Talk to me! In one breath, the wolf stands tall but immediately shrinks. The thick coat of fur is absorbed into human flesh, and its limbs morph into the familiar body of my mate. It is a bizarre scene, to watch a beast become man, but when I'm face to face with Adam, the Adam I know, all thoughts fade away. I clench my jaw, attempting to hold back tears. His eyes bore into mine. His hair has grown, especially on his face, where stubble is not so stubbly anymore. To my surprise, he does not look weak, but stronger. The sight of him riles up more emotion than I was prepared to handle, and all I can do to compose myself is turn away. Pressure builds in my throat, and I realize I am not breathing. I know I was selfish, I murmur, but I never thought you would leave me. I know I could never leave you. You nearly killed yourself, he says, his voice causing my chest to squeeze. I couldn't bear it if you died. I look at him, confused and frustrated. Part of me expected him to hold me, to need to touch me. But he stands there utterly unaffectionate. I did it for you. You say that, Wrenley, he says, nearing me, but if you truly wanted to do anything for me, you would have listened. You would have stayed far from your father. That is what I wanted. What you did, killing yourself, that is what you wanted. He's in front of me now, painfully close. It's not what I wanted, and maybe it wasn't what you wanted either, but it's what you need. You need it, but you refuse to acknowledge that. Do not tell me what I need. Everyone knows it. God, Adam, why won't you let me do this? Why won't you let me provide for you the one thing I must while I can? We aren't having this conversation again. We weren't having any conversations. You left. You thought I was dying, and you left me. You left me. Why? Adam watches me. I wanted to be far away if you died. There was nothing I could do to help you. What your father gives you, what nearly killed you, I can't stop it. I can't make it better. It was up to you whether you lived or died, and if you didn't make it, I couldn't be there. So what? You waited until enough time had passed, assuming I was alive? Either you were alive, or I was going to find you still laying in that bed. I blink away my tears, wanting to stay strong. Adam's nakedness becomes quite apparent, so I slip off my stretchy pants and throw them at his chest. He manages to squeeze into them, making it easier to look his way without getting distracted. Your parents are here, I say, emotionless. Your father has been looking for you with Alexander for weeks, hardly resting. Ben has taken over your responsibilities. And you? I look into his eyes, numb. Don't worry about it. We walk back to the house, maintaining a distance that only breaks my heart even more. I stand back while his mother shouts at him like he is still her child, while she argues with him and ultimately relaxes now that he is back. His father promptly comes downstairs after hearing Esther's shouts. Adam doesn't say much to his father, and at this point, I head upstairs, wanting to be alone. I run into Alexander in the hallway. I tell him what is going on, and he heads downstairs as well. I close the bedroom doors behind me, then face the darkness of the room with an encumbering sadness sitting on my chest. My tears flow freely now, streaming down my cheeks like there is a faucet behind my eyes. No sounds erupt from within me. My lips seal shut. With slow steps, I make my way to the bed where I eventually lay down and cry onto my pillow. Soon after, the voices from downstairs settle and footsteps thunder down the hallway. I squeeze my eyes shut, in this moment, wishing to return to my state of nothingness, where no one could hurt me, where I was beyond everyone's reach. The footsteps stop at the door, and the door opens, letting in light from the hall. I expect it to be Adam's mother, or maybe even Alexander coming to console me, but it's not, it's him. Adam closes the door behind him, then turns on the bedroom light, revealing my curled-up figure, my red face and wet eyes. I lay in the bed, exposed, as he moves about the room, collecting clothes before entering the bathroom. With the bathroom door open, I hear the shower turn on. Now safe, I stretch out of my ball and sit up on the bed. I look to the bathroom, hearing the consistent sound of raining water. While he's in there, I grab a new pair of pants. They're pajama bottoms that my mom and I got for our Halloween slumber party. It was the Halloween before we moved here. We got themed pajamas and watched horror movies and passed out candy and, well, ate said candy. I hold the bottoms to my chest, the soft fabric cluttered with pumpkins rubbing against my chin. Such things seem like forever ago now. I took my life for granted, and now I am entangled in what must be considered beyond a mess. The Halloween monsters are real, and I may as well be one of them. The shower shuts off when I'm lying in bed, under the covers, the bedroom light once again off. Is it sad that I want him to sleep here? I know I shouldn't, but having him so close yet unreachable is toying with my sanity. Adam comes out of the bathroom, and I unknowingly hold my breath. We need to talk, he says. I prop myself up and look over to him. He stands in the doorway of the bathroom, the light behind him almost holy. What more could you possibly say to me? I ask. Are you pregnant? Without a thought, I say no. Wrenley, I'm not. You were right. What I felt was nothing. Again he turns on the bedroom light, making me flinch. He nears the bed while saying, My mother said some interesting things. It was implied. Did you tell her that you're pregnant? Jesus, Adam, would you drop it? I don't need you to yell at me again about how I'm not pregnant. I didn't tell her that. I don't know what she was implying. You were right, I'm not pregnant. How many times do I have to say it? He nods his head slightly. I take a breath, thinking it's over, but he suddenly says, Lift your shirt. I cease to move. We stare at each other for a few moments before I mumble, No. She said that you have something to show me. There's nothing to show you. I don't know what she's talking about. He looks down at me. Lift your shirt, Wrenley. Stop it, I scold. This isn't funny. I'm not laughing. I take a deep breath. I just want to go to bed. Lift your shirt or I will. Touch me and I'll scream, I threaten him. He moves closer, so I quickly get off the bed, standing on the opposite side. Stay away from me. Adam crosses his arms. Tell me right now, Wrenley, are you pregnant? I said I'm not, so I'm not. I don't believe you. I don't care what you believe. How could you come back after being gone for so long only to treat me like this? Who are you? I don't know who you are anymore, I say. You're lying to me, he says. You're lying to my face. I swallow. Adam, please just calm down. It doesn't have to be like this. Just answer my question. I shake my head. He breathes in. Wrenley, why can't things just be like they were? What, can't you just love me again and we go to bed happy? My father has gotten between us. It's exactly what he wants to happen. He wants us to fight. He wants you to hate me. Adam comes over to my side of the bed. I stay put no matter how badly I want to run. Without a word, he lifts up my shirt and just as swiftly, he lets it fall. He wants you to hate me, I murmur, looking forward. Adam sits on the edge of the bed, facing me. You're angry. I know you're angry with me, but I didn't just do this to myself. His head falls to his open palms and his fingers comb roughly through his hair. Anxiety radiates off of my body, but there is nothing to do but stand here and endure. My lips roll together as he ceases to speak. I didn't want to lie to you, I manage to say, finding it difficult as my chest caves in. I know this isn't what you want, so I didn't want to make things worse. You're already mad at me for seeing my father, for risking my life, and now I'm pregnant and I'm just digging myself a deeper hole. I should have never left, Adam says suddenly, looking up. So why did you? Because you couldn't be here if I died. What does that mean? If you died, I don't know what I would have done, what I would have been capable of. The damage may have been irreversible, so for the sake of the pack and the town, I distanced myself. I waited every minute for a sign of your death, every minute feeling nothing but helplessness and terror. I've been shifted for weeks, all to feel less connected to you. I thought you must be suffering from the distance, but little did I know. The repercussions might not be as physical as they used to be, but I still needed you here. God, all I could think about was what you were doing, where you were, why you left. Sleeping here every night alone, and when you came back, I knew I had to make it up to you. I knew things would only be worse, and I was right. Look at us. It's been weeks since I last saw you, and I couldn't even touch you, hug you. You said it yourself, he says. You'd choose your father over me, and you did. I shake my head. No, it's not my father I'm choosing, it's the baby. Without my father, without his power, it will die. I don't understand why you need to have this baby so desperately. If it's for the pack, then we've been over this before. I thought you moved on. My bottom lip trembles. It's for the pack, but it's more so for you. And I would tell you why, Adam, but you wouldn't believe me. You wouldn't listen for a second. Wrenley, I have to try and understand. If not, we're only going to be torn further apart. I sigh. You're not going to like it, but we have to be realistic. Adam watches me, allowing me to continue. My father created me for a reason. Why exactly, he has yet to tell me. But eventually the time will come. My purpose will come into play, and I don't think I will ever see you again. The baby will be able to succeed you, yes, but it will also be a piece of me. And like it's eased my pain without you, it will ease your pain without me. His eyes stay fixated on my face. The distress behind them grows more apparent every second he allows himself to comprehend this. He told you this? That you will never see me again? He didn't have to. It's been made very clear over our encounters. Adam shakes his head. I am not yours, not initially. I was born because he wanted me to be born. My true purpose lies with him, and the moon goddess may have mated us to stop his efforts, but I don't think it will be enough. He's stronger than us, stronger than everyone. When the time comes, I won't have a choice. I'll have to go with him, and at least I can leave you a piece of me. My hand falls gently on my small protrusion. I think creating this baby will be the only good thing I do. I want people to remember me for this good thing, and not however many bad things my father created me for. His eyes hold my own. Steady breaths push past his lips, and silence once again creeps in. Adam pauses, then continues. There's nothing I can do, is there? How am I supposed to kill a god? I'm sorry, I really am. Before I was sorry because you were suck-mated to a human, but now I'm sorry because you were stuck-mated to someone who could never be yours. But I suppose our time together is better than having no time at all, right? So please, even though I know you feel betrayed by me, can't we try to spend our remaining time happy? I just want to be happy because I'm in love with you, and I want to be even more in love when our time together ends. Then, wherever I am, I can remember this time. I can think about you and our baby. I can imagine what you two are doing, how you are living and caring for it, and I won't worry because you'll have each other. I know you won't be hurting. I wipe a tear from my face, realizing how wet my eyes are. I can't live without you, Adam says. No, you can. You'll have a piece of me. He stands up then and refuses loudly. No, I don't want a piece of you. I want all of you for the rest of my life. I shake my head. He comes to me swiftly, grabbing my shoulders. Adam, I won't let him take you. It's inevitable. His grip on me tightens. You are my mate, Wrenley. I am, I say, looking up at his face. Nothing will change that. But every moment we have together is precious. I don't know exactly how long we have. I should have never left, he breathes. You're here now, I'm alive, and you're here, and we're going to have a baby. Adam places his hand flat against my stomach. Time is everything now, okay? So promise me that we'll love each other until our very last second together. There's no time to fight anymore. His hands come up to my face. He caresses my cheeks, his thumb brushing across my skin. Promise me, I whisper. Promise. I promise that I have yet to stop loving you, and I never will, and I promise that nothing will take you from me, Adam says, desperate for my father to have an Achilles heel. I promise that we'll be together, all three of us. I swallow. I won't go willingly. Maybe I can make a deal with him. Bargain. We'll have time to think, but our main focus has to be the baby. It must be born before he takes me, or I suppose if he takes me. This is a lot to take in. I know, but it's never been easy, so why should it be now, right? Your mother knows I'm pregnant, but she still believes I'm human. They know nothing about my father or what I am, so she was upset with you, wasn't she? Without you here, it's been bizarre having her as my only support system, but she's helpful. She really wants me to have this baby. Adam sits back on the bed, sighing. That explains why she was pestering me for not supporting you. The woman thinks you're a saint for carrying my child for so long. I've won her over, I say lightly. I never thought the day would come where your mother likes me. I know there's no use in arguing over the future, but for the time being, I just want to make sure that nothing happens to you. You can kiss seclusion goodbye because you will not be left alone until your father is dealt with. I know, I tell him, letting him protect me. I think he's restored enough of my power to get me through the entire pregnancy. We just have to keep him at bay. I near him, and he looks up at me. Adam brings his arms around me, his head pressed gently to my chest. I don't know what he would do now that I'm pregnant. I don't trust him around me. Your father knows about the baby? I swallow. He knows everything, Adam. I watch Adam, and he lays peacefully beside me, the morning sun just beginning to rise and trickle into our bedroom. Abstract shapes of yellow sun are cast over the room, rectangles stretched on the wood floor and the cream walls, and I used to stare at them before getting out of bed. But now that Adam is here with me, I can look at him like I used to. I used to lay here and listen to his steady breaths. It wasn't often that I'd wake up before him, but with my father's power, my sleep schedule has been anything but normal. It's not a new concept to me anyway, to be awake at all the wrong times. Just as I note the pleasant silence, the bedroom door slowly opens. Esther pokes her head through, sees that I'm awake, then proceeds toward me with a tall glass of concentrated vitamins. She likes to juice things for me. I hold my finger up to my lips and she nods, glancing over at her sleeping son. It's a little weird having her in here with us, but I'd rather stomach these uncomfortable moments than lose her. Drink this, she whispers, placing down the juice. Yuki is getting breakfast ready. Should be about 30 minutes. I nod and sit up. Let's just let him sleep. He's exhausted. I'm sure Ben can handle things for one more day, and tomorrow he can bring Adam up to speed. He's lucky you're here, Esther mutters, because I wouldn't be so kind. Adam's father didn't raise him to be an alpha that abandons his pack, and I didn't raise him to be a man that abandons his mate. I have to take part of the blame for that one. We drive each other to do irrational, stupid things sometimes. she sighs. 30 minutes. Wake him for breakfast, please. He needs to eat something proper, something cooked. His mother leaves us, and I sip my juice, taking it to the bathroom with me while I clean up for the day. I shower and dry my hair, wash my face, brush my teeth. Ever since his mother has been here, I've acclimated to a routine. Wake up, juice, get ready, breakfast. I already see her sitting down at the table, waiting for me with her tea. At first, her persistence and organizing were overwhelming, but now I realize that I have never felt more put together. And because she is constantly looking after me, I don't have to worry about my father. Esther keeps him at bay like my own personal guard. The bathroom door gently pushes open. I dry my hands and look as Adam checks in. "Oh, did I wake you up?" I ask, placing down the hand towel. "I wanted you to sleep. There are about 10 minutes until breakfast." "She's still here, isn't she?" he asks, his voice deep. "Of course. I need her." His brow raises. "You want her to be here?" "She's taking care of me. She's the only reason I haven't lost my mind trying to figure out this pregnancy stuff. She knows everything, Adam." From what she told me last night, it doesn't sound like she'd leave if we tried anyway, not until she has her grandchild in her arms. I smile to myself. And she will. She will be a grandmother and will love me forever. He nears me, coming into the bathroom while saying, "Okay, but once the baby is out, so is she. You're going to have to get used to her being around again. I don't think she's just going to disappear once her grandchild is born. Obviously, she's going to want to take care of him and be here." "Him?" Adam questions. I shrug. "It's going to be a boy." Now, I'm not a pregnancy expert like my mother, but isn't it too early to know the gender? Or are you making predictions? "It's a boy," I say confidently. "I'm not predicting. I know it's a boy. I knew it the second I woke up from my coma or whatever the hell happened to me." Adam takes a breath. He leans against the counter with his arms crossed. "I haven't gotten used to it yet, all the baby talk. I won't rub it in. I know you don't agree with my decisions, but hopefully when all of this is over, you can appreciate what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to keep you alive. We're going to figure something out, all right? Nothing is ending. You aren't going anywhere." I move past him and enter the bedroom to change. "I mean it, Wrenley." As I collect my clothes, I tell him, "I know you do, but it's not like the odds are in our favor. My father has been planning this for a very long time, so if there's a way out, it's not going to be obvious. Right now, we just need to keep him far away so I can have the baby. After I know you're safe, I'll see what I can do." When I look back to Adam, he seems very frustrated. I know our helplessness against my father tortures him to no end, but all I can do is try to comfort him while I'm here. "I know it's not what you want to hear, but this was never supposed to be about us. I was born because of him, brought here because of him, mated to you because of him. Everything in my life stems back to him. I'm sorry the moon goddess chose you to be a part of this mess, so let me repay you while I can." "What if I don't want to be okay without you?" he asks. I shake my head. "You're an alpha. You don't have a choice." Adam holds his tongue. "Come on, we're going to be late for breakfast." It's difficult eating breakfast and pretending to be happy all so Adam's mother doesn't catch on to my impending doom, especially now that Adam is back. In Esther's eyes, her son's once useless mate might actually pull through, and there is nothing to be upset about. I'm pregnant. Adam is home. We are all gathered together. So when Adam comes downstairs and sits angrily at the table, she can't help but question him. What is it? Still exhausted, right? Being out there, shifted for so long, must have taken a toll. I try to cover for him. I'm sure he'll feel better tomorrow. He stares at me. He stares as if this is the last time he'll get to look upon my face. It breaks my heart to ignore his pain. I wish I could promise him that I'll be here forever, but I know it's impossible. I don't want to make promises I can't keep. Adam sighs. He leans back and nods. Esther's eyes linger, but she's quick to move on. I was thinking we could go to the market, she tells me. It might be nice to get out of the house while Ben updates Adam. I thought he was going to do that tomorrow? No, Adam cuts in. Today is fine. I don't want to waste any more time. I agree, his mother says. Well, I thought we could spend the day together. You just got back, and I feel like I've hardly seen you at all. Can't we just do this all tomorrow? Esther reaches across the table and places her hand comfortingly on top of my own. I don't feel very comforted, though. You'll have plenty of time together tonight. But we have to let Adam get back into the swing of things. His absence put the entire pack at risk, and he has to do damage control. He has to mend his reputation, and the best way to do so is to get right back to work. I look to him for clarity, but he says, "I'll see you tonight. I just have to assure everyone that I'm still capable." I can't play stupid and say that it doesn't make sense. I wouldn't want anyone doubting Adam's ability to be alpha. After swallowing my deprivation for one more day, I finish breakfast, dress myself, and prepare to leave for the town with Esther. As she buttons up her heavy coat and steps into her boots, I ask, "Did Adam leave? I wanted to say goodbye." "Yes, Ben got him while you were upstairs." There's a feeling in my chest, a tight, unnerved one that has my mind conjuring anxious thoughts. "I don't feel well," I tell her. She pauses and looks to me. "Is it the baby?" "No, something doesn't feel right. Maybe we shouldn't go." "Wrenley, there is nothing to worry about. Adam will be fine and you will see him tonight at dinner." I roll my lips together and take my shoes as she hands them to me. My fingers are shaky as I lace up my own boots, causing Esther to crouch down and tie them for me. "There is nothing to worry about," she repeats. I have a bad feeling. I don't think I should leave Adam alone. He isn't alone. He's with Ben, and surely they're around many others as well. I cross my arms. You've been in the house too long," Esther concludes. "You've become a paranoid hermit. You used to like coming to the market with me." I know, and I do, but I don't feel right leaving Adam, not today. He just got back and suddenly he's gone again. I know it can be frustrating, but he has responsibilities. The last thing I want is to stop him from doing his job, but I don't feel right, not today. He should be with me. She studies me for a moment, then asks, "Would you feel better if we went to see him? Can we go to him? Do you know where he is?" I know that they're heading to the northern border. "Then we have to go there." "I have to get him," I tell her. I know I sound crazy, but you have to believe me when I say that I have a bad feeling. I know something is wrong. I need to get to him. Adam's mother thinks again about my words. It's as if I can see her thoughts processing through the black of her eyes. "All right," she says. "Let's go. Come on." She drives us down a road I've never been on before, and it suddenly turns to dirt. I realize it's because I've never been this north of Waindale, an area close to the mountains and blanketed by dense forest. The ground is uneven and rocky, bouncing me around in my seat. When I stare out at the trees, they seem to carry on forever, never thinning out, only becoming thicker, so close that they seem to grow into each other like conjoined twins. Around Grandma's house, you can see the ocean between them, spots of blue luring you in. Something is luring me in here, too, but it is not the ocean or the view from the cliff. It is something much more complicated. The unsettled feeling only grows worse, nearly taunting me as each minute passes that I'm not with Adam. It's dread, apprehension. Before I felt terrible things when away from him, but this isn't like that. I'm not deprived. I don't feel malnourished. It's as if someone is hunting him, wanting to hurt him, take him from me. Would he? Would my father do something so horrific? "Are we close?" I ask, impatient. Esther seems stressed by the road, overwhelmed by its dips and overgrowth. Just as her lips part, the car jolts strangely. She mutters something and glances to the side mirror. She slows, but I soon realize that it wasn't just another bump. "What is it?" We come to a complete stop, and she gets out of the car. I follow suit and quickly come around to her side. She's examining the front right tire. "There's a tear. It's popped," she breathes. "It must have snagged on a rock, or there's a spare. In the trunk. I can change it, but it will take me a minute. Don't go anywhere." "I can help." No, she refuses. "You just stand by the car. Don't strain yourself." "I won't lose the baby by lifting a tire," I assure her. "I don't care. I'm not risking anything. It's her baby, too. I want to make her happy, but we don't have time for this." Where is the border?" Esther stares at me. "No, I have to get to him. Wrenley, just give me a minute." "You don't understand," I say, painfully anxious. "I can't wait. I need to get to him." "What is it?" she insists. "What is it? What is so terrible? Why do you have to get to him? Why are you so scared? He's with Ben. He's the alpha. Just let him be a good alpha." "Esther, please. She storms up to me, grabs my shoulders. Adam is fine, all right? You have to be strong, Wrenley. If you aren't strong, you will lose the baby. You can't lose the baby. This isn't about the baby. Adam isn't safe. I can feel it. Why? Why wouldn't he be safe? He's coming for him. She lets go. What are you? He's coming. I can feel it. He's going to hurt him. Who? Who, Wrenley? The word is on the tip of my tongue. Father. But when she asks who, I don't want to say my father. I want to tell her that something evil, something dark is stalking Adam, and he has no mercy for life beneath him. Adam has come home, but maybe he was safer out there, far away from me. John Amon said Adam was nothing but a restraint put on me by the moon goddess, so what if he's decided to free me of such restrictions? I don't know. I don't know what really he is, who he really is, but he will kill him. He will kill Adam. I'll do anything he wants. I'll agree to anything as long as Adam's safety is secured. Esther's voice fades with distance. The only things audible are my heavy breaths and the frantic beating of my own heart in my ears. I hurry through the trees like a blind woman guided by the hand of another, trusting in the abilities that I know will turn on me. Forest surrounds me, and just when I begin to feel trapped in the lush illusion, voices surface. I chase after them. I power through the brush until the jarring presence of my father taints the air. He leaves a trail of pollution everywhere he goes, as if his presence on Earth defies the laws of nature. The voices morph into words. It's Adam. I'm sure he can sense that I'm near, but I can't risk being caught by him. My father is hunting my mate, and I am hunting my father. I step carefully, scan the area, move again, and scan again. Never have I felt so animalistic. Just when I fear that I am getting too close to Adam, I spot him through the undergrowth. He's standing with Ben and 2 other men I have never seen before. He peers back as if he can feel my eyes on him. You've caught me. My heart lurches forward. I turn swiftly, coming face to face with the being I have been so religiously avoiding. My father stands and gazes with glossy eyes. I imagine his mouth dripping, salivating in hunger. Why are you after him? I question immediately. I know what you've done. I say, you know everything, I know, but Adam has never been a part of this. Leave him out of this. My father gazes off. I knew it. I knew it from the exact moment you became pregnant. It's for him. Just let me do this for him first. No, I know that I can't be with him, okay? I know that, but I can't move on if I know he's suffering without me. You've let her get to you, he says, steady, still like a machine recording. You've let this bond overpower you, and so I must destroy it. All I'm asking for is his safety, his well-being. Please, you don't have the right to ask for anything. I take a breath, trying to control my temper. Please, just this one. You want to give him a child? How dare you? How dare you give my blood to his family? That child inside of you is not a lifeline to give away. You are giving their bloodline power that you have no right to give. It isn't like that. I'm not doing it, so... He stops me. He raises his hand like it is the hand of God. He cannot survive. He is ruining you. You are acting foolish. No, don't. Just, I won't give him the baby, okay? I say desperately. I won't give him the baby. That child is useless to us. What? I said I won't give him the power, so I'll keep the baby. His family won't have your blood. He glares at my stomach as if he can see through my skin. That child's blood is tainted with that of a shifter's. It is useless. Useless? For what? It's my baby, just let me have it. You don't have to see it ever. Just let me care for it. My father pauses in disagreement. You will understand, Wrenley. It is time I tell you our plans so you understand why this child is a waste of time. I keep my lips sealed despite my eagerness to defend my unborn baby. I need to hear this. I need to know my purpose. You see, the shifters have their system. They have their superior alpha blood with the power to rule over the others of their kind. They are stronger, quicker born leaders. But alpha blood is nothing compared to my blood. My blood is the superior blood to all beings on this earth. My powers are the greatest powers. I am the alpha of all living things. You are my daughter, my bloodline. My blood runs cold, my limbs grow stiff. I walk this earth because it will be mine. He says passionately. I ask slowly, who are you? He steps closer. I know you aren't John Amon. I have many names, he tells me. And now you will have another as well. Luna. You will be the Luna. You will be their leader. I shake my head. Why? Why don't you make yourself their leader? Why do you need me? You are the beginning of my bloodline. But you don't need a bloodline. You can't die. He falls silent. Why don't you just take over and rule as an alpha forever? You don't need me to do it for you. Do not question why I do what I do. There is reason behind all of my actions. I swallow. Is this because you hate her? Because you hate the moon goddess? He watches me. I'll do whatever you want as long as Adam is left alone. You'll never hear a word of refusal. Just leave him alone, and I'll come willingly. My father peers back at my mate through the trees, but it's like we're no longer on the same plane of existence as him. I've been pulled to a different dimension. We can see him, but he can't see us. It's like I'm looking through a two-way mirror. Come then, my father says coldly. We will be leaving. Going where? Home. I think about the times he's begged me to listen. I think about the moment he held me so tightly and pleaded for me to stay alive, to hide when he says hide, run when he says run. There are things in this world that could rip me apart. There are monsters that hide in the shadows, but little did I know that I would be one of them. Adam couldn't protect me from myself, though. I was constantly preparing for the day my father would take me, yet when the time finally came, I felt so blindsided. There was nothing I could do. I promised him time. I didn't know how much, but I told him that we would at least have a little. Time to have my baby, time to plan a rebuttal, time to say goodbye. Either I left with him or he killed Adam. I close my eyes and imagine Adam's arms around me, remembering just how safe I felt in his hold. Remembering only intensifies the utter loneliness I feel now, but if I don't indulge in memories, it will begin to feel like such things never happened in the first place. The reality of Adam and my time with him will fade, and I worry that he will feel the same as well. The mate bond feels like a bruise that's slowly healing over time. I want to press my fingers into it, feel the ache, but with every day that passes, there is less and less to feel. I stare out into the blackness and picture his yellow eyes slicing through. I indulge in silence just to convince myself that his voice sounding in my mind is real noise. I don't want Adam to forget about me, but I don't want him to hurt without me either. So in hope that it subsides his pain, I pray that his bruise heals. I pray that he forgets about me. My father often vanishes and returns to Earth. He tells me he's gathering our followers, our pack of sorts. He told me that it has been a process he's been working on for a long time, winning the loyalty of rogues and other misunderstood creatures. When he told me about Adam's brother, I nearly let a tear fall from my eye. Years ago, he tried to win over the loyalty of her alphas. He promised the insecure, younger children of alpha blood power if they overthrew their siblings. He wanted to turn her children against her, but they weren't strong enough, mentally or physically, or weren't willing to kill their brothers. My father has been desperate to diminish her power, but the only followers of hers that are eager for revenge are the ones her society has shunned. My father has ordered rogues to attack and kill pack members, and I can't help but think of Waindale and Adam's grandfather. That war in Waindale so long ago was started because my father's followers killed members of the other pack and pinned it on Adam's. He's the puppet master behind every disaster, behind every accident, behind Adam's pain. I can help but feel helpless. He's playing God, but not a God worth worshipping. It's a house, the place he's keeping me, but there is nothing outside. There are no views out the windows because there is nothing but darkness. Every time I peer through, I stare death in the face. It is so black that my brain cannot comprehend what it is looking at. I think about my family and what they're doing. I wonder if they're panicking over my disappearance or if they even know that I'm gone at all. This place defies all logic, and when considering time, I've concluded that it doesn't exist here. Nothing really exists here. This place, this darkness is nothing. It reminds me of the blankness of my coma. The only thing that would reflect progression is the size of my belly, but it doesn't grow. Yet, I still feel life inside, and that keeps me going. Every time I see my father, I fear that he'll take the life away, so every time we both make it through, I have something worth celebrating. Although I am prisoner of this sealed fortress, it is not all bad. I try to learn from him whenever I can. Wrenley. He's here, but I don't turn from the window. I look out at the inky nothing and keep my lips sealed. It is almost time. Soon we will return together, and you will take your place as Luna. Isn't that what you have wanted, my child? A steady breath pours out of me. No, I murmur. I only wanted to be Luna because Adam was the alpha. It is better this way, he says. One leader, our blood. And when I die, you will have an heir. You will pass our blood as I did. I turn suddenly, unable to control the wave of emotion rushing inside. What? Like you did? To some random human? I'd never. No. Don't let such distant things consume you now. All you must do is adjust to the power I have given you, all of your power. I already have an heir, I mutter and turn away. I will not be making another. I will not be pregnant with anyone else's child. That child is contaminated. I scoff. Then make another child of your own. Replace me. My father is silent for a moment. I grow curious, but refrain from looking back at his face in search of answers. If I let you keep this child, will you be happy? Yes, I breathe without a second thought. Now I just have to get out of here so my baby can grow. I have to feel the wonderful ground of Waindale beneath my feet again, so Adam can at least know that I'm still alive. His footsteps become distant. I will be going. Take me with you. When I spin, he's gone. I stare at the empty space before me as my chest sinks. He's always here, so suddenly, and gone too soon. I wonder where I am, where this house truly is. I don't want to believe that I'm nowhere, but believing I'm in hell seems like a worst possibility to nothing. There's no fire, no screams of the damned, but I suppose reality isn't always accurately portrayed in the books I read or movies I watch, or maybe my father's prisoners are out in the blackness, forever wandering in the dark. The house has hallways with no doors, stairs that ascend into the ceiling, and nothing to eat. I haven't had food since I was brought here, but I haven't been hungry either. Now that my baby isn't growing, I have no need to eat again. I have nothing to do all day but roam this place and think about Adam. I took every moment with him for granted. Of course, if I had the chance to do it all over, I would share my true feelings much sooner. I would cherish each second and stay far away from my father for as long as possible. What I would do to be lying beside him in our bed. Anything. I would run out into the darkness, in the hope that Earth is on the other side. I would burn this house and tear my father apart. I can't be here for a second longer. I would do anything to wrap my arms around him and feel his kiss on the top of my head. I need to know how he does it, how my father vanishes back to Earth. If there is even the slightest possibility that I can do it too with my full potential restored, then I'll search this house as if it reflects his mind. There's a library of books in a language I've never seen, yet I can't help but understand it. I'll read every page. I'll do anything to feel him again. In the middle of the library, I lay flat on my back and stare up at the intricate ceiling. Crown molding and other carvings rope along it like white vines and knot together at the center point of the roof. Aimed directly underneath it, I close my eyes and recall what I read in one of the many books I've studied from my father's collection. I couldn't find any information about teleportation or any sort of traveling similar to the mysterious vanishing he does, but I did read about astral projection, and if there's a possibility of seeing Adam again, I'm going to give it a try. I let a wave of relaxation wash over me slowly from my feet, up my legs, over my torso, down my arms, and through my neck, until lastly my face relaxes as well. With steady deep breaths, I feel myself sinking into my mind, drowning until it feels like my body is melting into the floor. A sense of isolation takes over, and after a moment or two, I decide to peek. The desire to see Adam is present in my mind, and when I open my eyes, I see him sitting on the edge of our bed, bent over and exhausted. I blink, then blink harder. I peer to my feet and see that they are on the ground, but I can't help but doubt that they actually are. If I've done what I think I've done, I should be on the astral plane, the world between the physical and the spiritual, as described in the book. He can't see me or pick up my scent, and this goes both ways. Yet, despite this, my eyes begin to fill with tears. I hurry to him and fall to my knees. I touch his legs, but he feels nothing. "Adam," I whisper, "I'm here." He suddenly stands and walks to the window. I watch his back tense as he looks out into the night, maybe searching the trees for any sign of me. The bedroom door opens and I instinctively scramble up and step back against the wall. His mother comes into the room. He turns to her. "I had Yuki put away the leftovers if you want to eat later," she says, her face forgiving and sympathetic. Adam says nothing. "I know you want to go out again tonight, but you have to get some sleep, Adam. She would want you to rest." He clenches his jaw. His eyes subtly find her reflection in the glass of the window. Esther sighs. "She's with her father. She isn't lost in the forest. You won't find her out there." "You know nothing about him," he says. "I know, but maybe I could if you would explain it to me." He swallows. He hardly considers this before telling her to leave him. She knows about my father then. Well, not much about him, just that I'm with him. Adam must have assumed that he's taken me. Esther closes the door as she steps out of the room. I linger from the wall and near my weary mate, hating the fact that he's tiring himself out, needing him to snap out of it so he can sleep and eat and function, but I know the feeling all too well. It's not something you can simply snap out of. It consumes you until your bones are licked clean. "I'm going to get back to you, I promise. I just don't know how to without putting you in danger. I don't know how to escape him. He's everywhere, all the time. He has these plans for me, and I know there's no way out on my own." Still aware that he can hear none of this, I tell him, "The baby is safe. My father said I can keep him, but I can't get him to you. I don't know what to do. I thought I could save you, but look at you. I don't even know how long it's been. I don't even know where I am." Adam wanders from the window and stares down at our bed with hatred. It mocks him. "Please lay down. Try to sleep for me," I murmur. I get onto the bed and lay in my spot, praying that somehow he'll sense my presence and lay down too. When he sits, I bring my hands to his shoulders and pull him. He comes back, and through the eyes of someone truly there, it simply appears that the poor guy is finally giving in. Whether I'm capable of such things or not, I go with it and stroke his hair. I mumble again and again that I'm here until it loses all meaning, and his eyes are falling closed. I hold him and stay with him for as long as I can before I feel my body calling back to me. After one last drink of his beautiful face, I wake on the hard floor of the library and spring to life as if I've been resurrected. I lift up and take in my surroundings, quickly remembering the walls lined with shelves and the cursed pages that fill them. Desperation claws its way out from within me. I take the book set beside me and throw it across the room, watching as it collides with the others and falls open on the floor. Once one thing is thrown, I can't hold back. I grab at anything within reach and tear the room apart. The ground smokes under my feet, but flames fail to ignite. My power feeds off my anger and urges me to destroy everything in sight, but once my fit is over, everything returns to its place, mended and seemingly unbroken to begin with. Nothing here is real. I refuse to wait a second longer in this illusion. I run through the maze, out the door, down the hall, weaving through the house until I come upon two sturdy doors. They lead outside into the blackness, and just as my hand grabs the handle, a voice from behind startles me. "We are leaving, Wrenley." I turn and face my father in disbelief. As I sip air, I ask, "I'm going back. I am taking you back. It is time for us to return together," he says. "Why? Why now? Everything is coming together. Don't you want to return?" I nod with my teeth clenched. He reaches his hand out to me and orders, "Take it. Will everything go dark like before?" "Yes, but you will wake up on Earth." "In Waindale?" His eyes harden. "No, we will not be in Waindale. Now come." I stare at his hand and nurse my own against my chest. "Then where?" "It does not matter where, my child. We must go," he says and suddenly grabs onto my shoulder. There isn't even a second to think before my mind shuts off and the darkness envelops me. Bits and pieces of the earth tickle the sliver of skin exposed on my stomach. My fingers twitch and stretch, and beneath them I feel dirt. I grab at the frozen ground as if the world is beginning to tip over. And when my eyes finally open, I see a steep incline. When I turn toward the sky, I don't see it, and instead see the shading canopy of the forest. My mind slowly gathers information until I feel strong enough to push up off the forest floor. I look around for my father, but instead hear voices, one of them belonging to him. I heave myself up with the help of a tree trunk, then stumble toward the sounds as my head throbs. Once I spot the three men through the trees, I stop and stay hidden behind one. Soon, one man, rugged and hairy, says to my father. And the others? Hiding in the mountains. They are waiting for your call. My father nods. You will be rewarded for your loyalty. And your daughter? The other man, older, asks, Is she here? Yes, she is awake now, he says and turns to me. Come, Wrenley. My mouth snaps shut. Now exposed, I nervously step out of the trees. The two men turn their bodies to me and watch obediently. The forest drops behind them, cut off by the edge of a cliff. Where are we? I ask my father. Demigod, the older man breathes, mystified. My brow furrows and my father says, We will be going into the mountains, ignoring my question. Our followers are waiting for us. Rogue wolves, our followers. My eyes trail outward toward the north, and there standing before us is a range of mountains. I can't help but believe it is the mountain range far away north of Waindale. If I'm right, then I am much closer to home than I expected to be, much closer to Adam. My father reaches out his hand, and I shake my head. No, not again. Please. I will carry her, the rugged man offers, stepping forward. My father eyes him. She will be coming with me. Please, I say again. I can't. I just woke up. It drains me. My lord, I can carry the Luna into the mountains on my back. It would be an honor to do so. My father's eyes shift to me. And where does your loyalty lie? As long as my son is safe, it lies with you. My father does not nod or sigh or move at all. He continues to watch me with a blank expression, inhuman in testing. The older man says, I will watch over the Luna as well. We will both ensure that she makes her way to the others. Very well, he says, his haunting gaze unwavering. But remember, I am everywhere, my child. I ride on the man's back through the forest and into the mountains, gripping the thick fur of his wolf as it climbs. As the beast does all the work for me, my mind runs wild with ideas and plots to get back to Adam. The further north we go, the farther away I get from him, and I need to make my escape before we reach the others. My father's power gives me plenty to work with, but I lack the speed necessary to outrun their wolves. It is risky for me to try and escape, especially when my child's life is on the line. My father could appear at any moment and take him away from me if he sees that my loyalty still lies with my mate. It doesn't seem that much time has passed while I was locked away in my mirage of a prison. Winter surrounds us, extinguishing my fear that months have passed. The liveliness of earth is breathed into my body and awakens the human buried inside. My baby feels as if he is growing again, and I sense his soul when my hand caresses the small bump. I want him more than anything, but I worry over what he will become. Half-shifter? Half, as the older man put it, demigod. I'm scared that he won't survive. I'm terrified that he will be even more immoral than I am. When the snowy peaks appear closer than I would like, I straighten up and blurt, Stop! The two wolves come to a rough, staggering halt. They peer back at me, questioning. I have to go to the restroom, I say. The wolf carrying me lowers to the ground. I slide off of its back and motion to the trees. I'm going over there. When I sense their gazes following me, I turn back and order, Please, some privacy. The two beasts look away and I quickly walk through the trees. My heart beats relentlessly, but the adrenaline pumping through me keeps my mind focused. Soon they will realize that my scent is fading. I pick up the pace and my brisk walk becomes a run. As I hurry, I scoop up dirt and rub it on my skin, trying anything to cover my scent. When I come upon a small overhang, I struggle to climb down and suddenly lose my grip. My body lands roughly, but there is no time to cry over bruises or wounds. I bite my lip and force myself to my feet. My breaths grow heavy and my eyes indulge in paranoia, constantly looking back, expecting to see the two wolves charging after me. Distant sounds of thumping paws reach my ears, so I try to run even harder. The flowing, gushing noise of water grabs my attention. I immediately chase after it and stumble upon a river down below. It cuts through the forest, and the ground beneath me breaks way for its powerful current. I have to jump. There is no other way to escape the wolves. I leap from the short bluff and fall through the air before plunging into the water. My body is swept away and carried off, and there is hardly a chance to breathe. I'm dunked and drowned in the water, spinning and twirling in its eerie darkness, but I manage to steal gulps of air when I can. The current begins to slow, and its thrashing grip loosens up. My scent is masked under the water, So I let it carry me further, numbed to its deadly cold. The river leads to the ocean, and as long as I am within its hold, my father will stay at bay. It is when I touch land that I have to confront him. It is then that I will have to fight. Coughs erupt from my throat as I crawl out of the water and up the pebbled beach. My nails dig into the rocks as I heave out one last croak and collapse onto my back. The night has consumed the light of day, but the cover of dark won't hide me from him. He's coming for me, and my baby isn't safe. My chest rises and falls rhythmically as my eyes study the night sky. His voice sounds in my head, toying with me. I manage to climb further up the beach until the waves can't reach me. I don't know how far I am from Waindale or how close I am to the mountains. The forest stands like a wall, masking the lay of the land. My growing baby eats up a majority of my father's power, but I use the rest to replenish my tired limbs. However, the longer I rest to heal myself, the more my father's looming presence devours me, stealing all forms of rational thought. Pebbles shift from behind me, giving way under his steps. My fists ball at my sides. Defeat holds me down. A cry of frustration leaves me as my eyes squeeze shut. Please, I shout. Go away. Just go away. A soft touch brushes my arm. I jolt and my eyes shoot open. A woman's face peers down at me, making me question just how reliable my own mind is. My lips part as she brushes the wet hairs from my pale face, her movements gentle and loving. She rests beside me like a mother nursing her sick child. Who? He will not hurt you, she tells me, her voice soft. He is not here anymore. Her skin is nearly luminescent, glowing under the moon's lustrous rays. My eyes are lost on her face, but I feel safe by her side. I know you, I murmur. I cannot stay here for long, Wrenley. This is not my realm to wander. I do not belong here, but I have come for you, for your father. He's gone? Her ghostly hand caresses my cheek. His links to this world will be no more. Whatever the sun fails to shine upon is mine to look after, but your father wanted to take it all for himself. I am not supposed to be here in this form, but there was no other way for me to send him home, no other way to break his links. His links? I ask, limp in her arms. She nods. Yes, Wrenley. He has been linked to this planet for far too long. What were the links? His children, she says, again petting my hair. My head tilts away from her. There are more? He had many children, all a part of his plans. My hand shakily lifts from the pebbles to my stomach. Do I have to die? Her beautiful face falls. I am hoping you will take my offer as your brothers and sisters did. What is it? I will make you like my children. You will no longer be human, no longer have your father's abilities. His power will no longer be inside of you, destroying the link he has to this world. My eyes fill with tears, glistening under her gaze. I will be like Adam. Yes, you will. My baby? He will be too? The back of her hand brushes the tears from my cheeks. No, Wrenley, I cannot save him. My lips, salted and dry, quiver as a breath floods my lungs. Your child will not survive in a shifter's body. He has your father's blood. You and your baby are the last links. And if I don't take your offer... Your father cannot continue to visit this world, she says, refraining from speaking the blunt truth. I will die, I say. Either my baby dies and I live, or we both die. Your baby will live on in spirit. I will look after him for you. I shake my head. I can't. Please don't make me decide. Adam is looking for you. He is desperate for his mate to come home to him. Please, Wrenley, go home to him. I do not like to see my children in pain. I do not want to take you from him, from your home. But my baby, he will be with me forever. He will be returned to you when it is your time. Sobs clog up my throat. I cry in her arms until she pulls away and tells me, I cannot stay here. I must return. Please, let me change you. I will see him? He will be waiting for me? Promise that he will be waiting for me. I promise your baby will be with you again one day. I clench my jaw as my body seems to squeeze into itself. Finally, I muster the word. Okay. Thank you, she whispers and places her hand on my chest. Close your eyes, it will be over soon. I peer down at her hand over my heart, nervous and frantic. The last thing I feel is my body setting on fire, every inch of my being burning away as a new rises from the ashes. Her face blurs and my head concaves. The world shatters to nothingness, and the life within me wanes. My skinny legs race out the back door and across the backyard. A lawn chair drags across the grass behind me. and I hold on tight as it jumps and bumps along. My eyes fixate on the retired clothesline rooted in a bed of gravel, the cords drooped and weathered, the painted metal flaking away. I set the chair against the pole and step up onto it. I heave my small body and kick my legs around until I manage to sit on the horizontal piece which the cords are secured to. From my watch post, I survey the tree line, enjoying the Pacific breeze as it blows through the leaves and through my dark hair. Between the grand trunks, I see something move. My eyes squint and my body leans forward. My tiny hands grip the metal, and the thing comes forward, but it isn't a thing, it's a man. It's a man I've never seen before, a stranger in Grandma's backyard, and my stomach twists as he steps out of the trees. His gaze fails to leave me, fails to falter for 1 second. Frightened, I climb down as quickly as possible, but my apprehension gets the best of me, and I slip, drop, and smack against the ground. My knee pulsates and stings, my mouth opens, and a scream ruptures into the open air. The man disappears. When I look back, he's gone. If he was cold, I could warm him. Hot, I could cool him. Dead, I could revive him. I wake on the hard stones of the beach, empty and alone. The night gives way to day as the sun begins to break through in shades of orange and pink, yellow and beyond, the lightest blue. The blood that drained from within me has dried, and I shed my clothes to wash them and myself in the ocean. The godly strength I felt is gone, but the ocean water is not frigid against my skin. Overwhelming hunger has surfaced, but the great understanding I once had has dimmed. I'm one of them now. I can feel the need to shift inside me, but I'm scared of how it will feel, how I may change not only physically, but mentally. My stomach thunders, furious from starvation. They hunt, they tear away at their fresh kill, bloody and raw. I know I have to do it. The instructions are coded into my DNA, so I abandon my soaked clothes and face the forest with determination. My fear is suffocated by my terrible hunger, but hesitation still gets the best of me. I shut my eyes and take a deep breath. Come on, I mumble to myself. My eyes squeeze as I let the beast inside take over. I lash forward, feeling every microscopic change as my body molds into that of a monster. Bones move and break, hair spurts all over, my face is reshaped in a flash, and my dark eyes become even darker. Hands form to paws. My spine stretches to grow a tail. The fearsome teeth of a carnivore emerge in my mouth. I collapse onto the ground, my face planting into the rock. I lift up as soreness consumes my body, and with each step I attempt is nothing but wobbly failure. The hunger I felt in human form multiples tenfold, but I am as skilled as an infant when it comes to walking, let alone stalking, sprinting, and pouncing on prey. Regardless, I force myself up again and again until I can step without crumbling. One step becomes many, and like riding a bike, balance becomes second nature. Walking evolves to a jog, which quickens to a run. Just as I am proud of my conquering, my front leg is caught on a tree root and my body crashes into the forest floor. My ears perk up at distant sounds of life, and from my crater I see something moving beyond. I am swift to get up and shake it off in pursuit of a possible meal. The animal instinct takes over, and all train of thought vanishes from my mind. It's a rabbit. The sight of it has me salivating. I eagerly chase after it, tripping and stumbling and bumping into trees. I wreak havoc until the thing is dead between my teeth, but I quickly realize that it isn't enough. Not even an entire deer could sustain me. Filling my stomach in this form will be much harder than filling a human stomach, so with no time to waste I charge south toward Waindale. It's toward my mate, who will discover yet again that I am not what I appear to be. The world is somewhat different from this perspective. I feel powerful, but not evil like before. I just hope Adam is okay with this. The fact that I'm like him. I hope he forgives me for the loss of our son. I hope he believes me when I tell him that the moon goddess herself held me and did this to me. More urgently, there are rogues in the mountains, and I don't know if they are disbanding now that their leader has disappeared, or if they are going to find power in unity. Adam needs to know this. Waindale and the pack are at risk. I travel down the coast grateful for my newfound speed. A human would never be able to cover such distance in such time, and I truly understand why Adam's father and Alexander had to journey so far when searching for him. I can't help but believe my easy adaptation to this new body is because a part of me was always meant to have it. Things will be different now. Roadblocks I experienced even with my father's power could be cleared. Thinking about my baby makes my heart shrivel and turn to dust, but my body is now compatible with my mate's. Nothing will ever replace him, but I must consider the technicalities because I am able to provide an heir once again. I must act in favor of the pack because that is what a Luna does. Shifter or not, I always tried to do what is best for the pack. I may not have been physically eligible to hold such a title, but in my heart I knew I was always capable, regardless of what blood flowed through my veins. Something in the air causes me to slow. I turn my head, unsure. It's like Adam's scent, but slightly different. It's stronger, more potent, more intricate. I shake my head and dash off, thinking I must be close. The surrounding forest appears rather familiar. I've been in the Waindale woods many times, yet I never thought to memorize the scenery. I never thought such knowledge would carry so much weight. I could be 20 miles away or 1 mile away, and it's not like I can venture into town like this. My clothes were abandoned at the beach up north. I have to trek through the forest and find Adam's house from the back. The scent becomes more apparent. With few options, I try my best to follow it. Soon I hear a voice. At first, I can't make out what the voice is saying, but as I grow closer, I recognize it with both relief and excitement, so powerful that it hurts. Then I realize he's calling for me. He knows I'm near. Wrenley! My heart swells and threatens to burst. Wrenley, where are you? My legs can't move fast enough. I come plowing through the trees and suddenly see my mate in a frantic search. His eyes find mine in a matter of seconds, but his face is utter confusion. Desperate to speak, I shift to the me that he knows, but I am unaware of the resulting pain. A surprised cry escapes me, and I fall to my knees. When I look up, I am still met with bewilderment, possibly even more. Adam stares down at me. Shock has made him mute. I know, I breathe. Just let me explain. He comes to my side, pulling off his shirt and covering my naked, shaking body. He takes me in his arms and presses me against his chest, the back of his hand holding my head. Adam's scent replenishes a reserve that has long been empty, and as I bask in all his glory, he mutters, "How? Wrenley, how?" "He's gone," I say, refusing to let go. "She came here and sent him back to hell." Adam takes in a deep breath and holds me even tighter. "Don't do that ever again. Don't vanish off the face of the earth. I couldn't even feel you anymore. It was as if you didn't exist anymore. Where were you? He took you, didn't he? And what was that? How did you shift? Did he do that to you? Did he make you one of us?" "It's complicated. You're all right? And the baby?" I slowly pull away. "I want to go home. I'm tired and hungry, and God, there are rogues in the mountains, Adam. You have to go stop them." "What are you talking about?" "We have to hurry. I'll explain inside," I say and tug him to keep moving. Adam takes me home, and while I ransack the kitchen, I explain my father's plan to create a pack of his own, a pack so large and powerful that it would dominate over all shifters. I explain how he gathered rogues in the mountains to be our followers, how they're a threat to Waindale and the pack. I try to describe where I was, how I may have been in hell, and this makes Adam tense. He watches me and every now and then touches me just to assure himself that I'm real. I wasn't even his only child, Adam. There were others. They kept him connected to our world. I suppose he wasn't planning on having just one pack, but many packs all over. He would have control over everything, but the only way to stop him from coming here was to destroy his children. I then go on to share my upsetting experience with the moon goddess. She said I could either become one of you or, well, I couldn't be here anymore. I didn't have a choice. The baby isn't compatible with this body. She told me that he wouldn't survive, but if I didn't change, we both wouldn't survive. I had to let him go. You aren't? I shake my head. No, not anymore. He's with her now. His eyes fall to my barren stomach. There isn't time to mourn. There isn't time for any of this, not until we know that the rogues aren't unifying. History will repeat itself. They will not only hurt us, but any other pack they come across. Our son. He died inside of me when she changed me, I say, looking directly at his face. He poured out of me and I washed him away. He's gone. Adam's expression turns careful. He was ours. I know he was, but he was also part of him. Adam grips the counter and pushes against it, furious that our helpless baby couldn't be saved. My child didn't ask to have my father's blood. He wouldn't want to have such evil ingrained in him. He would have been like me, sacrificing everything to stop such malevolence. He would have been like me. My father didn't only torture me. His other children, he must have watched them as well. He must have fueled them and told them that they were going to be leaders. The moon goddess must have mated them to shifters to try and better them. They were probably kept in their own prisons in that sea of black nothingness. They were probably out there. I just couldn't see them. There may be groups of rogues in hiding all over the world. What do we do? Other packs may be in danger. Adam stares down at the counter, then suddenly lets go, stepping back. I'll send a group to scout the north. We're in contact with neighboring packs. We can warn them, spread the word. How close are they? Not close at all. We keep our distances, but if you're right, if there are other rogues banded together, then having all packs searching should find them. I'll make the calls, tell them to let others know. I nod. Okay. I don't know how many are in the mountains, but we need to protect Waindale just in case. People need to stay inside. We need to make sure everyone stays out of the forest and bunkers down. I'll send Ben to the town hall. He can tell the mayor, and maybe we can get an advisory out. We could say there are wolves near town or bears or something. He'll figure it out. Before Adam leaves the kitchen for the office, I grab his arm. I need to make sure my mom and grandma are safe. Wrenley, I don't want you out there. I'll be fine. I'll run there in wolf form. I have to tell them. He sighs. Wolf form, right. I don't think I'll ever get used to that. Hey, at least your mom might forgive me for no longer being pregnant. Just be quick, okay? I will, I say. I'll come right back here. He pulls me close, kisses my forehead, then releases me into the world. I strip behind the house and shift yet again, feeling much better now that I've been fed. I pick up my clothes and carry them in my mouth. Now isn't the time to explain everything. There may be things forever left unsaid. But my priority is to warn them and keep them inside. It doesn't take me long to run to my grandmother's, and when I do, I swiftly shift and dress myself in the cover of the brush. The pain eases up more and more every time I shift, but a soreness lingers. I stretch my limbs as I hurry up the porch steps. I knock insistently, and the second my grandma opens up, I slip inside. Oh, Wrenley, did you call? We weren't expecting you, she says and closes the door behind me. No, I didn't. Where's Mom? Why, she's in the backyard digging out that old clothesline. Do you need her? I can go get her. I turn to the back door. No, I'll get her. Just stay inside, okay? Stay inside. Is something wrong? I'll explain. Just don't go out there, I say before shooting out back. I immediately see her hunched over with a shovel, plowing at the gravel, digging up the metal like the stalk of a plant. Mom? I call, and she peers back. Wren? What are you doing here? She straightens up and leans the shovel against the post. Come inside. We need to talk. The two sit down in the living room and watch as I lock every door and check every window. Wren, what are you doing? There's a threat. These rogue wolves are near town, and we're worried that they might try to hurt Waindale. You need to stay inside and wait until I say it's okay. Grandma asks, why would the wolves hurt their own town? These wolves aren't a part of the pack, Kai. Rogue wolves are, well, rogue. They aren't really loyal to anything, but we think they're unified, and that could mean very bad things. It's dangerous out there. Adam is sending someone to the town hall to put out an advisory right now. Will everyone be okay? Does Tali know? And Vivian? Damn it. I need to warn Vivian. I'm going there right now. I just wanted to get to you guys first. My mom eyes me. Should you be out there? I don't want you running down streets if these rogue wolves could hurt you. I'll call Tali. You're staying here. I can't stay. I have to get back to Adam. Then I'll drive you. Just let me call Tali first. My eyes follow her as she gets up to fetch the landline from the kitchen. It's fine, really. I know what I'm doing. Will you call us when you get back then? So we know you got home safe? Grandma asks. Yeah, I will. I just really need you two to stay inside. It might be nothing, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. Wren, my mom calls from the other room. Come explain this to her, will you? Once I make it back home and dress behind the house, I come to the front and find him leaving through the front door. Adam! I call and hurry towards him. Where are you going? He takes a breath. Good. You're back. Stay inside. My mother is on her way. She'll stay with you here. But where are you going? Don't tell me you're going with them into the mountains. No, I'm going to the north border to meet the group when they arrive back. I made some calls and sent Ben to the town hall. Okay, when will you be back? I asked, tired of being apart. It feels like every time we are reunited, something is wedged between us, keeping us from each other. I miss the days when our biggest worry was whether or not my mom would be woken by him sneaking through my bedroom window. I miss the times when we had hours and hours to spend laying in bed together, or eating dinner together, or even just being in the house at the same time. Adam's lips part, but he has no definite answer. It depends on what the group sees out there. If the rogues have disbanded, then I'll be back soon. And if not, he brings me against him, his hand rubbing up and down my back. Just don't go up there if they're still together. Adam continues to console me as if he's already died. I push away and look up at his face. I mean it, I press. Please. If the rogues are still unified, we will devise a plan. There won't be any rash decisions, okay? But those plans involve you, right? I don't understand. Don't you have people that can fend them off? Why are you being put at risk? You're the alpha. Exactly, he says, bringing his hands to my shoulders. I'm the alpha. There's no better person for the job. It's what we do. Fight, protect, Adam tells me, looking into my eyes. I take in a sharp breath, knowing there is nothing I can say to convince him to stay here with me. He leans down to kiss me goodbye, but I turn my head, not wanting to say goodbye. He never belonged to me. He was never made for me. He was made for them, the pack. What do I do if you don't come back? What happens to all of this, to me and your family and the pack? Adam can't help but let an amused chuckle escape him. Confused and taken back, I swiftly look to him. I'm going to come back, he says. How do you know? You don't know what could happen. It's not like you'd go up there to talk it out. It's dangerous. It would be dangerous, but I'm not going to die. I don't die, Wrenley. Not by some rogues, anyway. I cross my arms. If it's just some rogues, then let me come with you. No. I'm like you now. I can... Adam says, don't try to convince me. You're staying here, all right? Well, I suppose it was worth a shot. He comes close again, but I hold my hand out, placing my palm against his chest as his unshaven face is inches from mine. I have to go, he says. I know, but after all of this, fighting or not, I swallow, will it be over? It was over the second she sent him back, the moment she changed you. What if he comes back? I mean, there had to be a way for him to come here without links. The first time he came to Earth, he had none. Adam's grip tightens on me. Your father is gone. You can't live in fear that he will return someday. I nod, showing him that I'm letting my worries go, even though they are embedded in my mind. Finally, I let him kiss me, and I can't help but let a tear slide down my cheek as he does so. He pulls back and sees my tear, and he wipes it away while telling me, "There's no need for that. I'll see you soon." My fingers softly touch my lips as I watch him leave. There isn't even a moment to wallow, because the second he vanishes from my sight, his mother pulls into the driveway, her tires grinding against the gravel, scrambling my thoughts. She pops the car door and calls to me, "Did he just leave?" I sigh and clear up my face. Yeah, he's going to the border." "I knew you would be back," she says as she makes her way to the porch. "I kept telling him that you were fine because by now I know better than to believe that you could leave my son alone in this world. Now you better be okay. How's the baby?" She looks up to me from the bottom step. When I fail to provide an answer, she steps up each step until her motherly expression is too close to ignore. "What is it? You better just say it." "There is no more baby," I murmur. "I'm sorry. He didn't survive." Esther stiffens. She straightens up. And my son knows this?" I nod. "He knows." Well, we knew it was a risk from the start, didn't we? I'm surprised you lasted as long as you did, and despite the lack of a grandchild, I'm still proud of you. I don't think any other human would have lasted even a fraction of the time. Esther, don't let this get you down. We can come up with a solution. This doesn't have to be the end. Esther, I didn't lose the baby because I'm human. I lost him because I'm not. She surveys me, glancing up and down at my seemingly human body, the same body I've always had. Something happened to me while I was gone. It's a very long and complicated story, but yes, complicated and long, sure, but what? My eyebrows raise. Oh, well, I saw the moon goddess. She came to me. Oh, sweet goddess, she made you one of us, didn't she? She made you into a shifter so you and my son can be together. Didn't she, Wrenley? How did you? I prayed for this, she says, taking all the credit. I did. Every night, I begged her to just make you one of us, and I know it may be problematic or wrong, but she listened. She heard me and came to you, and now everything will be okay. Yes, I breathe, going along with it. She did. When she came to me, she said exactly that. Esther happily brings her hand to her face, dabbing the wetness from her eyes before anything can pour out. I knew it. I knew my persistence would be worth something. Come, let's go inside. You have to tell me every word she said. It was the last day of our trip that she came to me. My father had gone to bed, but I was still awake, missing Adam. She said that we were meant to be together, but not like this. She heard your prayers and knew that I had to be one of you. I knew that changing wouldn't mean my baby wouldn't make it, but she promised to watch over him. He's safe with her now, I explain. Esther sighs. It is always a great loss to lose a child, Wrenley. It is one you will never forget. When I lost my son, Adam's younger brother, I didn't understand how the world could continue to turn without him, but it does, whether you want it to or not. But my baby was, well, a baby. He was never born. How can he be compared to his brother? A woman's child is a woman's child. Just because you never got to hold yours doesn't mean he will be forgotten. Just because you can have more children now doesn't mean he was meaningless. I nod, my hands squeezing one another in my lap as we sit in the living room. She's in the same spot she was those months ago when she told me that Adam and I could never be together. I'm glad you're back, honey, and I would be whether you came back like this or as a human. Thank you, I say softly. Now, she announces and brings her hands down on her legs. Should we prepare dinner for when they get back? Adam's father? He's with Adam? Of course, and I'm sure they'll be starving by the time all of this is over with. My eyes follow her as she stands. What if something bad happens? What if they really have to fight? Then I'm sure they'll be even more hungry. Come, Yuki is staying safe at home, so we will have to fend for ourselves in the kitchen. As I trail behind her, I ask, aren't you worried? No. Such feelings left me many years ago, Wrenley. So this is something I'll have to get used to. Adam putting himself in danger? Being Luna isn't fun in games. When the world seems to be falling apart, we stay strong. We have to be. You have to trust that my son knows what he's doing. I do. I know Adam can take care of himself, but I'm still scared. Anything can happen out there, and I'm just stuck in here. She turns to me. It's different once you have a child or two to take care of. They may be crying, pack members may be coming to your door for answers, your mate will be goddess knows where, and you'll have to handle it with a brave face. But I know you're strong. I know you can handle it. You'll realize that your need to care for your family extends to the pack because they are your family too. When they're frightened, they will need to see that you are not. I can do that, I think out loud. As I help Esther in the kitchen, grabbing and seasoning and mixing whatever she pleases, a knock comes to the door. My eyes shoot to her, and she calms me with a descending hand. She tells me to watch the stove as she answers it, and soon she returns with Ben close behind her. My body relaxes at the sight of him. Without a greeting, I ask, was there a warning put out? There was, he confirms, something about a bear and her cubs wandering through neighborhoods. You think that will keep people inside? He shrugs. If anything, they'll be alert. But I thought I would stop in to see you before meeting Adam at the border. He told me you were back. Yeah, right. I went on a sudden trip with my dad. I'm not sure what exactly Adam told everyone concerning my sudden disappearance. The last time his mother saw me, I was wandering into the forest alone to find him. But it's not like he can say I was stolen by my godly father who has been stalking me and feeding me my own evil manna. Yet, whatever excuse he conjured seemed to keep questions at bay. Don't you remember Adam saying she is with her father? Eder asks Ben. That's right. He did. Well, what a situation to come back to. It's not every day you have rogues banding together. I sigh. Just look out for each other out there, okay? We always do, he assures me. I'll get going. I'm sure the scouts should be back any minute now. Here, Esther steps forward. You can go through the back door. Thoseto, and be sure to come back here with Adam when you're done. We'll have enough food to feed an army. Their voices fade, and I promptly hear the opening and closing of the door. There have been countless times where I had nothing to do but wait to see my mate's face. Wait to see if he is coming back to me. Sometimes he would promise, and other times he wouldn't, but either way an encumbering feeling of unease would slither around in my body, prodding and yearning to escape. I remember what it feels like to be without him now. My father's power numbed such deprivation, but it's back with a painful familiarity. I sit on the steps of the back porch and wait for him in the cold that again fails to chill me. As I stare out at the trees, I can't help but imagine my father standing between them, watching me, waiting. I want to believe that the moon goddess can keep him from me, but I know things can't be so simple. The question plays over and over in my head. How did he come here in the first place? My mind aches from contemplating all the possible ways, but what gnaws at my sanity even more is the fact that I may never know. I peer up at the cloudy sky, searching for a meteorite on a path of collision. It's not in a rogue's nature to live in a pack. Their very title defies all conformity. But what if my father was powerful not only by physical means, but by manipulation? How do I know if anything he said to me, things I believed far too quickly, is true at all? He convinced rogues to fight together. Now, how many things did he convince me of? For one, I actually believed that my child would have been spared. I may never know who exactly he is or why he has such plans of domination. I may never know where I was while in my coma or where he kept me, where time stood still and nothing but blackness seemed to exist. There are so many things I will consider and pick apart for the rest of my life, yet the only way any of it seems bearable is with Adam to distract me, to pull me back to earth when I feel like my head is in the clouds. I think about Viviane and Imogen and my friends. I think about my mom and grandma being close by, there whenever I need them. I think about Adam's mother and the acceptance I feel regardless of what I am. There are classes at the academy and being Luna, and lunches at the diner or drinks at Barb's. There's walks through town or runs through the forest. And there's Adam, always Adam. There's our bickering rooted in the utter fear of losing one another. There's our days and nights when no amount of touching will suffice. There are times to reminisce and memories to create, and I will always try my best to run when he says run, no matter how desperately I want to stay. I can't wait to see the look on his face when I stand my ground and fight beside him anyway. If I close my eyes, I can picture the memory that's surfacing in the back of my mind. I was sitting on my bed, waiting for him. The warmth from my pink lampshade reflected around the room and out my bedroom window. A signal for him to find his way home. It was so dark that night. The moon was shielded by thick, heavy clouds, yet I knew that nothing could hurt him. He was the most dangerous thing in those woods. I gaze up from my bent knees and look out at the open field before me. My chest swells and fills with air when I see him coming through the trees, emerging and shaking off whatever commotion he was juggling at the border. I stand on the steps and wait until he's made his way through the grass, waiting until he stood just in front of me. "I told you," he says, relieved. "But I have good news. The group we sent to scout out the mountains found abandoned camps. There were a few strays still hanging around, but they should be cleared out by tomorrow. There were possibly hundreds of rogues in the area, but I'm guessing that they gave up once your father didn't return." My eyes dart around to different features of his face. "I'm not sure what other packs are finding, but we should be fine. Wrenley? Are you hearing me?" "Yeah," I breathe. "I am. We're going to be fine." He crosses his arms. "My father and a few others are heading over, but I better check to see if I have any messages." Adam moves past me but stops at the door once he notices my stillness. "Wrenley? What now?" he questions. I turn to face him. "Now what? What's next?" "Well, we see what other packs are finding, if any rogues are still united. But for us, here, if I'm one of you, if my father is gone, if the rogues have left, now what?" Adam's shoulders relax and realization consumes his expression. He steps back to me and runs his fingers down my hairline and behind my ear. "Now is the good part," he says. "The good part?" He nods. Now we enjoy ourselves. I shake my head. That doesn't sound right. Since when do we do that? Come on. Adam takes my hand and leads me inside. Maybe we can enjoy ourselves a little, I say. Until the next thing. I never thought this day would end, Vivian groans. I glance at her as we walk down the hallway, her, Imogen, and I all heading toward the main doors of the academy. I got so used to doing nothing over winter break that even putting on my uniform took it out of me, Imogen says. So how about we go to the diner and celebrate our first day back? I'm thinking burgers, fries, milkshakes. Sorry, I can't, I say. Adam is waiting for me. Out front? Right now? Vivian asks. Yeah, he should be out there. She frowns. What about girl time? You pretty much disappeared the entire break and came back suddenly one of us now. I already explained all of that. Yeah, Imogen waves me off. The moon goddess changed you, we know. How can you say it so casually? Vivian questions her. She shrugs. I just believe it. I mean, why would the moon goddess mate a human to an alpha if she wasn't planning on changing her eventually? That'd just be cruel. That's funny because I remember you guys trying to convince me that my humanness was just fine. What were we supposed to say? Your being human didn't make any sense at all, Imogen says and skips to the doors. She peers out the windows at the top, standing on her tippy toes, then says, Yup, he's there. Vivian sighs. I just can't believe she came to you. I can't believe you looked her in the face. I can't believe you're one of us. I don't blame you. It was all very sudden. Do you think you'll ever tell your mom and grandma? She asks. My shoulders drop. I don't know, I admit. Maybe someday, just not now. Imogen suggests, tell her when the time feels right, but if it never does, it never does. Just don't surprise attack her with it like Viv did to you. It didn't surprise attack her. You shifted at me and I screamed, I recall. I felt pretty surprised and very attacked. She shoves me a little and I look out the window as well, seeing his truck. Well, you best not keep the alpha waiting. Are we still meeting with Eli and Iris this weekend? I'm pretty sure, she says. You know what? I don't mind the girl, Imogen announces. She seems to be doing pretty well here for a rogue-turned-pack member. She's in my science class and she always shares her snacks. I'm sure she's nice, I agree. Vivian tells us, Alara seems to be doing okay too. I talked to her last night and she sounded excited about school. She said that there's a guy she's talking to and they have a class together. I smile. That's good to hear. Together we push through the doors and make our way down the front steps. All right, Vivian says. We'll catch you later. Have fun with your Luna business. Oh, just a bit of self-defense today. I'm still getting used to the technicalities of fighting off possible threats as a giant wolf. I may be his mate, but Adam is very serious about me learning to protect myself. He should be. Now that it's official, you're the pack's Luna. People may come after you. You can't trust strangers. Anyone could have ulterior motives. I'll keep that in mind, I say. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We cast each other off with final waves before I swing open the passenger door and see Adam's pretty face. I climb into my seat and turn to him. Ready to go? He asks. Only if you promise to be nicer this time. He shakes his head. If someone is trying to hurt you, they won't be nice about it. Fine, but I want to play that game afterward where you chase me. You may be stronger, but I don't know, Adam. I think I'm faster than you. We'll just have to see about that. He says and pulls out of the academy lot. But I was thinking that maybe your family could come for dinner one night. My mother still wants to meet them, I know. I'll call or something. I'm sure my mom would be happy to meet your parents. We drive for a little while in silence before Adam says, I've noticed that you're sleeping more soundly. Have the nightmares? They're getting better. Not so frequent, so real. Good, he peers over. That's good. They'll stop eventually. One day, I won't even think about him anymore. He'll be nothing but a forgotten memory. Adam grabs my hand and I hold his with both of mine. He'll be nothing, I murmur.